Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Taken In by Aizawa. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku wakes to a dull ache radiating in his cheek, courtesy of the bruise that Kaken had so generously bestowed upon him the day before. So it was going to be that kind of a morning. Groaning as he sits up, his ribs apparently also reminiscing about the beating they received, Izuku tiredly drags his eyes to his phone, alarms still going off, silently cursing it for having the audacity to force him into the new day. Sometimes, when Izuku allows himself to comprehend the sick reality of his life, he finds that it no longer resembles the roots from which he sprouts. He is a fickle rose bush that was cared for and raised and coddled in its early seasons by a loving mother, growing strong, interwoven roots and a reliable base. And, Izuku thinks, he would have been a lovely rose bush. He would have flourished and unfurled, and oh, wouldn't that have been nice? Instead, along came Bakugo Katsuki, vegetation killer in a compatibly sized spray bottle. He destroyed what was left of Izuku's youth and poisoned his chances at a future, and his childhood best friend doesn't even have the courtesy to abandon Izuku after. Kaken shoves his existence down Izuku's throat every goddamn day. But this is the life Izuku has. It is ugly and broken and unrecognizable and so unbearably heightened, gods, how Izuku wishes it wasn't. But it is. So he makes his peace. He gets out of bed and puts on his school uniform. He brushes his hair and packs his school work in his bag and eats breakfast by himself in the dimly lit storage room, and he pretends. He pretends and pretends that nothing has changed. He pretends that living in a makeshift home in an abandoned underground parking garage isn't that bad. That he is safe and normal and wanted, and Kaken is still his hero. Oh, how Izuku pretends. He pretends that he doesn't have nightmares about what Kaken has done, what he could do, what Izuku should have done. He pretends that he doesn't hate that the skin he has to wear every single day is the same skin that Kaken has marred with scars Izuku never wanted. He pretends that his smile is real and his laugh isn't forced, and the way Kaken's voice sounds when he says, Deku, doesn't make him want to vomit. Izuku has mastered the intricacies of pretending. Of manipulating everything around him so that his brain cannot comprehend anything but the world he has so carefully created for it. And yes, some part of him knows it is pretend. And one day he will have to acknowledge that nothing is the same as it was, and it never will be again, and Kaken isn't the hero Izuku thought he was, and Izuku won't be the rose bush that his mother promised he would be. Yes, one day that will all have to be true. But not yet. For just a little longer, Izuku allows himself this gift of pretending. Sighing as he gets up from the table, Izuku grabs his school bag and makes his way out of the storage room that has become his home, locking the door behind him. As he walks up out of the parking garage and to school, Izuku lets his mind wander. Hero analysis, his work schedule, the classic Japanese lit paper that is due next Tuesday. Anything to keep his thoughts away from the fact that he is now 4 blocks away from school and therefore 4 blocks away from becoming Deku. It is a fun little role that Izuku gets to play for 6 hours a day, 5 days a week. 1 minute he is Izuku, the homeless 14-year-old who is making the most out of the hand he was dealt, and the second he steps on school grounds he is Deku, the disgusting waste of space and walking punching bag. Izuku wastes no time walking through the school gates and up to his classroom. There is a very strict schedule to follow on school mornings. He stops by the janitor's closet to grab cleaning wipes before heading on to the classroom. It's not a question of if there will be something on his desk, it's a question of what. Sometimes it is just some spider lilies, which Izuku honestly doesn't mind. They are easy to clean up, pretty, and leave a subtly sweet scent in the air. No such luck today. Izuku looks down at the words written on his desk in various handwritings, apparently a class-wide effort. Quirkless if, useless, kill yourself, worthless, under-evolved. Izuku likes to pretend that after seeing and hearing the same words for the 100th time, they lose their sting. They don't. He scrubs his desk clean and throws away the bleach wipes. He's not exactly sure why he comes early to clean his desk or why he hides the evidence that it was ever dirty. The whole class has been responsible for at least some portion of the mess at least once. Who is he trying to fool? He knows it's himself. Izuku doesn't allow himself to dwell on it anymore, instead turning on his heel and heading to the gym locker rooms. He has managed to turn the parking garage into a surprisingly homey space, but he can't magically pipe in water for a shower. Izuku undresses and hangs his uniform near the shower so that the steam will ease some of the wrinkles. He turns on the hot water and walks to the mirrors above the sinks while he waits for the water to heat up. He looks over his body for any injuries that need bandages, ignoring the violent purple bruises that are blooming across his torso. Those hurt, but there's nothing Izuku can really do for them. He lifts his gaze to meet his own eyes in the mirror. Gods, he looks like his mother. There is a tug in his chest at that thought. Anger, Izuku decides. He hates her for leaving. It's homesickness. He misses her. He hasn't seen his mother since he was 12. Though, if Izuku is being honest, she might as well have left when he was 9. Izuku knows his mother tried in the beginning. She still showered him with love and support after his diagnosis. Sure, she started keeping him inside more, treating him like he was made of glass, but she cared. Then came the medical bills. The healthcare in Japan is pretty comprehensive, but it only covers about 70% of costs for school-age children, and when you are as poor as the Midoriyas, that 30% is all it takes. Be careful, Izuku. Mommy doesn't want you to get hurt, quickly turned into, damn it, again? I know you quirkless are fragile, but I can't keep doing this. More doctor's visits meant more bills, which meant more shifts. His mother didn't make much as a housekeeper, and the extra shifts she had to pick up took a toll on her body. Izuku couldn't really blame her for resenting him when it's his fault she now has joint pain and she was always exhausted. She was gone a lot for work, but other times she was just stuck on. Izuku never really knew where she went or when she would be back. She started leaving for longer and longer spells when he was about 9 or 10. Izuku ended up having to get a job to cover the cost of groceries, which was difficult. No one wanted to hire a quirkless kid. But eventually he stumbled across a help-wanted flyer on a phone pole that looked just sketchy enough that they probably wouldn't care who applied. He called the number on the flyer and Izuku was now the proud holder of the position of trash relocation crew, which essentially means he goes to Takoba Beach every day and hauls loads of trash to a dumpster that is emptied into a landfill at the end of every week. Izuku was not exactly thrilled at the idea of being waist-deep in trash, but he was never one to complain, so he took the position and has been working there for the past 4 years. Looking back now, Izuku is incredibly grateful that this was the job he managed to get. It doesn't pay well and it's hard work, but it was how he was able to build his home in the parking garage. Izuku knew that it was only a matter of time before his mother stopped coming home, and he also knew that there was no way he would be able to make rent on his own. So, anytime Izuku found something like a table that wasn't too broken or a mattress that didn't smell or have concerning stains, he took it to the abandoned parking garage he had discovered on his way to work one day. He got the eviction notice the week after his 12th birthday and officially moved into the parking garage right after. It really isn't bad. He stays in what used to be a fairly large storage room. It's about the size of a dorm room and is big enough to fit his bed, a table, a clothing rack, bookshelf, pantry cabinet, and a love seat. But again, no shower. Which leads to where Izuku is now, still staring at himself in the mirror in the locker rooms. Snapping out of his thoughts, Izuku shakes his head and goes through the motions of his efficient shower, having wasted too much time thinking to allow any time to enjoy the shower. Izuku slips out of the shower and back into his now less wrinkled uniform, grabbing his bag before heading back to the classroom. The hallways are crowded now, the warning bell sounding right as he steps through the classroom door. Izuku doesn't look up as he makes his way to his desk. He just quietly pulls out his notebook and pencil before setting his bag on the ground and settling in for the day. Izuku used to mutter and even talk to his classmates, trying to make friends. Now, he doesn't dare make any noise that isn't required. Kaken doesn't like it when he makes noise. Not that Izuku is left alone when he is quiet. No, he still gets his beatings no matter how invisible he tries to make himself. But Izuku doesn't want to give Kaken a reason to hit him harder than he does. The school day passes by, blissfully uneventful, Izuku eating his packed lunch at his desk and breezing through the afternoon classes. Maybe I'll go home without any problems today, he thinks to himself. Oi, Deku! Idiot! You knew better. Izuku lifts his eyes from his hero analysis journal to the red irises that are locked on him. Yes, Kaken? The F. Are you always writing in those notebooks for? It's effing you weird. The blonde rips the book out of Izuku's hands, getting a dangerous smirk on his face, but Izuku stays silent. He knows better than to stand up to him. Kaken walks over to the open window before turning back to face Izuku. Your creepy FING writing isn't useful. Quirks like mine are useful. See, watch. He says, his palms already starting to smoke. With a small pop, Izuku's notebook catches fire in Kaken's hands and is tossed out the window, falling into the fountain below. Izuku rushes to the window and stares down at the smoldering remains of his most prized possession. Kaken dusts his hands off with a chuckle as he walks away, but stops mid-step as if he just had an idea. Izuku never likes Kaken's ideas. You know, Kaken starts, turning back to face Izuku, if you want a quirk so bad, pray that you'll have one in your next life, and take a swan dive off the roof. Izuku is frozen, eyes glued to the ground outside, waiting for the rest. He knows Kaken isn't done. Kaken tells him to kill himself all the time. That isn't his idea. Maybe, Kaken says, walking up behind Izuku and planting his hands on his shoulder blades, you just need a little push. Kaken punctuates his sentiment by setting off a concentrated explosion as he shoves Izuku forward. Izuku gasps and tears spring in his eyes as pain erupts across his back and shoulders, the smell of burning fabric and flesh filling his nostrils as he sinks to his knees. This is nowhere near the first time that Kaken has used his quirk on him, but it's never burned this badly. Over the ringing in his ears, Izuku can hear the muffled laughter of Kaken and his friends as they leave the room. Bile creeps up his throat, both from the pain and the smell of his own seared flesh, and Izuku stumbles into the bathroom, barely making it to the toilet in time to empty the contents of his stomach. With shaky legs, Izuku walks to the sinks and rinses his mouth before bracing himself to look at the damage to his back. It's not an easy task, given the location of the wounds, but Izuku manages to catch a glimpse of the angry, red skin peeking through the singed holes of his uniform. They are going to be nearly impossible to dress with bandages and will absolutely scar. Undressing from the waist up, Izuku twists his neck around to get a better look at the burns in the mirror. They are most concentrated on the inner half of his shoulder blades with pointed sections feathering up and out across his shoulders, almost resembling wings. Izuku looks back to the mangled uniform in his hands and decides to toss it. There's really no patching it at this point. Instead, he does his best to gingerly wrap bandages around the fresh burns, hissing in pain as the cotton gauze presses against them. Izuku thankfully always has first aid supplies in his school bag, a lesson he learned early on. He also pulls out a fresh t-shirt to wear home, another item that has become a necessity. He stifles his cries of pain as he eases the shirt down over the bandages and lets his tears fall silently down his face. He settles on holding his bag instead of carrying it on his shoulder, the pain of the bandages and his shirt already enough to make him see starbursts of light at the edges of his vision. But this is all okay. Izuku can keep pretending for a little longer. No, he can't. He just needs to go home and sleep it off. When he wakes up, the burn will already be healing and it probably won't hurt as bad, and it's Friday, so he'll have the weekend to recover even more, and Kaken might even go easy on him when he gets back. Izuku nods to himself, trying to cement the flimsy lies he has to string together to make his life seem even remotely bearable. Yeah, Izuku thinks, I can do this. Just one more year of middle school. Izuku lets his thoughts drift to unrealistic fantasies of new schools and classmates who like him even after they find out he's under-evolved. His body is on autopilot as he leaves the school, fishing his analysis journal out of the fountain as he goes, and makes his way through the worsening neighborhoods that lead to his parking garage. It's one of Izuku's favorite things to do. He can just tune out the world around him and pretend a little longer. He doesn't know how much longer he can pretend. Unfortunately for Izuku, this means that he doesn't hear the sewer grate open in the tunnel or the garbled voice that makes a promise to turn the boy into a perfect meat suit. No, Izuku knows nothing of his fast-approaching fate until a cool, slimy sensation envelopes his arm. Izuku freezes mid-step, snapping his head down to look at the swampy green sludge curling around his wrist and forearm. Wah? Izuku doesn't get the chance to finish his question before that same sludge floods his mouth, forcing its way down his throat. On instinct, Izuku tries to lurch forward and spit it out, but the force behind the slime is too much. Izuku flails around, frantically trying to find something solid to push away, but he can barely move, and when he does, the sludge just gives way and Izuku's hands push deeper into the blob. Izuku feels tendrils of the cold viscous liquid curl around his torso, pulling him deeper into the mass. The slime in his throat is completely blocking his airway and Izuku doesn't know how long it's been since he took a breath, but he does know that the edges of his vision are turning black and fuzzy. His arms and legs feel like lead and he can't move much anymore. Oh, Izuku thinks, this feels kind of nice on my burn. Maybe this isn't so bad. Just as Izuku's eyes fall shut, a booming voice echoes through the tunnel, but he can't tell what they are saying. There's too much slime in his ears. He can't really bring himself to care anyway. Izuku is so tired. He's good at pretending. Great even. He has managed to get by for 4 years on pretending. But here he is, presented with an opportunity for a way out, without him ever having to admit he wants it to end. Izuku won't have to stop pretending and acknowledge the thought that has been dwelling in the back of his mind for so long. So Izuku relaxes and says a silent thank you to the sludge that has made the decision for him. Izuku has no idea what happens next. He goes from peacefully drifting away 1 second, to violently coughing and heaving up bits of sewage on his hands and knees the next. "For I am here," is all Izuku manages to catch as he knocks sludge out of his ears. Lifting his eyes to his apparent savior, Izuku freezes, mouth falling open. The All Might. Izuku has mostly gotten rid of his stutter, but he was just saved by Japan's #1 hero. Sue him for stumbling over his words. He wishes All Might hadn't saved him. "Sorry I let you get caught up in all this, my boy." The pro bellows, hands on his hips in a classic hero pose. "Don't worry about it." Izuku responds in a daze. "Fantastic. Now, if you're alright," All Might turns and crouches down, as if he is about to jump, but Izuku can't let his idol leave quite yet. "Wait, I just want to ask you one question," Izuku says, struggling to stand. He knows it's stupid, but if he can just hear All Might tell him, "Yeah," maybe Izuku will be able to pretend a little longer. Wobbling as he takes a step forward, arm outstretched to get the hero's attention, Izuku stumbles. He doesn't realize what he's grabbed onto for support until it's too late. All Might is already in the air, practically flying above the rooftops. Izuku can't help the scream he lets out as he watches the ground grow further and further away. This catches All Might's attention, the hero looking down, seemingly surprised to see a child hanging off his leg. "Let go, boy," All Might says, shaking his leg to try and rid himself of the stowaway. Izuku grips on tighter, wrapping his legs around the hero. "If I let go now, I'll die," he yells over the wind. The pro relents his efforts to unlatch the boy, apparently just now realizing the current situation. Instead, All Might shifts his grip to hold onto the back of Izuku's shirt in an effort to protect the boy. All this really serves to do is send shooting pain across Izuku's back, the hero's fist digging agonizingly into his burns. Izuku grits his teeth and does his best to ignore it for the duration of their flight. When the pair lands on a rooftop, Izuku collapses to his knees, sking in air through his nose while keeping his mouth pressed tightly shut. He refuses to show how weak he is in front of All Might. "That was reckless, child," the pro says, walking to the edge of the roof, presumably preparing to leave again. "Wait, please, All Might, just one question." Izuku can't let the hero go yet. He needs to hear him say it. He can't keep pretending without at least something to cling to. "Fine, citizen. I will answer your question, but make it quick, I have hero duties to attend to," All Might says, coughing into his fist. "Of course. I know it's stupid to ask, but, well, here goes. Can I be a hero? Even without a quirk? Kids at school are mean to me. They say I can't, and I know I'll never be as great as you, but I'll be able to help at least a few people, right?" Izuku shifts his gaze between his idol's eyes, preparing for the generic, PR-approved response of course. Anyone can be a hero. Follow your dreams. It's not much, it's just what every hero says when asked if anyone can be a hero, but Izuku knows that it will be enough to let him pretend. He'll be able to cling to the words of his idol telling him not to give up. He'll be able to face Kaken as many times as he needs to until he graduates. He'll be able to ignore the voice in the back of his mind telling him to no. What? Izuku's whole body freezes, expectant smile slowly slipping off his face. No? I'm sure you try your best, but really you should give up that dream and pick something more realistic. You need to be strong to be a hero, and quirkless people just aren't. I'm sorry, my boy. All Might walks past Izuku, clapping him on the shoulder as he does. Izuku doesn't even react to the burning pain that flares at the contact, eyes unfocused. He doesn't turn to watch the hero leave. It's okay. He can still pretend. It's okay. It's okay. Izuku feels the tears dripping onto his hands before he realizes he is crying. Frantically wiping his cheeks, Izuku stands up and takes a deep breath. He can't let himself feel the impact of all of this right now. If he does, Izuku's eyes drift over to the ledge of the roof. If you want a quirk so bad, pray that you'll have one in your next life, and take a swan dive off the roof. Izuku squeezes his eyes shut and shakes his head, trying to disperse the thoughts. As he retreats from the roof, taking the stairs down, Izuku reframes everything that just happened. He didn't want to be killed by the sludge villain. He was just exhausted and delusional from lack of oxygen. All Might didn't tell him to give up on his dream. The hero just made Izuku realize that being a hero isn't really what he wants to do when he grows up. His idol didn't call him weak. He just means that, as the symbol of peace, no one really compares to him. Izuku is a master of pretending. Reality is now bearable, twisted into a palatable almost truth. Making his way out of the building and back towards the direction of the parking garage, Izuku hears an explosion. Not just any explosion. This particular sound is one that Izuku is all too familiar with and is usually paired with yelling, swearing, and blonde hair. And it's coming from just a few streets over. Following the flow of the crowd, Izuku finds himself behind a police barricade, watching his former best friend struggle against the same slime that had attacked him earlier. But, hadn't All Might defeated that villain? Surely the #1 hero wouldn't let something as dangerous as that get away. The realization settles over Izuku, the cold burn of shame covering the entirety of his being. It's Izuku's fault. Izuku must have made All Might drop the bottles containing the villain, and now Kaken is in danger. Panic creeps into his chest as he looks to the pro heroes standing around. Why is no one helping? Kaken always said Izuku would never be able to save anyone, and that may be true, but Izuku refuses to be the reason someone is hurt. Before he even has a chance to second-guess himself, Izuku is sprinting forward, a singular goal in mind. Don't let Kaken die. There has to be something. Some weakness. Everything has a weakness. Izuku thinks, eyes darting all over the villain, locking in on its eyes. There. Izuku swings his bag as hard as he can, hoping to still have some accuracy with his shoulders in the state they are, and lets it sail through the air. The bag's corner finds its target, jabbing into the villain's eye. The sludge rears back, seemingly in pain, and pulls away from Kaken's face for a moment. The blonde coughs and gulps down a few breaths of air before the tendrils of sewage wrap around his face again. Izuku doesn't relent, clawing at whatever he can reach in an effort to keep Kaken alive until a pro steps in. But of course, just as was the case when he was attacked, Izuku's hands glide through the villain, unable to make any difference. Apparently tired of the nuisance that is Midoriya Izuku, the villain creates an arm from its amorphous body, aiming a blow at the boy. Izuku doesn't allow himself to stop, however, his efforts to pry the villain away from Kaken never faltering. Whatever happens to him is inconsequential. The blow never comes, though, a strong arm guarding Izuku's body, and he looks up to see All Might standing beside him. The hero reaches into the sludge and grabs Kaken's arm before using a Detroit smash to force the villain off of the boy, pulling both boys behind him at the same time. Izuku looks over to Kaken. The boy is clearly exhausted and scraped up, but he's salve. Izuku did it. He didn't let anyone get seriously hurt or killed. Izuku might not have been the one to actually save him, but he helped. Foolish child. You could have been killed. Not to mention that you inconvenienced every pro here by adding another at-risk civilian to the mix, Pro Hero Death Arm says, pulling Izuku roughly to the side. Do you even have a quirk that is suited to help in this situation? No, sir. But I wasn't just going in without a plan. I aimed for the villain's eye on purpose. Izuku tried to reason. He knows he is just a quirkless weakling, but he helped, right? If you saw all these pros with strong quirks, unable to do anything, why would you think you could ever? Izuku stops listening. He's heard this all before, he knows where it's going and he doesn't care to hear it again. Instead, he listens into what the pros are telling Kaken. You are so brave, kid. And that quirk. Man, as strong as you are, I can't wait to see the kind of hero you'll become. Say, make sure to check out my agency when it comes time for internships. You're gonna go to a hero school, right? Yeah, that seems about right. Kaken and his amazing quirk were able to last a lot longer than Izuku had, fighting back until a pro finished off the villain. A smack to the side of his head brings Izuku's attention back to the hero who was scolding him. Are you even listening, kid? Death Arms asks, giving Izuku a wide-eyed, exasperated look. Rolling his eyes, the pro waves the boy off as he turns away. Just get out of here. Right, Izuku is probably in their way. The boy stands up and, for the third time today, tries to make his way back to his parking garage. He pretends that the day's events were tiring and he just needs to get back home to rest. He's not emotionally and mentally exhausted. He's just sleepy. Pretending isn't as easy as it used to be, but Izuku can do it for just a little longer. Oi, Deku! He can't keep pretending. Izuku turns to face his classmate who apparently followed him. He can't keep pretending. Yes, Kaken? The blonde looks at him with nothing but disgust and malice. He can't keep pretending. Just so you know, you did nothing to help today. I didn't need you. You just got in the way and you'll never be a hero. Just give up already. Kaken yells before shoving past him. Izuku feels something inside him shatter and he can't keep pretending. One by one, the careful lies and half-truths and fantasies come crumbling down and Izuku can't pretend any longer. No more pretending that he isn't lonely and homesick. No more pretending that Kaken, Katsuki, is his friend. No more pretending that he will be able to make new friends and go to a new school and be normal and wanted and loved. No more pretending that he is okay. No more pretending he wants to live. Izuku is so desperately, indescribably tired. And he doesn't want to do this anymore. He forces his feet to carry him just a little further. If he can just make it a little further, he can finally be finished. He doesn't know how long he walks or really how he got here, but the next time he is aware of his surroundings, he is on the pedestrian walkway of a bridge. All the sounds around him are muffled and he can hardly feel the radiating heat from the wings of scars Katsuki gave him. Had that really just been earlier today? Funny, Izuku thinks as he climbs on top of the railing, Katsuki gave me these wings, but they won't help me fly. Izuku looks down at the water below. There are large rocks rising above the surface near the base of the support beams. Double-checking the height to be sure it's enough to finally end it all, he pauses. No, this isn't right, Izuku thinks, turning around to face away from the ledge. That's better. Katsuki shoves his fists in his pockets as he walks away from Deku and the scene of the villain attack. He feels his face scrunch in embarrassment, shame and jealousy, three ugly emotions that he will never admit he feels. Especially not to Deku. Embarrassment from the fact that not only was he weak enough to get captured in the first place, but that he had to be saved by fucking Deku. Shame at knowing he and his stupid, destructive quirk caused damage to the city and heroes. Jealousy that Deku, quirkless and weak, was able to save Katsuki's life. Katsuki knew he was about to suffocate, he was on the brink of death, and there came Deku, putting his life on the line to protect him. Deku acted like a hero today and it drove Katsuki mad. Katsuki bellows, kicking a rock as he makes his way to where the two extras are waiting for him. You okay, Bakugo? Extra number 1 asks, looking up from his phone. Obviously I'm fine, Katsuki says, turning his face to the side. Let's just effing go to the arcade or whatever. He turns to leave without checking to see if they follow. You know, extra number 2 calls from somewhere behind him, I thought you and Deku were friends when you were kids. Don't you think you went a little hard on him today? Katsuki flinches. He really hadn't meant to burn him as badly as he had, but his quirk can be hard to regulate. If he doesn't burn it off, the nitroglycerin builds up, and he hadn't used his quirk all day. So when he went to shove Deku, of course I didn't. That useless F needed to learn his place. I was just reminding him. The rest of Katsuki's words get stuck in his throat. Is that Deku? Extra number 1 practically whispers. There, on the railing of the bridge in front of them, is Deku. He is loosely holding onto the pole, as if not really concerned about keeping himself stable, and staring down at the water. Katsuki shifts his eyes to the river, some 75 meters below, putting together the pieces into a picture that he prays he is wrong about. If you want a quirk so bad, pray that you'll have one in your next life, and take a swan dive off the roof. Just give up. His own words echo in his head as he drags his eyes back up to his classmate. He wouldn't, right? Yeah, Katsuki has said some pretty horrible things, but Deku wouldn't really. Just as Katsuki is about to panic, Deku shifts his stance, turning away from the ledge. See, Katsuki thinks, I knew he wouldn't actually. Deku lets go of the post entirely, gently lifting his arms out from his sides. He tilts his head back, closing his eyes, and for a second it just looks like he is enjoying the warm evening air. Then he tips back. Katsuki finds that his legs are apparently made of concrete and firmly affixed to the ground, as all he is able to do is watch as a mess of green curls plummets downward. All 3 boys stand in silence for a few seconds before a dull crack pierces the air. It's a sickening sound that Katsuki doesn't think he will ever be able to forget. He brings a hand to his mouth. Surely he is screaming and just can't hear it, but no. His lips are closed and he hasn't made a sound since they got there. With trembling legs, Katsuki forces himself forward, walking onto the bridge, to the spot Deku was just at. Gripping the railing with white knuckles, the blonde slowly peers over the edge. Katsuki can't breathe. On the large rock that protrudes from the base of the bridge lies a body. A tiny mess of green hair and mangled limbs, now doused in too much red. The red trails down the rock and leaks into the river water. Katsuki stares with burning, tear-filled eyes as Deku's body slides down the rock before creating ripples as it joins the rushing water. He turns away from the sight, raking his hands through his hair and pulling at it as he slides down the railing. He doesn't know which of the extras called the police or when they got there, but suddenly Katsuki finds himself being wrapped in a blanket as police lights tint the colors of everything around him. He also doesn't know who called his mom, but she is crouching in front of him. She isn't crying, but her eyes look glossy and her eyebrows are drawn together in concern. It's an unfamiliar look on her, and Katsuki doesn't like it. "Mom." Katsuki manages, voice catching at the end, and more tears spill over. "I think I did a bad thing." Izuku is cold. He is cold and he is alive and he is hungry and he is tired. Why is he so tired? No, wait, better question, why is he live? Izuku knows he should be dead. He remembers the bridge and the river below and he remembers making his decisions, so why the hell is he alive? Izuku takes in his surroundings, trying to piece together what happened. He's on a familiar beach with trash heaps spotting the shoreline. Okay, Takoba Beach. That makes sense. The river under the bridge that Izuku jumped from empties into this cove, so it seems perfectly reasonable that his body would wash up here. But that's the thing, Izuku's body. He should be dead and it should be a lifeless corpse that lays here right now, so why is Izuku hungry and tired and cold? Izuku takes a deep, frustrated breath. Think logically, he tells himself. A difficult task given his current state. He is shivering, absolutely starving, completely exhausted, and struggling to catch his breath. Even sitting still. There had to be someone with a very strong healing quirk right there. Or maybe someone with a quirk that cushioned my fall. But then why wouldn't they fish me out of the water after they kept me from dying? Izuku finds himself slipping back into his old mumbling habit. Before he can get too far down a rabbit hole, he feels his stomach cramp in hunger. Okay, food first, then a nap, then figure out what happened, Izuku decides, slowly standing up in the sand with unsure legs. Out of habit, he goes to grab his school bag, but finds the area around him barren. Fantastic. Izuku is now alive, despite his best efforts, hungry, and missing his phone and wallet. Meaning food from the convenience store at the end of the street isn't an option. Normally, he would just go back to his parking garage and eat some of the food he keeps on hand there. Izuku wobbles in the sand and forces his eyes to stay open. His hunger cramps are starting to feel like the kind he used to get when his mom first started ditching him for days at a time without any food in the house or grocery money. Izuku sighs, not proud of the decision he's just arrived at. He all but drags himself to the convenience store that he stops by quite often on his way home from work, nearly collapsing several times. Izuku's vision is blurry from exhaustion and he is shivering so violently that the slightly uneven slabs of the sidewalk are enough to pose a genuine obstacle. Eventually, Izuku makes it to the shop and slips inside as quietly as he can. No one is at the register at the moment, so Izuku takes this as his opportunity, grabbing a sandwich and a bottle of water and shoving them down his pants. Not exactly where he would like his dinner to be, but he doesn't have much of a choice, given that all he is wearing is a thin t-shirt and his school uniform pants. Saying a quiet apology to the store owners, Izuku dips back outside and down the nearest alley. He sinks to the floor behind a dumpster, blocking anyone on the street from seeing him. Izuku wastes no time tearing into the sandwich, eating it like it's his first meal in days. Izuku pauses mid-chew at that thought. Is this his first meal in days? How long was he out for? Izuku looks up at the sky, the sun shining high above, signaling that it is probably around noon. It had been sunset when he jumped, so it's at least the next day. Theoretically, whoever's quirk it was that kept him, annoyingly, alive might have also knocked him out for a while. He shrugs and finishes his sandwich, downing the water in a few long gulps. Whatever it is, I'll figure it out when I wake up, Izuku thinks, already feeling his eyelids droop. He crosses his arms and leans back against the brick building behind him, getting comfortable before allowing himself to drift off. When Izuku wakes, he has to blink for a while as his eyes adjust. It's pitch black out now, probably close to midnight, and the air has a slight chill. Well, at least Izuku feels like it does. He's still shivering, though not as badly now. He gets up, dusting off his pants, and makes his way back home. Although he is not nearly as exhausted as he was before his impromptu alley nap, he still feels pretty drained. Yeah, this is definitely a quirk side effect. When I figure out who is responsible for my continued existence, Izuku thinks, I'm gonna kill them, and then myself. Which is incredibly annoying that I have to do it again. Izuku wraps his arms around himself to fight off the chill as he rounds the corner to the street that his parking garage is on. He does a quick check to make sure no one is following him before dipping into the opening to the underground garage. He doesn't really think anyone is following him, but Izuku has always been cautious about the location of his home. The old storage room that Izuku had turned into his home is on the 3rd level down, right next to the door to the stairwell. Usually, he likes the spot he chose to set up as a home base. It's down far enough that no one will find it by accident if they wander into the parking garage. It's underground, so it thermoregulates fairly well, meaning it doesn't get too hot in the summer or too cold in the winter, even without heating or air conditioning. It's also not so far down that he dreads making the trek up to go to work or school. Today, however, shivering and somehow still tired and hungry, Izuku finds himself cursing his choices as he struggles down the final flight of stairs to his floor. Pushing the door of the stairwell shut behind him, Izuku rests his back against the cool metal of the door, catching his breath. He pauses then, realizing he barely feels a dull ache across his shoulders where his burns should be. The quirk that kept him alive must have also healed any current wounds. Though, based on the tender skin, it probably still scarred. Izuku huffs out a breath, pushing off the door of the stairwell and opening the door to his room. He makes his way to the love seat and collapses into it, resting his head on the back. Sure, the bed was only a few steps more, but Izuku really couldn't be bothered with the effort, so here is good. He lazily grabs the blanket draped over the back of the love seat, wrapping it around himself as he lays over, settling into the cushions. Izuku has no idea what time it is when he wakes again, given that he is underground and freshly deprived of his phone. He stands and stretches, yawning as he goes. Izuku is surprised to find that he is mostly back to normal now, albeit a little hungry still. The teen shuffles to the pantry cabinet, pulling out a meal replacement bar before settling down at the small table. He opens the laptop that he keeps there, preparing to research exactly what could have happened to him when he jumped. His laptop was a gift from one of the bullies at school. He doesn't like the idea of stealing, but this particular kid was always bragging that his parents were rich. So, when the opportunity presented itself, a laptop mysteriously disappeared from that kid's bag and Izuku now keeps it at home so no one recognizes it as the missing one. Taking a bite of his meal bar, Izuku opens up a search tab and navigates to the Quirk Registry Index for Muzurufu. Not exactly public records, but Izuku has always been rather resourceful. When you love quirks as much as Izuku does, hacking into minimum security websites like the local government Quirk Registry are a fun, challenging weekend project. He starts with healing quirks. While he originally theorized that it could be that someone cushioned his fall, he has since changed his mind. He was conscious for the entirety of his fall, and he didn't see or feel anything that could have held him up. He also can't think of a reason that a quirk like that would have this many negative effects. So, healing quirk it is. It would have to be incredibly powerful. Izuku had been careful about picking where he jumped from and where he would land. That bridge was at least 75 meters above the water, meaning that, even if he missed the rocks and landed in the water, a fall from that height is still lethal. Scrolling through the listed quirks, Izuku easily weeds through the majority. Most are minor healing quirks, most likely not able to heal a single broken bone in one sitting. The rest can be ruled out due to activation requirements. Recovery Girl, for example, has to make physical contact through a kiss to activate her quirk. Given that Izuku was, again, 75 meters from the nearest possible person, physical activation is out of the question. Izuku makes it to the bottom of the list and pauses. Now, there's always a possibility that someone happened to be on that bridge with an unregistered quirk or possibly visiting from a nearby prefecture. But the odds of that are low enough to be considered null. He pops the last of his meal bar in his mouth, leaning back in his chair. He laces his fingers behind his head as he thinks, a hypothesis forming. No one with an eligible healing quirk. No other signs of interference. No one at the scene. Except Izuku. Izuku ponders aloud. He gets up and grabs his pocket knife from the bedside table. Might as well try again, I suppose. I'm either right or I get to be dead. Win-win. Sort of. Izuku sits on the floor, crossing his legs. He opens the pocket knife and holds it to his wrist. Taking a deep breath, Izuku drags the knife up his forearm, nearly all the way to his inner elbow, before repeating on the other arm. It stings, but it's nothing worse than Izuku is used to. He watches as the blood bubbles up to the surface, beating along the deep cuts, before spilling over. He stares, with mild fascination, as the blood streams down his arms, pooling in his hands before dripping onto the floor. Izuku continues to watch until his vision gets blurry and he feels lightheaded. If his theory is correct, he died on impact last time, meaning he never felt what it's like to die. It's not all that bad. He's cold and disoriented, probably from blood loss. His clothes feel strange, clinging to him as they become soaked in blood, but he can't bring himself to care. Izuku simply lays back, resting his head on the concrete floor, staring up at the single utility light that hardly ever works. It's on now, and Izuku smiles lazily up at it. Yeah, dying isn't all that bad. Izuku comes to, gasping as he shoots upright. He looks down at his clothes, sticking to him with only partially dried blood. He lifts his wrists and finds 2 fresh, pink scars running up the length of his forearms. You've got to be kidding me, Izuku scoffs, shaking his head. He only has a moment to take in the fact that he is alive before he starts shivering violently. Somehow, much worse than last time. Izuku does his best to strip out of the wet clothes, tripping his way over to the clothes rack to pull on a hoodie and sweats, the warmest things he saw, before making his way back to his bed and slipping beneath the covers. Okay, Izuku thinks, teeth chattering far too much to think out loud the way he likes. I have a quirk. Huh. Izuku laughs tiredly, thanks for the advice, Katsuki. Just like last time, it isn't long until Izuku passes out. Apparently rising from the dead is a very draining hobby. When he wakes again, he is shivering less, though he is still shaking enough to make opening his bag of chips difficult. Izuku manages it eventually, scarfing down the contents in record time before grabbing another meal replacement bar from his pantry. As he sits on the floor next to the pantry eating his bar, he stares at the large pool of blood. It's still wet, meaning he couldn't have been out for more than an hour or so. But the last time he woke up, it had been at least 12 hours. Maybe something to do with the trauma to the body relating to the injury. Jumping from a bridge would cause more complicated injuries than simple blood loss from clean cuts. But if it took less time to come back, why the worse symptoms this time around? Izuku is freezing, breaking out in a cold sweat, out of breath like he just ran a marathon, and still tired despite having just woken up. Holding part of his meal bar in his mouth, Izuku crawls to the bookshelf to pull out a fresh notebook. He thinks best when he is writing. Izuku opens to the first page and begins the notebook he never thought he'd be able to make, his own quirk analysis. He begins with writing down what he knows. Izuku looks down to the brand new stripes of pink winding up his arms. He didn't notice any new scars from jumping, but then again, that would have caused mostly internal damage. Izuku taps his pencil to his chin. He thinks back to the drawbacks and side effects of the other healing quirks in the database. They usually draw from the stamina of the one being healed, but given that he is healing himself, he looks down at the information he has so far. It's not complete by any means, but it's somewhere to start. He places the notebook back on the bookshelf before crawling back into bed. As he drifts off, Izuku looks at the blood on the floor, frowning. That's gonna stain, he mumbles as his eyes flutter shut. All this nap-taking and passing out is really throwing off Izuku's internal clock. He groans as he sits up, once again feeling much better, though not back to normal. The first thing he notices, however, is that he has never had to pee this badly in his life. Izuku stumbles out of bed and out the door to the restrooms that are, annoyingly, all the way on the other side of the parking garage. Really, they aren't that far away. Maybe only 20 meters? But, if Izuku's estimations are correct, he hasn't gone to the bathroom in roughly 48 hours. Although, maybe those stories of people who PSS themselves when they die are true. Izuku grimaces as he opens the bathroom door. He hopes that's not true. Either way, he needs a shower, given how much blood is still crusted to him. He'll have to check and see what day it is. If it's the weekend, he might be able to sneak into the school bathrooms to have his shower. Once Izuku finishes in the bathroom, he makes his way back to his room. He stands in the doorway, staring daggers at the pool of blood on the floor. Izuku is still pretty fatigued and mopping up a blood puddle isn't exactly sounding very appealing right now. Accepting what he needs to do, Izuku grabs the already ruined clothes that he had on when he died, using them as rags to sop up the majority of the mess before throwing them away. He takes a few napkins, wiping up what's left before tossing those too. He stares at the remaining streaks of blood, debating what to do. He shrugs, turning away. I'll get a rug, he decides, floor's stained anyway. He plops down in his chair, opening his laptop once again. The clock and date in the corner states that it is 10 in the morning and Monday. Izuku hasn't missed a day of school since he was 9, but he supposes that dying twice is a good enough reason to take a break. He decides to treat himself with his favorite pastime, looking through news articles for any hero fights worth analyzing. Izuku pulls up the local news website and only gets a few stories down before his eyes lock on a headline. Sludge villain victim witnesses a tragedy. Izuku clicks on the article, knowing it has to be about Katsuki. Izuku was never interviewed at the scene of the sludge villain's attack, so that only leaves Katsuki. His eyes scan the article. Bokugu Katsuki, a local middle school student, can't seem to catch a break. Izuku tilts his head as he continues to read. What happened after the attack? After bravely surviving a villain attack, Bokugu had to bear witness to something no child should have to see. The teen was walking to an arcade with friends when he came across a classmate on a bridge. Izuku's mouth falls open slightly as he rakes his eyes over the next paragraph. There's no way this is talking about what he thinks it is. The classmate, unnamed for their privacy, jumped from the bridge, committing suicide. While no body was recovered, the circumstances and witness reports have led police to declare the victim dead. Aged the victim, a quirkless, was known by Bokugu, according to the two other witnesses present. Izuku can't believe it. He laughs, a tired thing with no real humor behind it. Izuku feels the tears well up in his eyes as he shuts his laptop. He died, and Katsuki is still the main focus. Izuku is nothing more than an unnamed tragic side character in the story that is Bokugu Katsuki's rise to stardom. Katsuki swings his legs idly from where they hang off the fallen tree that acts as a natural bridge over the stream. He's been coming here a lot, ever since. Yeah. It's become a routine for Katsuki. For the past 2 weeks, as soon as he gets out of school, he makes his way to this spot and thinks. Sometimes about the horrible things he has done. Sometimes about that night. Always about him. Katsuki brings one leg up, wrapping his arms around it and resting his cheek on his knee. His school bag hangs from his shoulder. It feels a lot heavier with the extra journal it holds, but Katsuki is used to the weight. He has carried that journal with him everywhere since that night. It Wash's most prized possession. As much as he wishes he could just be angry, an emotion that Katsuki is very familiar with, he just isn't. Well, at least Katsuki is not angry at anyone else. That doesn't mean he hasn't been lashing out. Of course he has. He has yelled at his parents, lackeys, teachers. He's thrown things and exploded furniture. Anger is his default setting after all. But never once has any of that been from anger at the other person. Instead, Katsuki is angry at himself. Rightfully so, he reminds himself. He knows that. Katsuki looks down at the shallow stream, remembering what he always comes here to remember, a hand, outstretched and genuine. And a boy, smiling through the insults. Why Katsuki couldn't just accept the hand, he'll never understand. An alarm from his phone jars Katsuki from his thoughts. He fishes it out of his pocket, staring at the notification label before shutting it off. The blonde wastes no time standing, making his way carefully back across the log, before heading back into town. Katsuki was never one to be late for an appointment. His mother offered to come, of course, but Katsuki asked to do this alone. He can barely admit he needs this, let alone have an audience for it. This hadn't been his idea, but it became increasingly clear that it was probably necessary. He stands at the entrance of the narrow brick building in front of him, double-checking the address before pushing open the front door. He takes a second to survey the room and get his bearings before making his way up to the front desk. Appointment for Bokugu Katsuki, he says, drumming his finger on the counter. The receptionist hums in understanding as he types something into the computer. Ah yes, you're right on time. She's ready for you if you'd like to head on back. Second door on the right. Katsuki merely grunts in response as he turns to head down the hallway. The door in question is cracked slightly, so he doesn't bother with knocking before letting himself in. The door is creaky though, and the woman in the room turns towards the door at the sound. She has muted dark blue-gray skin and long pastel coral-colored hair. Her clothes are flowy and soft shades of pink and sage. She wears dainty gold jewelry, including several earrings that run up the length of her pointed elf-like ears. She is chubby and wearing a genuine smile that dimples her cheeks while her eyes remain closed and everything about her seems soft. She looks like the kind of person who likes to give hugs. Katsuki does not like hugs. Can I help you? The lady asks, not getting up from her chair. Even her voice is soft. Yeah, I'm Bokugu Katsuki. I'm here for my appointment with Dr. Mori or whatever. Katsuki doesn't wait to be invited to sit before making his way to the chair opposite the woman, resting his bag in his lap. I'm assuming that's you? When Katsuki speaks, her head snaps in his direction and she shifts in her chair to properly face Katsuki. Yes, that's me. Although, feel free to call me Akatsuki, if that makes you more comfortable. Whichever you prefer. Katsuki grimaces. He's never been one to care about politeness or honorifics, but calling her by her given name seems too NTMT. So how does this FING therapy thing work, Mori? Well, that's really up to you. We can talk about something as basic as your day if you just want to get used to the setting, or we could dive into why you decided to make your appointment. I know nothing other than that you checked off the boxes indicating you experienced a traumatic event, Mori says, and Katsuki's grimace deepens. He didn't like making what happened sound like it happened to Katsuki. He knows he isn't the victim in this, but his mom had been the one to make the appointment. She doesn't know what Katsuki has done. So, to her, Katsuki has just witnessed his best friend since childhood. Please, feel free to tell me as little or as much as you'd like, Mori says, still facing Katsuki, though she hasn't opened her eyes once. And because Katsuki has never had a filter, he blurts out, "Why don't you fucking look at me?" He cringes inwardly a bit at that. Probably wasn't the right foot to start out with for his new therapist. Mori, however, doesn't seem fazed by this. "Oh, I suppose I should explain that, yes. I'm blind and a bit sensitive to light, so I choose to keep my eyes closed," Mori explains. Even though she doesn't act bothered, Katsuki can't help but feel a little awkward for drawing attention to it. But, because Katsuki didn't learn his lesson the first time, he shoots off a follow-up question. "That got something to do with your quirk?" Not really. I could explain my quirk, if you'd like, though," Mori offers, again unfazed by Katsuki's tactless nature. Katsuki shrugs and gives a half nod before he realizes she can't see him. "Yeah, sure," he huffs out. "My quirk is called Memory Vault. Basically, I remember every single thing I hear, whether I like it or not, and I can easily sort through and recall those memories when I choose to. Which is why you won't see me taking notes during our sessions," Mori says, pulling one leg comfortably up into the plush chair she is sitting in. Katsuki nods to himself. Good, so it's not one of those creepy FING emotion-sensing quirks that you hear about therapists using. FING rooting around in people's brains and sheet. Mori tilts her head at that. "Is there a reason you wouldn't want me to be able to read your emotions?" Now, Katsuki knows he made the decision to agree to this appointment, and this seemingly nice enough therapist is only doing her job, but years of knee-jerk reactions and an explosive temper don't magically go away just because he knows he isn't. But maybe, 'cause I don't need a hag like you in my effing head. Katsuki snaps. Anger really is an emotion he is too familiar with, always choosing it for its reliable response. People either get mad in return or they get hurt. It either ends in a fight, which Katsuki knows how to handle, or they leave and Katsuki doesn't have to worry about the situation anymore. Mori, however, doesn't seem to follow Katsuki's rules. She doesn't yell back or cry or tell him to leave. Instead, she responds as if Katsuki hadn't raised his voice at all and had just given a genuine answer. "If you don't feel ready to discuss your emotions, why make an appointment with me? There's no pressure to talk, of course, but that is what I'm here for. I only want to help you. Sometimes, we feel as if we don't deserve that help, but please hear me when I tell you that you do," Mori says, folding her hands in her lap. Katsuki doesn't know what to do with a response like that. He feels tears prick along his lashes, but they have the decency not to fall just yet. Katsuki swallows hard, dropping his gaze to his bag resting in his lap. He's never been one to back down from a challenge, but if this wasn't challenging. He takes a breath to hopefully steady his voice. Katsuki stops, clenching his jaw and forcing the tears not to fall. "I'm sorry. That might have been a bit of a loaded first question. We can try something else." "No." Katsuki interrupts. He can do this, and knowing that she can't see him somehow makes it easier, like there's less of an audience for his weakness. "No, I can answer that. I'm not great at FANG, verbalizing, or whatever, but I can do it. I don't want you to know what my real emotions are because I didn't want to acknowledge what they are." "Why would you not want people to recognize what those emotions really are?" Mori asks, entirely genuine. Katsuki has been rude and aggressive and hostile and argumentative and insulting from the moment he walked in here, and yet she treats him with gentle smiles and a soft voice. She reminds Katsuki of him. Katsuki feels the first tears spill over at that thought and he roughly wipes it away. "What if," he starts, his voice breaking a bit, "what if everyone finds out that he'd always been better than me?" Mori's expression changes, something that's hard to place but unmistakably sad, not responding right away. "That who is better than you?" He shakes his head, more to himself than anything. I can't, I don't know what to call him." "You don't know his name?" "I know his name. I always FING did. But I refused to call him anything but a horrible of an insult for so long. Do I even deserve to say his name anymore?" Katsuki is well and truly crying now, though he hardly makes a sound, his tears falling silently without having to care about who could see. You could always ask this person what name they would prefer. Don't you get it? He's dead. He's dead, and I hadn't called him his real name since we were 4. So what the f do I call him now? I can't keep calling him that stupid effing insult, but what right do I have to say his given name after all this time? Katsuki yells, no anger in his voice. It's something closer to desperation. I don't even have the right to mourn him. It's all my fault. All of it. And I can't take it back now. It's too late. We always said we'd be heroes together, and you turned into his villain. So how can I just go back to calling him by his name, as if nothing happened? Katsuki is panting by the time he finishes, clutching his bag to his chest. His tears are no longer silent, his unsure voice and gasping breaths making it impossible to hide. Without saying a word, Mori grabs the box of tissues off the table, offering them to Katsuki. He takes them, but just runs his thumb over the corner of the box rather than using them. He doesn't stop crying, but he does take a few deep breaths to get himself under control. She allows Katsuki to catch his breath and calm down a bit before speaking again. I don't know exactly what happened between you two or how this boy died, but we won't get into that today. I do know this, however. You don't earn the right to mourn. It just happens. If you are mourning, it means this person was important enough that you are feeling his loss. Or I'm just feeling guilty, Katsuki mumbles as he wipes his eyes. Yes, you probably are. And I won't tell you not to feel guilty. Based on what you've just said, you most likely should feel guilty. But that doesn't mean you aren't also genuinely mourning, Mori says. Katsuki looks down at his hands, scrunching his face a bit as he sniffles quietly. He doesn't really know how to respond to that, but thankfully, Mori doesn't make him. Do you think that if you had apologized to him when he was alive, genuinely, and showed him you were trying to do better, that he would allow you to use his given name again? Katsuki notes that she didn't ask if he thinks he would be forgiven. He pauses to think before responding. I don't know, Katsuki replies honestly, his voice rough from crying. He was kind. And more forgiving than most. He still called me a childhood nickname till the day Katsuki cuts himself off. He still can't really talk about it. He clears his throat. Yeah, he might have. Not right away, but maybe if I proved that I was doing better. Well, Mori starts, a painfully gentle smile on her face. How about this? You make a list of things that this boy would have been proud of you for. Let's say 5 things. Once you do all the things on your list, maybe you can introduce me to him by name. Katsuki finds himself smiling back at her, though his smile is a much more subtle one. Yeah, I think that's something he would have liked. Mori nods approvingly just as soft chime sounds from her wrist. She clicks a button on the side of the watch, silencing the alarm as she stands up and moves towards the door. That is all the time we have today, but that will be your homework for next week. Make your list and bring it back for next time. She holds open the door and Katsuki walks past. Sure, if anything, Mori, Katsuki offers in lieu of a real goodbye. Katsuki walks home with his hands shoved in his pockets to hide their subtle tremors. He knows his eyes are probably red-rimmed and puffy from crying, but he can't do anything to hide that. He's surprised even himself that he was able to actually talk about anything with Mori. His mother had tried to talk to him, but that always ended in screaming matches and plates thrown across the room. They love each other, but he and his mother have never been great at communicating, and his dad was too much of a crybaby for Katsuki to be able to tolerate. After a week, his mother said she had made him an appointment with a therapist, which obviously resulted in more fights. It took another week for him to calm down and come around to the idea. Katsuki will never admit it to his mother, but he actually really likes Mori. She didn't make him feel weak or exposed. She made Katsuki feel like he was fixable. Katsuki arrives at home, slipping his shoes off in the entryway and walking into the dining room where he hears the sound of dishes gently clinking together. He walks through the doorway just as his mother is plating the food for dinner. She looks up when she hears him, keeping her face carefully neutral. So, how did it go? Katsuki just grunts, not really giving an answer, but his mother knows him too well. She smirks, probably knowing that if it didn't go well, he'd be cussing out the entire household. His father arrives home right after Katsuki, joining them at the table for dinner. He doesn't even bring up the topic. If Katsuki knows his parents, they had a game plan about who would ask and then fill in the other later. Katsuki is quiet all through dinner, his parents thankfully not trying to include him in their conversation. He'd be too wrapped up in his own thoughts to participate anyway, thinking about the list he needs to make. His head feels clearer ever since he left Mori's office, and his task of making a list gave him something to hold on to. It's like he needed that clear goal, something to work towards. He excuses himself from the table early and goes to his room, bringing his school bag with him. After shutting and locking the door, he gently takes the journal from his bag, placing it on his desk. Katsuki takes a seat and stares at it as he often does. Its pages are warped from water damage and the cover is charred, the writing on the front bleeding and faded. Katsuki has never opened it. He never will. He doesn't have a right to see what is written there. He doesn't even have a right to own this. But, for some reason, the officer that took his statement said there was no one else to claim it. They were going to throw it away if Katsuki didn't take it, and the boy knew he couldn't let that happen, so he accepted it and brought it home with him from the police station. He didn't know why Auntie didn't want it, so he had asked the officer. They said that she declined all personal effects and asked that she not be notified of any updates to the case. That didn't make any sense to Katsuki. Who wouldn't want the things their dead son had treasured? When they got home, Katsuki asked his mom what was up with Auntie, but she said she hadn't talked to her in a few years, something about just growing apart. So, Katsuki now had this journal that pained him to look at but felt too important to leave on a shelf somewhere, resulting in his current situation of carrying it with him everywhere. Katsuki slides the journal over to make room on the desk, getting out his own notebook and pencil. 5 things Faith will be proud of. Katsuki can do that. Katsuki wants to do that. He starts with things he regrets the most. Using his quirk on him. Ridiculing him for being quirkless. Always beating him down, both physically and mentally. If Katsuki just does the opposite of those, that'd be somewhere to start, right? After about an hour of writing down ideas and scribbling them out and choosing what he knows will be like the best, Katsuki lifts up his paper and nods at it approvingly. Getting up from his desk, he grabs the picture frame he now keeps next to his bed. He had to ask his mom to go through old family photo albums to find it. In the picture there is a little blonde boy and a little green-haired boy, both wearing matching All Might pajamas, striking hero poses. There may be 3 or 4. Definitely not long before it all went to sheet. Katsuki takes the list he made and tapes it to the frame, covering his younger self, but not him. Katsuki looks at the list and the photo one last time, his eyes watering a bit. I promise I'll make you proud. I'll be the hero I should have been for you. 5 things to make him proud. 1. Only use quirk for hero sheet. 2. Research quirklessness. 3. No more saying I'm the best. 4. Practice saying sorry. 5. Make a friend, not just a lackey. Izuku has had a rough couple of weeks. Not that that is really anyone's fault but his own. Turns out killing yourself has unforeseen consequences when you can't seem to stay dead. Especially when you are as inquisitive as Izuku, and also still very much suicidal. He had spent the week after he realized he was legally dead, killing himself over and over in every way he could think. Well, not every way, but every way he could try at the moment. Hanging, drowning, ingesting toxic substances, electrocution. And every time he came back, recording the stats in his journal. How long it took to come back, how long he slept for right after, how intense his hunger and shock symptoms were. If he's too weak to be a hero, he might as well collect some possibly useful information about his quirk. He's still worthless, even with this quirk, but maybe if he gets enough research on it, it could be used in medical advances. Izuku even redid his first 2 attempts of jumping and bleeding out because he didn't have exact timestamps for those. On his second attempt at jumping, Izuku chose a secluded building in a practically abandoned part of town. Annoyingly, he must have hit something on the way down, perhaps a fire escape, because he now sports a scar running across his face. It starts on his right cheek, carving a line up over his nose bridge, and cutting through his left eyebrow. There is also a much smaller scar cutting through his top and bottom lip on the left side. One time he even tried starving himself, after coming back once. He didn't eat for 3 days, on top of the extreme hunger that came when he revived. Unfortunately, all that happened was he either kept dying of starvation or passing out, and the hunger cramps were getting really annoying, so he eventually gave in and ate something. Incidentally, this led to Izuku's next problem. He has now been out of food in his pantry for 2 days, and is very low on funds. His job had never paid enough to really keep any back for savings. It was always all spent on groceries and uniform replacements when Katsuki would burn another hole in one. It's not like Izuku can just show up to work, either. He is technically dead, after all. So, with no food, no money to buy food, and no way to get money, Izuku has had to get creative. After a little research, Izuku was able to find a soup kitchen nearby that is open to any kid who needs it, no questions asked. He would still need a way to get food to keep on hand for when he revives, but at least he now has a place to go for his standard meals. So, that is where Izuku finds himself this afternoon. He is walking, hands in his hoodie pockets and two recognizable hair tucked in a gray beanie, as he makes his way to the soup kitchen. He had stopped by the day before to scope it out and make sure it wasn't too crowded. For all the downsides of being dead, Izuku still doesn't want to be discovered. It's nice not having to go to school and get beat up and tormented. Plus, if they find out he's alive, they will probably throw him into the foster system, and then he won't have any freedom. So, Izuku is perfectly happy staying dead for the foreseeable future. He makes the last turn onto the street where the meal center is, adjusting his beanie to make sure most of his hair is tucked away. Walking through the entrance, Izuku is glad to see that it is just as empty as the day before. It's not so dead that his arrival draws attention to himself, but also not so crowded that he will be forced to sit next to someone. Izuku makes his way to the service line, grabbing a tray and chopsticks. The place is set up similar to a traditional cafeteria, just without the variety. There is only one option served at each meal, and today it is tonkatsu ramen. Izuku accepts his bowl and makes his way to a mostly empty table, grabbing a bottled water on the way. There's only one other person at the table, seated opposite Izuku and a couple chairs down. Izuku tears into his meal. It's not that it's that good, he is just entirely too hungry. He is about halfway through his bowl of ramen when he feels like someone is staring at him. Izuku looks up to find a pair of purple eyes locked on him. For a second, Izuku starts to panic. This boy looks about his age and could have gone to his school. Izuku doesn't recognize him, but it's not like he was the most social person. Does this kid recognize him? Is he going to report him or something? Oh God, he's about to say something. This is bad. Izuku needs to get out of. You've got a noodle stuck in your hair. Izuku freezes, looking at the lavender-haired boy across the table from him. The boy looks somewhere between annoyed and amused, but definitely not about to call the cops on a supposedly dead kid. Izuku doesn't realize he should probably respond until the boy gives him a prompting look. Oh, Izuku starts, snaking a hand up to his hair, indeed finding a noodle amongst the curls sticking out of the beanie. Thanks. Don't know how that got there. The boy snorts and rolls his eyes, probably because you were slurping down that ramen like it was your first meal in days. Now, the old Izuku, the one who pretended every day of his life, might have gotten embarrassed or ashamed. Probably would have apologized for his poor manners. But Izuku is done with all that, so instead he PPS an eyebrow at the other boy. Well, cotton candy, I am a 14-year-old kid in a soup kitchen. You think I was eating like that, 'cause it was me first meal in days? The boy's annoyed look drops, morphing into something more apologetic, before he looks down and nods a bit to himself, but he freezes, head shooting back up. Wait, cotton candy? Izuku makes a vague gesture to his head. It's pastel. It's fluffy. Cotton candy. The other boy stares at Izuku indignantly, all traces of remorse at his earlier statement wiped away. Izuku just shrugs and turns back to his food. He can hear discontented grumbling coming from across the table. Izuku doesn't really expect any more conversation after that, and it doesn't come. This soup kitchen's policy is no questions asked, for a reason. Every kid in here doesn't want to risk any personal information getting out that could link them to the reason they need a free meal. When he's finished, Izuku drops his tray off at the collection bin and heads out. His thoughts are filled with questions and strategies, trying to figure out a way to get food to keep at his place, when he hears a scream. Izuku's first instinct is to sprint towards the possible threat, to help whoever needs it. But he falters, slowing down to a complete stop. All Might was clear. Izuku can't be a hero. Those heroes at the sludge villain incident were clear. Izuku just got in the way. Katsuki was clear. Izuku isn't strong enough. He is about to turn away and head home when a thought occurs to him. Izuku has only tried killing himself. Maybe, for whatever reason, he can only revive when he is the cause of his own death. Perhaps he can be killed as long as it is by someone else. It would be a strange activation requirement, but at this point, Izuku is just praying for a way to die and stay dead, so he takes off once again. He winds his way down alleys until he comes to the apparent source of the scream. There is a woman backed against the wall, being threatened by a rather imposing-looking villain with a gun. Well, a gun hand mutation of sorts. Please, the woman begs, I swear that's all the money I have with me, I wouldn't lie. The villain lifts his other hand, the one that is actually human, and PPS the gun. I don't buy it, lady. With an outfit like that, I know you've got more than 5,000 yen on you. Izuku takes a couple more steps forward, but neither one seems to notice him yet. The clothes are gifts from family. I'm not rich. The woman continues to plead, but the villain doesn't seem to have any more patience. He lifts his gun hand as if about to pistol whip the woman, but freezes when a crumbled piece of brick hits his shoulder. The villain cranes his neck to see Izuku, who is standing several feet back, holding another piece of brick. "Did you just throw a fing rock at me?" The villain grits out, turning to fully face Izuku. Izuku just shrugs. He looks over to the woman, shifting his eyes down the alley, trying to signal that she should take this opportunity and run. The woman stares at Izuku for just a second before, thankfully, taking the hint and sprinting off. Now Izuku can get himself killed with no collateral damage. The villain hears the fading footsteps of the woman and starts to turn back to check, but Izuku throws the other part of the brick, landing a hit on the villain's head this time. "Why, you little," the villain bellows, whipping back and charging at Izuku. Izuku manages to dodge the first punch, but the second is too fast for him to react. Pain bursts across his face where the villain's fist meets his temple. Izuku isn't really trying to win, obviously. The goal here is to distract the villain until the victim is definitely far enough away, and then die. Hopefully permanently this time. Izuku stumbles back, lifting an arm to block the next punch, which he does. However, this punch happened to be with the villain's gun hand, and Izuku can hear his bones crack on impact. The villain laughs at Izuku's cry of pain, lifting his gun to hover at eye level with the boy. Poor thing. Should I just put you out of your misery?" the villain asks in mock concern. Izuku turns his head to the side. To the villain, it probably looks like this terrified child is flinching, cowering in fear of what is to come. The reality is that Izuku just doesn't want another scar on his face if he has the misfortune of reviving. Izuku doesn't hear the gunshot or feel any pain. The next thing he is aware of, a stray cat is liking his face. Izuku groans, pressing the heel of his hand into his brow bone, trying to counteract the searing headache that he has. When he pulls his hand back, he can see it is smeared with flakes of dried blood. Looking over to the cat, Izuku notes that it has the same rusty brown color staining its mouth. Izuku stares at the cat incredulously. "You were drinking my blood?" The cat just blinks back, apparently unbothered at being called out for the gruesome behavior. It's a tiny short-haired calico, really more kitten than cat, with big splotches of orange and black covering its mostly white body. Izuku holds his hand out and the kitten trots over, nuzzling into his hand. He is about to scoop up the kitten and pet it some more when he starts to shake violently. The kitten scurries off, scared by the sudden movement, and Izuku is left alone to decide his next move. He hadn't really thought this through, he was just hoping to really be dead this time. Now that he isn't, he's not sure what the next move is. He looks up at the sky. It's bright out, so it's the next day, which makes sense. He got shot in the head from point-blank range. It probably took at least 18 hours to revive, so it's most likely about 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Okay, so at least the soup kitchen will be open at this time. Although, now it is the weekend and it might be a bit more crowded, which isn't ideal. But, there is no food at the parking garage, so soup kitchen it is. Izuku wipes what he can of the blood off his face, but it's dried and really not going to come off without soap and water. He can feel the tender area on his scalp on the sides of his head where the bullet entered and exited, so at least he knows there isn't a new scar showing. But the blood from the wound still poured down his face when he collapsed. Time to put this no questions asked policy to the test. He stands, tugging off his beanie, the blood standing out too much on the gray fabric. It pulls at his hair as he removes it, the dried blood cementing the two together. Thankfully, he was only about 2 blocks away from the soup kitchen when he was killed, so the journey back is bearable, albeit strenuous. Izuku stumbles into the meal center, keeping his head down as he makes his way through the line to grab his bowl. Lunch today, it is apparently some sort of porridge. It is busier today than it was last night. Kids ranging from 6 all the way to older teens are seated throughout, only leaving a handful open spots. Izuku practically collapses into a seat, immediately tucking into his meal. As he eats, he wonders if, when he finds a way to keep food around, he should start carrying some in his pockets for unplanned deaths. It would definitely be more convenient. It's tricky to eat porridge when he is shaking like this, but beggars and choosers and all that. His spoon is halfway to his mouth for another bite when a shadow comes over Izuku. He peers up at the owner of said shadow, finishing his bite as he meets their gaze. Looking down at Izuku, with a look of horror and maybe a touch of concerns. Cotton candy. He slowly puts down his tray directly across from Izuku, not breaking eye contact. "Your face," Cotton Candy whispers, lowering himself into the seat. "What the hell happened? Are you okay?" Izuku just waves him off. "I'm fine," cotton candy. Sweet of you to worry though, he says, giving him an obviously sarcastic wink. It doesn't come off as effortless as Izuku wants, though. His shivering is kind of distracting from the DLVY. The lavender-haired boy just stares at Izuku for a few moments before shaking his head and rolling his eyes. Shin-so, he says, picking up his own spoon and beginning his meal. Huh? Izuku asks, following his lead and returning to his own meal. My name, he says, not looking up, it's Shin-so. So you can stop calling me in cotton candy. Oh, Izuku says, taken aback by the other boy voluntarily offering personal information. Not wanting to be impolite, Izuku replies, I'm Midoriya. Shin-so scoops another bite of soup, pausing with the spoon halfway to his mouth. So how did you manage to get yourself covered in blood and shaking in less than 24 hours, Midoriya? Izuku can tell that the question is meant more as a way to tease him, rather than an actual attempt to dig up information, so he just snorts, always been a bit of a danger magnet, I suppose. As he takes his next bite, Izuku can feel his eyes start to droop. Hey, I've got to head out. Could you take care of my tray? I'm a little worried I'll drop it if I try. Shin-so looks up, seemingly about to argue, but he must see the exhaustion written on Izuku's face. Yeah, sure. Try not to die, Midoriya. Izuku lets his head loll back as he snorts out a laugh. Trust me, I won't. He pushes up from the table and makes his way out of the meal center, trying to fight off the fatigue for just a little longer. He makes it back to the same alley he died in. Izuku figures if it is secluded enough that his body wasn't discovered overnight, it's probably a good place to pass out in for the next few hours. He lies down on the concrete, thankful that the warm spring weather is keeping him relatively comfortable as he drifts off. When Izuku wakes again, there is a familiar tickle on his face. He blinks his eyes open, going cross-eyed as he looks down at the tiny tongue licking his nose. Izuku slowly lifts a hand, trying not to scare the kitten off, bringing it into the animal's field of vision. The kitten stops licking, staring at Izuku's hand before bumping its head into it and purring. Looking at it closer, Izuku can see that its front two fangs are a little too long, sticking out from its mouth even when closed. It also has unnaturally red eyes. Pairing that with its apparent love of blood, Izuku makes an educated guess. You've got a quirk, don't you, buddy? He whispers, not wanting to startle it. The kitten just continues purring, seemingly just happy to receive any attention it can. Izuku smiles as he sits up, the kitten moving to make room before climbing into his lap. He picks it up and checks, noting that it is a girl. Cursing himself for getting easily attached, he stands, unzipping his hoodie a bit and placing the kitten inside. Come on, Lizzie, I'm hungry again and you are now my +1, Izuku says as he heads back towards the meal center. He's not sure how he's going to feed this kitten considering he can't even feed himself, but he can't just leave it there. Hopefully it either completely relies on blood, and Izuku can just let her drink from him, or she also eats regular food and he can just sneak her bits from the soup kitchen. Izuku makes sure Lizzie is hidden from view as he enters the meal center for the second time today and he grabs a tray. It is oxtail stew and Izuku is grateful that his bowl has a section of tail. He'll have to save that and give it to Lizzie later. Izuku spends his meal whispering to the kitten hidden in his hoodie, trying to keep her placated so she doesn't give away her presence. It's not like there's a specific rule against having animals in here, but Izuku doesn't want to risk it considering this is his sole food source at the moment. He is mumbling about how much fun they will have when they get home, when a tray settles in front of him. First time I see you, you get noodles stuck in your hair. The next time, you are covered in blood and shaking like a leaf. Now you are still covered in blood and talking to yourself, Shin-so says as he sits down. Izuku looks up, tilting his head. I'm not talking to myself. Shin-so pps an eyebrow. Oh? And who exactly is it that you are talking to? 'Cause we are the only ones at this table. Izuku smiles, unzipping his hoodie until a fuzzy head pokes out. I'm talking to Lizzie. Shin-so stares at the kitten in shock before a subtle smile plays out across his face. Lizzie? He asks, shifting his gaze back up to Izuku. The green-haired boy nods, patting the top of Lizzie's head, short for Countess Elizabeth Bathory. Shinsu's face morphs into one of sheer confusion. Why the fuck would Lizzie be short for Countess Elizabeth Bathory? Izuku shrugs like it is an obvious answer, 'cause she was that lady who was rumored to be a vampire way back in like the 16th century or whatever. I have more questions now than I did before, Shin-so says, pinching the bridge of his nose. Why did you name this adorable little kitten after a serial killer and rumored vampire from 1,000 years ago? Oh yeah, I forgot to say. I'm pretty sure she's got a blood quirk, though it's just an educated guess since I just found her today. She's got really long fangs and red eyes. Plus, she keeps liking the blood off my face, Izuku says, tucking Lizzie back into his jacket and zipping it up. Shinso shakes his head as he chuckles. 6 hours ago, you were about to keel over. Now you are adopting kittens. Izuku just shrugs. I took a nap. I'm all better, he says, standing and grabbing his tray. I'm gonna head out. I want to get home and get Lizzie all set up. Yeah, you do that, Midoriya, Shinso says, waving him off. Bye, Lizzie. Izuku drops the tray off, taking the piece of oxtail with him before ducking out and heading back to the parking garage. He takes Lizzie out of his jacket on the way back, setting her down and letting her walk beside him. The two make it back to the parking garage just after sunset, and Izuku puts the oxtail on the ground for Lizzie to snack on while he gets to work. He hadn't really left to set up anything for Lizzie. He doesn't have the money or resources for anything like that. No, Izuku came home because he had work to do. See, Izuku had a thought when he was talking to Shinso. The other boy had a point. Last night, Izuku was shot in the head. He was killed in arguably the most clean-cut, there's no coming back from that, manner. He wasn't sure how his quirk worked, but he assumed his neurons had to fire to signal for healing to occur. This, apparently, is not the case. Izuku had not just survived the impossible, he was feeling pretty great and playing with a kitten less than 24 hours later. He sits down at his table, pulling out his quirk journal, opening to a new page. All Might says he is too weak to be a hero and to give up on his dreams. Katsuki says he is worthless and just gets in the way. He sketches for a bit, adding details and notes in the margins. As the design finally starts to come together, Izuku sits back and smiles down at the page. Izuku says F them all. He's going to be a hero. Okay, so maybe Izuku won't be a hero. At least, not right now. He would really rather stay dead for the moment, so he can't exactly pursue the mainstream channels to become a hero. Technically, Izuku is going to be a vigilante, but he isn't too concerned with the technicalities and labels. Izuku has always known that all he wants in this life is to help people, to be their hero. An exam and a license aren't going to stand in his way now. Unfortunately, there are actual barriers. He will need support items, a costume, and supplies, all of which traditionally cost money and must be procured through official suppliers. Obviously, Izuku won't be doing that. He really isn't overly fond of the idea of stealing, but it's for a good cause, so he can grant himself some leniency. Izuku isn't sure where he is going to find all his support items, but he has some leads. Last night, when he designed his costume and support items, he researched the companies that pro heroes use. There are a couple that have warehouses in the area, so that's an option, albeit a risky one. The security there will almost certainly be top-notch, and getting caught is the last thing Izuku wants. The other option would be quirk training equipment stores. The security there will be much easier to sneak past, but the quality and variety will obviously be worse than that of a pro-level supplier. Izuku hasn't decided which spot he is going to shop from yet, but he has time to figure that out. For right now, he just wants to work on his hand-to-hand and general fitness. Unfortunately, the former kind of requires a second person, which Izuku doesn't really have. The obvious option would be Shinso, but Izuku doesn't really get the "I like to make new friends" kind of vibe from him, and Izuku has never been very successful in making any friends. But, given that this is his only option, Izuku is very determined this morning. He gets out of bed and does some morning stretches on his new bloodstain covering rug that he found at a second-hand store for yen. Izuku doesn't have very much money left, but he knew he needed to cover that stain if he was ever going to be able to have anyone over. Really, the only other thing he has spent money on since dying is the 750 yen it costs to enter the public bath. He hates that he has to spend any money on that, but now that his access to the school showers is gone, Izuku doesn't really have a choice. After he finishes his stretches, he grabs a bowl from the cabinet and sets it on the ground. Izuku grabs his pocket knife, making a relatively shallow cut on his wrist, and allowing the blood to drip into the bowl. People in movies always cut their hand, but that seems annoying to heal, so Izuku opted for the wrist. Once the bowl has a good amount of blood in it, he wraps his wrist with some gauze. As soon as Izuku steps away from the bowl, Lizzie comes trotting up, happily lapping up the red liquid. Crouching down, Izuku gives her some scratches behind her ears while she eats. "Wish me luck, Lizzie," Izuku says, giving her one last pat on the top of her head before standing up. "I've got to go make friends with some cotton candy." He throws on a pullover hoodie and slips on his shoes before heading out. It's a bit warm for a hoodie, but it's the baggiest shirt Izuku has, and the scars on his back burn when he wears something that rubs against them. He leaves the door cracked as he leaves, so Lizzie can get out if she wants. It's only 7 in the morning, so the soup kitchen won't be open for another hour, and that is really the only place Izuku knows to look for Shinso, but that's okay. He has some stuff he wants to do this morning. Izuku wishes he could spare the money for a shower, but he really can't today, so instead he goes to the bathroom in the parking garage and does his best to rinse off his face and hair in the sink. Both were still crusted with blood from when he got shot the other day. The mirror situation in the bathroom is subpar. Most are shattered or spotted with dull patches, so Izuku can't see himself perfectly. He can just make out the scar running across his cheek and nose bridge, tracing it with his fingers as he finishes rinsing his face. After cleaning off all the blood he could see, Izuku heads out for a morning run along the beach. He hasn't ever gone out of his way to exercise, but his job at Takoba had always been pretty strenuous, so he isn't out of shape by any means. But Izuku knows he will still need to improve to be ready for vigilante work. The morning air is cool and light, making for a great start to his run. Izuku keeps his hood up while he passes the convenience store he used to go to, not wanting anyone to see him who might recognize him. He runs the length of the beach, which is at least a couple kilometers, but doesn't stop there, instead continuing his run further into town. See, this run has two purposes. The first obviously being that Izuku needs to get in great shape if he wants to be a vigilante. The second, however, is because he actually has somewhere he needs to go. Rounding the mostly empty street corner, Izuku slows to a jog, the store he needs coming into view. He walks up to the glass door and pushes it open, greeted with a pleasant bell chime. Izuku walks towards the back of the store where the cell phones are, browsing the selection. He had to scrounge up every last yen he had left, but he should have enough for one of the cheaper models. He scans through the options, comparing prices and benefits, before settling on a fairly standard prepaid one. Izuku grabs it off the shelf and brings it to the cashier, earning a raised eyebrow and thankfully unspoken questions of why a 14-year-old kid needs a burner phone. The man behind the counter rings Izuku up, handing the phone back to him in a bag. Izuku mumbles a quiet thank you before ducking out of the store and making his way to a nearby bench. Sitting down, he takes his new phone out of the bag and opens its box. After going through the basic setup instructions, Izuku goes to enter in some contacts, only to freeze with his thumbs hovering over the keys. He got the phone because he thought it would be useful in vigilante work and, if things went well with Shinso, he would want to be able to get a hold of him to plan training days. But until then, Izuku frowns at the blank screen before locking it and sliding it into his pocket. It's not like he had that many contacts before he died. He had his mom's number for a while, but then she changed her number. Izuku had sent a text asking if she was going to be home one week, and instead received a reply from a very confused person saying Izuku had the wrong number. He also had a few classmates' numbers from mandatory group projects, but they always blocked him as soon as the assignment was turned in. So it's not like this is really any different, and Izuku doesn't know why he thought it would be, but it stings nonetheless. He gets up, tossing the empty box in a nearby trash can. Shaking off his sour mood and doing some warm-up hops, Izuku heads off on his run again. Yes, Izuku is done pretending that everything is great, but that doesn't mean he is going to let himself wallow. It's nice getting out again. After he died, he didn't leave the parking garage for 2 weeks except for a couple trips to a public bath. Then he really only left to go to the soup kitchen. Running down the path by the beach, the salty air whipping through the curls that poke out from underneath his hoodie, Izuku realizes this is the first time in ages that he has felt normal. He knows his life isn't ideal, and the now undeniable truths of his past will probably always dwell in the back of his mind, but that doesn't matter right now. Right now, Izuku is just a teenage boy, with a quirk, going for a morning run along his favorite beach. He has a new phone in his pocket and plans to make a new friend later today, and it all feels so incredibly normal. Izuku can't help the small smile that creeps across his face at the thought. He hasn't felt truly normal ever since he was diagnosed quirkless. Then the convenience store that he used to frequent comes into view, and he feels his smile slip as he reaches to adjust his hood. He is not a normal boy. He is a dead boy. Izuku tucks his chin as he passes by, only lifting his head back up once he is much farther down the block. He has to remind himself that this is what he chose, and he chose it for a reason. Being dead has its downsides, but he just has to remember that this is what's best for right now. Izuku slows to a walk before stopping completely, leaning over to brace his hands on his knees as he catches his breath. At first, he is a little embarrassed to be breathing as deeply as he is, but when he adds up the total distance, Izuku realizes that he just ran about 9 kilometers, so he supposes it's probably okay. He takes out his phone and checks the time. It's now just 7:45, so if he walks the rest of the way, Izuku will probably be there right as the meal center opens. Putting his phone back in his pocket, Izuku heads off. He isn't sure when Shinso will be there, if he will be there at all today, but this is all Izuku has to go on. It's Sunday, so Shinso shouldn't have school, assuming he even goes to school, but that doesn't mean he will be there. Though, regardless of that, he does need breakfast, so it works out. The walk to the meal center is quiet. This isn't exactly a popular part of town, and the majority of people who have to work this early use the main roads, not the small side streets that Izuku takes. When he arrives, the meal center has just opened and the kids who were waiting outside are making their way in for breakfast. Pulling his hood down, Izuku follows the small crowd in, grabbing a tray and getting in line. He is craning his neck to see if there is a lavender puff of hair anywhere when he hears a sharp intake of breath from behind the counter. Izuku whips his head towards the noise, locking eyes with a strangely familiar-looking blonde man. The meal center is run by volunteers, most of which are elderly people in the community who have extra time. But this man doesn't look that old, maybe 30 or so. His bright green eyes are scanning Izuku's face from behind rectangular glasses, brows pinched in a concerned expression, his hand paused midair on the way to fill a bowl. "You okay, kid?" The volunteer asks, looking Izuku over. Confused, Izuku BPS an eyebrow. "Yes? Why wouldn't I be?" Sure, he's a kid in a soup kitchen, but so is everyone else in line, and the volunteer didn't seem concerned with any of them. "You've got blood on you," he says, tapping behind his own ear. Izuku reaches up, rubbing his neck in the spot the other man indicated. Sure enough, when he pulls his hand back, there is a good amount of dried blood flaked on his hand. He must have missed a spot when he was washing in the sink this morning. "I'm fine," Izuku shrugs. "Just hungry," he says, lifting his tray slightly, subtly redirecting the attention back to why he is here. The policy here is, no questions asked, but apparently this volunteer hasn't gotten the memo. The volunteer shakes his head a bit, as if clearing his thoughts. Right, of course. He packs the rice in the bowl, handing it over the counter to Izuku with a fake smile. "Here you go. Enjoy your meal." It is a clearly practiced smile and tone. One that probably fools most people into thinking it is genuine, but Izuku has been plastering on smiles and faking cheerful tones for long enough to recognize them in others. This false smile doesn't bother Izuku. It's not hiding malice or cruelty. It is also not covering insincerity or apathy. This smile is masking concern and it tells him he is safe, and this tone tells him not to worry. It's not a combination that is directed at Izuku very often, and it catches him off guard. Izuku smiles back and accepts the bowl, moving down the line to get a plate of grilled fish and a water. He sits at a table near the back, watching the man work. He keeps that same smile on his face the whole time, occasionally offering greetings and well wishes to the kids as they pass by. He definitely looks familiar, but Izuku still can't place where he knows him from. Perhaps he is a small-time model and Izuku has seen him in a local ad campaign or something random like that. Or maybe he just has one of those faces. There's always a chance he knew Izuku from before. Maybe a classmate's parent or a neighbor. Shaking his head, Izuku tries to shrug it off. He can't keep being paranoid that everyone has figured out his identity. He had no friends, no family, and his picture and name were never published, so realistically, who is gonna find out? The rest of the meal passes quietly, Izuku constantly glancing over to the door to see if Shinso has arrived yet. As kids begin to trickle out, Izuku begins to think Shinso won't be coming this morning, which is fine. Izuku can wait. He doesn't want to leave and risk missing him, so Izuku simply puts his empty tray away and sits back down at a table. He pulls out his phone and opens the Notes app, starting a list of exercises that would be helpful for him. His lower body is pretty strong already from all the heavy lifting at Takoba he's done, so he wants to focus on strengthening his arms and core. Maybe some pull-ups, push-ups, planks? Izuku's train of thought is interrupted by the sound of a person sitting across from him. Assuming it is Shinso, Izuku looks up, polite smile on his face, but it isn't Shinso, and his smile drops. Sitting there, feigning nonchalance with a lopsided smile, is the volunteer from earlier. "No, breakfast is over now," he says, gesturing to the empty tables. "And?" Izuku asks, tilting his head, "Is there a rule against staying in between meals?" The volunteer pauses for a second, thinking, "No, I guess there isn't. But I just wondered." "I'm gonna stop you right there," Izuku cuts in. "The policy here is no questions asked, and yet you keep asking questions. You new here or something? Didn't they train you on the protocol?" The two stare at each other for a tense moment, Izuku crossing his arms and the other chewing his bottom lip. Izuku doesn't like being short with this guy. He seems genuine and kind, but Izuku also doesn't like questions. The volunteer sighs, adjusting his glasses. I'm not out to get you, nor am I trying to dig up personal information, he says, folding his hands in front of him. I just want you to know that I'm here to help if you ever need it. That's all. He stands up, tucking a few stray hairs behind his ear that had fallen out of his bun. He turns away to walk towards the kitchen, but calls over his shoulder, you can stay here between meals, I won't bother you again, and neither will my volunteers. Izuku watches the man disappear behind the counter and through the kitchen doors. His volunteers? So does that mean that was the guy who opened this soup kitchen? Izuku remembers reading something online about the founder. Apparently he opened it with his husband, but it became clear that there were more kids in need than they thought, so they expanded to this location and added volunteers. There wasn't any information on the founder or his husband, both apparently very private people. The focus of the article that Izuku read was entirely on the meal center, what it provides, and how it impacts the local community. Izuku shakes his head, turning back to his phone and continuing the list he was working on earlier. He feels the tiniest bit guilty for snapping like that, especially at the apparent founder who went out of his way and made it his mission to create a safe place for kids in need. But the guy also wasn't following his own rules, so Izuku decides he doesn't have to feel too bad. Izuku has just finished his outline for his training schedule when he hears the door push open. He glances at the kid that walked in, but it isn't Shinso, so he just goes back to looking at his phone. He checks the time, 11:30 a.m., so that means the lunch crowd should start to arrive soon, hopefully bringing a lavender-haired grump with it. He stands, stretching his arms above his head before grabbing his water bottle and heading out. He feels a little stiff after sitting all morning, so he's decided to go for a walk. Even if Shinso shows up now, Izuku will be back before he has time to eat and leave. He walks aimlessly at first, but then he recognizes the street he is on as the same one he walked by the other night when he got shot. Out of curiosity, Izuku makes his way to the alley. He only has to go down a little ways before he finds himself standing in front of a blood stain, and Izuku grimaces. It's fairly large, which is to be expected of a head wound, but what really gets Izuku are the chunks. There are bits of skull and brains splattered on the concrete, mixed in with the dried, mostly soaked in blood. A part of Izuku wants to vomit, horrified at the fact that he is looking at his own murder scene. Another part of him is entirely fascinated that this means his quirk can not only heal wounds, but regenerate body parts, even ones as complicated as his brain. The implications of this inspire some theories, and Izuku takes out his phone to type them up. Maybe he could regenerate an entire limb if it is cut off, though probably only if he dies before it heals. It most likely needs to still be a wound to be regenerated with his quirk. It's too risky to test though, so it will have to remain a theory for the time being. Izuku tucks his phone back in his pocket and heads back to the meal center. When he walks in, he immediately notices a puff of pastel purple hair hunched over an untouched tray of food. Unease settles over the teen. Is something wrong? Is Shinso hurt? Why is he just hunched over like that, not eating? Izuku forgoes getting in line for food, instead heading straight for the table. He settles into the chair next to Shinso, hunkering down and leaning in to see his face, which is scrunched in a frown at his plate. Hey, Shinso, Izuku starts, quietly because the other boy seems zoned out and he doesn't want to startle him. Shinso blinks for a second before slowly turning his head to meet Izuku's gaze, but he doesn't say anything. Are you okay? Izuku tries. He doesn't want to pry, but he hasn't seen Shinso like this before. The other boy stares for a long moment and Izuku is about to leave, assuming he crossed some boundary and he needs to give him some space, when Shinso grunts out, tired. Izuku blinks back at the boy for a second, expecting more to the answer, but it doesn't come. You're tired? Is. Shinso nods his head. But without moving his neck, so it really is more like he nods with his whole body. But that is all that's wrong? You aren't hurt or anything? Izuku questions again. Shinso shakes his head no, again moving his entire torso with the action. Okay, if you say so. I'm going to grab my food and I'll be right back, then we can talk, Izuku says, using a hand to push up from the table. The apparently very tired teen nods a bit again as a response. Izuku shakes his head and rolls his eyes as he stands in line. Here he is, worried that Shinso could be seriously hurt, and it turns out he is a dramatic baby who is still sleepy at noon. As he gets up to the serving line, Izuku sees the blonde man from earlier working to dish out bowls of food, and he gets an idea. Hey, Mr. Nosy, Izuku says, just loud enough to get the man's attention. The man looks up at the noise, searching for the source when he locks eyes with Izuku, ping an eyebrow in confusion. Me? He asks, using the spoon in his hand to point to himself. Obviously, Izuku says, earning a bit of a pout from the other. You got any coffee back there? The blonde man's confused look only deepens. You want coffee? Aren't you a bit young for coffee? Not to mention it's lunchtime. You disagree with my nickname for you, and yet here you are, being nosy. Izuku shrugs. The other man opens his mouth to protest, but apparently decides against it. Yeah, I can grab a cup from the back. He calls a different worker up to take his place and heads towards the kitchen. Make it two. Izuku calls after him, causing the man to throw a playfully exasperated look over his shoulder. True to his word, the man returns with 2 cups of coffee, a creamer and a sugar packet resting on each lid. I didn't know how you take it, so I just figured I would bring a bit of each just in case, he says as he sets them both on Izuku's tray. Izuku hates sugar and creamer in his coffee. He could never afford it, so he grew accustomed to bitter, black coffee. Now, the sweet stuff makes him GG. But this man doesn't know that, and it was a sweet gesture, so Izuku just accepts the coffees and accompanying add-ins. Thanks, he says, offering a small smile. The man smiles back and waves him off. Anytime, kid. Izuku weaves his way through the tables before setting his tray down across from Shinso. The other boy is sitting in the same position as Izuku left him in, staring at nothing, though he is now nibbling on a roll. Without saying anything, Izuku slides one of the coffees over. Shinso's eyes zero in on the cup in record time before flicking up to Izuku. For me? He asks around a mouth full of bread. Izuku nods, picking up his own cup and taking a sip. Shinso snakes his hands out, grabbing the cup and smiling as he brings it to his nose, humming softly as he inhales, before taking a drink. So, you wanted to talk? Shinso says, managing his first full sentence of the day. Yeah, Izuku starts, I figured we could. Izuku pauses for a second. He doesn't want it to seem like he is only talking to Shinso to get something from him, because Izuku really isn't. He wants a friend, and Shinso seems nice enough based on the 3 conversations he has had with him. Isolating himself was a necessity before he died. It kept him safe, and it was easier to pretend that everything was fine if he didn't have to face rejection more than he already did. But Izuku is done pretending, and dying was a fresh start. So he wants to try and have at least one friend. Do you like heroes? Izuku asks, deciding that is a good place to start. It's a harmless enough question that could provide a point of shared interest. Shinso looks a bit sad for a moment, but nods. Yeah, heroes are cool, I guess, he says, shrugging. Touchy subject, Izuku notes. I like heroes a lot. Well, I like some heroes. Izuku looks off to the side, remembering a certain conversation with a hero on a rooftop. Yeah, he doesn't like all heroes. Shinso studies Izuku's face for a moment before asking, got a favorite? Izuku thinks, humming a bit, I'm not sure anymore. I used to, but he royally effed up, so I suppose the spot is open for now. What about you? Shinso takes another sip of coffee before answering. He's not really a super well-known one, but I think he's pretty cool, he says, slouching in his chair. If he operates in the area, I bet I know him, no matter how low his profile. I used to be a bit of a hero nut, Izuku says, scratching his head awkwardly. Shinso raises a dubious eyebrow. I doubt it. He's an underground hero. I only know about him because I ran into him while he was out on patrol one night. Izuku doubts the teen just ran into a pro-underground hero, a person whose job it is to be unseen and unknown. There is almost definitely a story there, but Shinso didn't offer one, so Izuku won't ask. Instead, he just says, try me. Eraserhead, Shinso finally reveals, and Izuku can't help the disbelieving laugh he lets out. You've got to be shitting me, Izuku says, shaking his head. Shinso huffs, crossing his arms. What's so funny about that, a-hole? Nothing, I swear, Izuku says, holding up his hands in a show of peace. It's just that Eraserhead is in my, top 5. Huh, Shinso says, sitting forward, smiling a bit himself. Are you serious right now? Absolutely, Izuku says, leaning in. He seems like the real deal, you know? Not in it for the fame or the praise. He just genuinely wants to help people. He's the kind of hero I want to be. Shinso looks taken aback. You want to be a hero? Izuku nods. Yeah, I always have. But how? He asks, his face dropping again, like it did when Izuku first brought up heroes. You're nothing, nobody. How can a kid like you ever be a hero? He can hear in Shinso's voice that he isn't really talking about Izuku, so instead of getting angry, Izuku shrugs. How could I not? I'm not nothing, I never was. And I might be a nobody now, but so was every hero before they started. And I'll be demed if I let one more person tell me I am too weak, or useless, or worthless, or any of that shit. Shinsu's eyes look glossy, but his face is set firm, not allowing the tears a chance to fall. A tiny smile spreads across his face as he takes in the words Izuku doubts he has ever heard before. Shinso glances down at the table, swallowing the lump in his throat before quietly saying, "Hey, Midoriya?" Izuku hums in acknowledgement. "I want to be a hero too." Izuku is awkwardly pacing on the sidewalk just outside of the parking garage. They admitted that they both want to be heroes. The boys had exchanged numbers and set up a time to meet so they could train to get ready for UA entrance exams. Of course, Izuku is training for more than that, but Shinso doesn't need to know that. Shinso didn't say much about his home situation, but Izuku gathered that, although Shinso wasn't homeless, his home wasn't the best place to train. So Izuku offered his own place. Only he might not have mentioned that his place is a parking garage. He doesn't think Shinso is the type to judge, but Izuku has never had anyone over, not even back when he still lived at the apartment, so he can't help but be a little uncomfortable. Izuku knew that having Shinso over would happen eventually if they were going to train, and he did offer, but really, Izuku hates this whole situation. He hasn't had a friend since he was 4, hasn't spent time alone with anyone that wasn't giving him a beating other than his mom, and hasn't lived with anyone since he was 12. Izuku is used to being alone, being guarded. He thinks he wants a friend, but the steps to that are still scary, uncomfortable, and unfamiliar. He told Shinso to meet him on the street and they would walk the rest of the way together, not wanting the other boy to get lost on his way. As he paces, Izuku digs his phone out of his sweatshirt pocket and stares down at the singular contact in his phone. It feels surreal having a friend's number. Well, at least Izuku thinks they are friends. They don't even know each other's given names, but they have plans to hang out and train, so that's got to count for something, right? Izuku checks the time, 4 p.m., the exact time they agreed to meet. It's Monday, and Shinso, as it turns out, does go to school, so they decided that waiting until 4 would give him enough time to walk to their meeting spot. When he was in school, kids liked to set Izuku up a lot, and he fell for it every time when he was younger. They would say they wanted to be friends or they wanted to hang out or that they had something cool to show him. And every time, like the naive child he was, Izuku would think that this was the turning point, that he would have a friend and everything would start to look up. He would go to whatever place they had told him to, and he would wait. He would wait and wait whether it was raining or sunny or hot or freezing. And each time, when a group of kids came out from behind a tree or out around a corner, pointing and laughing and recording, Izuku would realize it had happened again. Izuku stopped falling for it during his first year of middle school. He only stopped then because, instead of laughing at him, they had taken to beating him instead. Izuku had learned quickly after that. He is just starting to wonder if Shinso is going to come when he hears footsteps echo from down the street. Whipping around to face the noise, Izuku sees his training partner making his way down the block. "I wasn't sure if you were coming," Izuku admits when Shinso gets closer. The other boy screws up his face in confusion, checking his phone. "It's 2 minutes after when we said we'd meet." Izuku scratches his head awkwardly. "Yeah, but I used to get, teased a lot. I thought you might have been lying about wanting to train today." Shinso doesn't rush to reassure Izuku, nor does he apologize. Instead, he just sighs and mumbles, "Idiot." Somehow that's better. Izuku doesn't feel pitied or coddled. "So," Shinso says moving on, "where to now?" "Oh yeah," Izuku jolts. "We're basically there, just follow me," he says, turning and walking towards the stairwell access at the opening of the parking garage. When he turns to hold the door open for Shinso, though, he finds his friend standing hesitantly back on the sidewalk. "Something wrong?" Shinso puts his hands in his pockets and shifts from foot to foot. "Why do we need to go down there? What's going on here?" he asks, his voice tense. For a moment, Izuku doesn't understand. Then he lays out the facts as Shinso has them, no other context. A random kid from a soup kitchen, who was covered in blood on 2 of the occasions he has ever seen him, has just led him to a sketchy part of town, and is trying to lure him into an abandoned underground parking garage. Izuku supposes it's only reasonable to be hesitant. I should probably explain," Izuku says, shutting the stairwell door and walking back up. "This is where I live." Shinso looks between Izuku and the garage before questioning, "You live in a parking garage?" Izuku nods. Although, technically, I really just live in the room that is 3 levels down. It's not like I just have my stuff lying around all throughout. But yeah, I'm homeless." Shinso studies Izuku's face for a moment, probably trying to tell if he's lying or not. Apparently coming down on the side of trust, He nods and follows Izuku this time when he leads them towards the stairs. Although Shinso is following this time, he still seems on edge. Though, when he looks at the stairwell with fresh eyes, Izuku gets it. Only some of the utility lights work, and the ones that do, flicker occasionally. There is a faint echo of a dripping pipe from somewhere further down. It's all around fairly creepy. Izuku is just used to it. Coming to his floor, Izuku pushes the door open and holds it for Shinso. He walks the couple steps it takes to get to his door, but he pauses briefly as he grabs the handle. "It's not much," Izuku says, facing the door before pulling it open, "but make yourself comfortable." Hitoshi doesn't know what he was expecting. When he first met Midoriya, he was slurping down ramen and Hitoshi thought he was one of the privileged kids that show up occasionally. They hear about a soup kitchen and they think that it's a fun place to get free snacks. They show up thinking that homelessness, begging, and starving are fun games to pretend at so they can get more than what they already have. Hitoshi thought that's what Midoriya was. He was eating the ramen like it was a grand meal, served to him to enjoy at a lovely restaurant. And Hitoshi hated that. Most kids at the meal center come, eat, and leave quietly. They are hungry, yes, but they have learned to not draw attention to themselves, to not single themselves out. But Midoriya didn't act like that, so Hitoshi assumed he was looking down on them. But then the green-haired boy had looked up from his bowl and Hitoshi saw the scars on his face and a look of fear he recognized from the faces of so many kids that frequent the meal center. Hitoshi didn't know what had led the boy to the situation he is in now, but he knew that Midoriya belonged there. He was not looking down on anyone or taking more than he needed. Hell, from what Hitoshi has gathered, Midoriya needs it more than he does. Hitoshi has a home, technically, but it's not somewhere he likes to be any more than he needs. From what little he can remember, his parents loved him. They liked to take trips together to the ocean and bake sweets in their kitchen. They had nicknames for him and kissed away tears when he tripped or was scared. They were good parents. But that feels like a dream now, fading fast and hardly real. They died a long time ago, back when Hitoshi was only 6. Now he lives in the foster system. He would say he lives with a foster family, but no one likes to keep him around for long enough for that to be true. He is tossed around from family to family, like a present that no one wants, always regifted. The home he's in now isn't too bad though. They haven't ever hit him, and they don't yell as long as he keeps his mouth shut. They prefer him to be unseen and absolutely unheard. They would feed Hitoshi if he stayed for meals. They aren't cruel people, not like some of the families he has stayed with before. But Hitoshi prefers to spend as much time away from them as possible, so he goes to the meal center. It's nice, speaking freely there. Hitoshi would never activate his quirk on someone unless given permission or if it was an emergency. He knows that. But fear is a powerful thing, and all his previous family placements have been too afraid to risk it. At the meal center, no one knows his quirk. He can ask questions and have conversations if he wants. Not that many people there are the sociable type. In truth, Hitoshi had always hoped for a friend, but he was never successful. So no, when Midoriya fell into his life, he really wasn't sure what to expect. But, standing in front of the now open door on the 3rd level down of a parking garage, Hitoshi can see a much clearer picture. He shifts his gaze from the small room in front of him to Midoriya. The boy is still holding open the door, staring at the ground. It isn't a shy mannerism. He doesn't look ashamed of his living situation. To Hitoshi, Midoriya's stance and expression ooze discomfort. He looks stoic and frozen. It looks like he's waiting to be yelled at or hit or something. Hitoshi is quite familiar with that look. He takes a couple steps into the room, turning in a circle to take it all in. It's surprisingly nice, actually. It's not very large, but it's well arranged and organized to make the most of the space. There is very little decoration, but it still feels lived in and cozy. It's nice. Movement catches Hitoshi's eye, a small form darting toward the door. It startles him for a moment before he turns to see Midoriya crouched down to pet the kitten that has run to greet him. Hitoshi smiles as he watches them. Midoriya is quite the puzzle. A sharp tongue and gentle hands, open and reserved at the same time, caring and removed all at once. And it annoys the hell out of Hitoshi that Midoriya is scared of him. Yeah, they don't know each other all that well, and sure, Hitoshi was scared to follow Midoriya down here. But they've got to start somewhere, and Midoriya got them this far, so he might as well pull some weight now. Clearing his throat as he shoves his hand in his pockets, Hitoshi rocks back on his heels. So, he starts, "What were you thinking for training today?" Midoriya looks up from his spot on the floor, still petting Lizzie as he talks. "Well, I have my own fitness goals, so I have a regimen in mind for myself. But, until you decide what you want, we could focus on the basics? Maybe cardio and core strength. Hitoshi nods. Yeah, that sounds good. I kind of know what I want, but I haven't really looked into it, so I don't have any exercises picked out or anything specific. Midoriya stands up and grabs a water bottle from the table. So are you good to start off with a light run? Yeah, just let me get changed out of my uniform and we can go, Hitoshi says, dropping his school bag on the couch. Of course. I'll just step outside, you can come out when you're done and we'll head out together, Midoriya says, sticking the water bottle in his sweats pocket as he leaves. Hitoshi quickly slips into the workout clothes he brought with him, a plain tee and some sweatpants, and grabs his own water before stepping out to join Midoriya. Pushing off from the wall he was leaning on, Midoriya walks to meet him. All set. Yes. Hitoshi nods in return, following the other boy back up the stairs and onto the street. I have a route that I like to run, if that's alright. It's got a nice view and it's short enough to be a good warm-up, Midoriya says, turning his head to face Hitoshi as he grabs his own foot, bringing it up behind him to stretch his quads. Sure, lead the way, Hitoshi says, hopping in place to get ready. Hitoshi is never trusting Midoriya again. Dude, Hitoshi calls out breathlessly, your pace is insane and this is in no way a light run. Midoriya turns around to face Hitoshi who is falling behind embarrassingly far, jogging in place as he waits for him to catch up. We've only run like 3 kilometers and I'm actually jogging instead of running to slow the pace down, he says, somehow not out of breath. Catching up, Hitoshi comes to a stop, bracing his hands on his knees as he gulps down air. Midoriya stops jogging in place, resting a tentative hand on Hitoshi's back. You okay, Shinso? He asks, grabbing the water out of Hitoshi's pocket and holding it out. Here, take a drink and rest. Let's go sit on the retaining wall over there. Midoriya ushers him over, sitting with him on the cool concrete wall. How? Hitoshi manages to huff out after a bit. Are you so DMN athletic? Midoriya looks over, confused. I'm not? I mean, I was never top of the class in PE and I just started actually training a couple days ago. He pauses for a second, thinking, I did have a job for a few years, though. It required a lot of physical labor, and I guess that didn't hurt. Hitoshi stares at Midoriya, flabbergasted. You had a job? For a few years? What kind of job hires a kid, especially when it requires manual labor? Midoriya gestures to the beach behind them. It's not the nicest looking beach. There are piles of garbage scattered across the shoreline. Though, if Hitoshi remembers correctly, it used to look a lot worse. There used to be no visible sand anywhere and the piles of junk were taller than the retaining wall. Putting it together, Hitoshi looks back to Midoriya. Wait, the place you worked for cleaned this up? Geez, must have taken a huge team, Hitoshi says. Oh no, there was no team, Midoriya says, tilting his head as if it was obvious. It was just me. I actually think the guy that hired me didn't even work for the city or anything. I'm pretty sure he was just some guy who was selling the scrap metal and he hired me to haul it around. He paid me practically nothing, but he wasn't creepy or anything, so it worked out okay. Hitoshi blinks back at Midoriya for a moment. So how young were you when you started working? Midoriya shrugs. About 10, I think. Hitoshi shakes his head, turning away. So, what you're saying is you have a 4-year head start on me when it comes to working out. Midoriya snorts, shoving his shoulder. Yes, and I've tricked you into thinking you stand a chance on my horrific 5-kilometer run. Mwah, he says, entirely mocking. Hitoshi shoves him back. A 5K is a long run, you idiot. It is literally a type of marathon. Midoriya frowns at him, considering. Yeah, but those are the kinds of marathons that are called, like, family fun runs or whatever, he says, making air quotes, so they hardly count. Hitoshi throws his hands up. You are ridiculous. I'm right about this and you know it. Midoriya laughs as he shrugs, obviously only partially conceding, and Hitoshi just rolls his eyes, deciding to let it go. So why did you ever quit? He decides to ask instead. Quit what? Midoriya questions, smiling and tilting his head as he looks over. The job at the beach. Hitoshi says, assuming it's a fairly easy question, but as soon as the words leave his mouth, he can tell that he just touched on something he shouldn't have. Midoriya's face falls, eyes shifting to the water, but not really looking at it. He quickly tries to recover, shaking his head a bit as he looks back to Hitoshi, a now fake smile on his face. Guess I just got tired of smelling like saltwater garbage. Hitoshi knows when to drop a subject, so he just nods, deciding to not bring up quitting the job at the beach again. Instead he stands and stretches, slipping the water back into his pocket and rolling his shoulders. Ready to finish this marathon, Speedy? He asks, trying to return them back to normal. Midoriya stands, his smile a bit more genuine upon hearing the nickname. Yeah, let's head back. Then we'll be done with our warm-up and we can start our actual workout. We should be done just before dinner. With that, Midoriya turns and starts off again, blessedly a little slower than before. Hitoshi groans as he follows after the other boy, the 2 kilometers back to the parking garage already seeming too far. When they make it back, Hitoshi can only make a vaguely disappointed huff, too out of breath to form actual words, upon realizing that he has 3 flights of stairs to go down now. Midoriya, of course, all but skips down the steps, waiting at the bottom to hold the door for Hitoshi. Hobbling down the last couple steps, Hitoshi collapses on the cold concrete, panting as Midoriya stares down at him. We are really going to have to work on your cardio, huh? Midoriya says, nodding a bit to himself before walking off into his room. Hitoshi stays on the ground, perfectly happy to catch his breath until he comes back. When he returns, Midoriya is pulling his hair away from his face and wrapping a hair tie around it to secure it in place. It's fairly messy and clearly one of his first attempts at a ponytail, but Hitoshi supposes it gets the job done. Midoriya walks over, lifting a second hair tie, raising his brows in a non-verbal question. Hitoshi shrugs, sitting up and taking the hair tie, pulling his own hair back, though he opts for more of a bun. His hair is fairly long and he wants it as out of the way as possible for training. Okay, so, since you don't know exactly what you want to be training, you can focus on core strength exercises because those are great to have no matter what. Sit-ups, planks, mountain climbers, Russian twists, bicycle crunches, stuff like that, Midoriya says, stretching out his arms as he talks. Okay, Hitoshi says, drawing out the word, and what if I only knew one of those words? Midoriya glances over to him, looking him up and down before sighing and walking over. I'll teach you the basics of each, then you can do them on your own while I do my thing. Sound good? He asks, sitting down next to Hitoshi. Yep, that works for me, Hitoshi replies, rocking back a bit. Midoriya spends the next couple minutes running through the correct form for each of the exercises, demonstrating first and then correcting Hitoshi when he tries to copy. Once Hitoshi feels like he's at least got the basics down enough that he can work on his own, he waves Midoriya off to work on what he wanted to. You sure you're all set? Midoriya asks, standing up. Yeah, I'll be good from here, Hitoshi says, returning to the bicycle crunches Midoriya had just explained. What are you going to do? I'm going to be working on my upper body. More specifically, I want to work on my agility, Midoriya says, bouncing on the ball of his feet. Hitoshi watches as the other boy walks to pipes that run in between the support beams. Midoriya gets a bit of a running start, jumping up and grabbing one of the pipes. I'm hoping, he calls out, adjusting his hold on the bar, that I'll be able to use these pipes as a jungle gym of sorts. The pipes are at least 2 meters apart, definitely too far to reach while still hanging on to the previous pipe. Midoriya does a pull-up, but continues the motion until his entire torso is above the bar, his arms locked. That in and of itself is impressive, but of course Boy Wonder here can't stop with that. He swings his legs back and forth a couple times, building momentum, before shifting his center of gravity and allowing himself to swing down, letting go of the bar at just the right time on the upswing so that he flies to the next one with ample force. He grabs onto the pipe with both hands, using the force of his previous jump to propel himself back up into the same starting position, arms locked at his sides and his torso above the bar. Hitoshi gives an impressed whistle, halting his own workout for a moment. Midoriya, that was honestly really cool. Shut it, the other boy calls back. I'm focusing. Hitoshi huffs out a laugh, returning to his own exercises. They spend the next half hour or so like that, comfortable silence between them as they both work. Hitoshi is just about to ask if it's a good time for a break when he hears a crash followed by a groaned-out curse. Hitoshi jolts upright, jogging over to the crumpled form of the ground. Sheet, dude, are you okay? Midoriya is pushing himself up to a seated position when Hitoshi gets there, kneeling beside him. Yeah, Midoriya winces out. My sweatshirt just got snagged on a pipe and it threw me off. He holds up the offending sleeve, a giant hole now torn about halfway up. The force on the sleeve also apparently pulled on the threads that connected at the shoulder, there now being a rather large hole there as well. Midoriya frowns at it. This was my favorite sweatshirt, he says, practically pouting. I'm just going to take it off and hope I can patch it up later. The green-haired teen slips the sweatshirt over his head, leaving him in a short-sleeved tee. Midoriya is staring at the tattered garment in his hands, fretting over the new holes, But Hitoshi is staring at something else. Two puffy scars run up the length of Midoriya's wrists and forearms. They are clean and deliberately placed, and it doesn't take a genius to know where they came from. Hitoshi swallows hard, and that must catch Midoriya's attention, because suddenly he drops his arms in his lap, wrists facing down. When he looks up to meet Midoriya's eyes, Hitoshi realizes he has never seen the other boy's face look so cold. He doesn't look angry or upset or afraid or any of the emotions Hitoshi would have thought a person would be feeling in a situation like this. No, Midoriya's face is completely set in stone. "Don't," is all he says, staring Hitoshi dead in the eyes. "Okay," Hitoshi says, averting his gaze. Without another word, Midoriya stands and walks back to his room, returning a few seconds later with a long-sleeved tee on instead. He walks straight past Hitoshi, jumping up to grab a pipe and continue on with his workout. Right, Hitoshi gets the message. Don't talk about it, don't dwell on it. Move on and pretend this never happened. He can do that. Okay, so yeah, committing grand larceny because you are in a bad mood probably isn't the best idea, but to be fair, Izuku is in a really shitty mood. After the little scar fiasco, Izuku and Shinso had trained in tense silence. They had gone to the meal center together afterwards, but they didn't really talk there either. And, yeah, Izuku knows Shinso didn't do anything wrong and none of it was even Shinso's fault. But the fact remains that it happened and it put Izuku in just a terrible mood. Honesty, his mood only got worse after he realized he was taking it out on Shinso. He finally managed to make a friend and he messed it up after just one day. Typical Izuku. So, as one does, Izuku has decided to break into a high-security pro-hero support item warehouse to blow off some steam. To be fair, it's not like this was done without any planning or preparation. Izuku had picked out the warehouse a few days ago and he had briefly looked into their security system, so it should probably be okay. Probably. The warehouse is practically across town, a 40-minute run if Izuku keeps his pace up, so he'll have to only bring the essentials with him. If he's carrying too much, it will slow him down and he won't have room to bring much back with him. Izuku makes his way around his room, grabbing what he thinks he will need and putting them in his backpack. His pocket knife, some rope, flashlight, and some duct tape. The knife is just for cutting wires and prying open boxes, of course. No security guards will be harmed during this heist, hopefully. He also grabs a pair of gloves and a face mask, slipping the gloves in his pocket for later, and putting on the mask now. He opted for an all-black outfit, naturally. A long-sleeve tee, sweats, and an old pair of sneakers that Izuku scribbled over with black marker. He also grabs a black baseball hat, fitting it over his curls before heading out. It's almost midnight and the streets are dead, just like Izuku hoped they would be. It makes for a quiet jog to the warehouse, not even having to stop at crosswalks given that there are no cars out and about. When he gets close, Izuku crouches behind a shipping container and takes in his surroundings. The warehouse he chose to hit is right next to a shipping dock. It's only one story, but it is still massive, taking up most of the real estate at the docks. It has several semi-truck docking bays, all of which are shut and locked at the moment. Izuku already knew that though, and those will be too time-consuming to try to open without tripping the alarm system anyway. Instead, he sets his eyes on the side entrance that employees use. It has a keypad, and Izuku doesn't know the code, but he does know how the wiring in something like that works. It's a good system from what Izuku read online, but it does have one flaw. If you can cut the wire that would trip the resistor and instead route it straight to the ground wire fast enough, it confuses the signal and it won't set off any alarms. Meaning Izuku is free to try as many keypad combinations as he wants without much risk, though he will still have to work fast so that the security patrols don't circle back around and see him. Izuku stays in his hiding spot as he tracks the two security patrols. Each patrol group has 2 guards and one group circles the warehouse while the other stays near the truck entrance guard post. Thankfully, the side entrance Izuku needs isn't visible from the truck entrance, so he really only needs to worry about one of the patrols. He takes out his phone and starts a stopwatch when the one patrol is in front of the door that Izuku will be using. He waits until they have made a complete lap around the warehouse, stopping the timer when they turn the corner that Izuku would be visible from. Looking at the stopwatch, Izuku psyches himself up. 6 minutes and 17 seconds. He has to get there, disarm the security system, figure out the code, and get inside in 6 minutes and 17 seconds or less. Taking a deep breath as the patrol passes the entrance, Izuku starts the stopwatch again and begins making his way over, as quickly and quietly as he can. There is a 3-meter-tall chain link fence around the perimeter. Hopping it won't be easy and he won't be able to go fast, at least not without making a lot of noise and alerting the guards. Izuku hates that this is going to eat up so much of his time, but it's his only option. He works slowly, staying close to the fence post so the chain link isn't as flexible. Izuku keeps his hands on the pipe and only uses the links immediately next to the post for footholds. Lifting his feet slowly every time so they don't catch on the fence, Izuku scales the barrier, swinging a leg over the top. He carefully brings his other leg over, gauging the distance before dropping to the ground. Sticking to the shadows, Izuku makes his way to the side entrance, standing close to the wall as he puts on his gloves and takes out his pocket knife. He checks his time, 2 minutes and 48 seconds down. He slides the blade under the wiring panel, twisting it slightly until it pops off. Izuku takes out his duct tape, tearing off a few pieces and sticking them on the side of the keypad where they will be easy to reach. Once he cuts the 2 wires, he'll need to work fast or the alarm will still be set off. He works as fast as he can, grabbing each wire and tracing it back to figure out which one runs to which. Izuku wishes he could speed this step up, but if he chooses the wrong wire now, it's over. He checks the time, 4 minutes and 32 seconds. Once he's sure of the 2 he has selected, he places them both in one hand, guides the knife underneath, and slices through both in one quick motion. Izuku immediately drops his pocket knife, darting a hand out, grabbing a piece of tape, wrapping it around the exposed ends of the wires, and affixing them together. Izuku freezes for a moment, waiting to see if he was fast enough. When no lights turn on, no guards start yelling, and no alarm noises start up, he lets out a breath and picks up his knife, placing the cover back over the wires and moving on to the next barrier, the code. As Izuku expected, 4 of the numbers are more worn than the rest, narrowing down his pool of possible codes he needs to try. He works quickly, cycling through the combinations. There are 24 possible combinations, assuming it is a 4-digit code and none of the numbers repeat. He checks his time again, 5 minutes and 13 seconds down. Izuku is frantically putting in code after code, cursing the 3-second reset after each incorrect attempt, when he hears the sound of boots on gravel. The patrol is almost back. Izuku is out of time. It's now or never. He can hear the guards talking, their footsteps growing louder. Finally, after one of his attempts, all of the keys flash green and he hears the door's lock slide out of position. Izuku wastes no time pushing open the door and scrambling inside. He leans against the door and looks down at the stopwatch on his phone just in time to see it reads 6 minutes and 17 seconds. Izuku stays still as he listens to the sound of the patrol passing by, letting out a breath when they are gone. The warehouse is dark inside, only a scarce few lights lining the walkways. Izuku takes his flashlight out, turning it on but keeping it pointed down so no light shines out the windows. He checks the labels on the crates around him, looking for the list of items he came here for. It takes a while, and a lot of the items are scattered all throughout the warehouse, but Izuku is able to find all the gear he wanted. He is just about to leave when a label on another crate catches his eye. Smiling to himself, he takes out his knife one last time, prying open the box and pulling out one final item. Shoving it in with the rest of the things in his backpack, Izuku puts the lid of the crate back in place. Hopefully, no one will even know that anything was ever taken, simply assuming that the few missing items were just an inventory discrepancy. Izuku pauses at the exit door, waiting. When he hears the guards pass by again, he counts to 100, giving them enough time to get out of hearing distance before opening the door. Izuku slips back outside, shutting the door behind him and double-checking that no one is around before sprinting off in the direction he came from. He isn't as concerned about time as he leaves, the only barrier in his way this time being the fence. He takes his time scaling it again, doing his best not to make any noise, before dropping down on the other side and beginning his run home. The journey back to the parking garage is not as hard as Izuku was expecting, thankfully. He assumed that the extra equipment he had with him now would weigh him down, but now that he thinks about it, that was stupid of him. This stuff is designed for pro heroes to use. They have to wear it every day and be able to move easily, so of course it is all designed to be lightweight and durable at the same time. By the time Izuku gets back to the garage, it's just after 2 in the morning. He makes his way down the stairs, tiredly greeting Lizzie when she runs to meet him. Izuku dumps out the contents of his bag onto the couch, taking stock of everything. He was able to get his chest holster for throwing knives as well as the accompanying knives, black gloves that extend just past the elbow with built-in brass knuckles, a black whip, some steel-toed dark red leather boots, several expandable quirk-canceling H&D CFFS, and a utility belt with a few pouches on it. The whip is really less of a traditional whip and more closely resembles something like Eraserhead's scarf if it was made from a thicker woven material. He wasn't able to get the shirt he wants, though, but Izuku saw that coming. He needs it to be a fitted tank that exposes all of his shoulder blades. His burn scars get too irritated if any tight clothing rubs on them, and wearing anything baggy could be a safety risk, so fitted and properly cut is the only way to go. It's a rather specific look he needs, and he plans on finding that at a clothing store rather than a support item warehouse. He also wants to get a pair of techwear joggers. Something very loose from the knees up, allowing for a large range of motion, but very fitted from the knee down so Izuku doesn't have to worry about it getting snagged on something. Izuku plans on picking those up during the day, though. It should be easier to steal from stores like that when there are other people around that he can just blend in with. At least, Izuku thinks that sounds right. He's pretty new to the whole stealing thing. Overall, the haul from tonight was really successful, plus he got a little something extra that wasn't even on his list. Smiling as he picks up the item that caught his eye at the last minute, Izuku laughs to himself. Shinsu's gonna flip his sheet when he sees this, Izuku says to no one at all. Then he remembers that Shinso is probably mad at him and probably doesn't want to see him again, and his smile drops. Well, maybe this will be my apology gift if he's willing to talk to me. Izuku puts all his new equipment in a drawer and sets Shinsu's surprise on the table before kicking off his shoes and crawling into bed. He'll figure out how to fix everything in the morning. Hitoshi groans as he sits up, muscles sore from yesterday's training. Last night had ended on a sour note. Hitoshi had walked home after a very uncomfortably silent meal with Midoriya. Every time he tried to start up a conversation again, Midoriya would either ignore Hitoshi completely or he would just shrug off the question and give him a dirty look. It's not like Hitoshi was asking questions about the scars or anything. It was just regular conversation about training and hero stuff, but it didn't matter. By the end of the night, Hitoshi had been kind of sad at Midoriya. Sure, it was an awkward situation for both of them and he is sure Midoriya never intended for anyone to see those scars, but taking it out on Hitoshi was a shitty thing to do. He had finally given up and left Midoriya at the meal center and walked home by himself. When he got home, his foster parents had been in the living room watching something on television. He had just given a silent wave to them to alert them that he was home and continued on down the hallway to his room to do some homework before turning in for the night. Unfortunately, last night's sour mood has bled into this morning. Getting out of bed, Hitoshi makes his way to the bathroom to try and tame his hair as best he can for school. Not that he is particularly looking forward to it. School has always been something that Hitoshi has struggled with. Not the tests or the homework or anything like that, Hitoshi has always been a fairly smart kid. No, Hitoshi has dreaded school since the day everyone learned of his quirk. He had managed to keep it a secret for a while when he started middle school, having learned his lesson in grade school. People don't like villainous quirks. Unfortunately, Hitoshi could only keep it under wraps for so long until quirk counseling class rolled around. The teacher told him that he wasn't permitted to train his quirk since he needs someone to use Iton, and the other kids caught on that he never participated. When word got out as to why he didn't, all his classmates turned on him in a second, not that Hitoshi was surprised. He's known for a long time now that people don't react well to his quirk. That's why he hasn't told Midoriya. Hitoshi has been careful not to bring up quirks at all when they talk about being heroes or during training. Not that that will probably be an issue anymore. They had plans to meet again today for training, but Midoriya is probably going to call that off, given how last night went. He's still not quite sure why so much of Midoriya's anger is being directed toward Hitoshi, but they won't be training together as long as it is. Hitoshi heads back to his room, changing into his school uniform and grabbing his school bag before heading out. He's about halfway to school when he gets a text. Fishing his phone out of his pocket, he unlocks it to find a message from Midoriya, probably calling off their training session today. He taps on the notification, opening their conversation. Midoriya, want to ditch school today? I wanted to talk to you plus I have something to give you. Hitoshi stares at his screen for a moment, a bit at a loss. This is definitely not what he expected, but if it means they are getting back to normal, Hitoshi will take it. Me? Can't skip, but I'll be over after school. I'll text when I'm headed over. As much as he wishes he could just skip class, Hitoshi can't risk the school contacting his foster parents. The people he is placed with now are the nicest he has stayed with in years. They don't hit him or yell really at all, and they only have 2 rules: don't speak and don't cause trouble at school. If Hitoshi's school calls them and tells them that he skipped, they might send him away, and the next home he's at might not be so kind. He arrives at class on time and goes through his usual routine of becoming invisible. He doesn't speak to anyone and he is never called on in class. He sits by himself at lunch and is all around a model student, never giving anyone a reason to complain. Hitoshi has always been good at following rules. When classes finish, he sends a text to Midoriya letting him know he is on his way. It takes him about 30 minutes to get there, but when he does, Midoriya is already standing outside waiting. He is leaning against the stairwell access door with his head dropped down, his mess of green curls covering his face. Sorry about last night, Midoriya says as soon as Hitoshi comes up beside him, slipping his hands into his pockets. Wasn't your fault, I know that. I just got a little defensive, I guess. Hitoshi looks at him for a moment. His head is still bowed, eyes downcast, obviously sincerely apologetic. Hitoshi sighs, shaking his head. You were in but I'm not gonna hold it over you or anything. Midoriya's head pops up and Hitoshi is now able to see the dark circles that line his eyes. You aren't mad at me? Midoriya asks, his voice unsure. Of course I am, Hitoshi says, playfully knocking a fist on the top of the other boy's head, but I'm not going to quit being your friend just cause you had a bad day. Midoriya's face twists into a painful smile. We're friends? Hitoshi is taken off guard by the hint of pleading in the other boy's voice, and he suddenly realizes that they are in the same boat. Both trying to make their first friend. Yeah, he says, rolling his eyes to try and feign nonchalance, obviously. Midoriya's eyes begin to water and he ducks his head to try and hide it, letting out a watery laugh. Well, good to know I haven't F'd this up yet. He wipes his eyes with the heel of his hand, finally looking back up. Come on downstairs, I've got something for you. Hitoshi nods and follows after Midoriya as he leads them both down the stairs to his room. When he opens the door, Midoriya turns and begins walking backwards into the room, blocking the table from view as he talks. So I know you said Eraserhead is your favorite hero, and I'm not sure if you'll want to use this for training or if it will work well with your quirk, whatever it is, if you have one, but I figured you still might enjoy just having it, Midoriya says all in one breath, wringing his hands in excitement. Hitoshi just blinks at him for a moment. What the hell are you talking about? The other boy finally steps to the side, revealing a pile of light gray fabric on the table. Hitoshi walks up to it, picking it up and examining it closer. For a moment he has no idea what it is, but then it clicks. He spins around to face Midoriya, still holding the gift. Is this seriously what I think it is? He says, staring at his friend in utter disbelief. Surprise! Midoriya says in lieu of a real answer. Hitoshi laughs as he looks back down to the fabric in his hands. How the hell did you manage to get a replica of Eraserhead's capture weapon? I never see any merch for him in the hero stores. Merch? What are you? Midoriya trails off sounding incredibly confused. Hitoshi looks up at him, waiting for him to finish, but they just stare at each other for a bit. Yeah, merch, Hitoshi finally says. What else would it be? Midoriya just scuffs his shoe on the ground, looking very guilty. Dude, what is this and where did you get it? So, he finally says, drawing out the word, that's not a replica or a toy or anything like that. It may or may not be a genuine pro hero support item and I may or may not have gotten it from a warehouse at the low price of Googling how to disarm security systems. Or something like that. Hitoshi's mouth hangs open in complete shock. You still eat this? Midoriya makes a non-committal gesture, grimacing slightly. I don't like the word, stole, but I do occasionally need to borrow things. Either way, that's not important right now. It's not? Hitoshi asks incredulously. No, actually it isn't, Midoriya says, walking to the bookshelf and opening one of the lower drawers. He pulls out a mess of equipment, some of which Hitoshi isn't even sure what it is. I picked some stuff up for myself and I want to start training with it, but I need my training partner. Hitoshi looks at all the support items on the table, picking a few of them up and turning them over in his hands to examine them. I mean, I'll obviously train with you if you need, but why do you need all this stuff for training? His friend picks up a knife, testing the weight of it in his hand. I've got to get ready for the UA entrance exams. Can't be using equipment for the first time on exam day. I want to be really comfortable with all my support items before I try to use them in the field. Hitoshi looks up, tilting his head. Do they even allow support items? Couldn't that be considered an unfair advantage or something? Midoriya looks at him like he just asked the dumbest question in the world. Do you think I learned how to break into high-security warehouses and committed a felony without checking the UA website for their list of entrance exam rules? I don't know, Midoriya, Hitoshi says, throwing his hands up. I wouldn't have thought you would have borrowed all this sheet in the first place, so I feel like it's a valid question. His friend considers that for a moment before shrugging. Guess that's fair, he decides, setting the knife down, but, just so you know, I did check. All melee weapons are allowed as long as you submit an approval form at least a week in advance. So the knives, whip, gloves, and boots are all fine. You'd be able to use your capture scarf if you wanted. Midoriya walks over to his clothing rack, pulling out a pair of sweats and a tee. I'm assuming you don't want to wear your school uniform to train in, he says, handing the clothes to Hitoshi. Thanks, yeah, I didn't exactly plan this visit today, Hitoshi says, accepting the clothes. Figured. I'm glad you decided to come, though, Midoriya says, grabbing his newly acquired boots, gloves, and whip before ducking outside to let Hitoshi change. Hitoshi gets dressed in the clothes his friend provided, wrapping the capture weapon around his neck. When he steps out to join him, Hitoshi finds Midoriya now in a short-sleeved t-shirt, having taken off his sweatshirt. He has put on the gloves, covering his scars, and is currently punching a concrete pillar repeatedly. Dude, Hitoshi starts, cautiously, doesn't that, I don't know, hurt? Midoriya turns around with a smile. Nope. They've got some sort of impact tech in them. They were labeled as kinetic shock redirection gloves. I think they redirect any force put on them, back out. So they basically double my punching power and keep me from hurting my hands. He steps back to reveal the impressive crater he has made in the concrete, about half an inch deep and the same size as his fist. Hitoshi lets out a low whistle, walking up to examine the pillar. I hope the reason you need me for training isn't because you are going to punch me with those on, he says, turning back. I do want to work on hand-to-hand, but I'll take the gloves off for that, Midoriya assures him. He slips off the gloves and puts his sweatshirt back on. He drops to a fighting stance and Hitoshi follows suit, bringing his fists up on either side of his head. They are both embarrassingly bad at fighting, as it turns out. Izuku knew he wouldn't be winning any competitions right off the bat, but he thought he might be at least sort of okay at it. They have been sparring on and off for the past hour, only taking breaks for water and to catch their breath. Neither of them knows correct techniques, and they more closely resemble siblings wrestling over the television remote than they do future heroes in training. After a particularly embarrassing match, Izuku throws his hands up, letting out an exasperated sigh. We SCK, he grumbles, sitting down on the concrete floor. Shinso lets out a quiet laugh and walks over to join him on the floor. Yeah, I think we really do. Izuku, getting an idea, stands and walks back to his room and grabs his laptop and a notebook before returning to their training area. He sits back down next to Shinso, opening a new tab and searching up martial arts and melee fight training videos. I guess I should have probably started with doing this, huh? He says, clicking on the top result. Shinso snorts, shaking his head. You didn't think to look up training videos before you asked me over to practice fighting, but I'm the idiot for asking if you looked up the entrance exam rules. Makes sense. Izuku shoves his shoulder. There is a huge difference in the risk and required preparation between those, so yeah, you are the idiot. Shinso mumbles a bit discontentedly, but they both settle into a comfortable silence to watch the videos. They watch several in a row, covering all the basics, and Izuku takes what some might call an obscene amount of notes, jotting down practically everything the instructor says as well as making sketches to refer back to. After finishing a tutorial on breaking out of different pin positions, Izuku shuts the laptop, turning to his friend. You good to stop there for now with the videos? We could practice a bit more, now that we actually have an idea of what to do, he says, closing his notebook and putting it with the laptop. Yeah, Shinso says, standing. I think I picked up some of the stuff from the tutorials, so I say we train again for a bit and then break for dinner? Works for me. Izuku says, joining Shinso and bringing his fists up to get ready. Shinso gives a nod, warning Izuku that he is starting, before swinging his first punch. It definitely has more purpose behind it than before, if only a bit better. Izuku steps back a bit, allowing the punch to miss him, and grabs onto Shinso's wrist before he can react. Izuku pulls in the same direction as the punch was already going, using the momentum of his opponent to bring him off balance. Shinso falls forward, Izuku stepping to the side to prevent him from grabbing on for balance. His friend all but faceplants on the ground, groaning as he rolls to the side. What the hell, Midoriya? Shinso says, accepting the hand that Izuku extends to help him up. Where did that come from? Izuku tilts his head, confused. We just watched a video about it. Yeah, and what? You can just do it perfectly on the first try. Shinso asks, dusting off his pants. I mean, I took notes, Izuku says, shrugging. And that wasn't perfect. I should have done a counter while you were unbalanced, but I couldn't do it in time. I need to get faster. Shinso shakes his head, getting back into position. I have a feeling I'm going to be the only one sore after today. Izuku doesn't respond, partially because he is already getting prepared for their next round, and partially because he knows Shinso is probably right. No need to rub it in, he supposes. They spar for several more rounds before they break for dinner, putting their gear back in Izuku's room before heading out to the soup kitchen. Shinso, as it turns out, was right. He now sports a bruise on his cheek where Izuku landed a punch, and he keeps rubbing his hip, complaining that it is sore from landing on it after Izuku swept his legs out from under him. I know you're in better shape than me because of your old job, Shinso says as they walk, but are you sure you don't also have experience in beating the shit out of people? No, I would never do that to someone, he says, tucking his hands into his sweatshirt pocket, but I was on the receiving end of plenty of beatings. Mostly all from this one kid, but the rest of the class had their fun too. So, when you think about it, I've basically been watching training videos my whole life. Sheet man, Shinso says, looking at Izuku with concern written all over his face. I didn't mean to bring up sheet or anything. Dude, Izuku cuts him off, knocking a fist on Shinso's head. It's fine, I was trying to make a joke about it. Besides, that kid, the one who was the instigator for a lot of my problems, he's sort of a big reason that I know I can be a hero. So, as F-ed as it is, I owe a lot to him. Bless you, Mori says, holding out a tissue. Katsuki leans forward, accepting it, thanks. Of course, Mori says with a smile, these spring allergies always make me sneeze too. But back to what you were saying. You said you were able to come up with your list. Yeah, I made it, Katsuki says, picking at his nails. An unfortunate habit he seems to have picked up lately. I've been working on some of the things too. That's wonderful, Bakugo, she says, folding her hands in her lap. Would you like to share your list with me? Or maybe share what you've been working on? Katsuki frowns down at his now bleeding cuticles. He knows that Mori probably won't yell at him, but for some reason he doesn't want her to know what is on his list. He doesn't want her to know the shitty things he's done. But he also knows that he's coming to her to get better, so he SCKs it up and looks back up. I haven't used my quirk outside of quirk counseling class and training. That was the first thing on my list, he reveals, pausing to gauge Mori's reaction. He has essentially just admitted that he used to use his quirk on him, something that is both illegal and horrifyingly cruel. Mori's light smile turns into a much heavier one, but it's a smile nonetheless. I'm proud of your progress, Bakugo. Admitting your past behavior is an important step, and seeing that you are improving your actions going forward is wonderful. It shouldn't have been something I had to even fix, Katsuki mumbles, unable to accept the praise. Let's not discuss what you should have done. We both know that you have done things that are unacceptable, but you are working towards doing better, and it isn't productive to dwell on your mistakes while trying to improve, Mori reminds him. How about we talk about something on your list that you think will be difficult for you? Katsuki knows immediately what it is. Even when he put it on the list, he wasn't sure he would be able to complete it. I want to make a friend. Like, a real friend, not just one of those FING extras that follow me around, he says after a bit, not wanting to admit a weakness. Mori starts, nodding. That is something that a lot of people struggle with. Whether it is because they are introverted or because they have trouble opening up or many other reasons. It may take you a while before you are able to have someone that you call a friend. Just remember, this isn't a race to finish your list. This is a journey to prove to yourself that you can become someone that this boy would be proud of. It will be a lot of baby steps forward and most likely a few backward, but you'll make it there eventually. A soft chime from Mori's watch alerts them that his appointment has come to an end, and they quickly wrap up and say their goodbyes. Katsuki stops by the front desk to schedule his next appointment before ducking out of the building and heading towards his house. He doesn't realize he has been picking at his nails until a sharp pain pulls him from his thoughts. Katsuki looks down to see blood pooling at his nail bed, cursing under his breath. It's actually bleeding an annoyingly large amount, and it's going to start dripping if he doesn't do something about it. There is a drugstore just down the block, and Katsuki makes his way to it. He isn't familiar with this particular store, so Katsuki browses the aisles looking for the first aid section. He just wants to pick up some band-aids so he doesn't bleed all over his uniform. He is about to turn the corner to the next aisle when someone rounds the corner at the same time, running directly into him, letting out a startled squeak as they do. Normally, bumping into someone like that would barely jar Katsuki, probably not even making him lose his balance. But for some reason, this person is an actual brick wall and Katsuki finds himself flat on his butt. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry dude. I totally didn't see you there and I got spooked so I accidentally activated my quirk. Are you okay? Katsuki looks up to the apparent brick wall in question. He looks about the same age as Katsuki and has shoulder-length black hair and bright red eyes with a scar on his eyebrow. I'm FNG fine, Katsuki grumbles, standing up. Ah, That's good, the kid says, awkwardly scratching the back of his head and giving him a lopsided smile, revealing his pointed teeth. Sometimes I accidentally scratch people with my quirk and they ah. He cuts himself off, reaching out and grabbing Katsuki's hand. You're bleeding, dude. Oh man, I'm really sorry. Katsuki yanks his hand back, not one for unnecessary physical contact. I'm fine, and you didn't do that. I heard it before I even came in here. I'm actually just here to get some FING band-aids for it. Oh, then why are you in the hair dye aisle? The kid asks, and Katsuki notices for the first time that the other boy is holding a box of red hair dye in his other hand. Obviously, I am looking for the first aid aisle, Katsuki says, trying to keep his anger in check, reminding himself that this kid is just trying to be nice. Oh, well, I can show you where it is, he says, already walking off. It's the least I can do after running into you like that. I'm Kirishima, by the way. Katsuki follows behind him as they wind through the aisles. Normally, he would tell this extra to F off and ask him why he thought that Katsuki would care what his name was. But that's not who he wants to be anymore. So instead, as they come to a stop in front of the bandages, he just mumbles a quiet, thank you, before grabbing a random box off the shelf and making his way to the checkout. It was by no means friendly or really even all that kind, but hey, baby steps. Izuku hates nightmares. Granted, nobody really likes nightmares, but as Izuku sits up in bed, gasping for air and dripping sweat like he does almost every night, he wagers that he hates them more than most people. Tonight's dream was one that he has frequently. Though, if Izuku is being honest, it is less of a dream and more of an adapted memory, which only makes it worse. It always starts fairly innocently. Izuku is just on his way back from school, writing in his hero journal as he walks. The sun is warm on his face and the path he walks feels familiar, but then something blocks the sun and he bumps into something hard. When he looks up, All Might is standing in his path, striking a hero pose and staring down at Izuku. Even though he has had this dream dozens of times, Izuku always gets excited at this part. He's not sure why. He knows what comes next. Just as he is about to hold out his journal to ask for an autograph, All Might stops smiling and kneels down. The hero reaches out and puts a hand on either shoulder, and Izuku starts to realize that his shoulders hurt. Had they always been burning? You're weak, child. You need to give up this ridiculous dream, the hero says, clenching his hands, causing Izuku to let out a whine of pain. Please, I know I can do it, Izuku cries, tears starting to fall as the burning sensation across his shoulder blade starts to grow. This is all I have, it's all I want. I need this, otherwise I don't think I can hold out much longer. All Might rips the journal out of Izuku's hands, tossing it to the side, then don't. What? Izuku practically whispers, his whole body beginning to shake. Then don't, the hero repeats, grabbing Izuku's shoulders again. Don't hold on. Give up this dream. Give up your hopes for your future. Just give up. It's for the best. Quirkless are too weak to contribute, anyway. All Might stands and shoves past Izuku, leaving him sobbing and alone. As Izuku cries, the world in the dream melts and shifts and suddenly he is on a bridge, wind whipping through his hair and cooling the tracks of tears on his cheeks. He grips the railing as he looks down over the edge at the river. He knows what he's supposed to do next, but he isn't quite sure he wants to. You gonna finally effing do it? Izuku looks to his right to find Katsuki leaning backwards against the railing. His hands are in his pockets and his expression is almost bored, tilting his head slightly as he waits for his answer. I don't know. I'm supposed to, aren't I? Izuku says, not really a question. Katsuki just nods, pushing off from the railing and walking up behind Izuku. He puts his hands on Izuku's shoulders and suddenly the burning sensation is too much to ignore. It is crawling up and over his back, heat seeping into his skin, and Izuku gasps in agony. Katsuki leans forward, putting his mouth next to Izuku's ear. Do you need help? Izuku just manages a tired nod, his eyes unfocused as he lets go of the railing. He's thankful for the help. He's not sure he would have been brave enough to do it without Katsuki's help. I'll just give you a little push. Heat explodes across his back and suddenly Izuku is hurtling over the railing and wind is tearing at his hair and clothes as he races towards the river rocks below. Izuku always wakes up right before he hits the ground, the wings of scars on his back throbbing as he sits up in bed. They never really stop hurting, but they always seem to ache more after nightmares like that. It takes Izuku a few minutes to catch his breath, gripping the sheets as he forces air in through his nose and out through his mouth. It's not the ending of the dream that horrifies him this much. Izuku would still be trying to figure out new ways to kill himself if he had food on hand in the unfortunate incident of his revival. No, what upsets Izuku most about that dream is the fact that he's still quirkless. And not just in the dream. Izuku's stuck being quirkless once he wakes up too. Not literally, of course, but that mindset doesn't just go away with the newfound knowledge that he was never really quirkless. Even though he knows that they were wrong all along, that he has a quirk, it doesn't change the fact that quirklessness has become synonymous with Izuku. He was raised quirkless, treated as they are for his entire life. He tries to remind himself that that isn't true anymore, but the fact of his under-evolved nature has been drilled into him for so long, he finds himself forgetting he isn't quirkless. That is, until he can't take it anymore. Until the negative thoughts get to be too much and Izuku realizes he has to force air into his lungs and food and water down his throat, and he has to exist for the rest of his life, and suddenly it's all too much. He just wants to find a knife or a gun or a tall building and make it all stop, but then he remembers. It is then, at those moments, that the reality of Izuku's quirk makes itself known and he realizes that he can't ever make it stop and he'll never really be quirkless. But he won't ever be normal either, and he's stuck in between like a bowling ball with the bumpers raised on the alley and not enough momentum to make it to the pins. Not a loud exit, and no one is coming to give him an extra push. Izuku sighs as he gets out of bed. There's no use trying to lay back down. He can never get back to sleep after he has that dream. He makes his way to the bathroom, washing his face in the sink with cold water to try and ground himself and calm down. He cups his hands under the faucet and pours the water down his back, sighing in relief as the burning subsides a bit. He always sleeps on his stomach without a shirt on to give his scars a break from being irritated by fabric, but when he has nightmares, he tends to toss and turn so the blankets end up rubbing against them anyway. Izuku turns off the sink and heads back to his room, drying his hands off on his sweatpants. He checks the time on his phone, just after 6 in the morning. Figuring that it's as good a time as any to start his day, Izuku throws on a sweatshirt, ties his hair back into a loose ponytail, and slips into his sneakers to head out for a morning run. He's been pretty cardio-focused these past several days, and it's been great, although Shinso would probably disagree. They go for a 5-kilometer run every day before they start training together, and Shinso is always flushed and gasping for air when they finish. Izuku also runs at least triple that distance every morning, but he doesn't tell his friend that, for a few reasons. The first being that he doesn't want to make Shinso feel like he is lagging behind. Izuku can tell he is really training his hardest, and he doesn't want his friend to feel discouraged just because he isn't in the same place as Izuku. The second reason is because Izuku doesn't want Shinso asking why he is training so hard for the entrance exams. This is because, well, obviously he isn't just training for the exams. Honestly, Izuku isn't even sure he is going to apply to UA. Not because he doesn't want to go, it's still his dream school, but because he isn't sure that's really an option for him anymore. He hasn't finished middle school and he is legally dead. Even if he goes to the police and gets the whole dead thing cleared up, Izuku isn't sure he would be eligible to apply simply based on academic standards alone. He'd be too far behind by the time he's ready to rejoin the living to be able to catch up in time for the exam. But Izuku is fine with that. There's always next year if he ends up wanting to try the legit path and go to school, but for right now, he has a clear goal in mind. He's going to be the best DMN vigilante he can be, and that starts with being physically ready. The routes he takes for his jogs in the mornings always start the same, winding down the path by Takoba Beach, but after that, Izuku just kind of roams the city until he meets his distance goal. Partially because he would get bored redoing the same route every day, and partially to become more familiar with the city. Izuku wants to make sure he knows plenty of back roads and side streets before he starts his first patrol. Today his route takes him down several sketchy alleyways that all blend together, Izuku fitting them into his mental map of the city. He has already been running for over an hour when suddenly, upon exiting an alley, Izuku finds himself in a shopping district he's never been to. It looks fairly high-end and Izuku is sure that he will probably end up spending a lot of time on patrol here, given that it borders a bad neighborhood. Villains robbing stores and then escaping through the side streets. Izuku tries not to think of the irony of the situation as he sets his eyes on a techwear store. Slowing down to a walking pace, Izuku makes his way to the store, pulling up his hood as he does. This wasn't on his to-do list today, but he figures he might as well check this place while he's here. The store is pretty dead, given how early it is, so Izuku takes his time browsing the racks of clothes. Honestly, a lot of this would be useful for his costume, but he doesn't want to get greedy, so he moves on until he comes to a display of shirts that look to be the exact cut Izuku needs. They are mock neck tanks with a racerback cut, and Izuku could kiss whatever god is responsible for making him find this store by chance. See, this is the 5th store he has checked looking for this type of shirt. The pants were easy to find, given that they are a popular style and most techwear stores carry them. Izuku picked those up last week, the same day he got the equipment from the warehouse, while Shinso was at school. Izuku searches through the rack until he finds his size, holding it up to himself for reference. When he looks up, he notices the cashier looking at him, but they quickly avert their gaze, and it's times like these that Izuku is grateful for his scars. People get uncomfortable when they see a kid with giant scars on his face, and they don't want to be accused of staring, so they do everything they can to not look. It puts them on the defensive, and they aren't really suspicious of Izuku anymore. They are just concerned with looking anywhere but at him, so all he has to do is not be entirely obvious as he grabs a few shirts in his size and stuffs them down his pants and in his sweatshirt. As he heads for the door, he catches the cashier staring at him again, so Izuku brings a hand up to his face, covering his scar as if he is embarrassed. The cashier's face turns bright red and they turn away, leaving Izuku to walk out of the store unbothered. He feels a bit bad, making them feel like the one in the wrong when Izuku is definitely taking stuff he didn't pay for, but it's unavoidable right now. Izuku adds this store to his mental list of people he needs to pay back once he has the resources. Izuku sets off again, running out of the shopping district and back through the alleyways and side roads he took to get there. The trip back to the parking garage is quicker than his trip out was, Izuku skipping out on exploring more of the city in favor of getting back to drop off the newly acquired shirts. He makes his way down the stairs and to his room, opening the bottom drawer of his bookshelf and dumping the shirts in there. He probably needs to get a better organizational system for his gear. Maybe he'll check the beach for a cabinet or something later with Shinso. For now, he has other plans. Giving a still asleep Lizzie a pat on the head, Izuku makes his way out of the room and back up the stairs. He checks the time on his phone to make sure they will still be serving breakfast and heads towards the meal center. It's Sunday, so he might see Shinso there, but that's not really the person he's hoping to find. Izuku ducks into the building, getting in line and grabbing a tray. He scans the staff working the serving line, but he doesn't see the face he's looking for, so he just quietly goes through the line, getting his food and sitting down at a mostly empty table. As he eats, Izuku keeps glancing toward the kitchen doors, willing them to spit out the one person he needs to talk to today, to no avail. It's not like he really wants to talk to him. Izuku doesn't like talking to anyone except Shinso, especially not adults, but he doesn't really have a choice this time. Breakfast comes to a close, all the other kids returning their trays and heading out while the volunteers start clearing the serving line. Izuku is left at the table by himself, drumming his fingers on the table. Finally getting fed up, deciding the waiting is worse than just getting it over with, Izuku pushes up from the table and walks up to the nearest volunteer. Hisashi has always been a morning person, much to Shuta's dismay. He is usually up before the sun and too antsy to stay in bed and wait for Sho to wake up, especially since his husband likes to sleep in after his night patrols. On any other day, Hisashi would just get up and prep for work at the radio station, school, or patrol, but Sundays are his off days. Well, at least, they were his off days. The soup kitchen that he and Sho opened a few years back is pretty much self-sufficient. The volunteers they picked out are able to handle the day-to-day operations flawlessly, so there's no real reason for either of them to be on site anymore. But, just because he doesn't need to, doesn't mean Hisashi doesn't like to. He can't cook to save his life, far too scatterbrained to make anything without setting it on fire, but he does like to help out where he can. Sometimes that means working the serving line, other times it's washing trays. This morning, helping out means sitting in the back office and calling a few vendors, checking up on food deliveries and fitting them into a scheduling spreadsheet. Hisashi has been making phone calls for the past 20 minutes when there is a knock on the office door. He glances up from the spreadsheet to see one of the newer volunteers peeking her head in. Is there something you need help with? Hisashi offers, beckoning her into the room. Yeah, she says, pushing the door open more, but staying in the doorway. There's a kid out here asking to talk to you? Hisashi saves the document he was working on and shuts the computer. Thank you for letting me know, I'll be right out. The volunteer bows her head and ducks out of the room, leaving Hisashi to think. He knows immediately who it is that's asking for him. It's gonna be that kid with the green hair that he spoke to a while back. He must need something from Hisashi again. The last time, he just wanted some coffee, so it's probably something simple. This isn't a common occurrence. In fact, in the 6 years since he opened this meal center, not a single kid has actually taken Hisashi up on his offer to help them. Most of the kids here are distrustful of adults, and from what Hisashi can tell, This new kid is too. He'll have to make sure not to scare him off. Hizashi makes his way out of the office and through the kitchen doors, into the dining area. It only takes him a moment to find a certain mess of green curls sitting at one of the back tables. He weaves his way through tables, pausing in front of the kid. He wants to wait to be invited to sit, so that the kid feels more in control. The kid glances up, and Hizashi has to fight the urge to flinch. He doesn't think he will ever get used to seeing scars like that on a face so young, but he'll be dead if he makes the kid feel uncomfortable about them. You gonna sit down? The kid mumbles, his rough tone not masking his nerves the way Hizashi is sure the kid thinks it does. Sure, if you don't mind, Hizashi says, smiling as he sits down opposite the child. The kid just huffs out a breath, not really giving a response as he picks at his nails. Hizashi isn't quite sure what to say. He hates awkward silences, but his usual options for small talk would probably make the kid feel like Hizashi is trying to pry out information. So, Hizashi decides on a small prompt. I'm guessing you have something you need help with again? Hizashi offers, but that was apparently the wrong thing to say. The kid's expression immediately turns to something wounded and guarded. I don't need help. I could do this on my own. I'm not some kind of burden, the kid says, looking down at the table, hunching his shoulders up. Sheet, yeah, that was poor wording on Hizashi's part. Time for damage control. Of course not. But just because you can do something on your own, doesn't mean you should have it. I opened this meal center for a reason, Hizashi says, helping anyone who needs it. And right now that's you. So, how can I be of use? This seems to smooth things over because the kid relaxes his shoulders a bit and gives a subtle nod. I need food, he mumbles, almost embarrassed. Hizashi tilts his head, not quite understanding. Well, I take it you don't just mean regular meals, since you already get those here. Right? The kid says, glancing up but not maintaining eye contact. I have some side effects with my quirk and one of them is that I get really hungry. Hizashi says, rocking back in his seat a bit, so you need larger portions? You are always welcome to go through the line twice if you want. No, the kid cuts in, fidgeting with his hands. He is clearly uncomfortable talking about his quirk, Hizashi notes. It's more like I need food on hand. Like, after I use my quirk, I can't really function until I eat and rest. I can barely walk. Oh, Hizashi says, finally getting it, so it would be more beneficial for you if I got some non-perishable foods that you could keep with you? The kid just nods, still not making eye contact. Hizashi really wants to ask what his quirk is and why he would use it if it has such intense side effects, but he isn't that stupid. He knows that would send the kid running, so Hizashi keeps his mouth shut about it. Well, that's easy done, Hizashi says, leaning forward on his elbows. I can have a bag of snacks and food made for you, what, twice a week? How much would you need? The kid looks up, slightly shocked. Yeah, that would probably be good. It would be best if they were really calorie dense. I usually don't have long to eat before I pass out, so quick meals are best. No problem there. I'll let the staff know to start making that up, Hizashi says, standing up. It will be ready by lunch hours on Mondays and Thursdays. Just tell the staff that Zashi said you would be by to collect the food. The name drop was intentional. Hopefully it will earn a few trust points, since he gave his name without asking the kid's name in return. The kid doesn't offer any other information, and Hizashi doesn't expect him to. Honestly, he's surprised that the kid was willing to tell him as much as he did. Hizashi flashes one last smile before leaving the way he came, heading back to the office to make arrangements for the food parcels. It's not like Izuku was hoping that would go badly, but he is definitely left dumbfounded as Zashi walks away. He kind of just assumed that there was no way in hell that the owner would actually help Izuku if he asked, let alone be excited to help. Like, yeah, he told Izuku that he was there if he ever needed anything, but so did a lot of adults. His teachers gave anti-bullying speeches, his hero and idol participated in the Anyone Can Be a Hero campaigns, and his mom and dad said they loved him. But when it came down to it, none of that really meant anything. His teachers still encouraged Izuku's bullies and acted oblivious when he asked for help. All Might told him he is weak and should give up his dreams, and his parents apparently couldn't love him enough to outweigh the burden of his existence. Adults just do shit like that. Or at least, most adults. Zashi is somewhat of a curveball for Izuku. He said he would help and he actually did. Now, this is not to say Izuku trusts Zashi. That's going to take a lot more than a promise of a snack bag, but it's a step in the right direction and Izuku will take it. There's a pinch of guilt in Izuku's chest as he realizes what basically just went down. This seemingly nice adult is going out of his way to unknowingly provide Izuku what is essentially the means to start trying to kill himself again. Izuku doesn't know a lot about Zashi, but he'd wager that he isn't pro-child suicide. Izuku just tries to shake off that thought. There's still about an hour and a half until they start serving lunch, so Izuku decides to head back to the garage to train a bit more. Pushing up from the table, he drops off his tray before walking out the doors and back towards the garage. As he walks, he shoots off a text to Shinso, letting his friend know that Izuku is training if he wants to join before lunch, though he's pretty sure Shinso would rather die than have to wake up before noon on a weekend. Izuku jogs down the stairs, warming up a bit as he heads to his room. He gets changed into one of his new shirts, circling his arms a couple times to make sure it doesn't irritate his scars. Smiling when he realizes that it's a perfect fit, he slips on his techwear pants, dark red leather boots, and elbow-length gloves, completing his vigilante costume with his chest holster, utility belt, and black whip. Izuku checks himself over, pleased with the way all the pieces came together. It looks fairly professional, which makes sense given that like 70% of his costume came from an actual supplier for pros. He freshens up his ponytail, making sure it's tight and won't get in the way, before leaving his room to start training. When he isn't working cardio, Izuku is focused on getting the hang of the whip. And, given that he has already run about 20 kilometers today, Izuku figures he's done enough cardio for today. Unlatching the whip from his belt, Izuku tests the weight of it in his hands as he plans his route. As a way to get familiar with the whip, Izuku has been using it to grab onto pillars, pipes, and beams and swing across the garage without touching the ground. He's gotten fairly good with it, to the point where it's more fun than it is work. Izuku takes off, slinging the whip out in front of him towards a support beam, yanking back to lock in the tension when it wraps around his target, and kicks off the ground, swinging around the beam, releasing the tension, and repeating the process with a pipe next. He doesn't know how long he's been navigating the garage with his whip when he hears a low whistle across the garage from the stairwell. Izuku grabs onto the nearest pipe, pulling himself up and straddles it to rest, tossing the whip down to the ground. Shinso is leaning against the doorway, arms crossed as he watches Izuku. "You've really gotten good at that, huh?" His friend calls out, pushing off the doorway and walking toward Izuku. "You're doing pretty great with your capture weapon, too," Izuku counters. Shinso waves off the compliment. "I have the ability to not get tangled in it and I am starting to be able to grasp stationary objects with it. I don't know that I would call that doing great." Izuku swings his other leg over and drops down in front of Shinso. "You're right," Izuku says sarcastically. "You really are terrible, hopeless in fact. You should probably give up if I'm being Hones." Izuku is cut off by Shinso knocking him on the head. "Oh, shut up already," his friend snorts, rolling his eyes. Izuku laughs, playfully flipping Shinso off as he turns around to pick up the whip that he dropped. He scoops it up, winding it around his forearm as he turns back around, preparing to say something snarky, but Shinso's expression stops him. His friend looks pale and a bit uncomfortable, shifting from foot to foot. Izuku tilts his head, not really understanding where the shift in mood came from, but then he remembers what shirt he is wearing. What is visible right now? "Oh, you saw," Izuku says, looking away from Shinso. "Yeah," Shinso says, "but it doesn't have to be a thing. It's not like I was going to say anything." Izuku nods at the ground, grateful for a friend like Shinso. He still feels guilty about how he reacted the last time Shinso accidentally saw one of his scars. "Sorry you had to see them. I know they're ugly," he says, looking back up. Shinso frowns at that, walking up and flicking Izuku between the eyes. "Idiot," he says, "they are scars. They aren't there to be accessories. Plus I doubt you chose to have them, so why worry about something as stupid as how they look? But if you are going to care about how they look, you should know they look like dope but wings." Izuku manages a smile. "Yeah, I thought they kind of looked like wings too. I'm a bit of a flightless bird, aren't I?" Shinso laughs at that, ruffling Izuku's hair. "Yeah, the human version of a kiwi. Both the fruit and the bird." Izuku smacks away Shinso's hand. "If you start calling me kiwi, I'll kill you," he says with no real heat behind the threat. "You know that just sealed your fate, right, kiwi?" Shinso says, grinning as he backs away. "I think," Izuku says, adjusting his hold on his whip, "you shouldn't start fights with people holding weapons." Shinso glances down at the whip before taking off running, trying to escape the wrath of Izuku. He darts behind support beams and zigzags as he sprints off, evading Izuku for as long as he can. He actually makes it pretty far since Izuku doesn't have much practice using the whip to capture moving objects, but Izuku is faster, so he catches up eventually. He slings the whip forward, wrapping around Shinso's torso, pinning his arms down, and yanks backwards, sending his friend tumbling down. Shinso hits the ground with a dull thud, groaning out a laugh. Izuku walks up, rolling Shinso over with his boot, not releasing his hold with the whip. "Do you admit defeat?" Izuku asks, nudging Shinso with his foot. Shinso deadpans a stare up at Izuku, wiggling slightly to emphasize his immobility at the moment. Shrugging, Izuku releases the tension, allowing Shinso to unravel the whip. His friend stands, dusting off his pants. "You know I'm still gonna call you Kiwi, right?" Shinso says, smirking. Izuku waves him off, "And you just earned back your nickname, Cotton Candy." Shinso gapes at him in feigned shock, hands splayed out on his chest. "You wouldn't dare," he says. "Oh, but I would," Izuku counters, stepping into his room to throw on a hoodie. "Come on, Candy, let's go get lunch." It is a well-known fact that quirkless are under-contributing members of society. No matter how much they attempt to make up for their lack of a quirk, they are biologically inept and will not be able to measure up to their quirked coworkers, teammates, friends, or family. They bring down those around them because they require more support than a normal person. Katsuki clicks off the article, frowning at his computer screen. That was the 5th article he has read, trying to research quirklessness like he put on his list. The only problem is that every single article he has read has had an obvious bias, and it makes Katsuki sick to his stomach to see the sheet he is trying to unlearn being spouted out like facts. Hell, he would probably believe all of it, if it weren't for his parents, especially his mom. She always made sure to remind Katsuki that he isn't special, which, to most people, probably sounds like a really shitty thing for a parent to say to their kid. But for Katsuki, his mom was the only person saying it, and he needed to hear it. His teachers, his classmates, pro-heroes, hell, even strangers who happened to watch him use his quirk. They all told him he was powerful, gifted, perfect, strong, heroic, the best. And he was all those things simply because of his quirk. Not him. His quirk. Always his quirk. He and his quirk were equated and cemented together, only no one bothered to check if the brat attached to the quirk was worth anything at all. No one except his mom. She praised him for his good grades and any time he actually had good manners. She only ever complimented him for his actions, not his quirk. And, if he told a story about how everyone at school loved him because of something he did in quirk counseling class, she would always ask the same question. Do they love you or what you can do? It didn't make a lot of sense to Katsuki at first. He was like 7 years old, so of course when someone says they love him, they love him. Everyone does. But then Katsuki started to notice how that question applied to him. The whole reason everyone hated him was because of Waith Cold-Do. He had no quirk, so the immediate perception by everyone around him is that he can't do much of anything. And just like with Katsuki, no one ever bothered to try and separate the quirk, or lack thereof, from the child. So, Katsuki decided to start watching him, not just what he can't do in quirk class, but really watching him. It was then that Katsuki first made the realization that he immediately buried deep inside with the hopes that no one else would ever figure it out either. Hyua's better than Katsuki. In every way that Katsuki failed, he succeeded. Hyua's kind and brave and smarter than anyone realized and never afraid to intervene if someone needed help, even if it meant the world get hurt. Hyua's everything a hero should be. The only thing keeping him from being everyone's favorite, the golden child, was the fact that he didn't have a quirk. And it terrified Katsuki. Katsuki didn't know who he was if he wasn't the best. So, he did the worst thing he's ever done, ever will do. He made it his mission to cement this value Tohi's lack of quirk. He made sure everyone in their class knew that quirkless was a dirty thing to be, and Katsuki made sure they became inseparable from the label of quirkless, that it was the first thing anyone would think when they saw him. Only, that didn't solve his problems the way 7-year-old Katsuki thought it would. It only dug his grave deeper as the years went on. See, if anyone figured it out, he would just replace Katsuki as the best. Everyone would also know what Katsuki had done, and they would know he was never worth anything more than his quirk, and they wouldn't love him anymore. No one would. Gods, if his mom found out? The one person who always put him before his quirk? Katsuki didn't even want to think about how disappointed she would be. So, here Katsuki is, 14 years old, and having to read articles online to remind himself how wrong he was. How wrong he is. Huffing out a breath, Katsuki shuts his computer and stands up from his desk, grabbing his gym bag and settling his journal inside along with his workout clothes. He makes his way out of his room, slipping his shoes on at the door and heading out, not bothering to alert either of his parents to his leaving. They've been giving him his space lately, ever since he started working on completing his list. They don't know what's on the list exactly, and they definitely don't know why Katsuki made it, but they are doing their best to support him right now, and for Katsuki, support often means, leave him the hell alone. Gym bag in hand, Katsuki makes his way to the training facility he always goes to when he needs to blow off steam. They have specialized rooms that allow people to practice their quirk, and Katsuki has been going there to blow shit up since he was 6. Usually there is a rule that a person has to be at least 12 to be allowed in there, but they make exceptions for people with destructive quirks. Better that the kid has a designated place to get control of their quirk than to expect them to never use it at all. He hasn't stopped by here in a while, not with everything going on, but as Katsuki steps into the lobby, he revels in the sense of familiarity. Katsuki swipes his membership card at the check-in kiosk and selects a soundproof and fire-resistant room to reserve. He stops by the locker rooms and changes into his training clothes before making his way to the private room he selected. But when he shuts the door behind himself and he is left staring at the practice dummies in front of him, Katsuki finds that this is no longer the stress-relieving activity that it used to be. Because, for some reason, the dummies are no longer just dummies. Now, all the dummies seem to have green curly hair and freckles, and had they always looked so small and fragile? And they no longer stand there lifelessly, waiting to be destroyed, because now they seem to be kneeling and begging and they are crying that it hurts, please Kaken stop, what did I do wrong, please, I'm sorry Kaken, it hurts, it hurts. Katsuki reels backwards, slamming against the door as he feels his chest grow tight, like something is squeezing his ribs and keeping him from taking a breath even though he is panting and gasping. He is vaguely aware that he isn't standing anymore, but only because his knees ache from where he dropped to the ground. His eyes can't focus and his ears are ringing like they usually do after he uses his quirk for too long, and it's all too much and he needs to get out of here and he can't do this, and Katsuki scrambles out of the room, pushing the door shut with both hands and holding it shut for a moment, grounding himself. He rests his forehead on the door, closing his eyes as he tries to catch his breath. That's not the first time something like that has happened. No, Katsuki has become very well acquainted with whatever the F that was. Sometimes it happens when he sees spider lilies sitting on a certain empty desk at school, for once actually placed there for their intended purpose. Sometimes it's when he is headed somewhere and he has to cross a bridge, even if it's not Hatbridge. And, most frequently, it's when he is in quirk counseling class and the teacher and all the other students are congratulating him on his powerful quirk and his ability to destroy, and Katsuki just feels so dirty and vile and disgusting and irredeemable. But this is the first time it has happened here, in this place that has always been his safe haven, his home away from home. Apparently, the universe is taking it upon itself to punish Katsuki in creative ways. Not that Katsuki holds a grudge with the universe. He deserves it, and it's not like anyone else is going to punish him. Katsuki is just starting to register sounds around him other than the ringing in his ears when there is a tentative tap on his shoulder. He rolls his head to the side, staring half-lidded at the apparent source of the tapping. They start, seemingly a bit anxious. You feel okay? Katsuki just blinks at them for a moment before letting his head drop back down. I'm effing golden, he mumbles to the ground, still a bit out of breath. Oh, if you say so. The voice continues, apparently oblivious to Katsuki's cold shoulder. How's your finger? Katsuki actually stands up straight at this, turning to face the person fully. Ha! He asks, shooting them a nasty look. They again seem unfazed by Katsuki's overall vibe. Your finger? It was bleeding pretty good. I was just wondering if it was doing okay now, they say, pleasant smile on their face as they wait for an answer. What the F are you talking about? Do I fucking know you? Katsuki spits out, this whole interaction grating on his already fraying nerves. Yeah, of course you do, they say, tilting their head in confusion. Don't you remember? It's not like it was that long ago. Oh, they trail off, slowly bringing a hand up to their hair, fidgeting with the black ponytail. You must not recognize me. People say I look really different with my hair pulled back like this. Katsuki takes a moment to actually look at the person. Red eyes, scar on the eyebrow, pointed teeth. That, combined with the weird comment about his finger, and Katsuki manages to put the pieces together. You're the guy from the drugstore, he concludes. Yup. The other boy says, seemingly overjoyed to be vaguely remembered, my name's Kirishima, by the way. I think I told you that, but you probably forgot it by now. Katsuki had. No, I didn't. Your hair's just all different, so I didn't realize it was you. I don't forget shit, Katsuki defends, probably not very convincingly. Kirishima has the decency to not point it out. Right? He says, suppressing a smile. Well, if you're done in your private training room and you're feeling alright, do you want to spar with me for a bit? Normally, Katsuki would agree in a heartbeat, happy to jump on the chance to hone his fighting skills on anyone he can. But considering that he just had a full-on freakout at the mere thought of hurting literal training dummies, Katsuki's not so sure. No thanks, Katsuki says, rolling his eyes. You look like you just started working out like 2 days ago. I don't spar with people who are just gonna tap out in 2 seconds. 4 days, Kirishima says brightly, and Katsuki just raises an eyebrow in confusion. I started working out 4 days ago, not 2. That's double the experience, so I'm set, he says, slamming his fists together in some sort of macho pose. Katsuki's look of confusion grows into one that his mother has lovingly described as reminiscent of a fing goblin. Believe it or not, 4 days is also not long enough to be able to hold your own against me. Kirishima drops his arms, but doesn't look dejected. Maybe not most people, but if you're worried about hurting me, I can just use my quirk. And what makes you think that will help? No matter how strong your quirk is, you've still got to be able to use it well if you want to stand a chance at taking me down, Katsuki says, grabbing his gym bag from where he dropped it in his rush to get out of the training room. Oh, I don't doubt that. I know I can't win, Kirishima says. I'm more of a defense guy anyway. I want to see how my quirk holds up against someone as strong and manly as you. What's your quirk? Katsuki asks, barely entertaining the idea. I get super hard. Like, rock hard, and I've been working to see how long I can stay hard for, Kirishima says, grinning and putting his hands on his hips. Katsuki doesn't try to stop the look of disgust that creeps across his face. Dude, what the hell? How is that relevant in fighting? Kirishima looks genuinely confused. 'Cause it's a great defensive technique? I mean, my whole body basically turns into armor, so like, I don't get hurt as easily. To demonstrate, Kirishima holds up his fist, activating his quirk and tapping the now stone-like skin. Katsuki stares at Kirishima, sure that he is about to start laughing and say that he loves to freak people out when he tells them about his quirk by wording it weird. But no, he just smiles, holding his fist out like there could never be a different meaning to any of that, and Katsuki realizes that this dude is a fing idiot. But, Katsuki concludes, he is an idiot with built-in safety precautions. If ever there was someone to help him get over his fear of hurting someone, it's this dude. Katsuki sighs, walking towards the sparring mats. You get 1 round, that's it, he calls over his shoulder. There's an excited noise from behind him as he makes his way to a random sparring mat. Katsuki doesn't have to look back to know that Kirishima is following close on his heels like an excited puppy. He carefully places his gym bag on the bench, never letting it get too far away from him, not about to risk losing the journal inside. Katsuki steps onto the mat and waits for his new sparring partner to get in position. I'm not going to use my quirk, so as long as you can protect yourself from basic hand-to-hand sheet, you'll be fine, Katsuki says, really more to calm his own nerves than anything else. Right, Kirishima says, dropping to a defensive stance. Katsuki wipes his palms on his shorts, getting rid of any excess sweat. It's an annoying cycle at the moment. Katsuki is afraid to hurt someone. Being nervous makes him sweat, excess sweat makes him more likely to accidentally set off an explosion, which makes him more nervous, and round it goes. Katsuki shakes out his hands, trying to disperse the growing nerves, and Kirishima seems to notice the action. You really don't have to worry about me, he says, offering a reassuring smile. My quirk can handle a lot. Or, if it's yourself you're worried about, I promise I'll stay on defense. I'm not fing worried about myself, Katsuki grumbles, stepping towards Kirishima to start their match. I'm not fing worried about anything. Just a cheat day. Katsuki throws the first punch, not really at full strength, but enough that Kirishima staggers back on impact, a little underprepared. Want to talk about it? Kirishima asks in between dodging punches. What about literally anything about me makes you think I would want to fing talk about it? Katsuki counters, throwing another punch. Kirishima can't manage to dodge this one, but he does activate his quirk in time, and Katsuki has to grit his teeth not to cry out in pain. A quick glance at his knuckles and Katsuki can tell that they will be bruised tomorrow. I dunno, Kirishima says, apparently unfazed by the punch, but maybe I can help, since you are helping me out by training with me. Not unless you somehow know where I can find a single fing article on quirkless people that wasn't written by an absolute but, Katsuki says between punches. Oh? You got a homework assignment on it or something? Kirishima asks. Yeah, Katsuki replies, something like that. Katsuki sweeps his leg, knocking Kirishima off his feet and pinning him to the mat. Well, Kirishima grunts with his face shoved in the mat. I might actually be able to help with that. Katsuki stands, offering a hand to Kirishima. Why would you know anything about that? I've been looking into quirks and how to train your quirks lately. I saw a bunch of books on quirkless people at this bookstore in the mall while I was looking for stuff about defensive quirks. Kirishima shrugs. Honestly, Katsuki feels a little stupid for not thinking to check a bookstore. He'd only been checking newly published articles. Now that he thinks about it, books written back when quirks first started coming into existence would probably have less biased information. What's the bookstore called? He asks, grabbing his gym bag. Kirishima follows him over to the bench, adjusting his ponytail as he walks. If you want, we can just go there now and I can show you exactly where it is. Now, usually this is where Katsuki would tell this extra to F off. But then he thinks of his list, and the final item on that list, and the fact that this idiot has already attached himself to Katsuki, so he might as well try even though the whole friend thing is new and scary and he is sure he is going to F it up. Plus, something about his upbeat attitude and inability to be bothered by Katsuki reminds him of him, so Kirishima is probably a better person than he ever could deserve, so he should at least be as friendly as he can. Of course, Katsuki would never say any of that though, so instead he just says, "Phi. Whatever." Thankfully, Kirishima doesn't need any more encouragement than that to start smiling and heading towards the exit with him. Awesome. I also wanted to stop by this training store at the mall, if that's okay. I don't really have much workout gear since I just started. I don't give a shit, Katsuki huffs, sticking his hands in his pockets as he walks. Cool, so we've got a plan, Bokugu? Kirishima says. Katsuki's steps falter at that, eyes darting over to the boy next to him. How'd you know my name? I never told you. Kirishima seems unfazed by this, like it isn't totally FING creepy. Oh, I recognized you from the sludge villain incident. You were so manly, dude. Like, your quirk is so powerful and you fought really well while the pros tried. Kirishima's words fade out as Katsuki walks beside him, the blonde no longer listening. Of course. He should have realized. It's just like his mom always says, and he was stupid for thinking it was any different this time. This dude didn't just bump into Katsuki and try to talk to him and hang out because he was being friendly or because he thought Katsuki was cool. He just saw Katsuki's quirk and thought it would be a great way for him to train. People like Katsuki for what he can do, not who he is. Izuku stands at the entrance of the mall, dreading what he needs to do. It's not just that he hates borrowing from places, although that part is definitely weighing heavily on his conscience. No, the main issue here is the fact that he has to spend any amount of time inside this overly crowded building. Izuku was never really a fan of crowded places, but it wasn't an actual barrier until recently. In the nearly 2 months since he died, Izuku hasn't really gone anywhere but the meal center or on his runs, neither of which require him to be around many people, so he's gotten used to being alone, save for Shinso occasionally. Unfortunately, Izuku needs a few things right now and he can't seem to find them at any of the stores near his parking garage, so the only option left is to go to the mall. Taking a deep breath, Izuku walks through the doors and tries to stick close to the walls to avoid bumping into anyone. The goal of the day is efficiency. In and out as fast as possible so he doesn't have to spend a second longer in here than required. The first stop is a hardware store to grab some zip ties and duct tape to keep in his utility belt for when he starts doing patrols. He picked up some quirk-canceling HNDCFFS from that support item warehouse, but he was only able to grab about 20 pairs of those, so it would be better to save them for villains that actually have dangerous quirks, and use other things to secure villains that are unconscious or don't have combat-related quirks. He browses the aisles of tools until he finds what he's looking for, making sure no one is watching and double-checking the items to make sure they don't have security tags before tucking them into his backpack. He tried to pick out the most inconspicuous outfit he could today, not wanting to draw attention to himself. Izuku has his hair down, letting the curls poof out in all directions, making him look younger. He also put some makeup over his scar so it's not so noticeable. While it comes in handy for making store clerks uneasy, it could also bring unwanted attention from the rest of the people in the mall, and Izuku really doesn't want to deal with that. He's wearing an old All Might hoodie that he hates now, for obvious reasons, but it does make him look pretty young and harmless, so Izuku can bear with it since it's really just a blue hoodie with a white and red stripes on the chest like All Might's costume does. It's not like he has to look at that piece of shit's face. He settles his bag back on his shoulder and heads to the next store to find the next most important items. He definitely needs some first aid supplies to keep both at the garage and in his costume. He's bound to get hurt on patrols, so he wants to keep some in his room for himself, and the ones in his costume can be for victims or if he needs to patch himself up mid-fight. Izuku would have been able to get this stuff from the drugstore near the garage, but he's taken so much from there that he's starting to feel really guilty, so he decided to diversify the pool of places he borrows from. He is about to head into the drugstore when he hears an all-too-familiar voice that sends icy panic through his chest. Izuku turns slowly to face where the voice is coming from, his heart practically pounding out of his chest as his eyes lock on spiky blonde hair. There, across the gap in the concourse, is the last person Izuku saw before he died and one of the last people he ever wanted to see again. Izuku stands in the walkway, staring at the scene before him. Katsuki is standing just outside a bookstore with another boy, but that isn't necessarily strange. Katsuki was often surrounded by his lackeys or extras, as he called them. But the boy with Katsuki isn't acting like a lackey. He isn't standing a few steps behind and staying mostly quiet as Katsuki leads the way, only making his presence known if it is to speak highly of Katsuki. Izuku watches with tear-glossed eyes as this boy playfully bumps his shoulder against Katsuki's and laughs about whatever he said. Katsuki isn't shoving the other boy away or yelling or doing any of the things he normally would if an extra tried to act like that with him. Because, Izuku realizes with pure heartbreak, this boy isn't an extra or a lackey or anything like that. This boy is the one thing that Izuku always wanted to be for Katsuki. He's a friend. He is a friend and an equal, and all Izuku can think is not me. What was so wrong with me? I tried so hard for so long to be someone worth your time, and I never was, so why him? As Izuku stares, he feels the first silent tear slide down his cheek, but he does nothing to stop it or wipe it away. He is frozen in place, tears falling in a steady stream as he watches Katsuki actually quirk the corner of his mouth up in a subtle smile, and Izuku comes to the conclusion that he always knew but didn't want to acknowledge. It was never that Katsuki didn't want friends or that he was too busy with school and training to be a hero for him to be able to invest time in a friendship. It was Izuku. Izuku was a burden to everyone around him, and now that he's dead, people can actually move on with their lives. The more time that passes, Izuku just realizes more and more just how much Katsuki was right about. Should have taken his advice years ago, then people would have been able to be happy and free of Izuku. He is about to turn away when suddenly red irises lock on his and all the blood drains from his face and he is ice cold and he can't move a muscle. Katsuki leans against the wall just outside the bookstore as listens to Kirishima talk excitedly about some old pro hero that he likes. Crimson Riot. The idiot has been rambling on about him since they saw the dude's autobiography on a shelf in there. He's just so manly, Kirishima says, bringing his fists up in excitement. Yeah, I think you mentioned that already, Katsuki says, adjusting his hold on the bag of books he now holds. They were actually able to find a couple on quirklessness that looked promising. Shut up, Kirishima says jokingly, bumping Katsuki with his shoulder. I know I ramble a lot when it comes to that hero. Sorry, it's probably really annoying, isn't it? Katsuki feels the beginnings of a tiny smile creep up on him as he stares at the ground. Not really, he says, clearing his throat of the lump that was threatening to form. It actually reminds me of this guy I used to know. Didn't realize how much I missed hearing it till just now. Kirishima chuckles, oblivious to the heavy history behind that statement. Well, glad I'm more like a blast from the past than I am a nuisance. Katsuki gives a half nod, half shrug gesture. I'd say you still definitely land clearly on the side of a effing nuisance, he says, earning another playful smack on the arm. Just for that, I'm not going to shut up about Crimson Riot for the rest of the trip. And believe me, I absolutely know enough trivia to back up that threat. How about let's start with his debut? It was during a pretty big battle, so he ended up getting some good press for that. Katsuki looks up to say something to Kirishima, but the words die out in his throat when he sees the impossible. He's there, just across the gap in the concourse, and Katsuki doesn't know what is happening. He's crying, an expression that looks too at home on his face. He cried a lot, and it was almost always Katsuki's fault. His hair is as messy as it always was. Andy swearing that stupid all-might hoodie Thathy always wore over top office uniform in the winters on his way to and from school. It even has the singe marks on the sleeves from where Katsuki grabbed Hyman's. Katsuki doesn't move or blink, and neither does she. He just stands there, haunting Katsuki from afar, and none of this makes sense because he isn't really here because he can be because instead because Katsuki killed him. So what is happening? What? Hey, dude. Kirishima says, grabbing Katsuki by the shoulders and turning him so they are facing each other. You okay? You kinda spaced out there for a bit. I called your name like 3 times, could you not hear me? Katsuki blinks at Kirishima for a moment, regaining his bearings. He looks back across the concourse, Booth's gone of course. Because he was never really there. How could he? He must be going insane, seeing things out of guilt or shame or whatever it fing is. Seriously, Bakugo, you're kind of freaking me out here, Kirishima says, gripping Katsuki's shoulders. He turns back to Kirishima and the lump in his throat that threatened to form earlier is back with a vengeance because what was Katsuki thinking? He doesn't deserve to have a friend, not even one that is just using him for his quirk. He doesn't get to have that. He shoves Kirishima off, backing away. I need to go, he says before turning and all but sprinting out of the mall. His mom was right. People love him for his quirk, not him. But, Katsuki wonders, should anyone even love him at all? Hey man, you okay? Shinso says, easily evading Izuku's whip for the umpteenth time during their training session today, you've been kind of off your game lately. Shinso isn't wrong. Izuku hasn't been landing hits and has not been able to dodge attacks all day, and honestly, his performance has been steadily going down for the past couple weeks. Ever since he saw Katsuki in the mall, his nightmares have gotten more vivid and somehow more frequent, even though they were already happening almost every night. They also seem to be bleeding into the daytime, causing panic attacks and general anxiety when he leaves the garage, terrified he will see Katsuki again. His appetite has also dropped considerably, so he's really only been eating maybe one meal a day. He has still been stopping by the meal center every day with Shinso, but Izuku only eats so his friend doesn't worry. He also comes by on Monday and Thursday to pick up his snack bags that Zashi has started making for him, but he's just been storing them at the garage since he hasn't died in a while. He thought about killing himself when he got home from the mall that day he saw Katsuki, but as he stood there with the knife in his hand he realized there wasn't a point. He would have a few moments of relief where he floats in that bliss of half-consciousness right before everything goes black. But then he would wake again and all his problems would still be there and then he would have to deal with the hunger and chills and exhaustion that comes with revival and it all seemed like too much effort. But as the days went on and the nightmares and anxiety got worse, Izuku found that everything now felt like it took mountains of effort. Training with Shinso left him shaky and drained. His friend was even starting to keep pace with Izuku when they went running, and it wasn't just because Shinso is getting better. All this is to say that, yes, Izuku was definitely off his game today. Just been really tired lately, Izuku huffs out, lowering his whip. Wanna take a break? Yeah, sure, Shinso says, settling his capture weapon around his neck as he walks over to his water bottle. Why do you think you're so tired? You coming down with something? I don't want you getting me sick. Izuku shakes his head as he sits on the garage floor, adjusting his gloves. Nah, you don't have to worry about that. It's just, Izuku pauses, making a jumbled waving gesture in front of his face, life. Shinso hums, taking a sip from his water bottle. I'm guessing you don't want to talk about it? Izuku lies back, resting his head on his laced hands, and closes his eyes. I'd rather kill myself. There is a long stretch of silence before Izuku feels a boot nudge his leg. He peeks an eye open to find Shinso standing over him, arms hanging at his sides and looking rather uneasy. But, really wish you wouldn't joke like that, his friend says quietly, glancing off to the side. Who says I'm joking? Izuku counters with a raised eyebrow. Shinso doesn't seem to like that because he nudges Izuku with his foot again, this time much harder, almost a kick. Dude, I'm serious. I need to know that you'll be fine after I leave today. You always say shit like that and joke about wanting to die, and I never really liked it, but you've been acting kind of off lately and so I don't want to just let it go this time, Shinso says, raising his voice just a bit. Not yelling quite yet, but it's a shift in that direction, and it sets something off in Izuku. Izuku fully opens his eyes and stares at Shinso for a moment before sitting up, maintaining eye contact. Wasn't aware you were my chaperone. What exactly do I need to get your approval for? Apparently I have to get my alone time approved, that's good to know. Oh, do I need to ask permission to use the big kid scissors? Izuku taunts, his voice absolutely dripping with sarcasm. I promise I won't cut myself with them. Izuku is cut off by Shinso's fist hitting his face, another testament to his declining energy these days. Usually he would have been able to dodge that, no problem. Instead, it hits its mark unimpeded and pain explodes across Izuku's cheek. Shut the hell up. Shinso yells, breathing heavily, don't sit there and act like I'm a controlling a-hole when we both know I have seen you without those gloves on. I'm not just saying shit for no reason, Midoriya. I'm not an idiot. I know what scars like those mean. He shouts, gesturing to Izuku's wrists, when you say shit like that, it's different, okay? I have to take it seriously. Izuku stands slowly, glaring at the floor, before lifting his eyes to meet Shinsu's again. I thought I said not to Ifenji talk about those. Izuku isn't sure why those scars feel so much more personal than all his others, but they do. Maybe it's because there's no hiding where they came from. Any other scar on his body can be explained away by injuries or accidents, but not his wrists. Everyone who sees those two clean lines knows exactly why they are there. They are giant neon signs that point out Izuku's weakness of wanting to die, and his failure to be able to carry it out. And he hates them. He never would have cut like that if he had known at the time that his quirk left scars. Yeah, well, I can't exactly tiptoe around them when we need to talk about you wanting to kill yourself. Shinso shouts, throwing his hands up. Why can't you just effing talk about this like a normal effing person? Izuku stares at Shinso, clenching his jaw as tears prickle along his lashes. Why can't you just be normal, Deku? Gods, Izuku, sometimes I just wish you were normal. It would make mommy's life so much easier. You know, people might have been able to actually love you if you were FING normal, Deku. Get the hell out, Izuku says, deathly serious. Look dude, I'm sorry if I crossed a line, but we really need to. Get the hell out of here right now, Shinso. I'm not FNG around, Izuku says, almost a whisper, but not soft by any means. Shinso takes a few reluctant steps back towards the door. Come on Midoriya, don't do this. Let's talk about it. You have 5 seconds to get out of my sight, Izuku says, flexing his fists. I might not be at 100% today, but I'll be able to land a few. Do you really want to try your luck when I'm wearing my support gloves? Shinso glances down at the rough textured metal plates across the knuckles of Izuku's gloves, before backing away towards the stairwell. He pauses in the doorway for just a moment, looking at Izuku with a level of concern and sadness that he hasn't received in years. I'm leaving, but I'll be back tomorrow after school for our training session, just like always, he says before stepping all the way into the stairwell and out of sight. Izuku hates himself. He hates himself for a lot of reasons. For making Shinso worry. For yelling at him like that. For wanting to kill himself. For not being able to. For not being normal. As soon as he is sure he is alone and Shinso won't be able to hear him from the stairwell, Izuku lets out a shaky breath that slowly turns into a sob. He drops to his knees, clutching his shirt over his heart as he cries with such force that surely he is screaming, but no, the breath is caught in his lungs and no sound manages to escape. He leans forward, pressing his forehead to the concrete floors, taking a deep breath, and he wails. Izuku allows himself to cry, sobs echoing through the empty cavern of the garage. He cries like he hasn't allowed himself to in years. There have been plenty of tears shed in his lifetime, but they were always quickly wiped away and swallowed down and covered up so that he could keep pretending. Even after he died and gave up on trying to pretend that everything was fine, Izuku never permitted himself to cry for long, refusing to wallow in self-pity. But at this moment, as everything, a lifetime of anguish and torment and hurting all culminate, Izuku can no longer hold the tears at bay. They spill over his lashes and down his cheeks, landing carelessly on the cold stone beneath him as his sobs and cries saturate the air around him. He cries until his throat is scratchy and sore and his core muscles ache from exertion and his eyes have no more tears to offer, leaving him alone, curled up on the floor of the empty garage with nothing but deafening silence to keep him company, and he welcomes it. Izuku sits in the blissful haze of numbness that is draped over his body and he allows his mind to take a vacation from the tireless job of existence. Izuku isn't sure how long he stays like that, knees drawn up to his chest, arms wrapped around them, and his face resting against them, mouth hidden behind his legs. Hours, most likely considering what draws him out of the fog is his phone alarm going off. He blinks at his phone sitting next to him for a moment before snaking a hand out and shutting off the alarm. He stares at the screen, reading the notification title. 11:30 p.m., First Patrol. That's right. That's today, isn't it? Izuku had a calendar with milestones and skill markers set in place over a 2-month PRD, with today being the day that he would be ready to go out for his first patrol, if he stayed on track. He obviously wasn't overly concerned with his own safety, but Izuku couldn't stand the thought of a civilian getting hurt because he wasn't prepared. He has completed all of the tasks he had given himself. He is able to navigate complicated environments with his whip, as well as capture moving targets with it. He is pretty DMN accurate with his throwing knives. He was a natural with hand-to-hand fights, and he is only getting better every day. In theory, Izuku is more than ready for his first patrol tonight. He stands, sliding his phone into his pocket and making his way back to his room. He grabs his costume, support items, and a towel and heads to the bathroom. Since he doesn't have any money left and therefore no access to the public baths anymore, Izuku has gotten creative with the shower situation. He borrowed a shower head, a hose, and an adapter from a home improvement store and connected them to a sink in the bathroom. It doesn't have hot water, but it's better than nothing. Izuku strips down and goes through the motions of the most efficient shower possible, not wanting to spend any more time under the cold water than absolutely necessary. He dries off and changes into his costume, struggling a bit with the clips on the utility belt and knife HRS before finally managing them. He pulls his still wet hair back into a bun, save for the few pieces at the front that aren't quite long enough to reach. Adding the final touches of his mask and gloves, he stares at himself in the mirror. He looks older, more stoic. Izuku decides he likes that. He stops by his room one last time, taking a couple meal bars and first aid supplies and storing them in the zipper pockets of his chest HRS. He also double-checks that he has all his knives and a couple pairs of H&D CFFs. He leaves out a bowl of meat he snagged from the meal center for Lizzie, giving her a few chin scratches before heading out and making his way up the stairs. Honestly, Izuku thought he would be a lot more nervous for his first patrol, but as he exits the parking garage and is greeted with a pitch-black sky, the only thing on Izuku's mind is that he is happy for the distraction. He takes a deep breath before taking off running in a random direction, not sure of the best patrol route to take. It feels oddly familiar, reminding him of his early morning runs that he goes on, and he's grateful for them now, having made him memorize the neighborhoods and alleyways that he is now trying to protect. For the first hour or so, Izuku doesn't come across a single person, let alone someone in need of help. Slowing down to a walk, he reaches up and adjusts his hair, redoing the bun that was beginning to come loose from running. It's not like he assumed that he would see a lot of action on his first night, but he was hoping for more of a distraction than this. Huffing out a frustrated breath, Izuku continues walking, looping back around and heading in the general direction of the garage. He's not done patrolling, but he also doesn't want to be several kilometers away from the garage when his patrol is over, forcing him to walk all the way back when he is exhausted. It's another couple blocks before he hears something, and he freezes, listening again. After a few moments of silence, Izuku hears the sound again, this time sure of where it's coming from and what it is. It's a child crying and it's just ahead. Izuku takes off, sprinting down the street, glancing down every alley he passes until he finds the source of the crying, stopping him dead in his tracks. There, down the alley is a kid. She's maybe only 7 or so, backed against the wall as a tall figure with snake-like features and a tail looms over her. Izuku has no idea what the context of the situation is, but it's not like he has to know the full picture to understand that this kid is in danger. Without wasting another second, Izuku bolts down the alley, running straight towards the woman that is scaring the little girl, and ramming into her with his shoulder, knocking her off balance and sending her crashing to the ground. While the woman is disoriented, Izuku turns to the little girl, kneeling in front of her. "Hey, are you hurt?" he asks in his most kid-friendly voice, kneeling in front of her. She looks absolutely terrified, but otherwise unhurt, and she shakes her head no. "Don't talk to her, she's not worth your time," the woman says, standing up. "She's a quirkless. Just let me take care of this." Izuku feels somehow far too hot and freezing cold at the same time. He turns to face the woman, but keeps his body firmly between her and the girl. What the hell is that supposed to mean? The child whimpers from behind Izuku and he reaches a hand back without looking to comfort her. He feels her grab on, holding his wrist with tiny, trembling hands. The woman blinks, slitted vertical pupils catching the light. "It means I'll take care of this, and this brat won't bother anyone anymore." "Please help," the girl whispers in Izuku's ear. "I think she's gonna hurt me real bad." Izuku takes a shallow breath, trying to calm himself down. As much as this is bringing up a lot of unwanted emotions and memories right now, he can't afford to process that when this kid is still in danger. He turns his head just slightly, keeping his eyes on the woman and prays that her snake-like features also means she has sheet hearing like snakes. He whispers to the little girl, "Do you know where the police station is? It's just a few blocks from here. Do you think you can make it there?" The girl mumbles, sniffling back tears. "I walk past it with mommy on the way to school." "What the hell are you telling that under-evolved little sheet?" The woman bellows, stepping towards them. "When I stand up, I want you to run as fast as you can, all the way to the police station. You think you can be a brave kid for me?" Izuku whispers as the woman gets closer. "Yeah," the girl whispers, letting go of Izuku's hand. "Good," Izuku says, resting a hand on his whip. "Now go." He jumps up, unlatching his whip with one hand and throwing a punch with the other. The punch doesn't land with as much power as he'd like, but it lands nonetheless, sending the woman staggering back, thanks to the impact redirection technology in his gloves. Izuku hears little footsteps fading as the child runs off. Now why would you do that? The woman says, wiping the blood from her split lip, I was only trying to kill a quirkless F-, but now I have to take you out too. Please, I would love nothing more, Izuku says, wrapping one end of his whip around his hand. The woman lurches forward, swinging at Izuku. He ducks under the punch, instead ramming into her stomach with his shoulder, knocking her back a bit. He sends out his whip, aiming for her wrist, but she's faster than Izuku anticipated and she evades the whip. He tries to attack with the whip again, but a hit to his chest sends Izuku flying backwards, landing roughly on the ground and knocking the air out of him. He looks up to see the villain flicking her tail back, apparently what she used to hit Izuku. He rolls to the side just in time to evade a second hit from the tail, grabbing a knife from his holster and throwing it. The knife misses Izuku's intended target of her chest, and instead buries itself deep in the villain's thigh. She lets out an angry scream, staggering back as Izuku tries and fails to struggle to his feet. He really shouldn't be this exhausted this early in the fight, but it's not like he started out at full strength. I'm going to enjoy making you suffer, the villain says, stretching her jaw and exposing two long fangs. Izuku only has a split second to process what those fangs probably mean before she lunges forward, her mouth wide open. Izuku holds his whip in front of himself, stretched tight between his fists, and shoves it between her jaws, barely holding her at bay. She is snapping at his face, only inches away, and her saliva is dripping onto his cheek. He manages to get his leg up and pushes her back with a kick, but it doesn't do much to deter her. She strikes again, this time grabbing Izuku's wrists and forcing them out of the way. He twists, trying to evade the villain's fangs, but he isn't fast enough this time. She manages to sink her teeth into the side of his stomach, just above his hip. The pain is instantaneous, flames of searing pain lighting up his torso as the venom courses through him. He can't help the cry of agony that forces its way out of his throat. The spots at the edges of his vision that had previously been forming out of exhaustion, now multiply out of pain. Izuku slams an elbow down, hitting the woman squarely on the bridge of her nose. She releases her bite on Izuku and rears back, clutching her now broken nose. She laughs, using the palm of her hand to wipe away the blood dripping down her face. I would be mad about that if I didn't know you were in 100 times more pain right now. Izuku gasps as he presses his hands to his stomach, unsure of how to ease the pain. The woman walks up to him, getting inches away from his face, and grabs a fistful of hair, forcing him to look at her. Enjoy dying. I hope saving that worthless piece of sheet was worth it, she hisses, throwing Izuku's head back as she lets go of his hair. She pulls the knife out of her thigh and drops it, limping out of the alley, and Izuku is left lying on the ground as he feels his insides being doused in acid. Hearing the distant sound of police sirens, Izuku forces himself up, bracing against the wall in order to stand. He picks his knife up, sliding it back into its place on his holster before making his way out of the alley. If he stays here, that means dying in a hospital and subsequently waking up in a morgue, where he won't be able to continue being legally dead. On the plus side, sirens mean that the girl made it to the police and told them where to come, so at least she's safe. Izuku hobbles down the side streets that lead toward his garage as quickly as he can manage when it feels like his organs are liquefying. Every few blocks he has to stop, pulling down his mask to vomit up blood. Not a great sign. After the third time, Izuku stops trying to keep the blood off his clothes, stuffing his mask into his pocket and letting the blood drip down his chin. His vision is starting to turn black at the edges just as the garage comes into view. He's not really sure how he managed to make it all the way back without dying, considering the sheer volume of blood he has vomited. Practically falling down the stairs, Izuku stumbles into his room, collapsing on the floor. He knows he's going to die, but he kind of wishes the venom would work a little faster. He is gritting his teeth as tears spring to his eyes, curling into the fetal position as he waits for the inevitable. It feels like an eternity that Izuku lies on the floor, wrapping his arms around his stomach in a feeble effort to soothe the searing pain that is creeping through his whole body. Finally, blessedly, Izuku's hands and feet start to feel cold, and his blinks become lethargic. The world shifts on its axis and gravity means nothing because Izuku suddenly feels like he is floating. The pain subsides a bit as his body sends out one last flood of endorphins, and all Izuku can think as a final tear slides down his temple and his eyes lose focus is, "Gods, I've missed this." Hitoshi keeps glancing at the clock on his classroom wall, anxiously bouncing his leg as he waits for the final bell. He really didn't like where things left off with Midoriya yesterday, and the only thing that has been occupying his thoughts for the entire day is getting back to the garage to try and smooth things over. They never fight. The only time they even came close was when Hitoshi first saw the scars on Midoriya's wrists, and even then all that happened was a tense and quiet rest of the evening. No yelling or insulting or threatening. All of which did happen last night. He knew he was touching a sensitive subject, but after hearing the only friend he's ever had constantly make casual remarks about wishing he was dead, Hitoshi couldn't just keep ignoring it. He knows he didn't approach the topic in the most tactful way, but hey, he's 14. He doesn't exactly have experience with how to navigate that sort of conversation. Hitoshi knew he really effed it up, though, the second the word normal left his mouth. He has never so clearly seen on someone's face the moment that their heart broke. It was like he saw every shitty moment of Midoriya's life settle across his face all at once. Hitoshi isn't sure he'll be able to fix things this time, having stepped too far over that unspoken line, but he has to try. The second that the final bell rings, he grabs his bag and makes his way out of the school, only stopping at his locker to switch his shoes. As soon as he is off school grounds, Hitoshi breaks into a sprint in the direction of the garage. As he runs, he plays out how the conversation will go in his mind, brainstorming ways that he can apologize to his friend so that everything can go back to normal. Rounding the corner to Midoriya Street, Hitoshi jogs up to the garage's stairwell door, pausing to catch his breath before pushing it open and heading downstairs. Walking out to Midoriya's floor, he hesitates just outside the door, building the courage before tentatively knocking. Midoriya, he calls quietly, waiting for a response. When none comes, he knocks again, a bit louder this time. Dude, you up? Can we talk please? Begins silence. I'm sorry, alright, so please just open up so we can talk. When Hitoshi is greeted yet again with only silence, panic begins to creep up his spine, a horrifying possibility coming to mind. Surely not, right? He wouldn't do that. Midoriya wouldn't do that. His hand shakes as he reaches for the handle. He pushes it open, feet frozen in place as the door swings inward and Hitoshi feels something inside himself shatter as a sob escapes his lips. He brings a hand to his face, covering his mouth as he takes shaky steps into the quiet, dimly lit room, sinking to the floor beside his friend. His friend's body. No, Hitoshi cries, hovering a hand over Midoriya's chest, unsure of what to do. How to fix this? He can fix this right. He has to fix this. He shuffles over on his knees, scooping up Midoriya's head and resting it in his lap, brushing the stray hairs off his face. His eyes are open and dull and staring at nothing, and there is dried blood all around his mouth and down his neck, and his skin far too cold. Hitoshi rocks back and forth as sobs rack his body, tears pouring down his face as he cradles Midoriya's head. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I never should have said that and I never should have left. You're normal, I didn't mean it, I'm sorry, so please just wake up, okay? Just wake up, Midoriya, wake up. A sob cuts him off and he loses all sense of language. Instead, Hitoshi closes his eyes and cries, wailing in anguish and grief like he hasn't felt since his parents died. He stays there, gently holding his friend long after his legs go numb and his tears slow down, now only occasionally sliding down his cheeks. He can't bring himself to look down again, not wanting to see his friend's face looking so wrong, so instead he stares forward at the wall. His eyes trace the hairline cracks that creep up and across the concrete, but eventually he gives up on that, instead just allowing his eyes to unfocus. The room is filled with the sound of a single pair of lungs drawing in shaky breaths and the quiet hum from the utility light overhead. Hitoshi wishes it wasn't so quiet. It only points out how painfully alone he is right now. He listens to his own breaths, in and out and in and out, and Midoriya gasps, sharply drawing in and gulping down a huge breath of air, and Hitoshi snaps his head down, staring in shock. Midoriya blinks for a moment, as if his eyes are still focusing, until he meets Hitoshi's eyes, and he freezes. They stare at each other for a long moment in silence, and Hitoshi has no idea what is happening, but all he can think is there are two sets of lungs making noise now. Midoriya? He finally manages, hesitantly touching his friend's cheek as fresh tears prick along his lash line. Midoriya swallows, wincing as if his throat is scratchy. Hey, Shinso. A wobbly smile makes its way to Hitoshi's face and he lets out a half sob, half laugh as he pulls up Midoriya into a crushing hug. He didn't think he had any tears left, but he is proved wrong as new tears spill over, soaking into Midoriya's shirt from where Hitoshi buries his face in his neck. For a second, he thinks Midoriya is crying too, feeling the vibrations of his friend shaking, but then Hitoshi realizes that he isn't making any noise. Hitoshi pulls back to look at Midoriya and finds that he in fact is not crying, he is just shaking. Worry settles back over Hitoshi as he considers the possibility that Midoriya isn't fine, he just isn't quite dead yet. Midoriya? He says, scanning his friend's face. You okay? What's happening? Midoriya offers a weak smile, shivering so violently that he has to hold on to Hitoshi's arm to stay sitting upright. It says okay, this always happy pens. Can you just grab me a meal B-bar from the C cabinet? Hitoshi still has no idea what is happening, but he scrambles up, clinging to the task that he has been given like a lifeline, desperate to help in any way he can. He opens the cabinet, grabbing a bar from the drawer he has seen Midoriya store his snacks in. He rips off the wrapper as he drops to the ground in front of his friend, offering the bar to him. Midoriya takes it with shaky hands, biting off a chunk and barely chewing it before he swallows, repeating the process until the entire bar is gone. When he's finished, he holds out his trembling hand in a non-verbal request. Hitoshi stands up and grabs his hand, pulling him to his feet. Midoriya shuffles over to the bed, collapsing on the mattress. I know you probably have a lot of questions, and I promise I'll answer them. But right now I have to pass out, he mumbles, eyes already slipping closed. Before Hitoshi can respond, Midoriya is already asleep, quiet snores escaping his lips with every exhale, and Hitoshi cherishes every one, proof that Midoriya is just sleeping, that he is still breathing. Izuku blinks awake, taking in his surroundings. The blanket has been pulled up around him while he slept, and when he rolls his head to the side, he finds the culprit. Shinso is in a chair he pulled up beside the bed. He is sitting with his face buried in his hands, his elbows propped up on his knees. He's not asleep, his fingers gripping and releasing his hair, and Izuku feels the weight of guilt settle on his shoulders. Shinso had looked so scared, so deathly afraid when Izuku first woke up. He's not sure when Shinso found him or how long he held his dead body before Izuku revived, but it was clearly long enough that his friend was sure Izuku was gone. And he understands, for the first time, what death means to other people. It's not a release or a withheld gift or something to be craved the way Izuku does. To others, death is a loss, permanent and heartbreaking. And Izuku brought that on his friend, even if it was temporary. I'm sorry, Izuku says, voice cracking after not using it for so long. Shinso snaps his head up at his voice, eyes wide as he reaches forward and grabs the side of the bed. You're awake, he whispers, like he half expected Izuku to never wake up. Yeah, I'm awake, Izuku says with a subtle smile, pushing up to a seated position. Shinso jumps to help Izuku up, but he waves him off. It's okay, I'm fine. How can you say that? Shinso pauses, swallowing hard. You died, Midoriya? You were dead. Izuku nods his head, chewing at the inside of his bottom lip. I'll answer whatever questions you want, I owe you that, but I need some more food right now. Shinso seems to accept that answer, nodding to himself as he stands and walks to the pantry, grabbing a couple bags of chips, some beef jerky, and 2 bottles of water before sitting back down. He hands Izuku one of each, setting the rest on the bedside table. Izuku fumbles with the bag of chips, hands still too shaky to manage opening the bag, before Shinso reaches over and opens it for him. Thanks, Izuku mumbles, pulling out a couple chips. So, what do you want to know? How? Shinso says without hesitation, having clearly thought about this while Izuku was passed out. How what? Izuku asks, fidgeting with the chip bag. How did you come back? Shinso asks, looking up to meet Izuku's eyes. Izuku nods, breaking eye contact and instead busying himself with picking through his bag of chips. It's my quirk, Izuku starts, glancing up for just a brief second. Basically I can die, but I don't stay dead. It's got some pretty nasty side effects, though, he explains, shivers starting to set in again. Quirks like that don't exist, Shinso says, shaking his head. Izuku shrugs. Apparently they do. Shinso stares at him for a long moment, processing that before asking his next question. How the hell did you figure that out? He asks in disbelief, but Izuku sees the moment his friend realizes that he already knows the answer to that question, his eyes flicking down to Izuku's glove-covered wrists. It wasn't that time, but it was, yeah. Izuku trails off, absently rubbing at the scars. Being raised quirkless was rough. He hears his friend swallow hard in the silence that settles in the room as Shinso filters through all the implications of what Izuku just admitted. And last night? Shinso asks, what happened last night? Izuku says, rocking back in bed, that one is a bit longer of an explanation. I have all night, Shinso says, climbing onto the bed with Izuku, sitting next to him with his back against the wall. Right? Izuku says, cracking a tiny smile. Well, the short version is I added a new crime to my rap sheet, Izuku jokes, earning him a small, amused huff from his friend. And the long version? I'm a vigilante and I was fighting this snake lady last night. She was trying to kill this little girl, so I stepped in. The girl's okay, she made it out, but the snake lady bit me and I'm pretty sure her venom turned my organs to liquid. Hurt like a beach, Izuku says, resting a hand on his stomach as he recalls the pain. Holy shit, wait, Shinso whispers, shifting in bed to face Izuku better, you're effing vigilante? As of last night, yeah, Izuku says, scratching his head awkwardly. But I thought you wanted to be a hero? I do, yeah, Izuku says, knowing where this is headed. Then why become a vigilante? If you get caught, you could blow your chance at ever going pro, Shinso asks, entirely genuine, looking to protect his friend. Izuku nods and offers a sad smile. I know. But I'm dead, Shinso. His friend pauses, staring at Izuku as he waits for him to finish. I died. Fairly publicly, I might add. There were witnesses and I didn't even figure out what had happened until 3 days later, and by then I was already pronounced legally dead. Can't be a pro hero when I'm already dead, he says, shrugging. You could go to the police, Shinso says. If you just explain that it was your quirk, they'd reverse the death certificate. Don't you have people mourning you, a life you want to get back to? Izuku feels his eyes gloss over with fresh tears as he offers Shinso a tiny smile. Shinso, I was quirkless. No one wanted me, and no one is mourning me. I wouldn't be surprised if everyone who knew me has already forgotten I was ever in their lives. I don't need to go back to that. The life I have now is enough. Shinso holds Izuku's gaze for a long moment before carefully pulling him into a hug. I'm glad you have that quirk, Midoriya, he mumbles. Izuku, he says, pulling back. Huh? Shinso questions, tilting his head. My name, he explains, it's Izuku. It's not really a secret now that you know about the whole I'm legally dead thing. His friend breaks into a lopsided smile. Then call me Hitoshi. All right, Toshi, Izuku says, grinning, earning a smack on the arm. That definitely isn't what I said, but, his friend teases, rolling his eyes. Yeah, I know, but I'm sticking with it. Suits you, Izuku says, shoving Toshi with his shoulder, and you can't get mad at me. I just got murdered last night, so I get a pass. Toshi's smile falters at that, shifting his gaze to stare down at his hands. We aren't done talking about that, you know. Finding you like that, he trails off, looking off to the distance as he remembers. I know, Izuku finishes for him, I'm sorry you had to see that. Toshi nods, accepting the apology and taking a deep breath before pushing off the bed and holding out his hand. For now, let's get you cleaned up. Izuku accepts his hand, struggling out of bed and clinging to his friend so he doesn't fall over. Just so you know, Izuku says as they shuffle out of the room, you've got maybe 5 more minutes before I pass out again. Sheet, dude, Toshi says, glancing over at Izuku. How long does this go on for? He gives a half shrug. I dunno, what time is it? No wait actually, what day is it? It's like 10 o'clock at night and it's Wednesday, Toshi says, adjusting his hold on Izuku as they walk. Izuku hums, thinking. It was Tuesday night when he went out on patrol, and he probably made it back to the garage by 3 or 4 in the morning on Wednesday. Then I'll probably be back to normal by breakfast. I'm assuming I was out for at least 12 hours before I revived, given how much internal damage there was. That sheet takes a long time and a sheet ton of energy to heal. But if I eat some more and sleep it off, yeah, I'll be good in just a bit. Toshi pushes open the bathroom door, making sure Izuku won't fall over before letting him stand on his own. Can you manage going to the bathroom by yourself? He asks, sounding half concerned and half pleading, like he would be willing to help if need be, but he's praying he won't have to. Yeah, I got this, Izuku says, shuffling over to one of the bathroom stalls. Honestly, it's tricky, especially considering he still has his utility belt on and his hands won't stop shaking, but he manages it eventually. When he exits the stall, Toshi is standing at the sink holding a couple towels, a washcloth, and soap. Thankfully, Toshi has used his makeshift shower setup a couple times after training, so he knows how to work it. He helps Izuku out of his clothes and wraps one of the towels around his waist before helping him sit on the stool. Izuku pointedly ignores how vulnerable he feels with all his scars exposed. He knows Toshi has seen most of them at some point, but having them all visible at once feels different. So the first time I met you, Toshi says, stepping behind Izuku wetting his hair down, And you had all that blood in your hair and on your face, and you were shaking? Izuku bobs his head, relaxing as Toshi goes to work washing his hair, shot in the head. Toshi's movements falter and Izuku rushes to reassure him. No, self-inflicted, if that's what you're worried about. It was this villain who was mugging some lady. I hadn't started training yet, so I had no idea what I was doing. I really just tried to distract him while the woman got away. You know, Toshi says, resuming washing, somehow the fact that you were murdered instead of killing yourself doesn't make it better. Izuku decides not to bring up the fact that the only reason he stepped in that night was in hopes that someone else would be able to permanently kill him. So he just shrugs. How many times have you died? Toshi asks, rinsing the shampoo from Izuku's hair. Izuku pauses, counting up all of his attempts on his fingers. 12? No, wait. 13, counting last night. Although there's some leeway with that number, 'cause I'm pretty sure I starved to death a few times, but I wasn't sure if I was just passing out or if I actually died. Toshi shuts the water off and comes around to face Izuku. And how many of those were self-inflicted? He asks, wetting down a washcloth and wiping off the dried blood from Izuku's face and neck. Izuku holds his gaze for a long moment, feeling ashamed for the first time at having to admit it out loud. 11, he whispers, looking down at the ground. You know what they say, if at first you don't succeed. Something tells me that phrase wasn't intended to be applied to suicide attempts. Kiwi, Toshi says, throwing a fresh towel at him. Izuku catches it as it falls in his lap, smiling up at his friend. He's grateful that Toshi isn't making a huge deal out of this, even though they both know that it is. Izuku doesn't know that he could handle a real conversation about his continued suicidal ideation right now. Hey, so I'm about to pass out, Izuku says, feeling his eyelids droop. Okay, well let's hurry up and get some clothes on you, or I'll have to carry your naked butt to bed, Toshi says, turning and grabbing a clean pair of sweats that he brought in. Toshi, that's sweet really, Izuku says in mock sincerity, but I don't feel that way about you. His friend cuts him off by tossing the sweatpants at his face. In your dreams. I'm way out of your league. Izuku chuckles as he slips on the pants, accepting Toshi's help once again to stumble back to the room, plopping down on the mattress. His friend settles the blanket over him and makes sure there are snacks by the bed before pausing there, hesitantly. Hey, he finally says, fidgeting with his hands, would it be okay 'cause it's fine if not, but I just didn't know if it would be alright with you if I. Yes. Izuku cuts off his friend's nervous rambling. You're more than welcome to stay here. You can take the couch. Thanks, Toshi mumbles, a bit embarrassed. I didn't really want to leave you right now. I know, I'm sorry for making you worry, Izuku says, already drifting off, but I promise I'll be all better by morning. I'm holding you to that, Kiwi, is the last thing he hears before finally succumbing to the exhaustion. Izuku shoots up in bed, woken up by Toshi's phone alarm going off, announcing that it is time for his friend to get ready for school. Toshi just groans and turns off the alarm, rubbing his eyes as he slowly wakes up. Izuku, on the other hand, is sitting straight up, borderline hyperventilating, and scanning the room, trying to ground himself after being ripped from the nightmare he was having. His friend sits up on the couch groggily, seemingly unfazed by the disturbance, until he sees Izuku in his panicked state. Hey, what's wrong? Toshi says as he rushes over to the bed, suddenly more awake. Izuku is darting his eyes all around the room, gulping despite his dry mouth. He heard Toshi's question, only not really. Everything seems far away, trapped behind glass, and Izuku can't make sense of it. He only barely registers the bed dipping with the weight of someone sitting on it. Izuku, Toshi says more firmly this time, a growing hint or worry in his voice. The raised tone pierces through the fog a bit more. I thought you said you'd be all better when you woke up? What's going on? Finally, Izuku's eyes find Toshi's, and things start to settle into place. He had been dreaming. It was a horrible, graphic, haunting dream, but it was just a dream. He is awake now and that hadn't been real because this, his friend in front of him now, is real. Izuku takes a shaky, slow breath, holding Toshi's gaze until he has emptied his lungs and he can feel his heart starting to slow down to pump at a normal rhythm again. Everything in the room seems to settle back into place, more crisp and tangible and real. I'm fine, Izuku says, managing a weak smile. Just a nightmare. It's not even a quirk thing, promise. Toshi pauses for a moment, watching Izuku carefully. You want to talk about it? Images flash through Izuku's mind. Burnt skin, sludge creeping down his throat, rooftops, bridges. Spiky blonde hair and angry red eyes. A hero who never stops smiling even as he crushes a child's dreams. Izuku swallows hard. No, he says quietly, I don't think so. Not right now at least. Toshi scans Izuku's face for a moment and seems to accept that answer for now, nodding as he stands up. Okay, if you say so, he says as he gathers his things and puts them in his school bag. I've got to head out, since your place is farther away from the school than my place is. I'll have to leave now if I don't want to be late. Izuku just hums in response, drumming his fingers against the sheets as he watches his friend hastily prepare for the day. Just as Toshi is about to walk out the door, he pauses, turning back. I'll be back over after school for training if you think you'll be up to it today, he says, phrasing it like a statement, but Izuku understands the unspoken question. Yeah, of course, Toshi, Izuku says earnestly, I really am okay. I will be alive and well and ready to train when you get back. You can go to school without worrying about me. Toshi quirks a half smile. Yeah, see you later, he says, slipping out the door and leaving Izuku alone. He swings his legs over the bed and stretches his arms above his head before standing up to get changed into some workout clothes. He figures the best way to get back to feeling like everything is back to normal is to throw himself into his usual routine. Right now, that means a morning run. It's July now, so the temperatures are climbing and the last thing Izuku wants is to be out running in a sweatshirt. But the other last thing he wants is for his scars to be on display. He settles on one of his looser-fitting long-sleeved t-shirts, deciding that it's better to deal with the irritation to the scars on his back and get a little sweaty than to have his wrists exposed. Honestly, he still feels just a bit shaky, but nothing too bad. Definitely not enough to warrant telling Toshi about it and making him worry. Izuku has done enough of that lately. He heads up the stairwell, tucking his phone into the pocket of his shorts and pulling his hair back in a loose ponytail. When he steps outside, he pauses, blinking as he adjusts to the bright morning light, before heading out for his jog. As he runs, something Toshi said last night plays on a loop in his mind. I'm glad you have that quirk, Midoriya. When he heard his friend say that, his immediate thought was, well, I'm not. From the second Izuku figured out what had happened after he had jumped from the bridge, he has considered this quirk to be a curse. A sick joke designed to torment him and keep him from the one thing he wants most. But is it what he wants anymore? He wanted to die for so long that when he was denied that gift, he became even more desperate for it. He tried everything he could think of, killing himself over and over in hopes of finding a way around it. He had panicked, suddenly aware that there was never a choice, that he has to continue to exist no matter what happens. But that was before he met Toshi. It was before he had a routine and a friend and a dream that he knew he could achieve. It was back 3 months ago when all that was waiting for him was bullies and isolation and crushed dreams. Suddenly, Izuku isn't entirely sure that he wants to die anymore, or at least, he isn't sure he wants to stay dead. He likes spending time with Toshi and helping him with his homework. He likes giving the meal center owner a hard time every Sunday and harassing him for coffee. He likes how strong he feels after a training session, especially when he finally lands a new technique with the whip or knives. He likes playing with Lizzie and watching her try to attack his foot underneath the blanket. And, as he passes by the beach as he always does on his morning runs, Izuku realizes for the first time that he is happy to be awake. Alive. It's a jarring realization to say the least. This is not to say that Izuku is now made of sunshine and rainbows and will turn into the sweet little boy next door. He will still get nightmares and panic attacks and flashbacks. He will still carry the memories of his past with him for the rest of his life, but for the first time, Izuku is glad that it will be a long one. Because when he has nightmares and panic attacks, he now has a friend to remind him he is awake and safe. Because when he has flashbacks, he can remember that those are in the past and he is making better memories now. He still likes dying, craves it sometimes even. It's calming and familiar, it feels like a break or a reset, and he doesn't want to give that up. He won't. But, Izuku thinks as he slows to a stop, just maybe he is starting to be glad that he knows that he'll wake up afterwards. Maybe. By the time Hitoshi left Izuku's room this morning, he already felt a lot better about the whole thing. He honestly still has a sheet ton of questions, and finding his friend lying on the floor and covered in blood had been one of the most haunting things he's ever seen, but after talking with Izuku, Hitoshi is at least content enough to leave his friend alone for the day so he can go to school. It feels surreal that anyone could have a quirk like that. If he heard a story about a quirk like Izuku's, he would have just assumed that they missed a pulse or shallow breathing for a bit and mistakenly thought the person was dead for a few minutes. Hell, he wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't been cradling Izuku's dead body for at least an hour before he revived. Hitoshi fidgets with the edge of his notebook as he pretends to listen to what his teacher is talking about. It's something about a deadline that's coming up for a paper that he finished 2 days ago, so it's not like it matters. Instead, Hitoshi thinks about something Izuku had said when he was telling Hitoshi about his quirk. He said he was quirkless, or at least raised quirkless. Hitoshi has never met a quirkless person, so he can't say from experience that he knows how they are treated, but people still talk. Quirkless people are always the butt of jokes, and Hitoshi has heard his classmates tell plenty of them. What's the difference between garbage and a quirkless? The garbage was useful at one point. Where was the quirkless born? On the highway, that's where most accidents happen. People assume a quirkless doesn't have a lot going through its head, but that's not true. If we're lucky, the next thing through will be a bullet. He never really laughed at them. It always felt too much like the treatment he got for his villainous quirk. Now, Hitoshi can't say he didn't believe any of the stuff he heard about quirkless people. It's hard not to when you hear it from everyone around you. He was told that quirkless people are weak and unable to contribute like the rest of the world, so that's what he believed, but what Hitoshi never understood was how that made them any less valuable as a person. Better to be weak and less helpful than to be inherently evil like Hitoshi is. But the revelation of Izuku's quirk does make Hitoshi think twice about how he perceives quirks. From early on, Hitoshi assumed Izuku had an intelligence quirk or maybe something related to combat abilities since he was so quick to pick up everything when they trained. So, if it wasn't Izuku's quirk that made him that good, how is that any different than a quirkless person's abilities? Really, Izuku's quirk doesn't have any day-to-day applications, so he is essentially quirkless, and yet he is able to easily outperform Hitoshi at every step. So does having a quirk actually give you any inherent advantage like he was taught it does? Or, in Hitoshi's case, does his quirk make him inherently villainous, like he has been told over and over? He always thought he wasn't a bad person, or at least that he wouldn't use his evil quirk on someone, and now he thinks maybe he was always right. Maybe he can have this bad quirk and still keep his friend, just this once. As the teacher gives out a final assignment and dismisses the class for the day, Hitoshi decides that he wants to tell Izuku about his quirk. Considering Izuku was open about his own quirk, which arguably has a more complicated background than Hitoshi's, he figures it's only fair. Plus, maybe Izuku won't react the way everyone always does. He seems like the kind of person who can separate the villainous quirk from the person. Hitoshi packs up all his things and heads out towards Izuku's, not in any rush. He knows he wants to tell his friend about his quirk, but that doesn't mean he is excited to do it. It's definitely still nerve-wracking to say the least. As he rounds the corner to Izuku's street, Hitoshi feels his palms begin to sweat and his stomach twists up in knots. Heading down the stairs of the garage, he reminds himself that this won't be like the last time people found out. Izuku won't hate him. Hitoshi gives a courtesy knock, waiting until he hears Izuku call out from inside before opening the door. His friend is sprawled out on his bed with Lizzie on his chest, batting playfully at his fingers. It's a stark contrast from the scene that Hitoshi had walked into just yesterday, and he shakes the memory from his head. Izuku sits up, scooping Lizzie into his arms as he does, and sits cross-legged on the bed. "Hey Toshi, ready to train?" he asks, smiling up at Hitoshi. Hitoshi shakes his head, walking to sit next to Izuku on the bed. "Not yet. I wanted to talk to you first," he says, glancing over at his friend. Izuku's smile drops and he sets the kitten down. "Oh yeah, we can do that. Figured you might have more questions about everything. I was hoping to put it off for a little longer, but we can talk about it if you want," he says, picking at the sheets. At first, Hitoshi is so caught up in his own anxiety that he doesn't understand what Izuku is talking about, but then it hits him. "Oh, no, I don't want to talk about your quirk." "Well, at least not right now," he reassures his friend. "I actually wanted to tell you about my quirk." Izuku's eyes widen in surprise. "You don't have to do that. Just 'cause I Kinda Hato tell you about mine, doesn't mean you should have to tell me about yours." Hitoshi shakes his head, stealing his nerves. "No, I want to tell you. It's only fair and I know you're a good person so you won't hate me, right?" he asks, waiting for Izuku's reassurance. "Of course I wouldn't hate you because of your quirk, no matter what it is," Izuku says, sounding completely sincere. "I know how it feels to be judged for something you can't control. I would never subject anyone else to that." Hitoshi manages a small smile at that because he can tell his friend really means it, and he feels his nerves settle a bit. He takes a deep breath and huffs it out before speaking. "It's called brainwashing. Once I meet the activation requirements, I can control a person and make them do whatever I want," he says all at once, scared he would chicken out halfway through if he didn't get it out all in one go. He glances up to gauge Izuku's reaction and finds his friend gaping at him, his eyes wide. Hitoshi feels his heart rate pick up as he starts rambling, trying to do damage control. I know it sounds really villainous, I get it, but I promise I never use it on people without asking except for a couple times when I was a kid and I didn't know how it worked yet. But it was an accident those times, I swear, I'm not a villain, I wouldn't do that. Toshi! Izuku shouts excitedly, cutting off Hitoshi's rambling. That's so cool. Hitoshi blinks at his friend in surprise, completely at a loss. Huh? I love mental quirks. There's so many scientific implications when it comes to activation requirements and establishing a connection between the user and the target. Oh. What's your activation requirement? And does it happen automatically when that requirement is met, or does it need a second activation that comes from you? Also, how long does it last? Is it like a time limit thing, or does it deactivate after the person completes the task you gave them? And if it's a time limit thing, how long does it last? 'Cause if it lasts a while, does the person just stay on standby, awaiting orders, or can they? You aren't? Hitoshi cuts in, halting his friend's flood of questions. I don't know. Freaked out? You don't hate me? Izuku looks genuinely confused, ping his head to the side. Why would I do either of those things? Hitoshi glances off to the side, fidgeting with his hands. It's what everyone else does. It's a villain's quirk. Izuku recoils at that, screwing his face up in anger and confusion. That doesn't make any sense. There's no such thing as villainous quirks, he says, crossing his arms. There are dangerous or volatile quirks that require a lot of control, but that doesn't make them inherently evil or villainous. And even if there were villainous quirks, yours wouldn't be one. Hell, your quirk has way more heroic applications than one like mine does. What do you mean? Hitoshi asks, still stunned by Izuku's reaction. Well, his friend says, leaning back against the wall, let's say, for instance, there's a risky hostage situation. A lot of people are in danger and the last thing anyone wants is to start conflict. All you gotta do is activate your quirk, and everyone walks out of the situation unharmed, with no collateral damage, Izuku says, shrugging. You could use it in interrogations when a villain doesn't want to talk, or you could also keep a villain from attacking in a populated area. With your quirk, you don't just save people. You can prevent them from ever needing to be saved. That sounds pretty heroic to me. Hitoshi doesn't realize he is crying until he feels a tear trail down his cheek and he reaches a hand up to hurriedly wipe it away, letting out a soft laugh. Well, Demon Kiwi. Where were you when I needed to hear that growing up? Izuku gives him a lopsided smile, getting bullied to the point of suicide for being quirkless, most likely. Hitoshi chokes on a laugh, roughly wiping his eyes as he shakes his head. Yeah, I guess that's a good excuse. So, Izuku says, holding his ankles as he leans forward, can I bombard you with questions now? 'Cause I am definitely dying to know the answers to those questions, which you so rudely interrupted earlier. Hitoshi chuckles as he rolls his eyes. There is an activation requirement. I have to get a verbal response from someone. And obviously I have to consciously activate my quirk. It doesn't happen automatically, since if it did, you'd have been brainwashed like a million times by now. How long does it last? Izuku asks, getting up from the bed and grabbing a notebook and pen. Until I lose focus or otherwise break the connection, Hitoshi says, eyeing his friend. What are you doing? Izuku glances up from his notebook, pausing his writing. Oh, just taking notes. I can stop if it makes you uncomfortable. Most people think it's weird. Hitoshi considers it for a second, not used to anyone being interested in his quirk. But it's Izuku, so he decides that it's all right. No, I guess it's fine. His friend breaks out in a blinding smile. Cool. So, what kind of things can you make people do? Hitoshi finds himself unconsciously mirroring his friend's smile, though his is more subtle. I'm not really sure what the limits are. It's not like I had the chance to practice much. Izuku snaps his head up from his page, setting the notebook down. Do you want to practice now? I mean, we should be training anyway, so why not focus on quirk training today? You sure about that? Hitoshi asks. It would mean I would be using my quirk on you. Izuku rolls his eyes half-heartedly. Yeah, no sheet candy. But I trust you, and it's important to train quirks just like we train everything else. And as it stands now, I've got way more practice with my quirk than you do with yours. If you keep this up, I'll leave your butt in the dust in hand-to-hand, support items, and quirk usage. And that'd be, like, really embarrassing for you. Hitoshi smirks, standing up and walking to the door. Well then, we can't have that. His friend laughs as he rolls off the bed and follows Hitoshi out the door to the open area that they always use for training. When he looks over, Hitoshi notices Izuku didn't even bother putting his shoes on, and is standing in the middle of the parking garage in his socks. Hitoshi sighs, "Kiwi." Izuku's head snaps up. "What?" He starts, but as soon as the first word leaves his mouth, Hitoshi activates his quirk and the rest of Izuku's sentence dies on his tongue. His friend is left standing there with his arms hanging limply from his sides as his eyes haze over. Hitoshi feels the pressure behind his eyes bloom, a signal that he has established the connection for his quirk. "Go put your shoes on, idiot," Hitoshi commands, starting with something fairly simple. Izuku responds immediately, walking back into the room, returning a few seconds later with his staple ugly red sneakers on. "Okay, so that task was completed easily," Hitoshi notes. "Time to step up the complexity a bit. Do your usual parkour circuit on this level of the garage," Hitoshi says. It's a more difficult task, plus it has more steps, but it is also something Izuku does a lot and is practically muscle memory at this point. His friend doesn't move right away, and Hitoshi is about to give a different, more simple command, when Izuku finally responds. He jogs over the railing between the levels, climbing on top of it, and jumping up to the pipe above it. Hitoshi watches as Izuku swings from bar to bar, occasionally dropping down to a half wall before launching over to another handhold. It takes about 3 minutes for Izuku to complete the circuit, and his movements weren't quite as fluid and graceful as they usually are, but he completes it nonetheless, coming to a stop in front of Hitoshi. "Okay, not bad," Hitoshi says, considering his next command. "Maybe something that's less physically demanding and more mental? Explain your favorite hero conspiracy theory." Izuku just stares blankly ahead, not even really looking at Hitoshi, and makes no move to answer the command. "Okay, something simpler then? Tell me what 2 plus 2 is." Still, Izuku remains frozen, as if Hitoshi never gave an order. The pressure behind his eyes is starting to get painful, inciting a headache after holding his quirk active for so long. Pinching his nose bridge to counteract the pressure, Hitoshi releases his quirk, not wanting to deal with the headache. Izuku stumbles a bit as his mind becomes his own again, shaking his head and glancing around in confusion. "That was weird," he says, walking over to Hitoshi. "Cool, but weird. It was like I was watching a POV playthrough of my life. I couldn't answer your question. It was like the answer was on the tip of my tongue, but I couldn't grasp it and I definitely couldn't say it." "Yeah, I figured that might happen," Hitoshi grumbles. "For some reason I have never been able to make anyone say something. I was hoping that it was just because it was when I was younger and I didn't have a hold on my quirk." "Guess not." Izuku shrugs. "It's not like you've practiced a lot with it. You might be able to command more complex things as time goes on. But maybe not. It might just be a cut and dry limitation of your quirk. Only one way to find out, though," he says, nudging Hitoshi on his shoulder. Hitoshi pps his eyebrow at his friend, dropping his hand from his nose bridge. "You want to do it again? Didn't you say you didn't like it? 'Cause it was weird." "No, I said it was weird. Never said I didn't like it," his friend says, but then he makes a contemplative face. "I mean, I didn't like it, but I also did not like it. Either way, I'm all for experimentation in the name of quirk analysis." Hitoshi huffs out a breath. Honestly, he should have seen this reaction coming. It's very on brand for Izuku. "Fine if you're sure. But, Zuku? Yatash, go get me some painkillers," Hitoshi says after taking control once more, "'cause I'm going to have one hell of a headache." After putting in about 2 hours of training, Toshi finally called it a day and Izuku couldn't blame him. He wasn't even the one using his quirk and even he was starting to get a headache. He didn't even want to think about the migraine that must be assaulting his friend right now. "Want to go get food?" Izuku asks, handing Toshi a water bottle. He doesn't even open his eyes, instead grabbing blindly for the water from where he lays on the bed. "Not a chance in hell," he grumbles. "I just want to OD on painkillers and take a nap, at least until this headache goes away, possibly forever." Izuku acknowledges, sitting on the floor next to the bed. "That's a great plan and all, but it actually takes way more painkillers to OD than you would think, trust me. At least if we are talking over the counter strength ones." Toshi groans out a laugh. "That's not funny, but..." "You say that, but you did laugh," Izuku points out, checking the time on his phone. "Well, you can stay here and nap. I'm going to the meal center. If you wake up and get hungry, you know where the snacks are, help yourself." Toshi just hums in response as Izuku makes his way out of the parking garage. He heads towards the meal center, absent-mindedly humming a song as he goes. He's in a good mood today, which is strange considering that just yesterday he was traumatizing his only friend and confessing to his own deep-rooted trauma. But today feels fresh and more real than anything has felt for the last couple weeks. He hadn't realized how hazed over everything felt because of his nightmares and panic attacks after his run-in with Katsuki, until today. Because today feels clear and real and like how Izuku remembered life being, a long time ago. He strolls into the meal center just after 7 o'clock, grabbing a tray and getting in line. He is trying to catch a glimpse at what the entree is for today when he notices a familiar face behind the counter. "Hey, Zashi," Izuku says, not raising his voice to catch the man's attention since the owner was already watching him. "What are you doing in today? I thought Sundays were the only days you could come in." Zashi smiles as he scoops a mound of rice onto another kid's tray. "Usually yes," he says, talking to Izuku while he continues serving, "but I had some extra time today." Izuku doesn't buy that for a second. It's not that Zashi is a terrible liar, it's just that that was a terrible excuse. They don't talk much, outside of Izuku harassing him for coffee or teasing him when he has a hickey peeking out from under his collar, but even from the few conversations they've had, if Izuku knows one thing for sure about Zashi, it's that he loves his husband. So if he had some extra time, he would be spending it at home. There's a reason he's here right now. "Hey kid," Zashi says, scooping more rice, but into Izuku's bowl this time, "You mind if I sit with you today? We are kind of at the end of the dinner rush, and I haven't eaten yet." And there it is. He's here to talk to Izuku about something, though he isn't sure about what yet, which is anxiety-provoking to say the least. "Yeah, sure, old man," Izuku says, moving down the line to get a serving of curry. Zashi lets out an indignant gasp. "Old man? I'm 30. "My point exactly," Izuku calls out over his shoulder as he makes his way to an empty table. He doesn't really think that 30 is all that old, but riling Zashi up always puts Izuku in a good mood. After a few minutes, the blonde joins Izuku at the table, setting his tray down across from him. Izuku just glances up at him, not saying anything before taking another bite of food. He doesn't know what Zashi wants, but there isn't really a good option and Izuku isn't going to initiate the conversation. "So, kid," Zashi starts, "I heard from a staff member that you didn't come by to get your meal package. Everything all right?" "Yeah," Izuku mumbles, "just got busy." The truth is he got murdered, but busy is close enough. "Right?" Zashi says, not sounding entirely convinced. "You know, if you aren't liking those packages," he says, reaching a hand out, not quite touching Izuku, but resting it near his arm, "I could always make arrangements to give you something more special." Izuku freezes, chopsticks halfway to his mouth, eyes darting up to meet Zashi's. He hadn't been expecting this from the man, but the creeps always know how to appear nice on the outside. "Look, dude," Izuku says, setting down his chopsticks, suddenly not hungry anymore, "I'm not interested. You've been nice and everything, but I don't want to do it. I'll just find somewhere else to get my meals if that's the kind of payment you want." Zashi stares at him for a moment, seemingly confused, before his eyes widen in realization and he bolts upright, jerking his hand back. "What? I'm not talking about I would never mean gods. No, not that. I just meant that if the pre-packaged meals you were getting didn't taste good, I could look for higher quality alternatives," he says, holding his hands up disarmingly. Izuku considers getting up and leaving anyway, but Zashi does look genuinely horrified and apologetic, so he decides to proceed with caution. "You need to work on your phrasing," he mumbles, picking at his food. "I'm so sorry, kid," Zashi says quietly, dropping his hands in his lap. "I really didn't mean it like that. Sho always says I walk right into innuendos without realizing it." "You should listen to your husband," Izuku says, taking a small bite. Zashi nods, scanning Izuku's face for a moment before speaking again. Do you get approached like that a lot?" he asks, hesitantly. Izuku shrugs as he finishes chewing, "And not all that often. Just a couple times. I've always handled it, though." By handled it, Izuku means that all 3 of the times something like that has happened, he bolted out of the situation and ran all the way back to his garage, but that sounds pretty pathetic, and he doesn't want to sound weak in front of an adult. Zashi just nods, not pressing the subject any further. "The meals are fine, by the way," Izuku offers after getting fed up with uncomfortable silence. "I really was just busy. I can pick it up now if it's still here." Zashi perks up, clinging to the lighter topic of conversation. "That's good, I'm glad you're liking them. And yeah, it's still here. I can go grab it for you if you want." Izuku nods and Zashi pushes up from the table. "I'll be right back then." The man returns after a minute, now carrying a paper bag. "Here you go," he says cheerily, setting the bag down next to Izuku's tray. "I added a few new flavors of meal bars this time to mix things up. Vanilla bean, hazelnut, and caramel swirl. Izuku says, reading one of the labels. Yummy. Oh, that one is Sho's favorite. Zashi says, smiling fondly like he always does when speaking about his husband. He loves sweets. He sounds like a ray of sunshine, the way you talk about him, Izuku says, placing the bar back in the paper bag. He decides not to mention that he hates sweet stuff. He can always give it to Toshi. His friend loves anything sweet, but especially caramel stuff. He kind of is, Zashi says dreamily, sugar, spice, and everything nice. That's my show. Right? Well, why don't you take your extra time, Izuku says, making air quotes, that you somehow magically have today, and spend it with your ray of sunshine, since this little meeting was obviously just a troubled child wellness check-in. You've checked in, I have taken the meal package, you can go. Zashi cracks a smile at Izuku. Not very subtle, was it? No, not really, Izuku says, getting up from the table and grabbing the bag. See you later, Zashi. Take care of my tray for me, will ya? He doesn't bother looking back before heading out and making his way back to the garage. When he gets back, Toshi is, unsurprisingly, still asleep on Izuku's bed. He hasn't even moved positions, his arms still draped over his eyes, though Lizzie has decided to join him, curling up in the crook of his other arm. There is drool trailing down his face and Lizzie has a paw stretched out, poking him in the cheek and making his mouth pudge out. Izuku smiles, taking a picture with his phone to tease Toshi with later, before getting out a piece of paper and writing a note for his friend when he wakes up. Out Vigilante and G, I'll be back before sunrise. Promise not to get murdered this time. Izuku leaves the note on the table, along with the disgustingly sweet meal bar and a bottle of water. He grabs his costume and support gear, slipping out to change in the bathroom so he doesn't wake Toshi up. He changes quickly, pulling his hair back into a tight ponytail as he makes his way up the stairs to head out for patrol. He was able to protect that little girl the other night, but he didn't take down the villain. That woman is still out there, somewhere, and that means Izuku has a mission to complete. As he takes a break, sitting on a rooftop with his legs dangling over the side, Izuku realizes that he might not have thought this through entirely. He's not really sure how he thought this would go, but after 3 hours of patrolling with no Snake Lady appearances, Izuku is beginning to think that the universe isn't going to just drop her in front of him. It's not like he assumed that she would be waiting in the same alley that they fought in last time, but he did think he'd find her faster than this. He is assuming that she lives in the area, because why else would she know that the girl was quirkless? Most people don't exactly broadcast that information, so the woman must live close to the girl to have been able to watch the child for a while before making her move. And it was clear that the girl lived in the area, considering she knew where the police station was, so it serves to reason that the snake woman also lives nearby. So Izuku thought that, if he patrolled the area around where he found her last time, he might see her going home tonight. He even went out for patrol earlier than he normally would, before the sun even set, so that he would have a better chance of catching the villain on her way home from work or something like that. But, again, that was 3 hours ago and the sun has long since set and still no sign of the snake woman. Izuku sighs, leaning forward as he scans the streets below him, not really expecting to find his target at this point, but that doesn't mean he can't be on guard for other villains. He decides to try patrolling at ground level, rather than from the rooftops, so he stands and unhooks his whip from its loop on his belt. He really isn't sure why it was labeled as a whip at the support item warehouse. It's soft and thin and much more flexible than any whip Izuku has seen, and while it can function as a whip, it definitely isn't the only thing it can do. Right now, for instance, it will be serving as a rappel rope. Izuku wraps it around one of the cylindrical air conditioning vents on the roof, making sure that it doesn't knot. He loops the free end under his leg before jumping backwards off the roof, allowing the whip to glide through his hands as he falls, kicking off the building about halfway down to propel himself the rest of the way. Once he's on the ground, Izuku flicks the free end of the fabric, unlooping it from its anchor point and letting it cascade down into his waiting arms. He wraps the fabric back up as he walks, pleased that he didn't bust his butt, considering that was the first time he has ever attempted something like that. He did watch a video about it online once, though, so he was pretty confident it'd be okay. It's almost midnight now, as Izuku heads off deeper into the neighborhood. It's been an incredibly slow patrol, and he hasn't run into any other villains or even really any civilians for that matter. The last time he saw anyone was like an hour ago, and it was just a couple coming home from a date. It's been a boring night, and Izuku feels a little guilty because he finds himself wishing that there were at least a couple villains out and about, to pass the time if nothing else. He is walking down a dimly lit street when a crash sounds from down a nearby alley, followed by an all too familiar hissing sound, and Izuku doesn't feel guilty anymore. Holy shit, thank you universe, he calls out under his breath, taking off down the street. By the time he rounds the corner, Izuku already has a knife drawn and his whip ready, not about to let her have even a second to prepare this time. There's no one else in the alley. The snake woman is just standing over a trash can that appears to be taking the heat of her frustrations, tipped over and dented. Can't believe that disgusting little brat got away. When I find her, I'm going to eat. Her melodramatic rant is cut off by Izuku's knife burying cleanly in her stomach, not too far off from where Izuku now sports 2 fang-sized scars. She stumbles back, gingerly touching the knife handle protruding from her abdomen. Her eyes dart up, looking for her attacker, but by then it's too late. Izuku has already launched toward her, landing a punch squarely on her nose, still bruised from the last time he broke it. Only, the last time he broke it he had used his elbow. It had definitely broken, but it didn't look too outwardly damaged. Some light bruising and a bloody nose. Now though, with his impact tech brass knuckles, the crunch is audible as her nose folds in on itself and blood gushes from her nostrils and split skin, flowing down her face and mouth. The villain falls back, landing harshly on her butt, staring up at Izuku as he steps closer and grips her collar, twisting the fabric so it chokes her. He had intended to just take this villain down efficiently and dutifully, purely so that the little girl he saved would stay safe. So that Izuku would know that the child wouldn't have to live in fear the way he did. But seeing her now, Izuku feels seething anger bubble up from years past that he thought he had let go of. He knew it still hurt, that it still gave him nightmares and negative thoughts, but he thought he was over the anger. Honestly, he wasn't even sure that the anger was ever really there. Or at least that he never let himself feel it, really feel it. It had simmered somewhere deep beneath the surface, never to be acknowledged. Because anger meant that what they did to him was wrong, that he deserved better and it would never be given to him. And Izuku couldn't handle that, so he smothered the anger with fake smiles and fake apologies and a carefully structured inner dialogue until he convinced himself that it was never there to begin with. But it was. That anger sat, festering for years and years with no hope for an outlet. Anger at all the teachers who encouraged the other kids to single Izuku out for his lack of quirk. Anger at his mother, for apparently having conditions for her unconditional love. Anger at every other quirkist piece of shit like this villain right in front of him, and Izuku decides to indulge in that anger for once. But how? She stammers, clearly panicking and clawing at the exposed skin above Izuku's gloves, trying to pry his hands off her shirt. No one can survive my quirk, it's not possible. You should be dead. Izuku brings his face inches away, adjusting his hold so that he is grabbing her throat instead of her shirt, squeezing until she is gasping, eyes wide with fear and desperation as tears stream down her face. I get that a lot, that I should be dead. Got it a lot when I was a kid too. But they meant it differently back then. It was more like advice when they said it, Izuku says, feeling an unfamiliar wrath swell in his chest. I could kill you, you know, he says, watching her face shift from red to blue, and you'd probably deserve it. You'd definitely deserve it more than that little girl would have. And you were going to kill her in such a horrible way too. I would know, Izuku says, scanning the villain's tear-stained face. I could actually feel me organs decaying inside of me as I choked on my own blood, and it wasn't quick either. I was craving death by the time it finally came. And you were going to do that to a child. He holds her there a few seconds more, letting her suffocate until her bloodshot eyes start to lose focus and her hands are limply smacking at his forearms. It almost scares Izuku how justified, how righteous, he feels, watching as the fight drains out of the woman, unable to do anything to escape. I could kill you so easily right now, he says, before finally releasing his hold, shoving her hard so she slams back, sprawled out on the concrete. But I'm a better person than you, Izuku grits out, watching the woman cough and gasp, completely drained. He walks up, kneeling beside her, and gently toys with the handle of his knife that is still buried in her stomach, eliciting a guttural scream from the woman. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm a good person, though. Looking at her makes his stomach twist with rage, and Izuku decides that she deserves a little more punishment. This villain was going to murder that innocent little girl, for no other reason than that she had the misfortune of not developing a quirk, and shedded murder Izuku, for no other reason than that he wanted to save the child. And Izuku thinks that walking away now would be letting her off too easy. He swings a leg over, straddling her chest to get a better angle, and punches her right on her mouth, splitting her lip and chipping a tooth without much effort thanks to the rough metal plates covering his knuckles. He punches again and again, blackening her eye and busting open her brow bone and bruising her skin until he is out of breath and content with the bloodied state of her face. He rolls off of her, resting his arms on his knees as he catches his breath, watching her struggle to spit the blood out of her mouth. "What are you?" she whispers, barely audible, rolling her head to the side to look at Izuku. Her voice is rough and garbled as she tries to talk around the blood. He doesn't bother answering her, instead pulling out a couple zip ties from a compartment on his chest holster. He secures her ankles together, before standing and grabbing a fistful of her hair and dragging her out of the alley, earning a pained whine from the villain, though she makes no move to try and stop Izuku. Likely too exhausted or concussed or delirious from pain to function at this point. Maybe all three. He props her up against a lamppost, a fairly easy job considering that she really doesn't have much energy left. Izuku secures her wrists behind her, wrapping her arms around the pole to prevent her from moving. "You might feel a slight pinch," Izuku says with mock sympathy, before yanking the knife out of her gut, earning another scream that turns into a low groan, though this one is a bit quieter as she begins to pass out. He quickly patches her wound, just good enough that she won't bleed out before the cops get there to pick her up. "Be grateful I am doing this much for you," he says as he stands, taking out his phone to place the call. He makes the call short and sweet, just alerting the emergency operator that there is an injured villain who is secured and waiting for them, letting them know her location before hanging up. He then takes out a small pad of paper and writes a note, and uses her blood to hold the note in place, pressing it to her forehead. He stands, inspecting his handiwork for just a moment before sprinting off. He doesn't want to be anywhere near there when the cops show up and start asking questions. As he jogs, he feels a smile play out across his face underneath his mask, as fed up as it is. He just beat the shit out of, and lightly tortured, a villain, and Izuku is damn near giddy. He did it. He saved that little girl and he took down the villain and everyone who ever said he couldn't. Not to mention the catharsis of taking out his pent-up frustrations with quirkist assholes on a piece of sheet that deserved it. He could stay out a bit longer and keep patrolling the area for other villains, but the increasingly concerned texts from Toshi that are now rolling in tell him that his friend has woken up, so he decides to head in the direction of the garage. He sends off a quick text as he runs, letting Toshi know that he's almost back. Izuku makes it back to the garage in record time, jogging down the stairs and yanking open the door to his room, and is immediately met with a smack in the face. Literally. "Ow," Izuku says, taking off his mask and cradling his cheek. "What the hell was that for?" "You scared the shit out of me, a-hole," Toshi says, smacking him on the arm, but he jolts away when Izuku lets out a pained hiss. His biceps are covered in shallow scratches, left from the villain as she tried to get away from Izuku. "It's fine, Candy," Izuku reassures, peeling off his gloves so that he can disinfect and dress the scrapes. "They aren't even going to scar." Toshi watches for a moment before sighing and grabbing the med kit from the cabinet. "Here, idiot," he says, sitting down on the couch. "Let me help." Izuku complies, taking a seat next to his friend and holding out an arm. "I left a note before I went out. Did you not see it?" He questions, watching Toshi carefully wipe down the area with an alcohol pad, hissing occasionally when the disinfectant gets into a cut. "I did," Toshi says, grabbing Izuku's other arm. "That's why I was worried. The last time you went out vigilante, I found you dead." Izuku considers this. "Okay, true, but I got better and the only reason I died last time is because I hadn't been sleeping or eating well. But I was in tip-top shape for tonight's patrol. I took down the villain I was tracking with no problem at all." Toshi gives him a deadpan look, lifting Izuku's very clearly injured arm up. "Are you joking right now?" "Oh come on," Izuku says, lulling his head backwards in exasperation. "That doesn't even count. I have gotten worse scratches from playing with Lizzie." "Not true. Lizzie is a sweet angel and she has never scratched you once since the day you found her." "You take that back," Toshi says, cleaning the last bit of blood away from the area. "Sorry, Lizzie," Izuku calls out to the kitten in question, sleeping on the bed and completely unaware that any slander had occurred. "I didn't mean it." "Good," Toshi says, applying some ointment to the cuts. "Plus, I trust Lizzie's germs way more than whatever germs are lurking underneath that villain's fingernails." Izuku grimaces. "Yeah, she was nasty. Don't skimp on the antibacterial stuff." Toshi just hums in response, carefully tending to the cuts and wrapping Izuku's biceps in gauze to keep it clean. "Thanks for the bar, by the way," Toshi says, not looking up from his task. "I haven't been able to find that flavor in forever. Where did you even get it?" It takes a second for Izuku to even figure out what Toshi is talking about, but then he remembers leaving that sugary monstrosity on the table for his friend before he left on patrol. Oh, well, you remember how the meal center owner, Zashi, gives me those snack baggies? Izuku says, glancing at his friend to watch him nod in confirmation. Well, that was one of the things in there today. How the hell did you convince him to start giving you those, again? Toshi asks. He can't possibly just be that nice. Izuku shrugs. I don't know what to tell you. He asked if I needed anything. I said I wanted snacks. He seemed over the moon to be able to help, and he hasn't asked for anything in return. He hasn't even asked my name. It's definitely weird, but so far it seems like, yeah, he is just that nice. I don't buy it, Toshi says, cutting the gauze to length, but as long as I keep getting those caramel swirl bars, I will withhold judgment. Izuku watches as his friend finishes, tucking in the end of the gauze to keep it from unraveling. Next, Toshi picks up Izuku's hand, inspecting it for injuries. Oh, Izuku says, you don't have to worry about that. My hands are fine. They are covered in blood, dude, Toshi says, flipping Izuku's hand over to check the palm. I am aware, he says, but it's not my blood. Toshi raises an eyebrow, glancing up at his friend with an expression somewhere between impressed and horrified, and relinquishes his hold on Izuku's hand, instead turning his attention to putting away the supplies back in the box. Thank you, Nurse Toshi, Izuku drawls sarcastically. His friend stops putting away the supplies, pausing to flip Izuku off with both hands, before continuing with his task. Izuku snorts, shaking his head as he inspects Toshi's handiwork. You know, Izuku says, twisting his arm around to look at the bandages from different angles, you are actually pretty good at that. Really? He says, glancing up from the med kit. I was definitely just winging it. Yeah, actually, Izuku says, taking the kit from his friend and putting it away in the cabinet for him. You want to make this a regular thing? He asks, sitting back down on the couch. Make what a regular thing? You patching me up when I get back from patrols, Izuku says, leaning back into the couch, getting comfy. Toshi looks hesitant and Izuku rushes to give his friend the sales pitch. Look, I can't die. Or, at least, I can't stay dead, so it's not like you have that high of stakes. The worst thing that could happen is you F up and I bleed out. It would be more convenient to not die all the time, cause then I'm out of commission for the next day or two, but it's not the end of the world. Plus, most nights are going to be like this, where I don't even really have much to patch up. But mostly, I thought you might like being here to know that I get home each night. Hitoshi grabs a pillow and tosses it half-heartedly at Izuku's face. You make it sound like I'm a concerned housewife, fretting over if my husband will make it home safe. Aren't you? Izuku says, easily catching the pillow. I mean, you were waiting by the door to greet me when I got home from my dangerous job, so it makes sense to. Toshi cuts him off, chucking another pillow, more forcefully this time, landing a hit on Izuku's face. Shut the hell up, Kiwi, he says with no real anger in his voice. He huffs out a breath. Okay, fine, but I have some ground rules about your stupid vigilate. As long as they're reasonable, Izuku says, setting the throw pillows back on the couch. First, your patrols don't go past 3 in the morning. I don't have the energy to be on standby for that long. I have school in the mornings, so I can't just sleep it off the next day like you can, he says, holding up one finger. Sure, sounds reasonable to me, Izuku says, shrugging. Second, Toshi continues, holding up another finger, you do your very best not to die. That really is finding you like that, and I doubt having you stumble back here and dying in my arms instead would be any better, even knowing now that you'll come back. Izuku feels a twinge of guilt and he scrunches up his face. Yeah, sorry about that again. Third, his friend says, not acknowledging Izuku's apology, if you are going to die, and you don't think you will be able to make it back to the garage before you do, you have to send me your location so I can drag your body back here so that the cops don't find you. That's actually a really great idea, Izuku says, taking off his HRSS and belt. In fact, why don't I just keep my location sharing turned on any time I go out on patrol? Since it's not like I'll always have time to text before a villain kills me. You say that with too much ease and I would encourage you to revisit rule number 2, Toshi says, standing up and grabbing his school bag. You headed out? Izuku questions as he puts his support items back in their places in the cabinet. Yeah, Toshi says, slipping on his shoes by the door. I have worn this uniform 2 days in a row now, and I'll go insane if I have to wear it for a third. Plus, even though my foster parents are pretty lax in terms of my comings and goings, I think they would appreciate knowing that I haven't run off. Good point, Izuku says, kicking off his own shoes. Well, I'll see you tomorrow then? After school training like usual? Sure, but I am na training my quirk again, Toshi says, pinching his nose bridge. I still have a FNG headache from today's session. Works for me. How about cardio? I know it's your favorite, Izuku says in a taunting, sing-song voice. Toshi just groans, not dignifying that with a real response before walking out the door, and Izuku chuckles to himself at his friend's dramatics. The laugh dies on his tongue, though, when he looks down at his hands. Izuku grimaces at the oxidizing blood that is caked under his nails and in the creases in his skin, and he suddenly feels sick. Not because of the blood itself or the germs, but because he doesn't know where that side of himself came from. He doesn't recognize who that was. He had been soger for violence. Not the fight or the justice served, but the violence. He had been so excited to hurt that villain, the way that he had been hurt. And the worst part is, he's not sure he feels guilty about it. With trembling hands, Izuku rushes to the bathroom to wash away the blood. It's just after midnight and Shoyuta has been patrolling his usual area, but after several hours on the job, he decides a 5-minute break on a rooftop is reasonable. He sits down and pulls out a meal bar from a pouch on his belt, curious to see which flavor his husband packed for him today. Zashi can't cook for Sheet, but he still likes to dote on Shoyuta, so he always packs snacks in Shuta's utility belt before he heads out for patrols. Usually a meal bar, and always accompanied with a few jelly pouches. Vanilla bean, hazelnut, and caramel swirl, he says, reading the label with a small smile. Zashi knows that one is his favorite, but it's been hard to find lately. They haven't seen it at the store the last several times they've gone, so Shoyuta just assumed he would have to find a new favorite flavor. He even looked it up, and apparently the manufacturer is discontinuing the flavor. Then this morning, they had gotten a package and Zashi got all giggly and excited, whisking the box away, claiming it was a surprise. Shoyuta would bet money that his husband managed to buy a box of them online, and probably spent far too much on it in the name of making Shoyuta happy. There's a little heart drawn on the bar's wrapper with the same gold metallic marker that Zashi uses to sign his merch, a special touch that his husband likes to add to all the snacks he packs for Shoyuta. He opens the bar and takes a bite, leaning back against an air conditioning unit and closing his eyes, letting out a contented hum. It's been a slow night and Shoyuta hasn't even made a single arrest. Not that he's complaining, though. A slow night means he can go home on time and not be too exhausted to teach class in the morning. He is just finishing off the last of his snack, standing up to continue his usual patrol route, when he gets a call from Tsukachi. What? He says, not unkindly as he answers the phone. Hey Eraser. Tsukachi's voice says from across the line, we got an anonymous call saying there was a villain tied up and waiting for pickup right near where you patrol. Was this your doing? What? Why would I do that? Shoyuta says, jumping across to the next rooftop. You know I always take my arrests into the station. I don't just leave them for you guys to come get, unless they are unconscious and too big to carry. But even if it was a large enough villain that I couldn't drag them all the way to the station, I would just text you the location and stay at the scene until units arrive. Just like I have for the past 10 years. That's what I thought you'd say, the detective replies, sounding tired. That means we've most likely got a new vigilante on our hands, since you are the only one on patrol anywhere near the area, and it's not like criminals would call it in for us. Right? Shoyuta says, coming to a stop. I'm guessing you want me to go check it out? If you would please, yeah. I'll send you the location now. Tsukachi says before hanging up, likely too busy to be overly concerned with politeness. Shoyuta sighs, glancing at the address that comes through on his phone before taking off in that direction. He makes his way there via rooftops, using his capture weapon to propel himself across the larger gaps. Although it is several blocks away, it doesn't take long to get there, the pro being able to shorten the journey by making a straight shot to the location, not having to worry about following roads. Dropping down to the street that Tsukachi gave him, Shoyuta can immediately see the villain that the apparent vigilante left for them. Her face is a bloody mess, with blood dripping out of her mouth and down her chin, staining her shirt. There is also a large patch of blood soaking the stomach of her shirt, though it doesn't look like the wound there is still bleeding. There is bruising around her throat consistent with strangulation, and one of her eyes is practically swollen shut. The other is mostly covered by a note, secured to her face using the tackiness of her own drying blood. It's brutal. Shoyuta walks up to the unconscious villain, leaning in to read the note. I tried to kill a little girl. I deserve this. Yeah, this whole thing was definitely brutal. Shoyuta presses 2 fingers to her neck, relieved to find a weak pulse, before walking around behind her to cut the restraints holding her to the pole so that he can take her in. The jostling must wake her up, though, because suddenly her breathing picks up like she is panicking, jerking her head from side to side as if looking for an attacker. The hero comes around to face her again, and she flinches away from him, but makes no move to defend herself, presumably too weak to do much of anything. "Where is he?" she asks, her voice rough and tight. "Who?" Shoyuta says, remaining on guard in case she lashes out. That demon," she cries, craning her neck to look around. "He's a monster." "Why do you say that?" "Because he did this to you?" Shoyuta says, gesturing to the villain's face. "No," she says, jerking her head back to stare directly at Shoyuta. "I mean, he is a demon or a monster or something, but he isn't human. He can't be." "What makes you think he isn't human?" Shoyuta says, curious about the new vigilante they have on the scene. "Maybe a unique mutation-type quirk?" It's hard to imagine anything that would freak out this woman, considering she appears to have a snake mutation herself. Because, the woman says, deathly serious, "I killed him. And he came back." Shoyuta halts at that confession, watching the woman closely. Because whatever is going on with this vigilante is apparently jarring enough that confessing to murder is merely an explanation for a larger issue. She could be joking or exaggerating, but the way she is staring at Shoyuta tells him that she isn't. Like a FNG phoenix from the ashes. "I drew the floor plan for Aizawa and Hizashi's apartment. I'll probably end up making more detailed art later, but here's this for now so you can at least visualize the layout. Also, holy shit, floor plans are so FING hard to draw." "Ow." Izuku whines as Hitoshi dabs at the deep cuts on his friend's thigh. "Be careful." "I could say the same thing to you," Hitoshi mumbles as he cleans the wounds. This makes it 3 for 3 patrols with injuries. 4, if you count the one where you literally died. Not a great track record, Kiwi. "I couldn't see the villain's retractable claws until it was too late," Izuku tries to reason, wincing with every swipe of the alcohol pad, "but he only managed to get the one hit on me. Plus I made 2 more arrests after him without a single injury." Hitoshi pauses, giving his friend an exasperated look. "You mean you didn't come straight back after you got hurt? You stayed out and finished patrol?" "I patched it up with some first aid stuff I keep with me," Izuku says, shrugging. "You mean the gauze that you wrapped around the outside of your pants?" "Yeah, no, that doesn't count. These are really deep, idiot. You could have bled out." "I think they need stitches," Hitoshi says, inspecting the claw marks. "Oh, don't bother with all that. Just use this medical glue I snagged," Izuku says, handing Hitoshi a small bottle from the med kit. "It's basically super glue, but for skin. Just squirt some on one side of the skin flap and pinch it shut." Hitoshi investigates the bottle suspiciously, reading the instructions on the label. "I hate how you just described that." Izuku just shrugs and lets Hitoshi set to work, drying the skin surrounding the cuts and quickly applying the glue before fresh blood can wet-tan the area, pressing the jagged edges of flesh together for a few seconds until the glue sets. It's not very evenly matched up and it's almost certainly going to scar rather noticeably, but Izuku has reassured Hitoshi many times that he isn't worried about getting more scars. "There, all set," Hitoshi says, wrapping Izuku's thigh in gauze, just to keep the wound clean and protected. "But I really don't think you should go out for patrol for the next couple days. I don't know how well that glue will hold up." "Yeah, honestly, I think you might be right," Izuku says, wincing as he carefully adjusts his position on the couch. "As much as I hate to admit it, I think I'll just end up getting myself killed if I try to patrol like this. Which normally I wouldn't care about, but I don't want to be dealing with quirk side effects on my birthday." "Wait, what?" Hitoshi says, snapping his head up to meet Izuku's eyes. "Your birthday is soon?" "Huh." Izuku says offhandedly, "Oh yeah, it's in 2 days. Or, wait, it's after midnight now, right? So I guess technically it's tomorrow? I don't know, the point is it's on Monday." "Why didn't I know this?" Hitoshi says, playfully smacking Izuku's good leg. "I don't know, it just didn't come up." "I mean, when is yours?" "Oh, mine already passed. It was July 1st, Hitoshi says, shrugging, "but I don't celebrate mine. It was something really special that I did with my parents, back when I was a kid. It doesn't feel right, celebrating without them, so I usually just buy myself a sweetbread from a convenience store and have a quiet night to myself. But I really prefer it that way." And Hitoshi really means that. He had loved his birthday traditions with his parents. A trip to the beach where he was promised a strawberry kakigori with extra condensed milk on top. Dinner at a cat cafe since their apartment didn't allow pets. A postponed bedtime so that he could stay up like a big kid and watch a hero movie. But those were all things that felt too closely tied to his parents. Doing any of it without them seems wrong, but celebrating without those traditions feels wrong too. So Hitoshi decided a long time ago that birthdays just weren't going to be a thing for him anymore, and he really does prefer it like that. It keeps the memories he has with his parents perfectly preserved. You always look so happy when you talk about your parents, Izuku says, pulling Hitoshi from his thoughts. You really love them, huh? Yeah, I really do, Hitoshi says, smiling down at his hands. What about your parents? You've never talked about them. That would be because I don't have a lot of warm and fuzzy memories to look back on, Izuku says, shrugging in a way that tells Hitoshi that he isn't as over it as he is pretending. You weren't on good terms when they died? Hitoshi asks carefully. They're not so much dead as they are dead to me, Izuku says, picking at his nails. My dad left right after I was diagnosed quirkless when I was 4. Said he couldn't stomach having a broken son. My mom was okay for a while, but then just slowly stopped coming home when I was around 9. The last time I saw her, I was 12. I've been living here ever since. Oh, Hitoshi whispers, not sure what to say really. He feels a bit stupid for not considering the possibility that Izuku isn't an orphan like he is. I mean, it wasn't all bad, Izuku says, staring off to the side with a subtle smile, like he is lost in a memory. My mom was really sweet when I was a kid. She played heroes with me. Sometimes she was the civilian who I needed to save, and other times she was the villain that I would have to defeat. Oh man, and she made the best katsudon, Toshi, I swear. I'd kill to have it again. That good, huh? I mean, maybe my memory is blowing it out of proportion. The last time I had katsudon was, 4 years ago? Maybe 5? Never had the budget to eat out, and I obviously don't have the resources to make it here. So maybe I'd just kill to have katsudon in general, Izuku says, laughing to himself. That wouldn't be very vigilante-y of you, Hitoshi pretends to scold. Killing in the name of katsudon. Doesn't sound like upholding the law and protecting the city to me. Sure it is. Provided I am killing people who deserve it. I never said I would kill just anyone for some katsudon, just that I would kill, Izuku reasons, ping an eyebrow like he is inviting Hitoshi to find the flaw in his logic. No, I'm pretty sure you shouldn't be killing anyone, Hitoshi says, a wary smile on his face. When Izuku just shrugs, Hitoshi leans forward, dramatically holding onto his friend's shoulders. Wait, Izuku, have you been killing people? Izuku just busts out laughing, brushing Hitoshi off. No, of course not, idiot. They might wish he were dead once I'm done with them, but they are always left perfectly alive, tied, and awaiting police pickup. Well, maybe not perfectly alive. They usually aren't doing so hot. But they are alive. Kiwi, you are effing terrifying sometimes, Hitoshi says, only half meaning it, rolling his eyes as he stands up. Okay, killer, let's get you to bed so you can rest up and get all better and go back to your murdering. Near murdering, Toshi, only nearly, Izuku says, holding out a hand so Hitoshi can help him up. Yes, of course, how could I forget, he says, carefully pulling Izuku to his feet, helping him hop over to the bed without putting any weight on his injured leg. Crashing here tonight? Izuku asks as he scooches back on the bed. Lizzie promptly hops up to join her owner, curling up near Izuku's feet. Yeah, since it's the weekend. Plus I can go to the meal center in the morning and bring some back for you so you don't have to walk, Hitoshi says, setting up the couch with a blanket and the softer of the 2 throw pillows. Oh come on, I'm not that crippled, Izuku whines, as if he doesn't have 4 huge gashes in his leg from a villain's claws. You kind of are, dude. But all that aside, you have to know that the more you baby it for the next day or 2, the faster you can get back out on patrol. Ugh, fine, I will stay off my leg for tomorrow, but that's it, Izuku concedes. Hitoshi says, turning off the light and settling into the couch. We'll see about that, Kiwi. Hizashi yawns as he rolls over in bed, curling around his husband, circling an arm around his waist and drawing him close. Sho, of course, doesn't stir, far too tired from last night's patrol to have something as little as some morning cuddles wake him up. He peppers kisses along his husband's shoulder and up the back of his neck, treasuring times like this. So domestic and soft and comfortable. Something he had assumed was a far-fetched dream when he was in high school. But lying in bed, watching the early morning light settle on Sho's features, Hizashi knows that the life he has now is far better than he could have ever imagined. And Hizashi has always prided himself on having a great imagination. He stays in bed, burying his face in Sho's messy waves and dragging his fingers up and down his toned arms, until he sees the bedroom door creak open. Hizashi peeks his head up, identifying the intruder. Good morning, Bones, Hizashi whispers to the muddled gray and black short-hair tabby that trots into the room. The cat hops onto the bed, carefully stepping over Shoyuta to get attention from the only awake human. He nudges into Hizashi's hand, purring loudly enough that he can feel the vibrations against his skin. "You ready for some breakfast, chunky boy?" Hizashi asks rhetorically, already carefully pulling away from Sho so that he doesn't wake him. He gets up and slips on some sweatpants, quietly making his way out of the bedroom, the fat cat following close behind. Hizashi heads to the kitchen, pulling out a can of wet food from the cabinet and emptying the contents evenly into 2 bowls. Bones weaves in between Hizashi's feet as he carries the bowls over to the mat, meowing constantly as if he is still the starving alley cat that Sho brought home 3 years ago, and not the fat house cat that could want for nothing more. 12. Hizashi calls quietly in a sing-song voice, "Come get some breakfast, Bubba." The tuxedo cat in question perks up upon hearing his name, jumping off the couch and quickly trotting up to the mat to eat alongside his brother. Hizashi kneels and gives both cats a few pets and head scratches before standing up to get ready for the day. He sneaks back into the bedroom, walking past the bed and into the ensuite for a quick shower. Technically, today is Sunday and there is no need to rush since it's his off day. But Hizashi knows himself, and if he lets himself have a long, hot shower, he will want to just get back in bed afterwards and snuggle with Sho. So, efficient shower it is. He had to break the habit of singing in the shower years ago. It was one of the first rules they had to establish when they moved in together after high school. Morning showers must be silent affairs, unless the other person is already up. The rule was worded as if it applied to both of them, but there has never been a day that Sho has gotten up before Hizashi. Turning off the water, he steps out of the shower, towel drying his hair and pulling it back into a low bun. Heading back into the bedroom, he grabs his hearing aids off the bedside table, putting them on along with his glasses. He opts for his usual civilian attire that always lets him go unrecognized. A t-shirt, a button-down that he leaves open, and some well-worn light-wash jeans. Pressing a gentle kiss to Sho's forehead, Hizashi slips out of their bedroom, calling a hushed farewell to the cats before leaving the apartment. He takes the elevator down to the lobby, giving a passing greeting to the doorman as he heads out the front entrance. If this was any other day of the week, Hizashi would go to the attached parking garage and take his car to the school or the agency or the radio station. But, since it's Sunday, he will be walking. The meal center location was chosen because that area had a lot of kids that needed the extra help. Unfortunately, that also means it's in an area with a lot of crime, and it only took 2 broken windows for Hizashi to learn not to take his car when he came to help out on Sundays. Hizashi doesn't mind. He enjoys the walk through the city, especially in the early morning when the yellow and pink beams of sunlight are just barely beginning to filter in through the gaps between buildings. The walk to the meal center doesn't take long, something which surprised Hizashi when he and Sho chose the location, considering their apartment is in such an exclusive neighborhood and the meal center is in, well, the exact kind of neighborhood one would assume. But, after just a brisk 20-minute walk, Hizashi finds himself rounding the corner to the familiar street that is home to his passion project. He doesn't always get here this early on Sundays. In the winter, he doesn't like walking over when it's at its coldest, but on warm, crisp, clear mornings like today, Hizashi likes to be the first one in the building. He unlocks the front door and checks the thermostat before turning on the lights and taking the chairs off the tables. He takes his time setting up and sweeping the floors, greeting the volunteers as they arrive for the day and begin prep work in the kitchen. Once he finishes up in the dining area, Hizashi heads back to his office and sets to work on the vendor orders that they'll need for the next few weeks. He opens up the inventory file that they have, cross-referencing it with the ingredient list that his head chef gave him last week. It's a tedious job, so when a volunteer knocks on his office door to let him know a kid is asking for him, Hizashi is more than happy to put the task on hold and go see what his favorite visitor needs. However, much to Hizashi's surprise, it isn't the green-haired kid waiting for him on the other side of the counter, though the face is familiar. The kid is just standing there, hands shoved in his pockets and looking at Hizashi distrustfully. Hizashi sifts through his memories of the regulars that stop by until he finally places the face. "Oh, that's right. You're the one who always sits with the green-haired kid with the freckles," he says, offering a pleasant smile. "What can I do for you?" "He says you're nice, and that you said you'd help him out and he doesn't have to do anything in return?" The kid asks, seeming even more unsure than before. Not that Hizashi doesn't understand where it comes from. A lot of the kids that eat here haven't ever had something given to them, free of conditions or strings attached. They haven't been allowed to be kids. All he can do is reassure them until, hopefully, he manages to earn some trust. That's right. And it's not just for him. That rule applies to any and every kid that eats here. If they need or want help, and it's in my power to do so, I help. Simple as that. The kid seems to consider this, subconsciously nodding as he chooses his next words. Can I make a request for dinner tomorrow? He finally says, watching Hizashi for a response. Hizashi stalls, a bit taken aback by the request. I don't know. I suppose I could try. If we have the ingredients on hand or if I'm able to get them in time, then, sure. What were you hoping for? Katsudan, he says, suddenly looking a bit more youthful. Almost shy. It's not for me. It's Zu. He stops himself, almost slipping what Hizashi thinks was a name. The green-haired kid's birthday tomorrow and that's his favorite meal. I can't really get him anything myself, but I wanted to do something. You know what? Never mind, it's stupid. The kid won't make eye contact anymore and Hizashi has to force himself not to coo over how adorable that is, sensing that it would only piss off the teenager in front of him. That's not stupid. It's incredibly kind and I would be happy to do that for you and your friend. I think we even have most of the ingredients on hand. Hizashi trails off, thinking back on the inventory list he was just working on. Really? The kid says, pulling Hizashi back into the conversation. Just like that? Hizashi's smile grows into a full-on grin. Just like that, kid. Hell, I can even get a cake or something. The kid smiles a bit, so soft it's almost not even there, but he shakes his head. Nah, Kiwi doesn't like sweet stuff. The Katsudan is more than enough. Hizashi smiles at the nickname, deciding he will now be referring to the kid as Kiwi. His smile drops, however, when he processes what the lavender-haired kid just said. Wait, he doesn't like sweet stuff? I've been packing something sweet as a little extra for him for like 2 months now. Why wouldn't he tell me? Hizashi says, lulling his head backwards dramatically. Oh, the kid mumbles, drawing Hizashi's attention. He isn't wasting them, so don't get mad at him. He, actually usually gives those to me. I wasn't worried about that, kid, Hizashi says, smiling at the boy, and it takes way more than an uneaten chocolate bar to make me mad. I just wanted to make sure that he is getting stuff he actually wants. But if you guys have a system worked out, that's perfectly fine too. Hizashi makes a mental note to add a couple extra sweet things to the meal packages from now on. The kid watches Hizashi for a few moments more, tilting his head as if inspecting him. So you're really just that nice, huh? Yep, Hizashi shrugs, leaning against the wall. Look, I know you are probably waiting for the other shoe to drop or for my true evil intentions to suddenly appear, but I'm afraid I'm not that complex. Music, my husband, and helping people. That's really all there is to it. The kid still looks unsure, but now at least there isn't that hint of discomfort that was settled all over his body language earlier. Have you already eaten? I could make coffee, Hizashi tempts, earning a shy smile from the kid. I haven't eaten yet, and coffee sounds nice, I guess. Hizashi pushes away from the wall, walking backwards towards the kitchen. You can come sit in the back with me or make yourself comfortable out here, whichever you prefer. I'm good here, thanks, the kid mumbles, turning and sitting down at a random table. Hizashi can't say he's surprised with that decision. He kind of assumed the kid had reached his limit with trusting adults for today. I'll just bring your coffee out then. Cream and sugar, I'm assuming? The kid just nods so Hizashi turns and heads into the kitchen. He starts a pot of coffee, the only appliance in the kitchen that Hizashi is allowed to touch. Sho made it his mission to make sure that Hizashi could at least make a cup of coffee without any disasters. While the coffee pot does its magic, Hizashi goes to the fridge and pulls out the creamer and some caramel syrup. He grabs a to-go cup and fills it with the freshly brewed coffee, adding a scoop of sugar, a heavy splash of creamer, topping it with whipped cream and a generous drizzle of caramel sauce. He doesn't realize until after he is finished that he went on autopilot and ended up just making it how he does for Sho. He shrugs it off, deciding that if it is good enough for the sugar addict he is married to, it's probably good for a teenager. He takes the overloaded coffee cup out to the dining area, carefully handing it off to the kid. Hizashi doesn't miss the buried excitement in the kid's eyes when he sees the drink. Oh shit, he whispers under his breath. You really went all out. Going all out is kind of my default setting, Hizashi shrugs, taking a seat across from the kid. So, are you sure there isn't anything else you need or want from me before you head out? The kid takes a sip of the coffee before answering, doing a poor job at hiding the smile the sweet beverage pulls out of him. I'll need a to-go container for me and Kiwi's food today. Sure thing. You got something fun planned? Hizashi asks, propping his head up in his hand. Not really, the kid says, and it's clear from his tone that Hizashi has officially reached his limit for asking questions. At first, Hizashi isn't quite sure where the shift in mood came from, but then he notices the blood. It's not a lot, nothing alarming. But there is just a tiny bit staining the hem of the kid's sleeve, and even less of it trapped in the edges of his cuticles and nail beds. It's the telltale sign of someone who just cleaned up blood. Normally, Hisashi would immediately be on high alert, trying to figure out who this kid hurt, but something about the kid's body language tells him that Kiwi is the one hurt, and Hisashi feels pretty certain that those two would never hurt each other, and after 12 years in the field, Hisashi has learned to trust his instincts. So he decides to pretend he didn't notice and just drop it all together. Better to ignore it for now, waiting until they have a bit more trust between them, and try to address it later. Pushing the issue now just risks the kid pulling away from Hisashi entirely. Okay, well, I'll go pack up 2 breakfasts and I'll be right back, Hisashi says with a practiced smile, standing up from the table. The kid just takes a sip of his coffee, watching him carefully. Hisashi is really going to have to cool it on the questions for a while if he wants to build any kind of trust with this kid. He quickly boxes up the meals, placing them into a paper bag along with a couple waters, and heads back out to the dining area. He sets the meals down in front of the kid, not even staying to see how he reacts. I'll have 2 meals bagged and ready for you at lunch and dinner as well, Hisashi calls over his shoulder, making his way back to the kitchen to speak with the chef about last-minute menu changes. Shoyuta is sitting on the couch grading some papers when Zashi gets home. The cats, who were previously lounging quietly next to Shoyuta, immediately perk up, hopping down to greet their other owner. Hey babe, I'm home, Zashi calls out, scooping up 12 as he kicks off his shoes and heads into the living room, sitting down on the couch as close to Shoyuta as humanly possible. Hey, love, Shoyuta says, tilting his head back in a silent request for a kiss. How was the meal center? Good, his husband says, indulging Shuta's request, pressing a quick cluster of kisses against his lips. I have a new development to the situation with that kid I was telling you about. Really? Do tell, Shoyuta says, setting the papers on the coffee table. They need to be done, but he hasn't seen his husband all day, and he doesn't have long before he has to go get ready for tonight's patrol, so he decides they can wait. Yeah, his friend actually came in today and talked to me, which is a first, Zashi says, absent-mindedly petting 12. He's got a friend? Shuta's pretty sure he doesn't remember his husband mentioning a friend before. Yeah, they sit together for every meal, but his friend never talked to me. Not even casually on the days that I work the serving line. Seems like the kind of kid that doesn't go out of his way to talk to anyone. So then what was so important that he went out of his way to talk to you? Shoyuta says, scooting over on the couch and patting his leg. Zashi responds immediately, laying down and resting his head in Shuta's lap, 12 sitting, unbothered, on his stomach. This is where it gets too cute, Zashi says, eyes bright in a way that makes it impossible for Shoyuta to not smile. His husband's energy is infectious that way. He wanted to request a meal for dinner tomorrow because it's his friend's birthday. Isn't that so sweet, Sho? It's cute, yeah, Shoyuta says, running his fingers through Zashi's hair, tousling the strands right at the roots. I am worried about Kiwi, though, Zashi says contemplatively. Kiwi? That's what the friend that came in today calls the original kid. Must be a nickname. So why are you worried about Kiwi? Shoyuta asks, watching his husband furrow his brow in concern. I think he's hurt. The kid that came in today had some blood on his sleeve and around his nails and then asked to pick up both of their meals instead of eating. I don't know, it might be nothing, Zashi says, biting at his lips. Don't dismiss your gut, Zashi. You're rarely wrong about things like that. But, Shoyuta says, running his thumb along his husband's lips to gently stop him from biting, you don't need to worry too much. You've built enough trust with the kid that he'll come to you if he really needs it. I don't know, babe. These kids are so wary of adults. They are happy to accept what I'm giving them now, but I doubt they'd risk reaching out for anything more than some food. I mean, Kiwi looked ready to bolt when he first asked for the snack bags. Then, Shoyuta starts, carefully lifting Zashi's head from his lap and shuffling out from underneath. At least you have that assurance. They trust you for food, and the friend asked for 2 portions. So, as of now, they are both well enough to eat. Shoyuta heads into their bedroom, pulling out his hero costume and support items. As he digs through a drawer, looking for socks, he feels long arms wrap around his midsection. Time for patrol already? His husband groans, pressing his face into Shuta's shoulder. Shoyuta runs a hand along Zashi's arm, leaning his head over and resting his cheek against Zashi's head. You know it is, sunshine, he murmurs, pressing a kiss on Zashi's hair. I know. I'm still going to pout, though, Zashi says, breaking away and moving to sit on the edge of the bed. Hey, were there any more arrests last night from that new vigilante? Yeah, actually, Shoyuta says, peeling off his t-shirt, 3 total. They all seem terrified when I pick them up. They all say he is an unstoppable, brutal force with no fear of death, and based on what the villains always look like by the time I get there, I'd say that tracks. None of them can provide any information on what his quirk is, though. You think you'll run into him soon? Couldn't say for sure. He's been good about staying out of sight so far. At least he doesn't seem to have some weird agenda like Stain or something. He has so far only targeted villains, so hopefully that means he won't attack me if I do see him, Shoyuta says, pulling on his hero costume shirt. I don't think I want to be on the receiving end of whatever anger is driving that kind of violence. That vigilante is a force to be reckoned with. Toshi, how much farther? Izuku whines, keeping his eyes squeezed shut. It's hard enough to walk with my leg all effed up, but do you know how hard it is to do it with my eyes closed? 'Cause the answer is, very. We're almost there, Kiwi, Toshi said, adjusting his grip on Izuku's arm as he leads them to wherever they are going. I promise, it'll be worth it. Izuku just groans, limping along with his friend, hoping he doesn't look too stupid as he hangs off Toshi's arm with his eyes shut. He really doesn't know why Toshi dragged him out of bed, considering he has been so adamant about letting Izuku's leg heal properly for the past day and a half. I can't believe you are forcing me to exert myself like this on my birthday of all days, Izuku says dramatically. You are a cruel friend. Yes, I know. I'm the worst. I tell you not to die, not to kill people, and now I am dragging you out for a birthday surprise. How awful, Toshi drawls sarcastically. Watch your step here. Izuku carefully navigates over the small threshold, following Toshi's lead into some building that smells amazing. It sounds relatively busy, if the low sounds of conversation and scraping chairs are any indicator. Sit here and keep your eyes closed till I get back, Toshi says, placing Izuku's hands on a chair back so that he can seat himself. Izuku does as he's told, clumsily falling into the chair and folding his hands in his lap while he waits. He's sure he's getting stares, but that's the magic of having your eyes closed. You don't have to acknowledge that fact. Instead, Izuku focuses on the unfamiliar sensation in his chest. It's warm? No, that's not quite it, but that seems close. It doesn't quite feel like happiness, either, even though Izuku knows he's happy right now. So what is it? Izuku is pulled from his thoughts by the sound of something being set on the table in front of him, and he jolts back in surprise. Just me, Kiwi, Toshi reassures, his voice coming from across the table, and you can open your eyes now. Izuku starts with one eye, peeking down at what is in front of him, but both eyes shoot open as soon as he registers the contents of the bowl. He darts his eyes up to meet Toshi's, finding his friend grinning with his phone pulled out, no doubt recording his reaction. Is this for real? Izuku says, trying to keep his voice down, a difficult task with his excitement building. Happy birthday, Zuku, Toshi says, pulling out a single candle and sticking it into the rice between the slices of pork. How did you pull this off? Izuku asks, running his hands through his hair as a few small tears grace his lash line. Don't worry about it, Toshi says, taking out a lighter and lighting the candle. Just make your wish and blow out the candle. As the first tear rolls down his cheek, that feeling in Izuku's chest intensifies into something impossible to ignore. It's both familiar and long forgotten. It's something he vaguely remembers feeling on his birthdays years ago, and when his mother would play heroes with him, and when, even longer ago, his father would read him bedtime stories and tuck him in with a kiss on the forehead. It's warm and safe and oh, love. This is what it feels like to be loved. Izuku laughs at the realization, wiping away the tears as shakes his head. It seems obvious now, but after years without, it's easy to forget. And Izuku now knows what he needs to wish for, what he needs to protect. He leans forward, blowing out the candle with a shaky breath. You gonna tell me your wish? Toshi asks, plucking the candle out of Izuku's dish so he can start eating. Nope, it's a secret, Izuku says, his voice weak from trying not to cry. Bet it's something stupid, Toshi says, taking a bite of katsudon, like, for a warehouse's security system to have a malfunction so you can have another shopping spree. Yeah, Izuku whispers, digging into his own bowl, pretty much. Katsuki stares at the mostly crossed-out list taped to the picture frame on his bedside table. Only use quirk for hero sheet. That one has been crossed off from the beginning. It was really there as an ongoing rule, rather than a goal. Katsuki hasn't used his quirk outside of training since that day, only using it when absolutely required in quirk counseling class. And even then it makes Katsuki sick. After the incident with the training dummies at the gym, Katsuki hasn't even tried using his quirk on anything even remotely human. Instead, he trains by setting off explosions straight downward, using the force of it to propel himself off the ground. It's a new technique, and it feels weird to train anything other than offensive attacks, but Katsuki welcomes the change. Research quirklessness. That one was harder to accomplish. Katsuki nearly punched a hole in his computer out of frustration trying to find a decent article on quirklessness. Those books he got at the mall were actually pretty good, though. Apparently, when quirks first started appearing, they were viewed more like volatile mutations. Unpredictable, occasionally dangerous, and oftentimes more of a hindrance in a world not yet built for quirks. People with mutation-type quirks couldn't find clothes, beds, chairs, and other basics. Emitter quirks like Katsuki's were vilified and feared because there was no one to teach control and technique. Back then, the societal views were basically reversed, and being quirkless was not just normal, but preferred. By the time Katsuki finished the stack of books, he saw quirks more as a something extra, rather than the bare minimum. There aren't really quirkless people, there are just people that don't have a quirk. They aren't less than, or missing something. No more saying I'm the best. That one had come surprisingly easy for Katsuki. He had always known that he wasn't the best. No, that was always him, that he had only ever been so adamant about proclaiming that he was the best because he thought that, if he said it enough, it would cover up the truth. But of course it didn't. And Katsuki is not the best, and he always had been, and there is no truth worth covering up anymore. Because now there is proof of Katsuki's sins, written in stone on a grave somewhere. Not that Katsuki has been to visit. He doesn't know how long it will be before he's ready for that. Practice saying, sorry. That one has been more challenging. Katsuki never apologized for anything if he wasn't forced to, because apologies meant he had done something wrong, and if he was wrong, then he was admitting he wasn't perfect, and if he wasn't perfect, that was one step closer to everyone realizing that Katsuki isn't the best. And that, at the time, was not an option. So, Katsuki had started small. He grumbled out a quiet, sorry, when he snapped at his mom one night at dinner. The word felt unfamiliar on his tongue and awkward in his mouth, but he said it nonetheless. This immediately earned him confused stares from both his parents, but thankfully they didn't otherwise point it out. His mom had just thanked him and moved on. Later that night, though, Katsuki heard his mom tell his dad that she wanted to send a thank you basket to Dr. Mori for whatever she did to make Katsuki offer an apology of his own free will. After that first apology went okay, he then worked his way up to being more comfortable with casual ones, like calling out a quick, sorry, after bumping into people, instead of yelling at them. Now the word is in his vocabulary, used not infrequently, and doesn't make him feel too much shame when he says it. It's a nice change. But of course, not all the items on the list can be completed so seamlessly. Make a friend, not just a lackey. Katsuki hasn't seen Kirishima since that day in the mall. Or rather, Kirishima has not seen Katsuki since then. A few times, Katsuki has been training at the gym and seen Kirishima walk in. On those times, Katsuki always packs up quickly and slips out the door before he sees him. It's not that he has anything against Kirishima, but what the hell is he supposed to tell him? Sorry I bolted the last time, I thought I saw the ghost of my dead former childhood friend. Yeah, no. It's not like Katsuki thought had really been there, he's not that crazy, but he had definitely seen him. Katsuki talked to Mori about it at his next appointment, and apparently it's not uncommon for people to think they see glimpses of those they have lost when they are doing something that reminds them of that person. In this case, Katsuki had been with Kirishima, and the idiot's rambling reminded Katsuki of him. Mori says that he probably just saw someone who looked vaguely like him, and his grief-soaked brain filled in the rest. Katsuki would prefer that he wasn't seeing things at all, but he at least feels a little better knowing that he hasn't gone off the deep end. It took him almost 2 weeks to get over his freakout in the mall, his nights plagued with bad dreams and his days filled with his eyes straining to find green hair and freckles in crowds. But, even after he calmed down, Katsuki didn't know how to talk to Kirishima again. Still doesn't. In the moment, Katsuki thought that he didn't deserve to have a friend, and maybe he didn't. The person that Katsuki was when headied was cruel and callous and didn't have the slightest idea of how to be a friend. But he is doing better now, and maybe this version of himself is worthy of at least trying to have a friend. Katsuki just wishes Thaith was here so Thaith could be Katsuki's first friend. That's probably selfish. Wishing his victim was alive so Thaith could grant him absolution and closure. But it's not just for Katsuki's sake. It's for him. Katsuki wants, more than anything, to be Hishiro again. To heal his wounds, both physical and emotional, and bury them so far beneath new, happy memories Thatha forgets they were ever there to begin with. Because he deserved that. But Katsuki ruined that, and he seems to be well on his way to ruining things with Kirishima. And Katsuki knows that, for all his mixed emotions on whether or not he deserves a friend, he would hate to see Katsuki continue on with his old habits like nothing happened. So he has to try. Katsuki takes out his phone and stares at the contact list. Kirishima had insisted on putting in his contact info while they were at the bookstore. The idiot told Katsuki to text him about the books when he got a chance to read them, but of course he never did. The phone number has sat unused in Katsuki's contacts for the past couple weeks. Sighing, Katsuki taps on the number, opening a new conversation. 4:32 p.m. It's Bakugo. The books were okay. It's not the warmest message, but Katsuki doesn't know how else to try and start a conversation. He decides not to dwell on it, locking the screen and sliding it back into his pocket. He is about to grab his school bag and start some homework when his phone goes off. He digs his phone back out and opens the message. 4:32 p.m. Kirishima. Hey dude. I wasn't sure you would text. That's awesome about the books. Did your assignment turn out okay? Katsuki stares at his phone for a moment, confused, until he remembers that he had told Kirishima that the books were for a homework assignment. 4:33 p.m. 4:33 p.m. Kirishima. Okay, cool. Glad I could help out. Hey, I'm going for a run right now. Wanna join me? I could use a manly training partner. Honestly, a run sounds amazing right now. Katsuki had to gear himself up to text Kirishima, and now he has some nervous energy built up. He glances over at his school bag and decides he can put off his homework until later. 4:35 p.m. Where are you? Katsuki quickly changes into clothes more appropriate for a workout while he waits for Kirishima's response. By the time he is pulling his t-shirt over his head, there is already a text waiting for him. 4:36 p.m. Kirishima. I'm taking a breather at the park by the gym. I can wait here for you. Katsuki sends back a quick reply and is about to leave his room when his eyes lock on the singed and water-damaged journal sitting on his desk. He grabs a crossbody running bag, carefully placing the journal inside, and settling the bag across his torso before heading to the front door. He slips on his shoes and, as soon as he is out of the house, he breaks into a sprint in the direction of the park. The park is only a couple kilometers from his house, so Katsuki makes it there in just over 5 minutes, slowing to a jog as he turns onto the paths that wind through the park. Within a few seconds, Katsuki spots Kirishima's choppy black hair. The teen is sitting cross-legged on a bench, and Katsuki makes his way over to him. He must hear Katsuki approach because his head snaps over and he breaks into a smile. Oh, hey Bakugo! Kirishima yells, waving the blonde over. You got here fast. I don't live that far away, Katsuki mumbles, tucking his hands into his pockets. He never knows what to do with his hands. Oh, that must be nice. I live kind of far away, so I usually take the train to the gym, Kirishima says, drumming his fingers on the edge of the bench. So, do you want to start running now? Or do you need a break after running all the way here? I don't need a FING break after a stupid 2-kilometer run, Katsuki says, defensively. He still doesn't always react well when he thinks people are calling him weak. But I don't want to head out yet. I thought we could talk or whatever, he says, scuffing his foot on the ground. He doesn't wait for a response before sitting down beside Kirishima. Sure. What did you want to talk about? The other boy says. Katsuki huffs out a breath. Here goes. Time to put his practice to the test. Sorry, Katsuki mumbles, picking at his nails, for ditching you at the mall. Oh, that's okay, Kirishima says, sounding sincere. I mean, it kind of freaked me out, but I'm sure you had a reason. You aren't gonna ask me what that reason was? Katsuki says, glancing over nervously. Kirishima shrugs. Nah. I mean, I'm definitely curious and I want to know, but I figure you'll tell me when you can. Katsuki nods and looks back down at his hands. I can't say it won't happen again. In fact, it's almost a guarantee that it will. But it's not about you or whatever. He swallows hard. I can't really talk about it yet. Not all the way. But do you remember when I said you reminded me of someone? When I was talking about Red Riot, right? Katsuki nods. Yeah. Katsuki has to clear his throat. He didn't know this would be so hard. He has only ever talked about them with Mori, and apparently being outside of the familiar environment of her office makes this all a lot more difficult. He used to talk about heroes for as long as anyone would let him. They were his favorite thing ever. Katsuki lifts his head, looking out at the park. The sun is out and soaking into his skin as the warm summer breeze gently pulls at his hair. There are families out and children laughing, and the whole world is still turning like nothing ever happened. Like there isn't someone missing from this picture. Used to? Katsuki stays staring straight ahead as he feels a sorrowful frown tug at his lips and tears threaten to fill his eyes. Yeah, he says, barely a whisper, he used to. Oh, Kirishima says quietly, woeful understanding in his voice. I'm sorry. Watching two kids chase each other on the playground, Katsuki whispers, I am too. Izuku regulates his breathing as he chases the villain down a side street. He's been chasing the guy for the past half hour, and Izuku isn't sure how much farther he'll be able to keep this up. Every time he gets a clear shot for his throwing knife, the villain slips into an alleyway or behind a car. Just when Izuku's whip is about to wrap around their legs, they jump like they are clearing a hurdle. It's like they have eyes in the back of their head, and it's infuriating. He lets out an exasperated groan as the villain dodges yet another attack from Izuku's whip. He is about to just say, person the villain had robbed was mostly unharmed, so is the briefcase he took really worth all this effort? But then Izuku recognizes the street he is on. This is only 1 block away from the garage, and it's the one that has a super narrow alleyway that Izuku used to use when he was running late for school. It's just wide enough for him to fit through, and it is loads faster than taking any other main or side road. Izuku breaks off, darting down the narrow cut across, using his whip to propel him, making the shortcut even quicker than it already is. He emerges on the other side, not taking a moment to catch his breath, before turning and running down the street towards where the villain should appear. He steps into an alley, pressing his back against the brick wall, waiting to hear approaching footsteps so he can jump out and have the element of surprise. He tries to steady his breaths so that they are more quiet, straining his ears to listen for any sign of the villain. Instead, what he hears is the nauseating sound of a knife sinking into flesh as a hand covers his mouth. It takes a moment for Izuku to even register the pain. The blade must be sharp. But soon, white-hot pain is spreading through his torso, and Izuku lets out a muffled cry. Shoo, a voice whispers from behind him as they pull the blade out. Izuku grapples at the hand over his mask out of instinct for just a moment, but he quickly grasps the situation and it sends him into fight mode. He grabs a knife out of his chest holster and slices the villain's forearm. The villain flinches and loosens his hold on Izuku for just a moment. He takes the opportunity to twist out of his hold, turning and driving the knife into whatever he can. This turns out to be the villain's stomach, given how much taller they are than Izuku. Wait, how much taller? The man he was chasing wasn't this tall. Izuku glances up at his attacker and sure enough, this is not the man he was chasing. So if this isn't the original guy, then where? Pain explodes in his chest as the sound of a gunshot echoes through the alley. Izuku falls to his knees, staring down at the exit wound just underneath his collarbone. I used my quirk to tell you exactly where he was, and you managed to still F it up? The villain with the briefcase scolds as he walks up to his partner. The fucker stabbed me. Twice, actually. The taller one says, clutching the wound on his stomach. Whatever. I got the briefcase, so let's just go before we're late for the handoff. Boss said to meet the contact at the docks by 2, and we've got another stop to make. You don't want to make boss angry, do ya? What about him? Izuku feels one of them shove him with their boot, and he falls against the wall. What about him? It looks like you nicked something important, 'cause that stab wound is a fucking waterfall, and I just shot him in the chest. He's as good as dead. So much for being unkillable. I can't believe this is the Phoenix that everyone is afraid of. There's that name again. For the past few weeks, a few of the villains he has taken down on patrols have called him that. The ones that have killed Izuku seem especially adamant about the name. Once Izuku revives and finds them again on his next patrol, they keep babbling it in a daze as Izuku ties them up, along with phrases like unkillable and demon. If he wasn't bleeding out right now, he might ask these two villains who it was that came up with the name in the first place. Izuku just barely registers their fading footsteps as they argue back and forth, everything sounding muffled as he goes into shock. Not good. Okay, so next steps are important here. He struggles to his feet and pulls out some bandages from his belt. He jerkily wraps them around the stab wound on his midsection as tight as he can manage, just wanting to hold off from bleeding out for the next couple minutes. The gunshot wound is surprisingly not as much of an immediate issue as Izuku thought it would be. It seems like it missed both his heart and lungs, although it definitely turned a few ribs into bone shrapnel. He can't manage getting bandages over that one, though, especially not in the back, so Izuku just presses a hand to the exit wound as he walks towards the garage. As he goes down the narrow shortcut, his hands start to feel cold and clammy, and he keeps stumbling over his feet as the dizziness sets in. He is grateful that his legs are at least unharmed, otherwise this would really be impossible. He manages to make it to the stairwell door as his eyes begin to droop, his blood pressure bottoming out, and the effort it takes to stay upright is almost too much. Izuku throws an arm over the railing and lets himself slide down, his feet practically dragging behind him as he goes down the 3 flights of stairs. He finally gets to his door, pulling it open with a bloody hand, leaning against the doorway. "You're back kinda early, aren't you?" Toshi says, not looking up from his homework. "I'm really sorry, Candy," Izuku says, collapsing on his knees. "I'm afraid I am about to break rule number 2 again." Toshi's head snaps up and he is out of his seat in a second, rushing to Izuku's side. "Sheet, okay, it's okay," he says, pressing his hands to the hole in Izuku's chest. "What do I need to do?" Izuku grabs onto Toshi's arm for support because the room is starting to spin. "I don't think the bullet hit anything important and the stab wound was clean, so I shouldn't be out for more than a couple hours," Izuku says tiredly, dropping his forehead on Toshi's shoulder. "But I made the doors all bloody, so you should clean that up before someone sees." You are really gonna die again, huh?" Toshi says, holding Izuku up. "Don't worry about it," Izuku says, his hand dropping from Toshi's arm. "I'll be back in a little bit." He's not sure if the last bit of that sentence was even audible, his voice slipping into breathy exhales as the blood loss catches up to him and his vision clouds over with darkness. When he opens his eyes next, Izuku is no longer collapsed on the floor, but instead lying in bed with a fresh shirt on. Toshi is still sitting at the table, working on homework, so it must not be too late yet. "Hey, Toshi," Izuku says, sitting up, feeling surprisingly good. His friend glances over, having dealt with this a couple times now over the last couple weeks of patrols, and no longer freaking out when Izuku comes back. "Hey Kiwi, you feeling okay?" "Yeah, actually," Izuku says, stretching. "What time is it?" Toshi checks his phone. "It's 1:30, he says. "There's food on the bedside table." "Oh, thanks," Izuku says, grabbing a meal bar from the table and standing up. "I'm gonna go finish up patrol." This seems to catch Toshi's attention. "Wait, what?" he says, turning in his chair to face Izuku. "No, you aren't. You need to rest." "I don't know why," Izuku says, talking around a mouthful of his snack, "but I'm not really that tired, and the shaking isn't really bothering me much either. Maybe it's 'cause I was so well rested before patrol. I dunno, but either way, I'm good enough to head out and finish patrol." Izuku does a squat, bouncing a bit before coming back up. He isn't shaking, sweating, short of breath, or any of the other shit that usually comes with his revivals. He's a bit tired and hungry, but really not more than he thinks is reasonable after a lengthy villain chase. Izuku is already forming theories for the explanation as to why his quirk side effects are practically non-existent this time. It could be because he was well rested and eating better lately than he has for a while, so he had more energy stored up to pull from. It could also be that, much like any other quirk, his gets easier to use the more it is practiced with. Maybe his body is simply acclimating to the process. No matter the reason, Izuku will take this good luck and run with it for now because he needs to get back out there. "Dude, no," Toshi says, standing and placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder to hold him in place. "You always crash. You've died what? 6 times on patrol now? And how many before that? We both know the process by now, and you know you are gonna crash. You can't go back out tonight." "Look, I know it's not what usually happens," Izuku says, shrugging off Toshi's hand, "but it is apparently what is happening this time. And the guys that killed me tonight said they are doing a handoff at 2 at the docks, so I need to get there and stop it." Izuku pulls off the shirt Toshi had put on him after he died, putting on a fresh mock neck tank instead. He makes a lap around the room, grabbing and donning his support items, gloves, and mask. "I'm not going to be able to talk you out of this, am I?" Toshi says as Izuku puts on his boots. "'Fraid not, Candy," Izuku says, standing up. "But don't worry. Worst case scenario, I die again." "Ugh, fine," Toshi concedes, handing Izuku a hair tie from his wrist. "But please try not to, and I still expect you back by 3. "Yes, Mom," Izuku jokes, taking the hair tie and pulling his hair back into a high ponytail. Toshi just rolls his eyes and playfully flips Izuku off as the vigilante steps out the door. Izuku takes the stairs 2 at a time, sprinting up the steps as he checks the time on his phone. He only has 25 minutes to get to the docks, a route that usually takes around 40 minutes when he goes on his morning jogs. But this is time sensitive, so Izuku decides to cut his time in half by taking the rooftops. As soon as he is out of the garage, he makes a beeline for the nearest fire escape. He sends his whip out and attaches it to the top railing, pulling himself up in one fluid motion. Once on the fire escape, Izuku climbs the rest of the way up to the roof and sets off across it in the direction of the docks. When he reaches the edge of the roof, he jumps across the gap to the next roof, rolling to absorb the shock and using the momentum to push himself back into a sprint. He continues jumping from roof to roof, occasionally using his whip to propel himself over the larger alleyways until he can see the dim lights of the port come into view. All the villains had said was that the handoff was happening at the docks, so Izuku has to find the exact location himself. Not exactly an easy task when the docks cover almost a square kilometer and there is only 5 minutes left until the deal is supposed to go down. Deciding that the best way to find them quickly is by getting an aerial view, Izuku quickly makes his way to the string of cranes meant for loading shipping containers onto boats. He climbs up one of the ladders and then onto the metal frame of a crane arm, grateful that he isn't afraid of heights as he climbs up to the top. Coming to a stop at the very top, some 30 meters off the ground, Izuku looks down at the shipping yard. He doesn't spot anything out of the ordinary at first, no movement or cars, but then Izuku notices 2 figures standing near the edge by the water. It looks like their contact isn't here yet, so Izuku silently maneuvers his way across the metal beams connecting the cranes, stopping at the crane that hovers directly over the 2 villains. He needs to wait until the contact arrives and they start the handoff if he wants to arrest all 3. Izuku checks the time on his phone. It is exactly 2 a.m. and right on time, a 3rd figure steps out of the maze of shipping containers and walks slowly but directly up to the awaiting villains. Izuku silently drops down over the edge, grabbing onto the crane cable and sliding down it like a fire pole. It isn't fully extended, so he is still about 10 meters above the villains, but at least now he is close enough to hear them. "I was startin' to wonder if you were comin'," the lanky villain who shot Izuku says, taking a couple steps forward to meet the newcomer. "I am exactly on time." "Stop complaining," the new villain says. He seems older, not necessarily weak, but it seems like he's here more for diplomatic reasons rather than fighting. "What's wrong with your guy?" he says, jerking his chin to the bulky villain that Izuku managed to stab. "He's fine. We just had a bit of a complication on the way over, but we handled it," the lanky one replies, waving a hand dismissively. Izuku smirks, watching the villain in question. He has some bandages wrapped around his torso and blood is soaking through them. The big guy is pressing a hand to his side and limply holding a briefcase with the other. It looks like he is a bit pale and sweaty, definitely feeling the blood loss. He probably won't put up much of a fight at this point. Izuku tries not to make any of his attacks lethal ones, but this guy decided to half-but his bandage application and continue on with the night, so Izuku decides that if this guy dies, that's on him, not Izuku. "And you secured both packages?" Old guy says, stepping forward to take one of the briefcases from Lanky, opening it to check the contents. Izuku has never done drags or ever really been around them, but he immediately knows that briefcase is definitely filled with drags. There are several plastic-wrapped white bricks, all secured with brown packing tape, and the whole thing looks like it was pulled straight from a crime drama. "Yeah, course," Lanky says, walking back to Big Guy and taking the other briefcase from him. "We aren't total amateurs." "No, of course not," Old Guy says condescendingly, closing the first case and setting it down so he can inspect the other. The second case is filled with, wouldn't you know it, more drags, though this one seems to be pills instead of bricks. Both cases are rather large and filled to the brim with drags. Izuku is no expert, but he figures that both cases combined have to be worth an absolutely insane amount of money. "Everything look good?" Lanky says, trying to act casual, but apparently Old Guy is important because he seems to be making Lanky uncomfortable. Old Guy just nods, shutting the case and placing it next to the first one before taking out his phone. "You sure your guy is fine?" "Looks like he is about to keel over," he says as he scrolls through his phone, opening what looks like a banking app. "I told you he's fine, didn't I?" Lanky says, crossing his arms. "We had a run-in with that new vigilante that's got everyone talking lately. Phoenix or whatever." "Really?" Old Guy says, looking up from his phone. "And what did you think of him?" "Nothing much. He didn't put up much of a fight. Honestly, it was a bit of a letdown. I wanted to see what all the fuss was about." Well, Izuku was never one to pass up on a dramatic entrance, and DMN if that wasn't just the perfect invitation. Izuku pulls 2 knives from his holster before jumping off the crane cable, diving straight down on top of Old Guy and carving shallow paths right through both his shoulders, severing all the muscles and ligaments necessary for arm mobility. He feels a bit guilty for attacking so aggressively when the dude is kind of old, But Izuku is about to fight a 3-on-1 battle and he needs to take out as many threats as possible right away. Old guy drops to his knees, letting out an agonized scream as Izuku pulls his blades from his back. Lanky backs away, eyes wide in surprise and maybe a hint of panic. Big guy takes a couple steps back as well, but he looks too far gone to do much of anything else. Lanky tries to pull out his gun, but he fumbles with it in his distress, giving Izuku enough time to throw a knife into the back of the villain's palm, forcing him to drop the weapon. Lanky screams as he cradles his impaled hand. "I'm sorry I was a disappointment," Izuku says, stepping over old guy who has taken to lying in the fetal position as he wails in pain. "Would you like a do-over?" Izuku asks innocently, twirling his remaining knife in his hand, sending droplets of blood flying. How did you not die?" "You should have died." "I killed you, I know it," Lanky says, continuing to retreat, but he loses his balance and falls, now just staring up at the vigilante in what Izuku can only assume is a humbling fear. "Haven't you heard?" Izuku says, smiling underneath his mask as he squats in front of the villain. "I'm unkillable." Izuku waits for just a moment, letting his words sink in, watching the color drain from the villain's face, before throwing a punch. It lands on Lanky's jaw, snapping his head violently to the side and the villain's eyes roll back in his head. Lanky falls backwards, collapsing on the ground, and Izuku gives his face a few light smacks to make sure he's really out. "Now look who's the disappointed one," Izuku says, frowning as he sits back on his heels. Anytime he finds a villain that has previously killed him, they tend to go down without much of a fight. They are always so thrown off by the fact that they are facing what should be a ghost, that they kind of just shut down. "What about you, big guy?" Izuku says, turning toward the last villain. Big guy just shakes his head, backing up until he hits a shipping container, letting his legs give out and sliding to the ground. Izuku stands, pulling his other knife from Lanky's hand and sheathing both of them, before walking over to where big guy sits. As Izuku approaches, the villain starts shaking his head more frantically, pressing himself against the shipping container as if he is hoping to disappear inside of it if he tries hard enough. "Calm down, I already fed you up enough," Izuku says, taking out a few zip ties. "Lean forward and put your hands behind your back," he instructs, kneeling beside the villain. Big guy slowly does as he is told, wincing as he crosses his wrists behind his back. Izuku secures his wrists and ankles, adding a couple extra zip ties since this guy is so muscular. He doesn't look like he's in any shape to be putting up a fight, but Izuku figures it's better safe than sorry. "Now hold still. I don't want you dying and the cops blaming me," Izuku grumbles, pulling out his first aid supplies. He works quickly, cutting away the old bandages and pulling open the villain's shirt to dress the wound properly. He doesn't bother with cleaning the area, instead just pouring a blood-clotting powder over the open wound and tightly wrapping fresh bandages over everything. "Stay quiet, I have to make a call," Izuku says as he stands, pulling out his phone and calling the number that he has many times on his patrols. He tucks the phone between his ear and his shoulder as it rings, walking over to where Lanky is still collapsed on the floor. Izuku waits as the automated message plays, giving verbal responses to the software that eventually directs him to one of the detectives. "Muzutafu Police Station," a familiar voice says through the phone. "I have 3 villains awaiting pickup down at the docks. All 3 are injured. You are going to want a drag team down here as well this time," Izuku says as he negotiates Lanky's unconscious body into a better position to tie him up. "Oh, it's you again." "It's me. You're going to want to be quick about that ambulance. I fought one of the villains earlier tonight and the idiot didn't bother patching his wounds up, so he's in pretty rough shape now." Izuku stands and walks over to old guy, who has gone quiet, passing out from the pain Izuku assumes. He does a quick check of old guy's wounds to make sure nothing needs bandaged immediately. The villain will definitely need surgery once he gets to the hospital, but the bleeding has stopped, so Izuku decides he'll be fine. "Yeah, okay, it's on its way now," the voice says, sounding tired. "You know what? Why don't I just give you my personal number, since it looks like this is going to be a regular thing? It'll save you time from having to go through the automated directory." "Oh, how thoughtful," Izuku says a bit sarcastically. He can hear the mild frustration in the detective's voice as he recites his number. Izuku tries to find his notepad, but comes up empty, so instead he just dips a finger in the small pool of blood surrounding old guy, and scribbles the number out on the concrete with that. "You can put the contact name as Detective Tsukachi." "Got it," Izuku says, not bothering with a goodbye. He ends the call and quickly puts in the new contact information before smearing away the bloody numbers with his boot. He doesn't bother with tying up old guy's arms, given that, even if he was awake, his arms won't do him any good. Instead, Izuku just zip-ties the villain's ankles together before standing and doing one last check to make sure that everyone is sufficiently immobilized and the briefcases are where old guy left them. Nodding his head in approval, Izuku bounces on the ball of his feet, gearing up before taking off in the direction of the garage. He makes his way to the nearest building, deciding to take the rooftops once again. It is now 2:45 a.m. and there is no way Izuku will be able to get back by Toshi's curfew, but hopefully he will be able to make it so that he is only 5 or 10 minutes late. As he leaps from rooftop to rooftop, though, he is blissfully unaware of the gaze that follows him. Shoyuta makes his way across the rooftops towards the docks where Tsukachi said the villains were waiting. Apparently their new vigilante has made another roundup, just as he has done nearly every night for the past several weeks. While Shoyuta can't say that he proves off vigilantism as a whole, this new one, Phoenix as people are apparently calling him, seems to be on the right side of things, morally speaking. The villain's injuries aren't really excessive unless the crime they committed or tried to commit is particularly heinous. Even then, Phoenix has never killed anyone, and the villains with severe wounds are always found with some amount of basic medical attention having been done. There is something to be said for the vigilante's combat abilities as well. Every single villain that Shoyuta has picked up after Phoenix dealt with them has always said something about the vigilante being unkillable and or otherwise unstoppable. No one has given a report on what his quirk is yet, but Shoyuta has been able to at least put together a basic description of the guy. Lean and agile, curly green hair that he wears in a bun or ponytail, a scar on his face that is mostly hidden by a mask, and small wings. Though, there seems to be some debate amongst villains as to whether or not the wings are tattoos, scars, or actual wings. Shoyuta, unfortunately, cannot confirm any of this himself because he has yet to actually see the vigilante. They obviously operate in the same general area and at the same times, and yet Shoyuta hasn't run into Phoenix once. Not even in passing or from a distance. At least, not until tonight. Shoyuta comes to a complete stop as he nears the docks, ducking behind a rooftop stairwell access. There, several buildings over, is a figure, darting across roofs with ease as they move further away from the docks. From this distance and in the dark, Shoyuta can just barely make out green hair. Making an educated guess, Shoyuta assumes that it is Phoenix. Technically, Shoyuta should go after him, considering vigilantism is illegal, but he really needs to get down to the docks and see what kind of a mess is waiting for him there. So Shoyuta just waits for Phoenix to get far enough away that the vigilante won't notice him, before stepping out from behind the stairwell access and continuing on to the docks. Shoyuta is the first one on the scene, though he can hear sirens closing in, so support isn't too far off. 3 villains are lying in an open area near the edge of the docks, 2 of which are unconscious, the third looking like he is well on his way there. Shoyuta decides he doesn't need to worry about them, considering they all look to be under control and well within the abilities of police officers that will arrive shortly. A low, pained groan sounds from a few meters over, and Shoyuta glances over to find one of the villains beginning to regain consciousness. The scrawny villain rolls from his stomach to his back, blinking forcefully like he is trying to make his eyes focus. Shoyuta walks over to him, shoving his hands in his pockets as he stares down at the villain. Where is he? He asks, groggily looking around. Shoyuta has heard this all before. Every villain that he takes in gives basically the same speech, so Shoyuta doesn't reply. Instead, he lets the man ramble about the unkillable demon that the villain apparently shot in the chest just a couple hours earlier. Shoyuta rolls his eyes as he scoots the gun beside him farther away from the villain with his boot. Every villain swears they either killed Phoenix or left him for dead, and yet the vigilante continues to make arrests while being very much alive. Shuda's running theory is that the vigilante has a mirage-based quirk, altering what the villains think they see so that he can escape and try fighting them again later. Phoenix probably chooses to make them think they killed him so that they are completely taken off guard when he hunts them down a second time. It would honestly be a great strategy. Instead of listening to the villains rambling, Shoyuta walks to the 2 briefcases sitting next to each other a few steps away from where one of the villains lies. He pulls out some disposable gloves from his belt, donning them before kneeling down to inspect the contents. He lets out an impressed whistle upon opening the cases, coming face to face with what is easily 100 million yen worth of drags. And, upon closer inspection, Shoyuta finds that these aren't just any drags. The interiors of the briefcases are stamped with the seal of a Yakuza family that Shoyuta has been tracking for months now. So far, he hasn't been able to get any information on any of the members, confiscate more than a handful of drags from low-level dealers, or make any arrests. Whether Phoenix knows it or not, the vigilante just made one of the biggest drag busts in Mizurufu history. Shoyuta doesn't waste his time jogging around the apartment to gather up the last of his support items and settle them into place on himself. It's already time for patrol to start and, thanks to his husband deciding to join him in the shower, he is running behind schedule, not fully in costume yet, and already sore and tired before ever even starting patrol. Not that he's complaining, it was well worth the rush it put on the rest of his routine, but he'd be lying if he wasn't a little jealous that Zashi gets to laze in bed right now. Collecting the last of his support items from the guest bedroom closet that they use for extra storage, Shoyuta heads to the front door. "Alright, Zashi, I'm headed out," Shoyuta calls from the entryway as he slips on his shoes. "Hold on." His husband yells, practically sprinting out of their bedroom, clutching a blanket around his shoulders. "You can't leave without a kiss." Shoyuta PPS an eyebrow as Zashi comes to a stop in front of him. "We literally just got done having." "That does not replace your goodbye kiss, and you know it, Sho," Zashi says, holding Shoyuta in place with a firm grip on his waist. "Of course not. That would be ridiculous," Shoyuta says with a hint of a smile. He gently pulls Zashi in for a kiss, chaste and sweet, as most of their goodbye kisses are. When he pulls back, Shoyuta cups a hand on Zashi's face and brushes his thumb over the apple of his cheek. "See you in the morning, love. Be careful and don't stay out any longer than you have to. We have that faculty meeting in the morning, remember?" "Yeah, I know," Shoyuta says tiredly as grabs his keys from the dish and opens the door. "Love you." "Love you too," Zashi calls as Shoyuta steps out the door, closing it softly behind him. Shoyuta fidgets with his goggles as he leaves the apartment, more just to have something to do with his hands than anything else. The doorman doesn't even bat an eye as Shoyuta passes through the lobby in his hero uniform, and Shoyuta remembers once again why he loves this apartment building so much. It was specifically made with pro-heroes and high-profile members of society in mind, and it shows in all the details. Discreet back and side entrances to avoid press, all the staff have signed NDAs, a laundry service that includes tech specialists to work on support gear, a personal shopper service if you don't have time to make it to the store, and a training facility with not only standard equipment but also state-of-the-art combat simulation systems. Basically everything that a pro-hero could want or need is on site, which is a dream come true for an extremely busy introverted person like Shoyuta. The only time he really needs to leave is to teach, for patrol, or on the rare occasions that he has time, a date night with Zashi. As he steps out onto the dark street, Shoyuta basks in the cool fall breeze. The summer months, while intensely hot during the day, often stay hot and muggy at night, and Shoyuta hates it. His costume has a summer variation made with more breathable material, but it still makes for an uncomfortable patrol. Now that it's October, the evening air is light and crisp. Not cold enough to warrant his winter costume yet, but just cool enough to provide relief once he works up a sweat towards the end of patrol. And with how patrols have been going lately, Shoyuta suspects he will be doing just that. For the past 2 months, Shoyuta has been called on by the police to pick up every villain that Phoenix has left for them. It's not that he is upset about the uptake in arrests, the villains need to be taken care of, but it does add a lot to Shuta's workload. He'll be finishing up his own arrest in one part of town 1 minute, then running off to collect Phoenix's latest catch the next. Though, since vigilantes can't be officially credited for arrests, Eraserhead is the name being put on all the reports, which is making Shuta's numbers look amazing, so there is at least that upside. It has led to a couple arguments between Shoyuta and Tsukachi when the hero brings in Phoenix's takedowns. The detective is all about the rules and has said multiple times that he thinks Phoenix needs to be found, arrested, and brought to justice. Shoyuta, on the other hand, doesn't have much of an issue with vigilantes in general. Stain is obviously an issue and his ideals are truly distorted, but Phoenix isn't Stain. Phoenix has never killed anyone and even gives medical attention to villains that got too injured in their fights. He also doesn't go around proclaiming some lofty tenet that he holds society to. He's someone who would make a good hero, and Shoyuta is betting that he just slipped through the cracks in their flawed system. For no reason other than boredom with his usual routine, Shoyuta decides to switch up his patrol route, turning left out of his building instead of right. Starting off light, Shoyuta decides to stick to patrolling at ground level for the first hour or so. His costume is discreet enough that, if he doesn't put on his goggles, he looks relatively civilian, meaning he won't draw any attention to himself. So he just leaves the yellow eyewear hanging around his neck, hidden beneath his capture scarf, and heads off down the street towards where he usually patrols. Thankfully, the night starts off easy and quiet. He doesn't hear any disturbances as he walks, nor does he get any calls from Tsukachi about any of Phoenix's takedowns that need cleaned up. It's the kind of night that Shoyuta has always loved, even back when he was first starting out. Some people accused him of being lazy or not having the hero mindset, but Shoyuta never saw it that way. This was never about the battles and adrenaline and glory. He's out here to protect people, and if no one needs protecting, that's all the better. After a bit of walking around on the streets, Shoyuta decides to make his way up to the roofs for a change of pace. He walks down an alleyway so as not to draw attention to himself and, executing a carefully practiced move that he has mastered over the years, Shoyuta uses a combination of his scarf and jumping back and forth off of the parallel walls to propel himself up to the roof. He gracefully hops over the ledge, coming to a stop on the empty rooftop. Wait, scratch that. Fennet empty rooftop. Just on the other side of the roof, facing away from Shoyuta, is a figure. They have green hair pulled back into a small high ponytail, a black whip resting on their hip, and wings made of scars stretching out across their exposed shoulder blades, though those are only visible for a moment. The sound of Shuta's feet softly hitting the rooftop has the person spinning around and dropping to a defensive fighting position, a hand hovering over the knives in his chest holster. He's got good reflexes. Put all this together, and it's pretty obvious who it is. Phoenix, Shoyuta says, holding his hands up disarmingly just to show the vigilante that this isn't a surprise attack. The person doesn't respond, but he also doesn't seem surprised or confused by someone calling him that, so really that is an answer in and of itself. Phoenix doesn't fully relax, but he does lower his arms and stand a bit straighter. When he stands up though, Shoyuta can suddenly tell that this vigilante is a child. He looks strong and lean, but everything about his proportions and height screams, kid. Now, the fact that a kid wanted to fight crime doesn't really shock Shoyuta. Every couple of years, a few reports will roll in of a misguided teen who thought they could be the next big vigilante, but it never amounts to much. They are always caught fairly early on, cause more damage than they make up for, and lack the skill and strength to ever make any kind of a name for themselves. That clearly isn't the case with Phoenix. The villains that Phoenix fights are always left either unconscious or nearly there and terrified. The vigilante is clearly skilled enough to win almost every fight, and he has taken down villains that Shoyuta thinks even he would have had a tough time with. He also doesn't seem to be in it for the glory, since he is kept out of sight for this long, and it didn't seem like he was the one who came up with his name. All things considered, Shoyuta had just assumed that Phoenix was someone older, with many years of experience and the level head that comes with maturity. And yet here stands this kid. I'm not here to fight. It was pure chance that you were up here, Shoyuta says, lowering his hands but not making a move towards Phoenix. The vigilante remains silent, carefully observing Shoyuta from his place a few meters away. I'm not a villain. I'm actually a pro hero Eraserhead. Yeah. I know who you are, the kid says, speaking for the first time. His tone is cold and even, not what Shoyuta would anticipate from a kid, but exactly what he would have expected from the notorious Phoenix. Not many people do. That's kind of the point of being an underground hero, Shoyuta says, deciding against asking direct questions. This kid won't respond well to that. And yet, the kid says, stepping back towards the ledge in a subtle way that almost looks like he is just casually shifting his footing. Almost. Phoenix, Shoyuta says, taking a step forward and holding out a hand to urge the kid to stop, but the vigilante is already pivoting on his heel and launching off the roof. Sheet. Shoyuta curses under his breath as he shoots off in pursuit. The kid is faster than Shoyuta had anticipated, and incredibly skilled when it comes to navigating rooftops. He gracefully hops from building to building, using his whip to manage the larger gaps, and Shoyuta can easily see how Phoenix gets away from the scene so fast every time. He follows behind the vigilante in close pursuit, doing his best to keep up with Phoenix's sporadic direction changes. Just when Shoyuta thinks he is getting the hang of how the kid operates, he'll dive off a roof and use his whip to swing off of street lamps and billboards, before launching back up to the rooftops. It's making it nearly impossible to predict Phoenix's movements, and Shoyuta has to admit, it's an impressive technique. He tries to get the kid with his capture weapon a couple times, but the vigilante's reflexes are irritatingly fast. Phoenix either ducks and rolls or jumps up or does any number of things to avoid every one of Shuta's attacks. Shoyuta sends out his capture weapon once again, aiming for Phoenix's torso as he leaps to the next building. The kid, to his credit, attempts to dodge by throwing his body weight to the side, but Shoyuta yanks his end of the fabric to follow and the scarf finds its target. The capture weapon winds around the vigilante's midsection, pinning his arms down and sending him crashing down on the next rooftop. The kid lets out a low groan and uses his legs to roll onto his back as Shoyuta comes to a stop, standing next to him. Phoenix stares up at the hero with what appears to be pure annoyance, though it is hard to tell with his mask covering the lower half of his face. "Come on, Phoenix. Don't make this more difficult than it needs to be," Shoyuta says, pulling the vigilante up to his seated position. "I just want to talk." "Because you are known for being so sociable," Phoenix deadpants, adjusting himself so he is sitting cross-legged and resting his back against an air duct. When it comes to getting information out of the most notorious vigilante since Stain's emergence, yeah, I get real chatty. Shoyuta doesn't relax his hold on his capture weapon. He's seen the aftermath of Phoenix enough to not underestimate him just because he now knows it's a kid. "Gosh," Phoenix says, blinking up at Shoyuta, voice dripping in sarcasm, "I didn't realize you were such a fan, Eraser." "Not so much a fan as I am the hero who has been cleaning up after you for the last 2 months. You take down a lot of villains, and they've always got plenty to say about you. They call you brutal, ruthless, vicious, and for some reason, many of them seem stuck on the phrase, unkillable." Phoenix lets out a dry laugh with no real humor behind it. "It certainly seems that way, doesn't it?" "What's that supposed to mean?" Shoyuta questions, but curses himself the second the question leaves his mouth. It was too direct and sounded too much like an interrogation, definitely not the way to win over a flighty vigilante. Phoenix just offers a hint of a shrug, though his shoulders don't move much with the scarf restraining him. Shoyuta gets the feeling that, with that slip-up, he isn't going to get much out of the kid. "Gods, could you work with me here, kid? I swear I'm not your enemy here." Phoenix turns his head away to look out over the roof. He clearly has no intention of cooperating. Shoyuta is about to try and get the conversation back on track with more casual topics, when the hero's phone goes off. He pulls it from his pocket to find Tsukachi's name displayed across the screen. He answers it with a huff. "This better be important," Shoyuta says, giving Phoenix one last look before turning away to take the call. "It is." "Fine, but make it quick. I'm kind of in the middle of something right now." "Well, you'll need to put whatever it is on hold. There's a situation at a nearby apartment complex. A kid's quirk manifested and they can't get it under control. It seems to be proximity activated, so none of our guys can get close enough to restrain him without getting hurt. You need to get here before the kid ends up hurting himself or the other residents," the detective says, sounding as serious as ever. Shoyuta can hear shouting in the background and he knows he can't put this off. "Yeah, I'll head over now. Text me the location," Shoyuta says before hanging up. He sighs as he slides his phone back in his pocket. "Okay, Phoenix, you're going to sit tight for a bit while..." The rest of the hero's sentence fizzles out as he turns around, finding his capture weapon wrapped firmly around an air duct instead of a vigilante. Shoyuta whips his head around looking for a figure darting across rooftops, but finds nothing. He curses as he checks the location that just came through on his phone. It's in the opposite direction of wherever the hell Phoenix snuck off to, and there isn't time to do both. So Shoyuta makes his peace with the vigilante evading him tonight and sprints off towards the address that Tsukachi sent. He'll find Phoenix again soon. Izuku lets out a disbelieving laugh as he cuts down through another alley. "Holy shit, I can't believe that worked," he chuckles, glancing behind himself as he runs. It's a trick that Izuku learned while helping Toshi train with his capture scarf. He got fed up with Candy leaving him restrained just so he could laugh at him, so Izuku taught himself how to unravel the fabric. It's not as easy as just rolling the opposite way, especially not when someone is holding on to one end. He learned pretty fast that if he wasn't really careful to keep the tension consistent, Toshi would catch on to what he was doing. So, while Eraser was busy being an idiot and taking his eyes off Izuku for a call, he just did his usual technique of keeping the scarf pulled tight in the hero's hands and loosened up the fabric around his shoulders just enough to slip out. Then he just wrapped it around the air duct to keep it taut while he snuck off, jumping over the edge of the roof and pressing himself to a window ledge until he heard Eraser leave. Deciding not to push his luck for the night, Izuku heads back towards the garage. It's only midnight, way earlier than he usually ends patrol, but there's no way he's going to risk running into the hero again tonight. He makes it back to the garage, doing his best to stay off Eraserhead's radar by sticking to street level, figuring the pro is probably on the lookout for him on the rooftops. Izuku jogs down the stairs to his floor, shaking out the extra adrenaline left over from his encounter. "Don't worry. I'm not dead or dying this time," Izuku says as he pushes open the door. It's become a general rule of thumb that if Izuku gets back from patrol early, it means he is on death's door, so he decides to call out a disclaimer to put his friend's nerves at ease right away. Toshi looks up from the book he is reading on the couch, looking Izuku up and down to check for himself if his friend is really okay. Then why are you back so early? Oh ho. Do I have the hot gossip for you? Izuku says with a flourish, plopping down next to Toshi on the couch. You'll never guess who I saw while I was out on patrol tonight. Your mom. Toshi jokes, almost on reflex, but his face turns to one of embarrassed horror when he realizes what he just said. Oh dude, wait no, I was just effing you around. Hurtful, Candy. Hurtful and uncalled for. But no, I did not run into that neglectful sack of shit. 'Twas far better. Izuku says, sticking with his dramatic reveal bit. I had the pleasure of being interrogated by none other than everybody's favorite underground hero, Eraserhead himself. Wait, what? Toshi says, tossing his book to the floor and shooting upright. Full story. Now. Okay, so, Izuku starts, dropping the dramatics. Patrol has been slow, no fights or run-ins or anything, so I decide to check from the rooftops. I run around for a bit but I don't come across anything there. Then, I'm taking a breather on a rooftop, just surveying the area to see if I hear anything or whatever, and then all of a sudden I hear someone come onto the roof right behind me. I spin around, ready for a fight, but it's FANG Eraserhead. Izuku pauses to make sure Toshi is following. Well, spit it out. Toshi yells, excitedly pushing Izuku's shoulder. Was he tracking you or trying to arrest you or whatever? That's the thing. Izuku says, pointing a finger. He said it was a total coincidence that we ran into each other, and he just wanted to talk. And you did? You guys just chatted and he let you go? Toshi asks, disbelieving. Are you kidding? No, of course not. Izuku rolls his eyes. Obviously I tried to book it out of there but he caught up to me eventually. I gave him a good run. Took him a couple minutes to finally take me down. Stupid capture weapon. Izuku grumbles the last part, crossing his arms. What did he do when he caught you? I mean, shouldn't you be in jail right now? 'Cause, you know, your lengthy rap sheet of crimes and all that. Well, he tried to get me to answer some questions about my vigilante sheet, of course, but I mostly just stayed quiet or didn't give a real answer. I think it irritated him. That would be very on brand for you, Kiwi, Toshi says, nodding thoughtfully. Oh, shut up, Izuku flicks Toshi's forehead. Anyway, we didn't talk for long 'cause he got a call about something and I snuck off while he wasn't looking. That part is all thanks to you, Candy, Izuku says, knocking a fist on his friend's shoulder. How so? Because I got used to wiggling my way out of your capture weapon while we trained. You know how you always wrap me up and walk away just to be a D-dash? Anyway, I just did the same thing to Eraser that I usually do to you. Kinda surprised it worked, honestly, but hey, I'll take it, Izuku shrugs. Well, Kiwi. I am glad my annoyances served some practical use, but that was cutting it close, don't you think? It's not like this little chit-chat with a pro hero was scheduled, Candy. But it turned out fine and I went this long without running into him, so I doubt I'll see him again anytime soon. 2 days. That's how long it took for Eraser to manage to insert himself into Izuku's path once again. Oh, you've got to be shitting me, Izuku groans as the hero comes into view, stepping out from around a corner. He had been patrolling at ground level with the exact intention of avoiding Eraser, but it seems the hero thought of that. Relax, Eraser says, strolling up to Izuku with his hands in his pockets in a very laid-back manner. I wasn't lying last time when I said I just wanted to talk. A talk that leads to an arrest, I'm sure, Izuku retorts, remaining on guard. Why would I arrest you? The hero says, sounding more tired than genuinely confused. Maybe because it's your job? Izuku isn't sure what kind of game Eraser is trying to play here and it's throwing him off. My job is to protect citizens and stop villains. You aren't hurting civilians and you aren't a villain. In fact, Eraser says, leaning against the building, you've been helping me. The number of villains I take down has remained the same, but now I am also collecting 1 to 3 villains each patrol from you on top of that. Meaning, you aren't getting to my arrests first. You are saving people I never would have seen, people that would have gone without a hero when they needed it, if it weren't for you. I'm not a hero, Izuku says, standing opposite Eraser on the sidewalk. Maybe not officially, no license or paperwork or payment, but I've talked to a few civilians after you saved them, and they seem to all agree that you were their hero. A hero? He is not going to cry. He isn't. Izuku forces the tears to stay at bay, swallowing hard and deciding not to speak. His voice will probably crack if he does. Look, all I'm saying is that you don't have to worry about me bringing you in as long as you stay reliably on the good side, Eraser says, not noticing or at least not mentioning Izuku's emotional state. Now, I would like to talk to you more so that I can have a better idea of who I am going to be working with, but that is of course up to whether or not you actually answer questions this time. Izuku shrugs, giving himself a bit more time to compose himself before speaking. He walks around the side of the building to the fire escape, hearing Eraser's footsteps following behind. He uses his whip to pull himself up the fire escape and onto the roof, not wanting to answer any more questions where there is a chance of someone hearing. Sitting on the edge of the roof, his feet dangling over the side, Izuku waits for Eraser to take his seat a few feet away from him before talking. One question. You can ask one question each time we meet. If it's a shitty question or I just don't want to answer it, I won't, but it still counts as your one question. The rules were absolutely made up on the spot and Izuku doesn't know why he chose them exactly, but the structure does feel comforting. Now he knows he can't get cornered and drilled for answers. That is irritating, Eraser says, searching for the right word. Get over it. Ask your question or get moving, Izuku says, pulling up his knee and resting his chin on it, looking out at the skyline rather than the hero next to him. Fine, Eraser huffs, pausing as he thinks of the question he wants to ask. How old are you? Not the question Izuku was expecting, but it makes sense. He assumed it would be something about his quirk or why he started doing this, but Eraser seems like he is trying to ease into this with a basic question, and Izuku is grateful. 15, Izuku says, deciding not to lie. There's really no point since it's not enough personal information to figure out anything big and, by all records, Midoriya Izuku will forever be 14. Eraser can search all he wants for a 15-year-old who matches Phoenix's description, but it won't ever lead back to Izuku. Huh, Eraser says, sounding impressed. A bit younger than I guessed. I thought you had to be at least 16 or 17, just based on skill level and technique. And you still called me kid? Izuku says, rolling his head to the side to look at the hero. Eraser shrugs, not turning to face Izuku. That's still a kid to me. Plus, the name Phoenix is a bit dramatic sometimes, so, kid seemed like a good nickname. Izuku rolls his eyes and goes back to watching the city lights. Don't blame me for that one. I wasn't the one who picked it out. Then what made other people choose it for you? Why? Phoenix? Izuku scolds, standing up. You already had your one question. He doesn't wait for Eraser's response before leaping off the roof and continuing on with his patrol. So, Bokugu, Mori says, curling up comfortably in her plush chair across from Katsuki, do you think you are feeling up to talking a little bit about that day? As always, there's no pressure. Katsuki stares down at his hands, contemplating. He and Mori have been discussing the need for Katsuki to talk about what happened that day, but he hasn't felt up to it yet. Every couple of visits, Mori brings up the topic, allowing Katsuki the opportunity to open up, and every time, he has turned her down. It has always felt like too much, with too many emotions bubbling just below the surface. But today it feels manageable, if only just barely. Yeah, I want to try, Katsuki says with all the conviction he can muster. Granted, it isn't much, but he is determined. That's wonderful, Bokugu. Thank you for trusting me. Just remember, you can set the pace for this. Tell as much or as little of the story as you want to or can, and take a break if you need. This may be difficult to talk about, and I want you to feel comfortable doing so. Right? Yeah, he says, clutching his bag and, consequently, the journal inside it. It's become something of a comfort habit. I guess I should start at school. Or at least the very end of the school day. Katsuki's thoughts float back to that day. He had been strangely quiet and robotic, almost like he was on autopilot. It irritated Katsuki because the blonde had to work hard to keep his grades up. Yet there he was, just drifting through the day like he was rubbing it in Katsuki's face that they didn't have to work for a spot in the class. He was just that smart, that perfect, that much better than Katsuki. Even though Katsuki had managed to convince the rest of the school Faith was weak, less than, and Fathom being quirkless Miantha was worthless, has still found ways to make sure Katsuki knew that he could never be better than him. I was, mad at him, I guess, Katsuki says, voice flimsy and childish and not at all resembling its normal state. I thought he was trying to point out how far beneath him I am. And do you still think he was doing that? I'm not sure, Katsuki admits. I always thought that was what he was doing. Constantly looking down on me, but if he really thought that, then why would he? Katsuki trails off, picturing a bridge and a swift river. You don't have to have an answer for that right now. It's just something to think about, Mori says, hearing the hesitation in Katsuki's voice. Just continue with your story. Right, yeah okay, he says, nodding to himself. So after school was over and everyone else left, I went up to him to get back at him for mocking me all day. And how did you decide to get back at him? Katsuki feels hot, shameful tears fill his eyes, his chest squeezing in near panic at the thought of admitting it. I used my quirk on him. From what I understand of what you have hinted at in our previous sessions, using your quirk on this boy wasn't an entirely uncommon occurrence for you. What makes this instance stand out? As the tears spill over and trail down his cheeks, Katsuki attempts to slow his breathing. Well, I missed quirk training that day because I had a stupid doctor's appointment. It was just a basic checkup and I told my mom to reschedule it so I wouldn't miss training, but she didn't. She said it wasn't a big deal to miss one day of training, so I hadn't used my quirk at all that day. How did that change things for you? Does frequency of use impact your quirk somehow? Mori questions genuinely. Yeah, Katsuki nods. If I don't use it, the nitroglycerin on my palms builds up and it can make it hard for me to control the size or intensity of my blasts or whatever. Usually, I used quirk training as a chance to burn off the extra. Ah, I understand. So you ended up hurting him more than you meant to? Katsuki chokes out a sob, pulling the journal even closer to his chest. I really didn't mean to burn him like that. I just wanted to make a loud noise and scare him, maybe burn him just a little bit, but Katsuki's volume climbs as he tries to force words through his straining vocal cords. It came out all wrong. It was like FING jet engine and it was S so concentrated and I could tell right away, but there wasn't anything I could do to stop, cause it was over so damn and fast. Then he was on the ground and I could see his FNG skin get all bubbly and the smell, oh gods, the smell was so strong and I fucking laughed. Katsuki rakes a hand through his hair, shaking his head like he might be able to dislodge the memories from his brain. Why did I laugh? It wasn't funny and I felt sick looking at him, but I couldn't stop laughing. And then the extras who were with me laughed too, so I thought maybe it wasn't that bad, but it was. Mori, it was. He drags a hand down his face, stopping when his palm is clamped over his mouth. He forces air in through his nose, struggling to stop the gasping breaths that had taken over. He's never talked about this with anyone. Not his parents, not Mori. Hell, he hasn't even been able to admit it to himself, not really. He always pushed the reality of his actions to the back of his mind, forcing himself to ignore them so the guilt wouldn't bubble over. But now, talking to Mori, it's all pushing its way to the front, and he can't stop the words from spilling out. I told him to kill himself, Katsuki says, almost a whisper. I told him that if he wanted a quirk, he should pray that he has one in his next life, and take a swan dive off the roof. The worst part is that's not the first time I told him something like that. I used to say it all the time in different ways. Did you ever really mean it? Did you really want that boy to kill himself? Or were you just wanting to hurt him because you thought he was hurting you? Katsuki shakes his head, wiping angrily at the tears staining his face. No, I was just saying it to be cruel, like any other insult. I didn't even think about what it meant or if he would take it seriously. Right. Well, let's not dwell too much on the details for right now. Let's see how much of the story we can get through, and then we can dive into the details in later sessions, Mori says, giving Katsuki a gentle smile. She stopped offering him tissues after the first couple weeks, knowing we won't take them. How about you tell me what happened when you left school? For a while nothing, Katsuki says, staring off to the side as he allows himself to remember. After I left him in the classroom, I snuck off behind the school to calm down. Those two extras followed me around everywhere, so I had to get away from them before I could show how weak I was. Let's not assign negative labels to normal and natural reactions and emotions, Mori reminds him. It's kind of become her mantra for Katsuki. Right? Katsuki says, thinking of how Mori tells him to reframe things. I wanted to have time alone to process my emotions. Mori gives a subtle nod of approval, and Katsuki feels a little bit of warmth swell in his chest. He's come to respect Mori over the last several months. So even though some of the changes she wants him to make feel stupid, when she is proud of him, it kind of balances out. Anyway, after I cooled off, I started to walk to where me and those two extras were supposed to meet to go to the arcade. I didn't really want to go anymore, but whatever, Katsuki shrugs. But on the way there, I got grabbed by that FING slime villain. I'm sure you heard about that on the news. Anyway, so after I got out of that mess? Hold on, Bakugo, Mori cuts in, something she rarely ever does. I apologize for interrupting you, but let's not completely gloss over the villain incident. I am aware of the incident, yes, but I still think you should discuss how it affected you. I'm sure it impacted your mood and actions for the rest of the day. That was incredibly stressful for you, yes? Katsuki waves her off, a motion he only realizes she can't see after he's already done it. This isn't about my FNG sob story. And I don't want to justify what I did after that just because I was weak and couldn't fight off a villain. Exploring causes and explanations is not the same as justification or making excuses. You are a child, Bakugo. A child who thought that he was going to die and nearly did. Whatever your actions were right after that don't reflect who you are as a person, and you shouldn't let them hold too much weight on your conscience. Lashing out after a traumatic experience like that is not just understandable, it is to be expected from anyone, but especially from a child. You don't get it, Katsuki spits out, anger creeping into his voice. Not at Mori, but at himself. What I told him after the attack, it was the last FING thing I said to him. Because I was ashamed and embarrassed and jealous and stupid, I told him he'd never be a hero. I told him he was weak and just got in the way, and Katsuki feels the tears pick up in his eyes again and his voice starts to shake, and I told him to give up. Katsuki blinks up at the ceiling, trying to get the tears to stop, but it's no use. They pour down his face and drip onto his shirt, and his chin dimples with the effort it takes to keep from sobbing. He is the reason I'm alive, Mori. Did you hear about that? Katsuki asks, rolling his head down to see her shake her head no. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't have. All the papers and news stations said All Might FANG swooped in to save the day, and that's true. But the old fucker would have been too late if it wasn't for him. I was blacking out, suffocating, drowning in that FNG slime, when he charged in, throwing his dim-in school supplies at the villain because that's all he could do. Katsuki lets out a tearful laugh, shaking his head. It FING worked, though. The villain let up for a few seconds and I could breathe again. All those FNG pro heroes standing around, and it was a quirkless middle schooler who managed to keep me alive. Katsuki's face pinches up as a sob escapes him. And my reward to him for saving my life was to tell him to give up. And it was the last thing I said to him. Maybe even the last thing anyone said to him. Katsuki allows himself to cry, letting out ugly sobs as he hides his face in his hands. What the hell is wrong with me? He never deserved that. Not any of it. Not even if he really was looking down on me, because wasn't he right? Look at what I did just because I need to be the best, to be everyone's favorite, to beloved. He was so far above me, there was nothing for him to do but look down on me. I made him fucking kill himself, Katsuki sobs, doubling over, clutching his bag as his breaths start to pick up. His mind bombards him with a collage of memories. Their joint birthday parties that were always All Might themed. Katsuki taunting a man dumping out his school bag. Them playing heroes together. The look on his face the first time Katsuki burned him. Katsuki sharing his lunch with him when Auntie couldn't afford to send him with any. Katsuki, falling from that tree they used as a bridge, and him, extending a hand to help Katsuki up. Their late-night talks under blanket forts after lights out on their sleepovers, where they talked about what kind of quirks they'd get when they were big kids. The wind tugging Athos green hair Ash lets go of the railing on that bridge. Bakugo, you need to slow your breathing. You are starting to hyperventilate. Mori's gentle voice barely cuts through the haze that is muddling his thoughts. Can you hear me, Bakugo? Just breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth, like you are blowing out a candle. Katsuki tries to follow her instructions, drawing strained breaths in and forcing out shaky exhales. He digs his nails into his forearms, focusing on the pain to help cut through the fog. His nails leave crescent moons that just barely break the skin in parts, bright red blood bubbling to the surface. He doesn't do it all the time, but sometimes, when he can't seem to calm his mind, pain gives him some sort of tether to reality. It grounds him. He knows it's a pathetic way to make himself feel better, and he's suddenly glad that Mori is blind so she can't scold him for it. He draws in a few more weary breaths before he starts to feel like himself again. Does that happen often? Mori asks once Katsuki's breathing returns to within normal limits. The anxiety attacks? Anxiety attacks? Katsuki says, blinking for a moment. No, that was just a. He waves a hand around as he searches for the right word, but he comes up empty. I don't know, but those aren't anxiety attacks. So they do happen often? I dunno, he mumbles. Not often. Just when I think about him too much, or when I, use my quirk in training, or if I see a bridge, or sometimes at school, I guess. Plus sometimes around All Might themed stuff, but that's just because it makes me think of him. As he says it out loud, Katsuki realizes it does happen kind of a lot. right? Well, that would be considered often, Mori says gently. And though you might not know it, what just happened would be considered an anxiety attack. How do you usually cope with them? Katsuki shrugs, wiping his cheeks to dry the tear tracks left over. I just kinda wait for it to go back to normal. It's not a big deal. It is if you don't have healthy coping mechanisms or if they are negatively impacting your life. It sounds to me like there are a lot of things that you can't enjoy right now because of the attacks. We can work on those more later, though. What I feel we need to talk about now is something you said earlier, right before the anxiety attack. You said you made him kill himself. Is that really how you see it? It's not about how I see it. It's what happened. I was horrible to him and it effed up his life so bad that he But Kogu, you didn't make that boy do anything. This is very important. You cannot shoulder the blame for this tragedy. And why the if not? He wouldn't have done it if I wasn't so awful, Katsuki spits back. You don't know that. You have no idea what might have happened if you had acted differently. It might not have changed a thing. There were likely a dozen other factors in that boy's life that led him to a dark place, and even then, it was his choice to take that final step. Oh, so what? You're saying it's his fault that he's dead? Is that it? I would never say that. Putting blame on anyone isn't productive. What I'm saying is that you didn't force that boy to do anything. He was at a place where that felt like the only option, so he took it. It's good that you recognize your actions and you want to better yourself, but you shouldn't view yourself as directly responsible. Katsuki makes a noise of acknowledgement, but only so Mori will drop it. He knows it's his fault. His life would have been fine if it wasn't for Katsuki. That's just a fact that he will have to learn to live with. Do you think you can continue with your story? Is that something you feel up to? Mori asks, apparently prepared to move on. Katsuki's immediate reaction is to say that he can, but then he realizes what comes next in the story. It's all bridges and sunsets and wind and rocks and kraken red and no, Katsuki can't do this right now. Not today. He manages to force out, his chest tight with emotion. Maybe never. Hitoshi and Izuku have been sitting in a comfortable silence for the past several minutes, each going about their own task. Hitoshi, reading a manga on his phone, lying upside down with his back on the concrete and his legs on the couch. Izuku, mending one of his vigilante shirts that now sports a hole from when a villain stabbed him in the gut. Lizzie, grown up a bit and now looking more like a cat than a kitten, dozing quietly on the bed. Normally, Hitoshi would be happy to let the afternoon continue on like this. He is almost always at his happiest when things are quiet and he can just relax. But there is a nagging question in the back of his mind that has been sitting there for months now. Staring at the heavily scarred character in the manga he is currently pirating, his question pushes itself to the front of his mind, becoming impossible to ignore. Hey Kiwi. Hitoshi calls from his place on the floor, can I ask you something? Yeah duh. Izuku says without looking up from the shirt he is trying to sew a patch on. Well, it's just, he says sitting up, crossing his legs and facing Izuku, it's about your scars. At this, Izuku sets down the shirt, staring at his hands. Oh. We don't have to, I mean we've known each other for almost 6 months now and I still don't really know that much about you from before, Hitoshi rushes to explain. He knows this is a sensitive subject and he doesn't want to come across as pushy or uncaring. No, I get it, Izuku says, pulling his hands into his lap and glancing over at Hitoshi. I don't really like to talk about it, but I don't mind if it's you. I'm not gonna ask about your wrists or whatever. I don't need to know the details of what happened there, I get the picture, Hitoshi says carefully, watching Izuku. But your wings, you couldn't have done those yourself. He decides not to ask his question right out. Any of the ways he could think to phrase it sound too blunt, so he just leaves it for Izuku to infer. No, you're right, Izuku says, bobbing his head. I didn't do those. Those were a parting gift from someone named Katsuki. His friend says the name like it is unfamiliar on his tongue. You've never talked about him before, Hitoshi says as Izuku gets up and sits next to him on the floor. Nope, I haven't. He opens up a jumbled bag of emotions for me, so I don't like to think about him. But if you want to know, I'm cool with that. Who was he? Ah, well that's already a complicated question. Izuku lulls his head back to rest on the seat of the couch cushion. He was my best friend when we were kids. Our moms met in one of those, prenatal childbirth classes, so Katsuki and I were having playdates before we could even support our own necks. Izuku smiles a bit, staring up at nothing. We played together every day, had our birthday parties together even though our actual birthdays are almost 3 months apart, and we always said we'd be heroes together when we grew up. Izuku's smile sours, turning into something heartbreakingly bittersweet. But then Katsuki got his quirk when he was 4, and I got misdiagnosed as quirkless, and it all went to shit. Quirkless is a dirty thing to be, after all. No one wanted to be my friend anymore, especially not Katsuki, since his quirk is so strong. What's his quirk? Hitoshi asks, suspecting he already vaguely knows the answer. If he was the one who gave Izuku those scars, then his quirk is obviously something fire-related. He can generate explosions from his palms. It was kind of spectacular luck on his part, considering both his parents have pretty passive quirks. They just happened to combine to be something powerful. So he gave you those scars? On purpose? Hitoshi asks, struggling to understand how someone can go from best friend to attacker like that. Yeah, on my last day among the living, Izuku sits forward a bit, absent-mindedly running a hand along the curve of his shoulder. He cornered me in a classroom and told me I should jump off a roof, and he was helpful enough to give me a little push, as he put it. He used his quirk on me a lot, but this was the first time it was strong enough to leave a scar. Hitoshi's vision blurs as his blood pressure spikes in anger. He told you to kill yourself? And then did that? Katsuki, whoever and wherever he is, has just earned himself an butt kicking if Hitoshi ever sees him. Well, he told me to kill myself a lot. Plus, so did all the other kids in our class. That didn't really stick out to me, it really just felt like every other insult. The burn hurt though, Izuku huffs out a laugh. I mean, obviously it hurt. It was a 3rd-degree burn. But I mean it hurt emotionally, more than anything Katsuki had done before. It was so calculated, intentional. For him to burn me like that on purpose, I think that was the moment that I realized my childhood friend was gone. It was impossible to reconcile it with the person I knew when we were kids. This happened on the day you killed yourself for the first time? Hitoshi questions, angry tears just barely beginning to wet his eyes. So he made you do that? Izuku shakes his head. No, as much as Katsuki did to make my life unlivable, he was far from the only reason. I think I used to blame him. It seemed like a lot of my problems traced back to him, but looking at it now, that's not really true. If anything, the catalyst for all this shit was being diagnosed quirkless. As soon as I had that label, my life just started to fall apart right in front of me. So no, I don't think I can say Katsuki made me jump that first time. Izuku draws his knees up and rests his chin on them, tucking his arms around his legs. You know, I don't even think he wasn't even the last straw. My dad was probably the first person to tell me that I wasn't worth loving, then Katsuki and the rest of our class followed suit. The teachers too. Then my mom left, and I didn't have anyone. It was just me, alone in this parking garage. I think I might have still been able to hold out for a little longer if it wasn't for. Izuku trails off for a moment, eyes distant like recalling a memory. After a second, he looks back over to Hitoshi. How open are you to hearing a story that may crumble your view of an internationally adored idol? I am prepared to hate anyone, if they deserve it, Hitoshi says with conviction. He doesn't need to wait to hear the story to know that if they hurt Izuku, they are dead to Hitoshi. Izuku manages a smile at Hitoshi, but it melts away as he begins his story. I met All Might that same day too. He actually saved my life. That sludge villain you probably heard about on the news was suffocating me, and who else but Japan's #1 hero swoops in to save the day. After he saved me, I asked him if I could ever be a hero without a quirk. I told him that kids at school bullied me and I knew I would never be as great as him, but I asked if he thought I could at least save a few people. The light in Izuku's eyes dies out in a way Hitoshi has never seen, and it scares him. He said no. All Might said that quirkless people are weak and that I should give up on my dream, and then he just left. All Might said that? He told you to give up on your dreams. Hitoshi says, not really asking a question. He believes Izuku, but he just has to repeat it to make it comprehensible. How could the #1 hero say that to a child? It took me off guard too, Izuku nods. I was so ready for him to tell me to never give up. That having a good heart is what makes a true hero, or whatever. Definitely almost jumped off the roof right then and there. Hitoshi snaps his head over, staring at his friend. Wait, he said that to you on a roof? And then left you there? Apparently, years in the field have left All Might with too many concussions and limited critical thinking. Or, at least, that's my running theory. It's either that, or he's just a sheep person who has mastered his public appearance. So it was because of All Might? The first time you tried to end it? Hitoshi asks, running a hand over his face. You said you thought you would have been able to hold out if it wasn't for him. Well, I don't think I can really say it was anyone's fault. A lot of things led me to that bridge, and the choice to jump was mine. But yeah, All Might was my breaking point, I think. Izuku laughs, but it turns into a sob halfway through. I mean, how do you recover from your idol telling you that you are fundamentally inferior and that you should give up? The whole world just decided I wasn't worth loving. Hitoshi draws Izuku into a gentle hug, fighting off tears himself as he allows his friend to cry into his shoulder. Izuku clutches Hitoshi's shirt, clinging to him like Hitoshi is the only thing solid in the world. He rubs soothing circles on Izuku's back, being careful to steer clear of where his scars are. He has never seen Izuku cry. At least, not like this. His friend has let a few tears sneak out over the past several months. When they made up after their first fight. When he was explaining everything to Hitoshi after the first time he found Izuku dead. On his birthday, when Hitoshi surprised him with Katsudon. But Izuku has never broken down like this, never really, truly cried. At least not in front of Hitoshi. He doesn't know what to do with this new image of Izuku that he has. To Hitoshi, Izuku has always seemed like this unstoppable force, wild and unpredictable and fierce. But this new Izuku, the one crying in Hitoshi's arms, feels like the missing piece, fitting perfectly into place and letting Hitoshi peek past the facade of sarcasm, self-deprecating jokes, and a carefree attitude that his friend has built up. Hitoshi has never considered himself to be someone who is quick to make friends. In fact, it tends to be the opposite. He rubs people the wrong way and tends to get into fights without even trying. He is grumpy and sarcastic and untrusting. He often assumes the worst in people and he is often proven right. But, as he holds Izuku's shaking form, Hitoshi doesn't think he has ever hated someone this much when he's never even met them. "Hey Izuku," Hitoshi says softly once his friend's crying has calmed down. Izuku just makes a questioning hum in response, not pulling away from Hitoshi yet. "I know you're gonna make a great hero. Hell, you already are. But someday, when you are ready to rejoin the living, you'll make it into UA, and you will become an official pro hero and get your license. And when that happens, you can shove that license right in All Might's face and tell him what effing idiot he was to ever doubt you." Izuku sniffles as he laughs, a soft, sweet noise that lets Hitoshi know that his friend's mood is on the upswing. Izuku pulls back to look at Hitoshi as he wipes his eyes, clearing away the last of the tears that were left there. Lizzie takes this as her invitation, trotting up and placing herself in Izuku's lap. He smiles down at the cat, softly scratching under her chin before looking back to Hitoshi. "I think that sounds like a really great plan. But I think I'm going to punch him in the face too." Hitoshi smiles at his friend for just a moment longer before he says, "And Kiwi? I think you're worth loving. You know that, right?" Izuku's smile tugs downward as he tries to keep from crying. "Yeah, I know." In the weeks since he first ran into Phoenix, Shoyuta has encountered the vigilante 2 more times. This means he has asked 2 more questions. On the first time, Shoyuta had decided to ask about the kid's quirk. It was partly because it was important information to have on file, since this vigilante was growing in notoriety among heroes and villains in the area. It was also partly to satisfy Shuta's own curiosity. There was a rumor that Phoenix has a fire quirk, given that the mythical birds are said to be firebirds and are heavily associated with fire and ashes. While the connection made sense in theory, and the vigilante's scars did appear to have been caused by fire, Shoyuta couldn't get on board with it. None of the villains that Phoenix has taken down have had any burns on them, and they don't report seeing the vigilante use any fire. Shoyuta has his own theory about the mirage-based quirk, but there isn't really any evidence to support that either, so he wanted to hear it from the source. This, of course, did not go as smoothly as he had hoped. Though, if he's being honest, it did go exactly as he should have seen it going. Shoyuta was fighting a petty thief and he nearly had them subdued when a flash of black and green had come dropping down on top of the thief, knocking them unconscious. Shoyuta only had a moment to be on edge before he had recognized the intruder as Phoenix. "I had that under control, you know," Shoyuta says, stepping forward to cuff the villain. "I'm sure you did. That's why you definitely noticed this knife he was about to throw," the kid says, lifting the weapon in question for Shoyuta to see. And no, he had not noticed the thief reaching for a knife. "Thanks," Shoyuta mumbles. While he's embarrassed to have made a slip-up like that, he is not so stubborn that he can't admit it. "Don't mention it," the kid says, and Shoyuta is taken off guard once again with how composed his voice is. Not a hint of snark or joking or pleasantness. Just cold and reserved. As Shoyuta places the cuffs on the villain, he notices the kid starting to slip away. "Hold on," he calls out, catching Phoenix's attention. "I haven't asked my question yet." The kid turns, not verbally responding, but obviously giving Shoyuta the go-ahead to ask away. What's your quirk? I'm not answering that, the vigilante responds without hesitation. Before Shoyuta can say anything else, Phoenix darts up the side of the building, pulling himself up onto the roof with his whip, and slips away. So, Shuta's first question went unanswered. He couldn't even bring himself to be mad about it. The kid had laid out the rules clearly from the beginning, and Shoyuta had asked a question that could give a lot away. If they had his quirk on file, they could start building a profile, cross-reference quirk databases to figure out his identity, or come up with strategies to arrest him. It made perfect sense why the kid refused to answer. With this in mind, Shoyuta decided to take a slightly different approach for his next question. He had been patrolling the rooftops when he noticed a familiar mop of green curls, perched on the edge of a roof just a few buildings over. Shoyuta had made his way over, not concealing his presence or masking the sound of his footsteps so that the vigilante would know he was approaching. How did you know about me when we met? I'm an underground hero. Shoyuta asks, deciding to choose a question that puts the focus on himself rather than the kid, hoping it will make Phoenix more likely to answer. Phoenix turns slightly to watch Shoyuta out of the corner of his eye. That's your question? Shoyuta just nods in response, and the kid looks back out over the city. It's not an interesting reason. I was just obsessed with heroes as a kid. But not anymore? Shoyuta asks, hoping the kid will answer the follow-up question. Phoenix looks over, having obviously caught on to Shuta's attempt to stretch his single question into two, but he shrugs and answers it anyway. I got older, saw the flaws, ruined the illusion. Not good to idolize people after all. Shoyuta hadn't tried to push his luck with any other questions that night, and the two of them had patrolled the area in silence. That had been 2 nights ago, and now, as Shoyuta suits up for patrol tonight, he is already planning what question he will ask when he runs into Phoenix again. It's not a matter of if, but when, since he figured out that the kid just does the reverse of Shuta's usual route. If Shoyuta turns right out of his building to start his usual route, he won't run into Phoenix. Their paths won't intersect at any point, and, just like it was for the first 2 months that the name Phoenix was starting to make rounds, Shoyuta won't even catch a glimpse of the vigilante. But, if Shoyuta turns left out of his apartment building, reversing the loop that he usually takes for patrol, it's guaranteed that he will see Phoenix at some point. It was a complete coincidence when it happened the first time, catching both the hero and the vigilante off guard. The second time, Shoyuta was testing a theory, and the next 2 times were planned. He doesn't take his reverse route every night. Shoyuta doesn't want to scare off Phoenix, making the kid choose a new patrol route and forcing Shoyuta to start back at square one. Instead, Shoyuta only turns left out of his apartment building every other or every 3rd night. And, since he took a break the last 2 nights, Shoyuta heads out of his apartment, turning left as he starts his patrol. He's not sure at what point on his route he will run into Phoenix, so Shoyuta just patrols like normal. He sticks to street level until he is far enough away from his apartment that he won't draw attention to himself, and then he scales a building to monitor from the rooftops. It ends up being 3 hours later that Shoyuta finally catches sight of the vigilante. It is just a flash of green, plummeting off a roof and down into an alley, followed by a shout that echoes through the streets. Shoyuta immediately darts off in that direction, preparing himself for a fight as he approaches. He has his goggles raised into position and a fist gripping his scarf as he rounds the corner, but he finds the situation to be rather anticlimactic. Phoenix is standing over the apparent villain, pinning them face first on the concrete. He has his boot pressed to the back of their head and firm grip on their wrist, twisting their arm up and back, giving them no room to struggle. There is another figure in the alley, though she is just slumped against the wall and looking altogether terrified. What's the situation? Shoyuta says, stepping further into the alleyway. Phoenix doesn't take his eyes off the villain, in fact only tightening his grip and digging his boot into their neck more as he answers. Attempted essay. Go check on the victim. Phoenix grits out, letting emotion into his voice for the first time. Shoyuta was hoping that the first time he heard the kid talk with emotion, it would be to joke or with happy inflections. Instead, Phoenix's words drip with hatred and loathing, and Shoyuta can't say he blames him. Shoyuta walks past Phoenix, approaching the victim with caution. Any injuries? Shoyuta asks, having decided years ago not to ask the victim if they were all right. The woman shakes her head, wrapping her arms around her midsection comfortingly. No, just a busted lip. That hero got here before he could do anything else. Shoyuta checks her over, making sure that she doesn't have any other injuries that she is too in shock to notice, but there is only the split lip, most likely caused from an open-handed hit. Alright. Would you be able to stay and go with an officer to the police department to make a statement? When the woman nods, Shoyuta gives her what he hopes is a reassuring smile, though he isn't the best with smiles. I have to go talk to Phoenix and make a call to the station. Feel free to sit here or out on the street, wherever you are most comfortable. Shoyuta turns and walks back to Phoenix, finding that the vigilante has pulled the villain onto his knees and zip-tied his wrists behind his back. How is she? Phoenix asks, kneeling down and tugging on the restraints to tighten them. No serious injuries, Shoyuta says, looking at the villain. Which doesn't appear to be the case with him. The villain's face is bruised and bloody. He is missing teeth, and Shoyuta knows this because his mouth is hanging open and dripping blood from the holes where teeth should be and onto the front of his shirt. One of his eyes is swollen shut and his nose is bent at a harsh angle. Not that Shoyuta feels sorry for the BSDRD. He put up a fight, Phoenix offers an explanation, standing up and rolling his shoulders. It's then that Shoyuta notices the knife still sticking out of his bicep and there is a small but steady stream of blood leaking out around the handle. You're injured, Shoyuta says, a hint of alarm creeping into his voice. It's not exactly a small knife and while the kid is strong, his arms are small enough that it looks like the blade nearly went all the way through. I said he put up a fight, didn't I? Phoenix twists his arm to inspect the wound, but he seems fairly nonchalant. It's fine. I'll patch it up later. No, you won't, Shoyuta says, trying to sound firm but not commanding. There is no way you'll be able to stitch that yourself. Let me help. Phoenix waves him off, walking out onto the street. I can take care of it myself. Worry about the villain and the victim. Wait on a roof, Shoyuta calls as a last attempt. I'll take care of this and then I'll meet you and stitch you up. Plus I need to ask my question for the night. Phoenix seems to consider this, pausing just outside of the alley. After a bit, he simply nods and takes off, presumably to go wait it out on a nearby rooftop. Shoyuta takes out his phone and places a call to the station, requesting a couple cars be sent to his location to take in a victim and a villain. Usually, Shoyuta hauls in his arrests on his own, but things change when there is a victim. He likes to make sure the victim has a safe ride to the station to give a statement. After the units arrive and he hands off the barely conscious villain to a police officer and makes sure the victim is comfortable riding to the station, he excuses himself to continue patrol. Of course, this just means that Shoyuta makes his way up to the nearest roof and scans around until he sees the kid slumped against an air vent a couple buildings over. Shoyuta jumps across the couple gaps that separate them, landing softly on the roof where Phoenix is sitting. The kid looks up at him tiredly and Shoyuta has to force down the worry that is creeping up his spine. It looks like he is hunched over, protecting his ribs. Phoenix's face is pale, though he keeps his expression carefully neutral. You sure you aren't hurt anywhere else? Shoyuta asks, dropping to a knee at Phoenix's side, beginning to inspect his injured arm and glancing over the kid's midsection for any obvious injuries. Just the stab wound, the kid says, his voice even and calm, as if a knife isn't still sticking out of his bicep. Shoyuta doesn't believe him, the kid's posture giving away that there is at least some bruising on his ribs or something, but he decides against saying anything. Right? Well, it's going to hurt when I pull this knife out, Shoyuta says, opening a pouch on his belt and retrieving the medkit he will need. It's not the first knife I've pulled out of myself. I'll be fine, Phoenix says, leaning his head back on the vent and closing his eyes. Shoyuta tries not to think about that too much as he grabs a gauze pad and hovers it next to the knife. Without giving a warning, he pulls the blade out in one swift movement and presses the gauze over the open wound that is now bleeding a lot more without the knife to plug the hole. Phoenix just forces out a long, steady exhale, not making any other noise or even flinching. I'm going to hold pressure for a bit until the bleeding slows enough that I can stitch it, Shoyuta narrates, wanting to be as open as he can about his actions. The kid doesn't trust him, and sitting next to each other like this is probably the last thing Phoenix wants. The least Shoyuta can do is explain why he's doing what he's doing. Phoenix nods and opens his eyes, keeping his head tipped back against the vent. He doesn't look over at Shoyuta, instead keeping his focus out over the roof. You gonna ask your question? Honestly, Shoyuta isn't sure. He had a question picked out, but it seems uncouth to ask it now, given that the kid is in a vulnerable position. But Phoenix does reserve the right to not answer, so Shout decides there's no harm in asking. Why be a vigilante? The kid glances over at Shoyuta with a look that's hard to read with his mask covering the lower half of his face. To take down villains. That's kind of obvious, isn't it? Shoyuta rocks his head, considering. I suppose I should have been more specific. I meant, Why choose this path and become a vigilante instead of a pro hero? You are clearly cut out for hero work. Any hero school would be lucky to have you. Ah, Phoenix says softly. Well, that's a whole story of its own, and I'm afraid you won't be hearing it today. The short version, though, is that being a hero isn't feasible at the moment. Shoyuta thinks for a moment, trying to decipher any additional meaning from his answer, any clues he gave away, but he comes up empty. It's anyone's guess as to what feasible means, and Shoyuta isn't going to try and push for more of an explanation tonight. Instead, he decides to offer something. Ask me something, Shoyuta says as he pulls out a suture kit. It's only fair, and it'll distract you while I stitch you up. Phoenix looks over at Shoyuta. I keep telling you, this isn't a big deal. You don't have to baby me. Just stitch up the DMN cut. So you aren't going to take the opportunity to ask me something just because you want to seem all tough? Shoyuta deadpants, prepping the needle. I couldn't care less if I seem tough. But stitches are stitches and I've have hundreds and it's not a big FNG deal. So stop treating me like I'm made of glass and stitch the goddamn cut. If you can't effing do that, I will leave and do it myself like I told you I could in the first place. Phoenix didn't raise his voice once, and yet Shoyuta feels like he just got scolded and there is no room for arguing. Shoyuta might not have been able to pull any double meaning out of Phoenix's answer earlier, but he sure as hell can hear one now. Phoenix does not like anyone thinking he is weak or someone who needs coddled. Got it. Fine, I'll just stitch this and you can go, Shoyuta says, peeling back the gauze to make sure the bleeding has slowed enough that he can stitch it. Deciding that it has, Shoyuta sets to work, suturing close the 5-centimeter-long gash. As he works, Phoenix stares straight ahead, apparently not lying when he said stitches weren't a big deal to him. The kid is breathing evenly and not flinching as the needle passes through each side of the cut. What's your favorite color? Phoenix asks suddenly, cutting through the silence, sounding uninterested. Shoyuta is taken aback for a moment, pausing his ministrations as he stares at the vigilante. It's yellow. Why? Phoenix nods his head, accepting the answer. Just curious. Shoyuta narrows his eyes, debating if he should press the issue, but he decides against it. There is definitely a real reason that Phoenix asked that, but as far as Shoyuta can tell, it's not important, so he drops it. He finishes patching up the wound, wrapping it in gauze to keep it clean. You can go now. I'm done. Thanks, Phoenix says as he stands, checking the time on his phone. It's pretty much the end of my patrol anyway. Actually, the kid says, turning to face Shoyuta, why do we keep running into each other lately? I went months without ever seeing you, and now suddenly you keep popping up. You plant a tracker on me or something? That last question didn't seem to be a joke. No tracker, Shoyuta says as he packs away the... But it's also not accidental. Our patrol routes line up now. Shoyuta decides not to tell Phoenix it is because he is going out of his way to make sure they do. So unless I come up with a whole new route, we are going to keep meeting? Phoenix doesn't sound exasperated. Though, Phoenix never gives much away in his tone. Is this how people feel when they are talking to Shoyuta? No wonder Zashi says people misunderstand him all the time. This whole monotone, mysterious, aloof thing is annoying. Seems like it. Phoenix huffs out a breath as he walks towards the edge of the roof. Wanna just start patrolling together? Maybe not the whole night but starting at midnight? I really don't feel like choosing a new route. Shoyuta wants to think that this is Phoenix's way of saying he wants to spend more time with Shoyuta, but it's honestly impossible to read. The kid may literally just not want to deal with establishing a new patrol. Yeah, sure, if that's convenient. Meet at the shopping district. Phoenix just nods before leaping over the side of the building, apparently heading towards wherever home is on street level. Part of Shoyuta wants to follow him from a safe distance and figure out where the kid lives. But, given the kid's reflexes and instincts, there's no guarantee that Shoyuta could tail him without being discovered. If that happens, there goes all the trust he has managed to build so far, so Shoyuta decides it's not worth it. He'll find out eventually. Tashi-ai, Izuku calls out as he pushes open the door. Guess who has more gossip on your favorite hero? Hopefully someone who isn't gravely injured? Toshi questions, looking over Izuku as he walks in. Just a little cut that I already patched up, Izuku says, dismissively waving a hand over the bandage wrapped around his bicep. Technically, it is an extremely deep stab wound, but he doesn't need to bother Toshi with it. He also may have a broken rib, but there's really nothing to be done for that right now, so he doesn't mention that either. Good. So spill it. What did you learn? Toshi puts down his book and gives Izuku his full attention. This has become a new addition to their routine. Every night that Izuku runs into Eraser, he comes back to the garage to fill Toshi in on any new info he managed to pick up. Usually it's just recounting the question that Eraser asked, but tonight, Izuku has added knowledge. The question he asked tonight was, why be a vigilante instead of a hero, which, of course, I didn't really answer. Just said I couldn't be a hero right now, so vigilante it was. Izuku says, just hitting the highlights. But I decided because I am the best friend in the entire world, I would ask Eraser a question, so you could have more Eraserhead factoids to obsess over. I do not obsess, Toshi protests, crossing his arms, embarrassed. Of course you don't. Now, would you like to know his favorite color? Izuku asks, slipping off his boots and support gear. Toshi sighs, admitting defeat. Yeah, I do. It is, Izuku says, drumming his hands on his thighs to build suspense. Yellow. Cool, Toshi mumbles, trying to act uninterested even as he opens his notes app and adds in the new fact to his growing Eraserhead entry. Thanks. I do what I can. If you have any other questions you want me to ask him, just let me know before I head out for patrol tomorrow. We decided to just start patrolling together since we keep running into each other anyway. Izuku says as he peels off his shirt, wincing when he has to pull his injured arm through. When he lifts his arms, the pressure on his possibly broken rib sends a sharp stab of pain through his torso, but he plays it off as best he can. Okay, yeah sure. Toshi really isn't great at pretending to not be excited. At least, not to Izuku. He knows Toshi well enough to see past the feigned cool exterior. I'll tell you my questions when I come back tomorrow after school. Okay, Izuku calls as Toshi walks towards the door. See you then. Yeah, see you. Toshi gives a casual wave as he closes the door, leaving Izuku blessedly alone. Izuku lets out a pained exhale, bracing his good arm on the table. He is pretty sure the knife carved his bone on the way through and his ribs feel like they are on fire. He played it off for as long as he could, but now that he is alone, Izuku feels his eyes start to water. It's not real tears or full-on crying, but the pain is a bit overwhelming and he can't help the few tears that wet his lashes. Izuku gingerly lowers himself to the floor, rolling the rug out of the way and laying out a couple old blood-stained towels, prepping for his other new routine. A routine that Toshi doesn't, and hopefully won't ever, know about. See, after that time a month or so ago when he revived and had practically no side effects, Izuku started forming theories. It seemed that his body was finally adjusting to his quirk, learning how to store energy so that he wasn't so drained when he woke up. Of course, unproven theories don't do any good, so the next step was rigorous testing. So, for the past several weeks, if Izuku is injured when he returns from patrol, he waits until Toshi goes home and then he finishes himself off. Usually by cutting and blood loss, since that heals the fastest. Since he started his testing, Izuku has definitely noticed a decrease in symptoms each time, so long as he was at a normal energy level when he died. There was one day that he tried it when he had forgotten to eat dinner and he hadn't slept well the night before, and Izuku revived with all the intense aftereffects that he had in the beginning. Shaking, cold sweats, hunger, fatigue, the whole 9 yards. Killing himself also has the added benefit of quickly healing injuries that would otherwise have him out of commission for the next couple days. This new stab wound and broken rib, for example, would take forever to heal and he might not be back to performing at his best for at least a week or two. He'd be lying, though, if he said he was only doing this for research and healing purposes. After he started getting better as a vigilante, he stopped getting killed as much on patrol. Now, it's a rare occasion that a villain manages to get more than a couple hits on him, and Izuku missed it. He missed the void, the reset, the floaty feeling he gets right before it all goes black. It was a feeling he didn't know he had been searching for his whole life until he finally found it, that day on the bridge. The world went quiet and so did the thoughts that told him he wasn't enough and never would be. For the few blissful moments in between life and death, Izuku knew peace. It was soft and gentle, despite the violent method he chose to get there, and it was over all too soon. He found himself craving it more and more as time went on, only getting worse when he stopped dying as often on patrol. He missed the comfort that death brought him, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. If villains weren't killing him, then Izuku would do it himself. He situates the towels on the ground so that there is one underneath each arm when he lays back. It's a technique he learned after the very first time when he first tested his theory about having a quirk, since he hated the feeling of waking up soaked in cold blood. Izuku grabs a knife from his holster and carefully traces it up the already existing scars on his forearms, pressing hard enough to cut deep into the muscle. As much as he hates the scars, they do provide a good blueprint, and he might as well use them to hide the new scars each time so Toshi doesn't ask questions. Izuku lies back on the concrete, closing his eyes and letting out a sigh of relief. This is the feeling he has been looking for. It's a breath of fresh air. A clean slate. He will wake up in an hour or so, and his ribs won't hurt and his arm won't ache and everything will be perfect. You ready? Izuku calls as he comes to a stop on the roof. Eraser turns to face him as he approaches, his hands tucked casually into his pockets. I honestly didn't think I would be seeing you today, given how bad your arm looked. I expected you to take a day or two off. Eraser doesn't say it like he is talking down to Izuku, but he hates it either way. He has spent his whole life being told he is weak and fragile and broken. It usually came from a place of hatred and was meant to hurt him, to lower him, to lessen and degrade and devalue him. Even when it came from his mother, it wasn't any kinder. It was just another way that he was a burden. Eraser seems genuine in his concern, but that doesn't make the words feel any less like an attack. Oh my god, will you shut up about my effing arm already? I'm fine. Izuku swings his arm to demonstrate. It was completely healed when he revived last night, but that would raise suspicion if he showed up for patrol with a fresh scar where an angry, scabbed wound should be, so he wrapped a clean bandage over the scar to keep up appearances. Now are you ready to go? Eraser looks like he has something to say, but the words never make it past his lips. Instead, the hero just nods and pulls up his goggles. Izuku doesn't wait for Eraser to take the lead, running past him and jumping off the building, leaving the hero to follow after him. Izuku falls into his well-worn route, tracing a vague circle around the quiet outskirts of the shopping district. During the day or earlier in the evening, these streets are probably swamped by people, and the collective sound of their voices and footsteps and the music drifting out onto the street from the shops probably all melt together into an overwhelming cacophony. But now, when it is nearing 1 in the morning, it's quiet. It's a familiar kind of quiet, with the only noise being the hum of the ever-glowing signs that line the tops of the buildings and the soft thumps of their feet hitting the roofs. How do you manage to sneak out every night? Eraser's voice cuts through the comfortable silence. Izuku casts a look behind him as he continues on to the next roof. Eraser is just a few steps behind him, watching Izuku with a careful stare. Excuse me? That's my question for tonight. How are you able to sneak out every night without your parents noticing? Izuku had to turn back and watch where he was going, so he doesn't see Eraser's face when he asks, but he can tell just from the hero's tone that he needs to be careful with his answer. This isn't a casual question that just popped into Eraser's head as they were patrolling. No, this is a question that has been brewing, the phrasing carefully chosen to try and disguise the meaning and intent behind the words. If the hero came right out and asked where his parents were or what his living situation was like, Izuku would never answer. Eraser most likely chose this question to dig up info on Izuku's home life without actually asking about it directly. It's not a horrible strategy. Too bad Izuku practically has a degree in deflecting questions about where his parents are and won't be letting anything slip. I managed to escape your capture weapon while you had your back turned for just a few seconds. You should know firsthand just how sneaky I can be, Izuku says casually. Best not to get defensive about this. If it seems like a sensitive topic, Eraser will know something is up. But shouldn't your parents notice when they come to check on you? Or notice your injuries? Izuku is glad that Eraser is behind him right now, because he can't help the pained expression he wears for just a moment. Because, how didn't this mother notice the scrapes and bruises he came home with every day when the bullying started to get bad? Well, she had noticed. She took him to the hospital and family clinic dozens of times, and she made sure Izuku knew just how much of a burden those medical bills were. She had to have known something was going on, that it wasn't just because he was quirkless and fragile. Those injuries came from more than playground accidents. Why didn't she come check on him in the night when he woke up crying from nightmares? She had to work a lot to provide for them after Izuku's dad left, so she was tired a lot. But Izuku was never a quiet crier. She would have had to have heard his sobbing when he woke up from yet another nightmare where a doctor tells him he is quirkless, or his father tells him he is broken, or one of the many other recurring nightmares he had as a child. Was that really the normal expectation? That his mother would check on him before she went to bed and be there for him when he got hurt, and she should have noticed when he cried, and she should have noticed. Why didn't she? I patrol late, don't I? They're already asleep when I go out, and I'm back before they wake up. It's not like they wake up in the middle of the night to come check on me. Izuku tries to keep his tone light as he constructs his pretend family dynamics. And I already told you, I can take care of the few injuries I get by myself. It's really not that deep. Kind of a waste of a question. Most teenage vigilantes get caught by their parents before they can even start to make a name for themselves. Eraser says from somewhere behind him. Izuku comes to a stop on a particularly tall building. It's positioned on the corner of an open shopping area, and it provides a good place to stay vigilant while taking a breather. Yeah, well, I'm not like most vigilantes. I'm better, Izuku says, tone even and sure. Because he is better, and he knows it. He might not be skillfully sneaking out from under his parents' noses each night, but he knows his arrest rates speak for themselves. Now I have a question for you. Since when did you start asking questions? You are usually even less talkative than me, Eraser comments, huffing out the last bit under his breath. I want to know who I will be patrolling with, sue me, Izuku says, which is true, though not the whole truth. It's useful information to know, but he would be perfectly happy not speaking to Eraser for the rest of the night. And yet, Toshi has a list of questions that need answers. What are your goggles for? Eraser brings a hand up to touch the yellow eyewear subconsciously. They prevent my opponent from seeing exactly where I'm looking. That way they don't know who I'm using my quirk on. You knew who I was when we met, but do you know my quirk? Yeah, the basics at least, Izuku says, tilting his hand in a SOSO motion. You look at someone and they can't use their quirk. So why the ugly goggles? Couldn't you just do basic tinted lenses? Eraser seems mildly offended at his support item being deemed ugly, sliding them off and turning them around to look at them. They were a gift, he mumbles, almost like he barely remembered that Izuku was there. He shakes his head a bit, like clearing a memory. Anyway, they don't have lenses so that my eyes don't get damaged if they shatter. Izuku shrugs, accepting the answer and tucking away the information to pass it on to Toshi when he gets back to the garage tonight. Had enough of a break? Izuku asks, rolling his shoulders and hopping in place a bit. Eraser settles his goggles back into place and nods, so Izuku takes off to continue his route, his new apparent sidekick following close behind. Izuku stares at his torso in the bathroom mirror, suddenly noticing the changes in his physique. There are scars littering his skin that he never bothered to look at too carefully. His shoulders have bulked up considerably, the muscle groups more pronounced after months of using his whip. The same with his pecs and abs. He's sure it happened gradually, as all muscle building does, but he just never noticed until now. Though, he has been pushing himself more than usual in training lately, so maybe that has something to do with it. Izuku's not really sure why. It's not like his performance on patrol has been lacking or anything. In fact, it's kind of the opposite. Eraser said on their last patrol together that there is a running bet at the station on how long before the name Phoenix starts making the news. Of course, that is a bit of a double-edged sword. On one hand, if he's saving enough people to have his name in headlines, then that means he is becoming the hero he always wanted to be. On the other hand, headlines means increased interest in figuring out who Phoenix is, which means the possibility of Izuku not being able to stay dead. He pushes the thought from his mind. That's a problem to worry about later if it ever actually happens. As he changes into his vigilante costume, Izuku finds himself wishing there was a way to make his costume warmer, the November air finally getting cold enough to bite as the temperatures drop. But it's not like he can just throw on a jacket without it getting in the way, so he'll have to just SCK it up until he figures something out. Izuku steps out of the bathroom as he clips his utility belt around his waist and heads back to the room. When he opens the door, he finds Toshi lounging on the couch, phone in hand as he watches the news. Reports have come in that the infamous thief known as the Seer has struck again, stealing over 1.5 million yen in jewelry from a Muzutafu storefront last night. Police say they have no leads on who this elusive villain is, and no hero has yet to take him down. According to most reports, he is typically non-violent and prefers to use his quirk, X-ray, to evade capture. Hey, Toshi, can you help me with my hair? Izuku says, plopping down on the floor with his back to his friend. Can't you do it yourself? Toshi grumbles even though he locks his phone and sits up, clearly willing to help out. Yeah, but it always comes out halfway through patrol when I do it. Izuku makes a frustrated face as he stares at the wall in front of him. You're better. Toshi just hums in acknowledgement as he finger combs through Izuku's hair, pulling it back into a small ponytail that sits on the crown of his head. Hair tie, Toshi commands, holding out his free hand. Izuku wordlessly provides the elastic and waits until Toshi pats his shoulder in completion. Thanks, Candy, Izuku says, hopping up and grabbing the last few things that he needs for patrol. Bandages to restock his first aid pouch, zip ties, and his mask. Question for the night? Ask him why his hair gets all floaty when he uses his quirk. Toshi supplies, again trying to act like he isn't insanely excited to know the answer. Izuku gives a mock two-finger salute. Yes sir. See you in a bit, Izuku says as he steps out the door, barely catching Toshi's "see ya later" as the door shuts. He jogs up the stairs, heading out onto the dim sidewalk, the street lamps having just turned on. He's been starting patrol a little earlier these days, since it gets dark earlier in the winter, but he still stays out until 3 in the morning. This does mean that the streets in the city are a bit more crowded in the first few hours of his patrol, so Izuku has to slip carefully up onto the rooftops and make sure not to be seen as he watches over the area. It's been nice, starting patrol early. More traffic means higher likelihood of coming across someone who needs help. Not that Izuku is rooting for that, but he's also never crossed paths with a hero who was there to help. So, the way Izuku sees it, if he wasn't out on patrol early, no one would have been there to save that person. Staying out of the pedestrian's line of sight, Izuku makes his way across rooftops, heading in the direction of the shopping district. He usually patrols this area after midnight with a racer, but it's busy right now, so he figures it won't hurt to stay here for now. He is proven right when, not 15 minutes into patrol, an alarm sounds from a bank across the street. Izuku halts his patrol, assessing the situation. It's way after hours of operation for the bank, so there won't be any tellers or civilians in danger. But that also means no security on site to take care of this. He takes a final look around the area to make sure there aren't any heroes around that will be coming to intervene and, when he comes up empty, Izuku dives off the roof toward the bank. There are civilians scattered on the sidewalk, standing a distance away from the bank, clearly on edge and unsure of what is happening. Izuku makes his way past them, running straight for the front door until something catches his eye. The side door is open, propped out with a crate, most like the villain's point of entry. Izuku shifts direction, heading down the side of the building. He slips in through the open door, keeping his footsteps quiet as he tries to figure out where the intruder, or intruders, are. The door leads into a hallway, narrow and clearly meant for staff only. There is none of the high ceilings and opulent decor that always adorns the lobbies of banks. Instead, each side of the hallway is lined with bland-looking doors, all labeled things like mailroom and maintenance, and everything is bathed in the red of the flashing alarm lights. Izuku makes a turn towards what should be the front of the building and finds another propped open door, this one being held open with an actual doorstop. He doesn't hear anyone, though to be fair, he can't hear much of anything over the sound of the blaring alarm. Pulling a knife from his holster just to be safe, Izuku walks through the open door and out into the empty lobby. Only, it isn't empty for long. As Izuku is still surveying the area, getting his bearings and figuring out where the robber might be, a figure steps into view. They are carrying a duffel bag and trying to make a break for the hallway door that Izuku just came out of. They stop dead in their tracks when they see Izuku, shifting their gaze between him and the door as if debating if they can make it. Izuku decides to make that decision for them. He sends out his whip, wrapping it around the door handle, and yanks it shut. He would have gone for the villain, but he is just out of Izuku's range of accuracy. With the exit shut, Izuku takes a moment to inspect the villain so he knows what he's up against. The first impression Izuku gets is skinny, followed by, holy shit, are you an actual skeleton? The villain is beyond gaunt, his sunken cheeks and eyes reminiscent of a mummy. His costume is relatively basic, just a grimy white button-down and black pants, though he does sport a harness that vaguely resembles a rib cage. He has shoulder-length white hair that is slicked back, making it look greasy. His eyes, though, are what capture Izuku's attention the most, given that they are locked on him with an intimidating intensity. The villain's entire eye is black, with just a pinprick of pale green for an iris. Neither one has said a word or taken a step, and Izuku isn't sure how to make the first move. Normally, the villains that he takes down on patrols are focused on brute strength. They don't hesitate to run full force at Izuku right from the start, but this villain is different. He is calm and quiet, like he is strategizing his first move, and it's throwing Izuku off. There weren't supposed to be any heroes on patrol here yet, the villain says, breaking the silence. His voice is gravelly and low and altogether unpleasant. I watched patrol patterns for a week beforehand. So where did you come from, little hero? Not a hero, Izuku says, voice even and sure. This whole situation is way out of his usual, but he refuses to let any of that show through. The villain cracks a smile. Ah, so you must be Phoenix, then. I was wondering if I would ever run into you. He looks over Izuku with a mildly puzzled expression. A bit smaller than I expected a terrifying, supposedly unkillable vigilante to be. I get that from a lot of the villains I take down, Izuku says, adjusting his grip on his knife. Yet the reputation stands. You're a confident one, the villain says, his smile coming back. I'm afraid I'll have to cut the remainder of our introductions short, though. Police and heroes to avoid and all that. I'm sure you understand. The villain makes a break for it, trying to slip past Izuku and head for the front door, but the duffel bag he is carrying slows him down a bit. Izuku chases after him, not bothering to use his whip again given how slow the robber is. He catches up to the villain just as they reach the giant glass doors. Before the villain can reach for the handle, though, Izuku throws a punch aimed squarely at the villain's head. His opponent's reflexes are better than he expected, despite his skeletal appearance, and he ducks out of the way at the last second. Izuku's fist makes contact with the glass and he only has a moment to think sheet, before spiderweb cracks form all across its surface, the impact redirection tech in his gloves allowing his punch to glide straight through the door. Izuku also doesn't have any way of stopping his momentum, so his body follows through with the action, sending him tumbling through the shattered door and out onto the sidewalk, pulling the villain with him. He feels a shard of glass cut his forehead and he tries to wipe away the blood as he rolls and pulls himself to his feet, immediately on guard. He underestimated this villain's reflexes once and luckily all it cost was a fancy glass door. He won't allow that to happen again now that they are out on the street. Izuku spares a quick glance around, checking his surroundings. There are civilians scattered around at various distances, though all of them are closer than what is safe, the idiots. Who stands around and just watches a villain fight. Izuku shakes it off and looks back at the robber who is pulling himself to his feet, adjusting his hold on the duffel bag of money. I really wanted to avoid a fight, Phoenix, but you just had to be difficult. The villain rolls his neck like he is trying to release angry tension. Time to take a look inside and find your weak points. This will just take a moment. Izuku really doesn't know what that means, but then the villain blinks. When he opens his eyes, the small pin pricks of green that were his irises are now much larger and radiating a bright green light. It's obviously something to do with his quirk, but Izuku can't tell what, so he just tightens his grip on his whip and prepares for an attack. Only it doesn't come. The villain's angry look slides off his face, replaced with one of shock, confusion, and maybe a touch of horror. What the hell are you? He whispers, voice full of uncertain fear. You're a mangled mess of scar tissue and reconstructed organs and carved bone, and yet, the villain trails off for just a moment, scanning Izuku's body before blinking again, his eyes losing their glow. How are you even alive? Any one of these injuries should have been enough to kill you. I swear to F-, if I have to hear that one more time, I'm going to lose it, Izuku grumbles to no one but himself. He huffs out a breath and uses the villain's confusion to his advantage, sending out his whip. The action seems to snap the villain out of it and he barely darts out of the way in time. Izuku doesn't let up, though. He charges forward, gripping his whip like he intends to use it again. The villain moves to guard from the whip, as Izuku hoped he would, and Izuku shifts at the last moment to strike with a punch instead. This punch lands with a sickening thud, blood immediately dripping from the split in his cheek. The villain stumbles back a few steps, dabbing at the fresh wound and pulling his fingers away to inspect the blood that now coats them. A stupid move, really. Izuku is sure he was shocked by his sudden shift in attacks, but taking his focus off the fight is a rookie mistake. Izuku uses his whip, wrapping it around the villain's ankle and yanking, sending the villain toppling backward onto the street. Izuku lunges forward, arm ped back for another punch, but the villain rolls to the side and Izuku's fist leaves a small crater in the asphalt instead. He wants to use his knives, but they are, annoyingly, not going to work here. There are too many civilians around that could be in the line of fire if Izuku misses. He is pretty DMN accurate with them normally, but the cut on his forehead is getting blood in his eyes and he doesn't want to risk it. Plus, this villain hasn't shown that he has any weapons, and his quirk isn't combat related, so Izuku would feel like an a-hole if he stabbed the guy. So whip and fist it is. As he stands, Izuku grabs a fistful of powdered asphalt from the hole he just created. He feigns like he is going in for a kick, but only to draw the villain's hands down from their defensive position next to his head. Instead of following through with the kick, he throws the powder in the villain's face. His opponent rears back coughing and pressing the heel of his palm to his eyes. Izuku takes the opportunity to secure the villain's arms to his sides with his whip. He struggles for a moment but seems to get that it's pointless pretty fast, resigning to just glaring at Izuku. On your knees, Izuku says, tugging on the whip to make his point. The villain stumbles forward, dropping to his knees. Izuku makes sure his wrists and ankles are firmly secured with zip ties before releasing his whip. He doesn't bother using the quirk-canceling cuffs since the villain's quirk didn't appear to be anything that could harm civilians. He also doesn't bother sending a text about the villain being ready for pickup, considering there is already the sound of sirens closing in on the area. Izuku grabs the villain by the collar and drags him over to the steps of the bank, depositing him there roughly. He would like to have already been long gone, the pressure of all these civilian eyes on him feeling incredibly overwhelming, but he can't leave quite yet. He needs to wait for just a few seconds more, until the police are practically there, before making his escape so that the villain is not left unattended around all these people. As he waits, Izuku hears a few murmurs from the crowd, though he can't make out much of anything. It's all bits and pieces of Phoenix, and Videon the Siren Vigilantianus. Izuku can't piece together anything solid, and as police lights start to fill the street, he decides he doesn't have time to worry about it. Good luck with your newfound fame, Phoenix, the villain says quietly, only loud enough for Izuku to hear. He's not really sure why this robber seems to think one semi-public arrest will make him famous, so he ignores it and turns to leave as the first police car pulls up. He also ignores the shouts from police officers for him to stop, tuning them out as he uses a combination of his whip and parkour to scale the side of the bank with ease. Izuku pulls himself over the ledge and doesn't hesitate to break into a sprint away from the shopping district. He isn't the villain here and police weren't called to the scene to take in Izuku, but that doesn't mean that they are completely working together. He continues away from the scene, wiping the blood from his eyes before moving on with his patrol as usual for the next couple of hours. He doesn't make any more arrests, which would normally annoy him. But, given the rather unusual and public arrest he made earlier, Izuku is actually kind of grateful for the lull in activity. After a while, Izuku checks the time and decides that he should head back towards his and Eraser's meeting spot if he wants to make it there by midnight. It feels a bit weird heading back toward the same area he was trying to flee just hours earlier, but he's sure the police have cleared out by now, considering that no money was actually stolen and the villain was already caught. Most of what would need done after that would be paperwork and taking statements, and that could all be done at the station. As he approaches, Izuku spots a familiar figure standing next to a glowing sign on a clothing store roof and he makes his way to him. Somebody owes Shoyuta money. He was the only one in the pool who bet that Phoenix would make headlines before the end of the month, plus he bet that it would be because of a high-profile arrest. And as he sits on a roof, checking the news on his break, Shoyuta finds proof that he knows the kid best. Rising vigilante, Phoenix, takes down the seer. Shoyuta taps on the article and browses it while he eats the snack Zashi packed him. Apparently, the kid stopped the seer from robbing a bank and there's several videos of the incident linked. Shoyuta decides to watch a couple and he can't say he is surprised with the efficient way that Phoenix takes down his opponent. He has seen the vigilante in action many times now, and the kid never misses a beat. Shoyuta even notes that he refrained from using his knives in this situation, no doubt so that the civilians that were crowding the area wouldn't risk becoming collateral damage. He debates sending the article to Zashi. Phoenix is a frequent topic of conversation for them. Shoyuta comes home each night with more information on the kid, though he has to wait until the morning to share it with his husband, given that Shoyuta comes home at an ungodly hour. He copies the link, preparing to send it to Zashi, but his husband beats him to it. 11:48 p.m., Sunshine. Have you seen what the kid is up to? Attachment. Shoyuta smiles at the message, and taps the link just to check and sure enough, it's the same article he was just on. 11:49 p.m. Me. Yeah, I was just reading that. Tamakawa down at the station owes me yen. 11:49 p.m. Sunshine. Oh please, like you care about the money. You're just proud of him, Shoyuta can't hide the smile that tugs at the corner of his mouth. His husband knows him too well. He has definitely gotten attached to the kid over the last nearly 2 months, despite only being able to pull a few sentences out of him each night. He may not know Phoenix very well, but that doesn't mean Shoyuta doesn't care. In fact, he started to notice that he has that familiar protective feeling he sometimes gets with his students, only a bit stronger. This is the sum total of knowledge that Shoyuta has of Phoenix. The kid is 15 years old. He does not like to be coddled or treated gently because it makes him feel weak. He used to like heroes but not so much anymore, though he still wants to be a hero himself. He has parents that, while less than observant, are apparently not unkind. If the kid was even telling the truth about his home situation at all, Shoyuta still isn't convinced. He likes cats, though he isn't opposed to dogs. He taught himself all he knows about his equipment and how to use it. He is quiet and prefers silence to small talk. Some things Shoyuta got as direct answers to his nightly question, though some of that Shoyuta just gathered from how the kid acted or responded. There is also a whole heap of details that remain unknown, Phoenix refusing to answer many of Shuta's questions. And yet, even with only having that handful of knowledge, Shoyuta is undeniably attached. He'd never admit it to anyone but Zashi. He has a reputation to uphold after all, but the fact remains. Phoenix has become someone important to Shoyuta. So yes, when he saw the news article and watched the fight, it might just have been pride that Shoyuta felt. The kid deserves the recognition from people for all he's done. He's a hero whether he is recognized by the law or not. 11:52 p.m. Maybe. Shoyuta clicks back over to the article, but his attention is pulled away from his phone by the sound of light footsteps. Phoenix walks up to Shoyuta, hands tucked casually into his pockets. Well, if it isn't the headliner himself, Shoyuta says, a hint of well-intentioned sarcasm in his voice. Phoenix tilts his head astills, clearly confused. Headliner? The hell are you talking about? Oh, you don't know. Shuta's eyes widen a bit at the realization. He tilts his screen and the kid walks a little closer to see. He expects Phoenix to be pleased at the recognition for his work. Maybe surprised at how quickly it happened, but definitely pleased. Shoyuta is proven wrong, however, when the kid draws in a sharp breath and snatches the phone out of Shuta's hands. Sheet, Phoenix hisses, clearly said and a little panicked as he scrolls. Sheet. Shoyuta can hear one of the videos playing as Phoenix turns away and starts pacing. Okay, so the kid is decidedly not happy about the attention. That's the guy I took down? If I effing knew it was the seer, I would have just let him rob the effing bank. You would have? Shoyuta questions, more than a little surprised to hear that Phoenix would allow a villain to get away. He is quickly gathering that Phoenix is concerned that the increased attention will lead to someone piecing together his identity, but still. The money is probably insured and the seer is reportedly non-violent, plus it was after hours, so there wouldn't have been anybody in danger anyway, Phoenix huffs out, pressing a hand to his forehead. It's fine, kid. Shoyuta has seen the kid angry plenty of times, but it's always directed at a villain. This anger, though, seems to be unfocused and seeping into everything. The villain himself, the news, the whole situation. Just take a breath. Shut the hell up. It's not fine, Eraser. Phoenix takes one last strained look at the phone before tossing it back. He drops to a squat, pressing his head into his hands in frustration. He lets out a shaky breath and tugs the elastic from his hair, letting the green curls drop around his face and shoulders, and Shoyuta is struck by how young the kid looks with his hair down. Shoyuta sits down next to Phoenix, keeping a few feet between them. None of the videos got a clear shot of your face, and even if they did, you wear a mask. Plus, that blood on your face makes it hard to distinguish any features at all. It's not like the police will be able to track you down now that they have a single, quick fight on video. Phoenix just shakes his head, running a hand through his hair. You don't get it, he says quietly, though not quite a whisper. He sounds so vulnerable, and Shoyuta feels his chest tighten. The kid actually sounds like a kid for once. Then fill me in. Shoyuta tries his best to make his voice as gentle as possible. Phoenix finally looks up, meeting Shuta's gaze with the most emotion he's ever seen from just a sliver of a facial expression. With his hair down, his curls cover his forehead and the mask covers the entire lower half, so all Shoyuta can see are two bright green eyes that are pinched in anxiety and uncertainty and maybe something close to desperation, and for moments Shoyuta thinks that the kid is actually going to trust him and reach out and finally open up. But then a phone chimes, a quick notification coming through and breaking the spell. Phoenix blinks and digs his phone out of his pocket, staring at the screen for a moment before hauling himself up on his feet. I have to go. Just finish patrol without me, Phoenix says, his tone back to its usual guarded tenor. He types something out before tucking the phone back into his pocket as he walks to the edge of the roof. Shoyuta doesn't try to stop him or ask his question for the night. Instead, he just watches until the kid leaps over the side of the building, disappearing from sight. Izuku's heart is still pounding when he gets back to the garage. Not because he sprinted here as fast as he could, though that didn't help. He is on the news. And not just some stupid, small tabloid or blog. It is a pretty DMN popular hero news website. Izuku pushes open the door to his room to find Toshi sitting cross-legged on the floor, both his and Izuku's laptops open in front of him, as well as a phone in his hand. Kiwi, you've really gone and done it now, Toshi says, not looking up from the screens. Izuku groans, peeling off his mask and flopping down on the couch face first. How bad is it? He mumbles into a throw pillow. Well, you took down a notorious villain who has been on a stealing spree for the last 3 months unchecked by any pro heroes, and you did it in the middle of a shopping district with about 50 witnesses and a dozen videos. So bad. Izuku forces himself to sit up, ignoring the overwhelming urge to curl in on himself and pretend this isn't happening. He has to deal with this. What are they saying? There's a lot of speculation on what your quirk is, Toshi says, shifting his gaze between the 3 screens in front of him. No one has guessed it correctly, of course. The most common guess is a strength enhancement quirk because you punched right through the door and the asphalt. No one seems to think your support gear is responsible, for some reason. Izuku nods as he starts to take off his gloves and chest holster. He's thankful that no one is thinking about support items, even though it's stupid to overlook. The longer they try to guess about a strength quirk, the longer they stay far away from the truth. Not that the truth is really a guess that anyone would make. Even the people who have literally killed him and seen him after he revives seem to not think that a quirk is what brought him back. Anything I need to worry about in terms of my identity? Any theories on that? None that are even remotely accurate, Toshi says, spinning a laptop around and letting Izuku see the blog post he has pulled up. Everyone seems to think you are in your late teens or early 20s, probably because that villain is so scrawny, he makes you look huge in comparison. Whatever the reason, though, their starting point for even beginning to figure out who you are is way off base. Plus, the blood on your face makes it so you can't really see anything, and, since you got your wings on your last day alive, it's not like they'll be able to trace them back to anything. Izuku nods to himself as he scans the post and its comments, thinking of the one person who might recognize his scars. He pushes the thought away. Katsuki never saw the scars that day, so even if he somehow ends up seeing this, he shouldn't recognize them. Plus, Izuku looks completely different now from the kid Katsuki would remember. He is stronger and bulkier, and the only thing that remains of the old Izuku is his green hair, but even that is different, much longer now and pulled into a style that Izuku never wore in school. And, in the dim light that the video was taken, it looks more black than green. Izuku lets out the tense breath that he had been holding. Yeah, maybe this isn't an entire disaster. It's not even remotely in the plan, and Izuku will definitely have to stop patrolling so early in the night. But it's not a disaster. It's just one post. It will blow over and everyone will forget about it. How is your face, by the way? Toshi asks, finally addressing Izuku directly instead of talking to a screen. Does it need patched up? Oh, it's fine. Just a scrape, really, but it bled like beach. You know how head wounds are. The cut and blood in his eye had been annoying at the time, but it looks like it might just be saving his but now. You work fast, Candy, Izuku says as he finishes scanning the post. How did you figure this out so quickly? Toshi gives him an apologetic smile. That's the unfortunate bit, Izuku. I didn't have to dig for any of this. In fact, this is just barely scraping the surface. It's all anyone is talking about. Social media, hero blogs, the news, you name it. Your fight is kind of everywhere. It's a disaster. Izuku has had a rough couple of weeks. The news of Phoenix wasn't blowing over as fast as he had hoped it would, and it's starting to take its toll. He doesn't go anywhere without a hat on, and he didn't even leave the garage at all for 3 days after the news first broke, insisting on waiting until the scrape on his forehead was healed before even entertaining the idea. Toshi says he is being paranoid, that there's no way anyone would recognize him. He says the most noticeable things were his shoulder scars, and Izuku keeps them covered anyway, so there's nothing to worry about during the day. And Toshi might be right about that, though Izuku will still be sticking with an abundance of caution, but that still leaves patrols. Izuku cut out the early patrols right away. Now he doesn't leave until just before midnight, only allowing enough time to get to his and Eraser's meeting spot. He's also added some makeup to his look so that, if he is caught on camera again, he won't have to rely on blood being in his eyes to conceal his identity. It's just some black shadow, smudged around his eyes haphazardly, but it definitely does the trick. It makes him look older and more rugged, taking away any hints at youth or softness away from his eyes. But just because he has taken precautions, doesn't mean that the stress has magically lifted. Izuku is somehow getting less sleep than he used to, even though his patrols are shorter. Instead of taking the extra time off to sleep before patrols, Izuku has taken to training right up until he heads out, though Toshi rarely joins him, opting to catch up on his own sleep while Izuku does parkour circuits and bodyweight exercises by himself. His appetite has also taken a hit. The stress of leaving the garage and being surrounded by so many people at the meal center tends to squash any appetite he had, and Izuku ends up just picking at his food and scanning the faces in the cafeteria for anyone looking at him too long until Toshi finishes eating and they can leave. He thinks Zashi has picked up on his change in mood, but the owner at least has the decency to not mention it, instead just casting concerned glances at Izuku. All this shit combines into a clusterfuck that Izuku is barely handling. Each day, Izuku has to remind himself that this will blow over eventually. Phoenix won't be the hot new buzzword for long, and if he keeps his head down for a while, people will find something new to fixate on. But as the weeks drag on, he isn't sure that's true. Phoenix may not be making practically every headline anymore, but it's far from blown over, and Izuku is starting to think it never will. At least not fully. You got everything? Toshi asks as he pets Lizzie on the bed. Izuku pauses in the middle of the room, thinking. Mask, zip ties, makeup is done, whip, holster, knives, I think so? Toshi watches Izuku carefully for a moment. You know, you could always take a vacation just until this spotlight moves on. Izuku gives his friend a tired smile. I'm fine. Plus, you know I wouldn't relax if I was here. I just spend the whole time worrying that there was someone I didn't save that night. Yeah, I know, Toshi sighs, getting up and holding out Izuku's gloves. It was worth a shot. Just be careful. Izuku looks down at the gloves, which he definitely had forgotten about, taking them and sliding them on. Thanks, Candy. I'll do my best. He settles his mask over his face and heads out the door without another word to his friend. As soon as the mask is on, Izuku can feel his nerves settle a bit, the familiarity of his completed uniform managing to quell the unease that had been building. The night air is cold and the light breeze is making it that much icier, cutting straight through the thin fabric of Izuku's shirt and stinging his exposed biceps and shoulders. He never tires, though, of the way that the cold air feels on his scars. They seem to never stop burning, not all the way, and cold water or wind always feels like a breath of fresh air. Izuku carefully and quickly makes his way up onto a roof before continuing on to meet Eraser near the Arts District. They used to patrol the shopping district, but Izuku was concerned that press and hero fanatics would be on the lookout for him there, so he convinced Eraser to move their patrol route a bit for now. Not that the pro put up a fight about it. Eraser has been tripping over himself trying to stay on Izuku's good side these past few weeks. The hero never really did anything wrong, per se, but Izuku has been on edge ever since the fight, and Eraser has been on the receiving end of more than one stress-induced outburst. Eraser has stopped asking Izuku questions, too. Izuku isn't sure if he just doesn't have anything else he wants to know, or if the hero is laying off for a while because Izuku is stressed, but either way, it's appreciated. He is paranoid enough about the world finding out his identity through what they can pick up from one fight. The last thing Izuku wants right now is to give out more information on himself. As he approaches their meeting spot on the roof of an art gallery, Izuku spots Eraser already waiting, so he makes his way over. When he lands on the roof, Eraser turns to face him and the hero makes a face as he looks Izuku over. You look like shit, Eraser says not unkindly, though still with his usual gruff monotone. Izuku has noticed that the hero doesn't ask if Izuku is okay anymore. He usually just points out that he can tell something is wrong, and lets Izuku decide if he wants to address it or not. And, as always, Izuku does not. I'm fine. He reaches up and tugs on his ponytail to tighten it, though it's more so that he has something to do with his hands than it is to actually tighten it. Right, well, if you're good then let's. Eraser stills mid-sentence as a soft crash echoes up from the alley directly under them, followed by hushed whisper yelling. Be careful, you idiot. That's worth more than I could get if I sold you to the highest bidder. It's fine, don't get your panties in a knot. Look, not even scuffed. Oh, would both of you shut up? We have 3 more minutes before my quirk wears off and that alarm goes off, so hurry the F up. Izuku locks eyes with Eraser and they both nod, immediately on the same page. The benefits of patrolling together every night for the past 3 months, they rarely need words to form a plan of attack anymore. Izuku rests a hand on his whip as he walks to the edge, Eraser grabbing his capture weapon and walking to the far end of the roof. He peers over the side, assessing the situation. There are 3 villains that he can see. 2 of them don't have an obvious quirk, but the third is gigantic and looks like if a humanoid rhino was made of stone. Izuku isn't sure which of the other 2 has the quirk that disabled the alarms, and he has no idea what the other one's quirk is, so he's flying blind on those 2. Izuku looks back up at Eraser and the hero holds out 3 fingers, counting down. On Eraser's signal, Izuku leaps off the side of the building, sights set on the rhino-looking guy. He clearly has a mutation-type quirk, so it would be better use of Eraser's quirk to tackle the other 2. Izuku draws back a fist as the plummets and, using all the force of the fall, lands a punch on the villain's shoulder. The stone breaks and crumbles away, leaving a chunk missing from the villain's shoulder. Izuku lands next to the villain just as he turns to face his attacker. There's no blood coming from the villain's shoulder, and Izuku isn't sure that the rhino felt any pain at all. Fucking heroes. The villain grumbles as he turns to face Izuku. Time for me to teach you a lesson. Rhino charges forward, head ducked down like he fully intends to use his horn as a weapon. Izuku darts to the side and Rhino's body mass and inertia prevent him from turning to follow. Izuku takes the opportunity to strike from behind, landing a punch on the back of the villain's head. Rock crumbles away again, but this time it reveals dull gray skin. The stone must be a shell. Latching onto the villain's neck, Izuku strikes again in the same spot, not hard enough to break their skull, but still with enough force that the villain's body goes slack and he drops face down on the pavement. Izuku does a quick check to make sure the villain is truly down for the count. Normally, Izuku would also restrain the villain with either quirk suppressant cuffs or zip ties, but quirk cuffs don't work on mutant types and zip ties won't do much against the bulk of this villain, so he decides to just leave him as is. Izuku hit him pretty DMN hard, so the villain should be out for a bit. Izuku turns and races off to help Eraser, who is facing two opponents. The hero seems to be holding his own well, both villains now sporting scrapes and bruises while Eraser looks completely fine. Big guy's down but uncuffed, so keep an ear out in case he wakes up, Izuku says as he comes up behind Eraser. Which one do you want me to take? The blue girl is the one with the alarm quirk, Eraser says, hair levitating and eyes not leaving the two opponents. Not sure about the other guy. Got it. Izuku unlatches his whip and sends it out towards the woman at the same time as Eraser shoots towards the other villain. If Eraser doesn't know the other quirk, it's best to let the hero take that one so there are no surprises. Izuku can take down the one whose quirk they already know is not combat related. The woman yelps and tries to dive out of the way, but Izuku's whip finds its target too fast, wrapping around her ankles and pulling her feet out from under her. She lands with a dull thud, groaning as rolls onto her back. Izuku doesn't let up, though. Not while there is still a chance that she could fight back. He tugs on the whip as he runs up to her, keeping the tension so she can't shimmy her way out. Izuku flips her onto her stomach and pulls out a couple zip ties while he keeps her pinned under his knee. He has her wrists secured and is about to work on her ankles when the woman whispers, "Time's up." Before Izuku can process what that means, an ear-piercing alarm blares through the alley. Izuku snaps his head up to see Eraser shift his stare over towards the source of the sound, the still open art gallery door. The hero only looks away for a second, but that's all it takes. The villain that Eraser was fighting smirks, extending a hand as blood shoots from his busted and heavily bleeding mouth and collects to form a spear of sorts with a barbed arrowhead. It only takes a fraction of a second, and suddenly the villain is holding a full-length weapon. So, blood manipulation quirk then. The villain lifts the spear, pulling his arm back like he is about to throw it, and Eraser is right in his sights. Now, Izuku has found that he has a habit of reacting before he even realizes he has made a decision on how to act. It happened that day with the sludge villain and Katsuki, and it has happened plenty of times since then on patrol. Izuku's body tends to just jolt into action, ready to protect. And today, it seems, is no different. Before Izuku even has a chance to think, his legs are already forcing him towards Eraser, who is still watching the gallery door. Izuku shoves Eraser back just as the villain lets go of the spear. It seems like the villain had been aiming for Eraser's stomach, but Izuku is a fair bit shorter than the hero. Pain blossoms through Izuku's chest and he opens his mouth to scream, but no sound escapes, the spear having shredded enough of his lungs to render him mute. Izuku looks down at the pike made of blood coming out of his ribs. When he looks up, Izuku finds Eraser's eyes already locked on him, the hero's mouth parted slightly. Izuku falls to his knees, keeping his eyes on Eraser if for no other reason than that everything else is black and fuzzy, his vision tunneling from blood loss or shock or maybe suffocation. How long has it been since Izuku took a breath? He's not sure, but his lungs won't cooperate. His mouth tastes like blood. I don't know, Zashi. I'm just worried about the kid. Shoyuta is lying on the couch with his head in his husband's lap and Bones lounging on his chest while Shoyuta pets him. Well, he went from nearly anonymous, outside of local police and villains, to having articles written about him. Zashi runs a hand through Shuta's hair, gently detangling it. I think I even saw a fan page. It would make sense that he is acting different. I know, but he seems conflicted now, Shoyuta says, pausing his attention to the cat. Ever since the night that the news broke, and he looked like he was about to open up. It's like he can't decide if he can trust me, But he wants to. I just dash. Zashi is quiet, letting Shoyuta sort out his concerns and emotions. It's something Shoyuta loves about his husband. Zashi knows that Shoyuta isn't great with emotions, that he likes to keep things categorized and logical and rational. So, when a new concern arises, Zashi always makes sure to give Shoyuta time and space to sort out exactly what he feels and why so that he can look at the situation objectively. Ever since the very first time they met, Shoyuta had felt responsible for the kid. Not because of his hero obligation to keep an eye on a new vigilante, but because the teacher in him could tell that Phoenix has potential. Phoenix has all the components to make a great hero, and Shoyuta wants to be there to make that happen. The kid deserves it. He knows that he cares about the kid too. That much has been obvious from the night he patched up Phoenix's stab wound. Until then, Shoyuta wasn't quite sure if he just found the vigilante interesting and promising. But seeing that kid injured like that had made his chest tighten with worry in an all too familiar way that he immediately recognized as protective, which made sense. Phoenix was a kid, after all, so of course Shoyuta wanted him safe. But it is not just about Phoenix's potential to become a hero. Shoyuta can tell there is something more mixed in with his emotions. Not just protectiveness, not just a sense of responsibility. Shoyuta trials different emotions in his mind, attaching them to what he feels to see if it fits. Concerned? Technically yes, but that goes with the protective feeling. Proud? Again yes, but it doesn't slot into place and completely his understanding. I'm worried that this whole situation is overwhelming for him and he doesn't have anyone to talk to, Shoyuta says as the realization comes to him. He can't talk about it to anyone without revealing that he is a vigilante, and I doubt he would disclose that willingly. So if he's not talking to me, then who does this kid have? Maybe no one else, maybe a whole support system? We can't know, Zashi says as he stills the hand in Shuta's hair. But you know you are there for him, if or when he wants or needs to talk. That's all you can do, Shoyuta quirks the corner of his mouth up in a tiny smirk. Here you are lecturing me on taking a step back and not worrying, when all you've talked about the past 3 Sundays when you come back from the meal center is about how worried you are about that Kiwi kid. He's not joking with me anymore. Zashi whines, punching Shoyuta playfully on the chest. He used to call me nicknames and tease me and ask for coffee sometimes, but suddenly he's so distant. His husband drops his hands and picks at the fabric of Shuta's shirt. Do you think I did something wrong? With a sigh, Shoyuta deposits bones onto the floor and sits up to properly face Zashi. Did you do anything different the last time you saw him that he was acting normally? Zashi shakes his head. Okay, and did that friend you say sits with him start acting differently too? No, it's just Kiwi. Then it probably has nothing to do with you at all. The kid is a teenager. They get moody and go through phases. Come on, Zash. You and I have worked at a high school for long enough to know not to take it personally when a kid randomly acts all angsty and distant. Shoyuta presses a kiss to his husband's forehead before standing up. I'm sure Kiwi will go back to teasing you before you know it. Headed out for patrol? Zashi asks, smile obvious in his voice. Shoyuta just hums in reply as he collects his support items. He is settling his goggles around his neck when he feels slender arms wrap around his midsection from behind. Be careful and remember, Zashi says softly, resting his chin on Shuta's shoulder, just be there for Phoenix. He'll open up when he's ready. You are someone he can trust and rely on. He just needs time. Shoyuta peels Zashi's hands away and turns to face him. Yeah, okay. He pulls his husband in for a quick kiss before turning toward the door. Love you, Zash. See you in the morning. Love you too, Shoyuta hears Zashi call as the door shuts. He makes his way down to the lobby and heads out the discreet side entrance of the apartment building. The first half of patrol is pretty standard. Shoyuta makes a couple of arrests for petty theft and 1 assault charge for a drunken fight near a nightclub. Not exciting, but Shoyuta has never understood people's fascination with keeping things new and exciting. The more monotonous, the better in Shuta's opinion. There is, however, one change that Shoyuta has welcomed. Checking the time, Shoyuta decides to head over to the arts district that Phoenix had requested they move their patrol route to. Shoyuta didn't love the idea of change, but it was for the kid and he understood why Phoenix wanted to steer clear of the shopping district for now, so he had agreed without putting up a fight. Not that he would have fought the kid over really anything right now. Phoenix was stressed enough as it was, no need for Shoyuta to add anything to that. He arrives on the roof of the art gallery that they always meet at only a few minutes before Phoenix gets there. The vigilante lands behind him and Shoyuta turns to greet him. His casual greeting fizzles out before he even has a chance to make a sound. The kid looks worse than Shoyuta has seen him look while not actively wounded. His hair is greasy enough that the messy ponytail can't disguise it. His eyes are bloodshot and the black makeup around them only serves to accentuate it. Even the way that Phoenix is standing makes it obvious that the kid isn't feeling great, slouched over slightly and dragging his feet a bit. But Phoenix has never appreciated feeling coddled, so instead of asking if he is okay, Shoyuta settles on, "You look like sheet." "I'm fine." The kid reaches up and adjusts his ponytail. Obviously, Shoyuta doesn't believe that for a second, but pushing the vigilante to speak won't get him anywhere, so he just drops it. "Right, well, if you're good then let's," Shout cuts himself off mid-sentence when a soft crash sounds from the alley directly under them, followed by hushed voices arguing. "Be careful, you idiot. That's worth more than I could get if I sold you to the highest bidder." "It's fine, don't get your panties in a knot. Look, not even scuffed." "Oh, would both of you shut up? We have 3 more minutes before my quirk wears off and that alarm goes off, so hurry the F up." Shoyuta looks over to Phoenix and they share a nod before both going to check the situation. Shoyuta looks down at the scene unfolding in the alley. 3 villains, 1 mutant type. That makes things simple. He looks back up to Phoenix and counts down to give the signal for attack without bothering to check if they were on the same page. They've done this enough to work together nearly flawlessly without hardly any verbal communication. Shoyuta leaps off the roof toward the 2 villains without obvious quirks, landing directly in front of the blue woman. She lets out a surprised shout and jumps away from Shoyuta, alerting the other villain to his presence, and the villain whips around to face the hero. The woman reacts first, throwing a punch at Shuta's head, trying to catch him off guard, but she gives away her movements by swinging her arm out too wide. Rather than blocking it, Shoyuta moves back a small step, grabbing onto her wrist and using her momentum to pull her to the ground. The villain lands on her stomach and Shoyuta pins her to the ground before she can try to get back up. Before Shoyuta can even try to restrain her, though, the other villain rushes forward, arm drawn back to strike, and Shoyuta jumps back with his quirk activated for good measure. The villain tries to strike again with a kick this time, targeting Shuta's ribs. He lets the villain's leg come in contact with his side, bracing against the impact, before wrapping his arms around their leg and rolling to the side, pulling them both to the ground with Shoyuta underneath. As the villain comes falling down, Shoyuta brings his elbow up and slams it into his mouth. The villain recoils and swears in pain, holding his mouth as blood spills out between his fingers. Shoyuta gets back on his feet, quirk still active as he watches both opponents. He notices a stopwatch hanging around the neck of the woman and makes an educated guess that she's the one with the alarm quirk, given that it apparently has a time limit factor. Right, so that only leaves 1 villain with an unknown quirk. Shoyuta can work with that. Big guy's down but uncuffed, so keep an ear out in case he wakes up. Phoenix calls as he comes up behind Shoyuta. "Which one do you want me to take?" "The blue girl is the one with the alarm quirk," Shoyuta says, to Phoenix without taking his eyes off the villains. "Not sure about the other guy." "Got it," Phoenix says, not needing any instruction to know what Shoyuta has planned. The kid breaks off to fight the alarm quirk user and Shoyuta turns his full attention to the remaining villain. He sends out his capture weapon, but the villain dodges just barely, diving to the side to avoid it. Shoyuta could charge forward and fight with more close combat, but he'd really rather not, considering he can't tell if the villain has any weapons on him. His outfit is layered and provides plenty of places to discreetly hide an array of weapons. An alarm suddenly blares through the alley, echoing painfully loud, and Shoyuta whips his head toward the sound in surprise. Normally, he would never take his eyes off an enemy, but he reacted on instinct. Alarms mean villains, and he needed to check if there was another villain who tripped the alarm. It's only after a moment that he remembers that the alarm had been tripped several minutes ago, and was only delayed by the woman's quirk, so there was no new villain he needed to worry about. Shoyuta doesn't get a second more to think about that, though, because he is suddenly thrown back, nearly losing his balance. He snaps his head back toward the villain, prepared for an attack, but he finds he was too late. The attack already came. Phoenix is facing him, staring down at the spear made of blood that is run straight through his chest. The kid lifts his eyes to meet Shuta's and he can see they are filled with tears, and Shoyuta is too in shock to do anything for a moment. Because this isn't happening. Because Shoyuta was not so reckless, so stupid, that he looked away and took his eyes off the enemy, and this kid isn't paying the price. Because he can't lose some any game because they are looking out for others rather than themselves, and Shoyuta wasn't enough to save them. Phoenix falls to his knees, eyes never leaving Shuta's, not even blinking, before collapsing to the ground and something inside Shoyuta snaps. He lunges forward, quirk activated and screaming, his voice raw with anger. He takes out his knife and drives it into the first part of the villain that he can reach, which happens to be his chest near the collarbone. The villain cries out, but with his quirk erased, he has no weapon to strike back with, so he just falls back onto the concrete. Normally, Shoyuta would end it there and restrain the villain, but today isn't normal. Shoyuta kneels over the villain and yells through gritted teeth as he twists the knife a few times, tears filling his eyes. The villain's eyes flutter closed, not dead but definitely unconscious, but Shoyuta doesn't care. He pulls the knife out and is about to strike again when he hears a wet cough. Shoyuta freezes, knife hovering in the air while he turns to look over his shoulder. Phoenix has rolled onto his back and, with the villain unconscious, the spear has liquefied back into blood, pooling around the kid, and Shoyuta isn't sure how much of it is from the spear and how much is from Phoenix. Shoyuta lets the knife clatter to the ground as he rushes to the kid's side, pulling his limp form into his arms. "Kid? Phoenix," Shoyuta says, his voice full of emotion and almost unrecognizable to himself. The vigilante's eyes flit over to meet Shuta's and he can tell that the kid is struggling to focus. Shoyuta glances down at the hole in Phoenix's chest and he feels his blood run cold. Even if they could get to a hospital with the best medical quirks right now, it wouldn't save him. It's only a matter of time. The kid lifts his hand to his mask, blindly pulling at its edges. Understanding, Shoyuta rushes to help him pull it off and he has to bite down on his lip to keep from breaking down. The kid's face is Soyoung. His cheeks, round and soft and not entirely rid of baby fat, are dusted with freckles. For a moment, Shoyuta thinks his lips are just naturally a bright hue, but then he notices the sheen on them and oh, that's blood. Phoenix opens his mouth, like he wants to say something, but all that comes out is a garbled choking sound as blood sputters out, dripping down his face. "Shushu, kid, don't try to talk. It's okay." Shoyuta tries to keep his voice soft and comforting, but a quiet sob forces its way out. "It's okay, you're going to be fine. It won't hurt for much longer, I promise." "Not much longer." Phoenix smiles weakly up at Shoyuta, but it only makes the lump in his throat worse. The tears in the kid's eyes and the blood spilling down his cheek make the smile feel like an unwanted consolation prize that Shoyuta has no choice but to accept. The kid's eyes start to lose focus and his blinks slow down and the smile slips off his face. "See, just like I said," Shoyuta whispers, pushing a few loose hairs off Phoenix's forehead. "It won't hurt anymore. Almost over now." Shoyuta keeps his eyes on Phoenix's face, even though it is breaking his heart more and more each second, because if the last thing he can do for this kid is to make sure he doesn't feel alone, Shoyuta will break his heart 1,000,000 times over to make that happen. So Shoyuta watches as Phoenix's eyes haze over. He watches as one last tear escapes and leaves a glistening track across pale skin. He watches as his breaths stop and his body goes still. He watches Phoenix die. And it is only then that Shoyuta lets himself cry. He doubles over, pulling Phoenix close, cradling his body so fiercely as he screams. His cries echo in the alley and he doesn't bother to quiet them. He failed. Shoyuta failed this child because he wasn't enough again and he wasn't fast enough again and someone else had to pay the price again. Shuta's sobs quiet when he hears the thudding steps of someone approaching. He drags his eyes up to see the mutant-type villain walking straight towards him. Before Shoyuta can react, the villain breaks into a sprint, charging at him. The villain grabs onto Phoenix's ankle and tears the kid's body out of Shuta's grasp, throwing him with an immense amount of strength. A strangled cry escapes Shoyuta as he watches Phoenix's body sail up and out of the alley, thrown carelessly behind the villain to plummet to the ground on some other street. There is a beat of silence before Shoyuta hears the crash of the kid's body hitting the ground and then Shoyuta doesn't remember much. It's a blurry mess of anger and fists and blood, and before he realizes it, the villain is unconscious and most of the stone is broken away from his face. The skin that is now showing is covered in blood. Shoyuta stumbles out of the alley as police sirens flood his ears. The art gallery security system must alert the police. Shoyuta can't bring himself to care about that right now, though. Instead, he walks in the direction that the villain threw Phoenix. He doesn't know exactly where to look, but he can't just walk away. He can't just leave the kid alone in some alley. He's not sure how long he searches for. Time seems to be slipping away from him in chunks as he tries to function through the fog in his mind. He thinks people might be talking to him, but Shoyuta can't really hear them. It doesn't matter anyway. He has a job to do, so he just ignores them and continues his search until a new voice cuts through the fog, A voice that Shoyuta clings to like a lifeline. Sho? Honey. Shoyuta stops, not turning to face the voice, but not ignoring it either. Tsukachi called. He said you weren't acting like yourself. Do you feel okay, Sho? Shoyuta still doesn't respond, but he stays still as footsteps come closer and circle around in front of him. Oh, baby, Zashi says gently, carefully grabbing one of Shuta's hands and bringing it up to inspect. It's only then that Shoyuta realizes his hands are busted open along the knuckles and covered in blood. What happened? Shoyuta finally meets his husband's eyes, his own filling up with fresh tears. I couldn't save him, Zashi. Shoyuta is no stranger to grief. When Oboro died, Shoyuta was sure he had felt the deepest pits of sorrow that this world had to offer and would never come out of it, but eventually he did. It took years, with constant support from Zashi and Nem, but he made it out the other side. He still feels the echoes of that pain from time to time, when looking at soft clouds in a bright blue sky or his support goggles, but it's just a flash and then it's gone. But this time Shoyuta isn't so sure he will make it out. Izuku coughs as he opens his eyes and looks around, trying to make sense of his surroundings. He died in the alley behind the art gallery, so why is he back at the garage and in bed? Oh, you're finally up. Izuku looks over to see Toshi sitting on the floor with Lizzie batting at his fingers that are dangled above her head. What happened? Izuku asks, his voice rough from not being used for however long he was out this time. Location sharing finally came in handy, Toshi says, scooching Lizzie out of the way and walking to the pantry. I always check your location twice every hour while you are on patrol. My rule of thumb was that if you hadn't moved in that hour, I would come find you because that probably meant you were dead somewhere. Toshi grabs a water and some snacks, turning back and walking to the bed. I've never needed to before last night. Got you home without anyone seeing, though. Izuku groans as he sits up and his blanket falls away in the process. He looks down at the fresh scar on the left side of his ribs, just below his pec. It's a rough circle with jagged edges and about the size of a baseball, and he assumes there is a matching one on his back. Thanks. How long was I out? Izuku asks, accepting the food from Toshi. About 9 hours, give or take, since I'm not sure exactly when you died. It's almost 10 in the morning now, Toshi says as he sits on the edge of the bed. You're lucky it's a Sunday, or I would be at school right now and you'd have to fend for yourself. His friend watches him for a moment as Izuku struggles to open the water bottle, his hands shaking violently. I thought the symptoms were getting better? You didn't have any the last time you came back. Izuku nods, handing the water to Toshi for him to open. They are getting better, but I think it's only if I'm well rested and eating normally and all that jazz. With the media presence I have going on as of late, I haven't exactly been taking care of myself. Izuku decides not to mention how he knows this information, deciding to let his friend think it is just a theory for now. Toshi doesn't need to know about what Izuku has been doing after his friend leaves. Well, maybe that's why you should listen to your amazing friend and take a vacation. Maybe if you weren't so strung out, you wouldn't be winding up murdered in dumpsters, Toshi says, only half joking. But Izuku doesn't laugh, not when the last bit of that sentence puts him on edge. Wait, where did you find me? Izuku should have been in the alley on the ground. That's where he died, so that's where Toshi should have found him. Just in some dumpster. Kind of a lousy place to hide a body, honestly. They didn't even cover you up with trash. You were just lying right on top like they just tossed you in and walked away. Toshi is speaking casually, like this isn't a big deal, but Izuku's thoughts are reeling as he figures out what that means. Toshi, this is... Izuku lets out a shaky breath as he brings a trembling hand to his mouth. This is bad. What do you mean? Toshi drops his light-hearted demeanor, understanding the seriousness of Izuku's tone. Toshi, I was fighting with Eraser when I died. Izuku stares at his friend, but Toshi just looks at him like he is waiting for Izuku to explain the issue. If you found me in a dumpster, that means the villains were trying to hide my body. Yeah, I gathered that, Izuku. I'm not seeing the issue here. If they were hiding my body, that means they got away. Izuku feels his eyes begin to sting with tears, but he blinks them away. It means Eraser lost after I died. Otherwise I would have been taken to a morgue or something, but I wasn't, so... Izuku cuts himself off, not willing to admit it to himself. Eraser is fine. He has to be. Oh, Toshi says, finally understanding. You think he's hurt or... No, or... nothing, Izuku says as he pulls back the covers and tries to stand on his shaky legs. He's fine. I just need to find him to make sure. Whoa there, Tiwi, Toshi says, standing and holding Izuku in place with a firm grip on his shoulders. Where do you think you're going? Izuku tries to pry his friend's hands off him, but his own hands are far too shaky and the fatigue is starting to set in. I'm gonna go find Eraser and make sure he's okay, obviously. Not like this, you aren't. Toshi forces Izuku back down on the bed and he doesn't really have the strength to fight him right now. You look like shit and I can tell you are about 2 minutes from passing out. Plus it's 10 in the goddamn morning. Where would you even look for Eraser? Just wait until tonight and then you can go out on patrol like usual and meet up with him then. Izuku wants to protest, but he knows Toshi is right. He doesn't know Eraser's real name, so he can't look for him at the hospital and he has no idea what he does during the day, so that's a dead end too. Really, his only option is to hope he finds him on patrol. Fine, Izuku concedes, lying back in bed as his eyes start to droop. I'll wait for tonight, but only because your estimation on when I would pass out was wrong. Izuku doesn't catch what Toshi says back, his eyes falling shut as exhaustion takes over. When he wakes up, Toshi is gone, but there is a note left on the table. Izuku hauls himself out of bed and walks over, plucking the note off the table. Went to dinner. If you wake up in time, meet me there. As if on cue, Izuku's stomach growls, so he sets the note down and throws on some clothes before making his way out of the garage and heading toward the meal center. With the winter weather becoming increasingly cold, Izuku has begun to be even more grateful that the meal center is just a short walk away from the garage. He doesn't have a winter coat and the walk would be pretty miserable if it was much longer in just his sweatshirt. Izuku pushes open the door to the meal center just as the cold wind is starting to burn his nose and cheeks, and he is immediately greeted with warm air and mouth-watering smells. He grabs a tray and gets in line as he looks around the room for Toshi, quickly spotting him at their usual table toward the back, though his friend doesn't notice him yet. He turns his attention to the workers, hoping to spot Zashi, but he doesn't find the owner. It's not that uncommon of an occurrence, though. Occasionally there are days that Zashi has office work to do in the back, so Izuku doesn't see him. Izuku gets his food and weaves his way through the tables, taking his seat across from Toshi. Hey Candy. You see Zashi today? Toshi's mouth is full, but he shakes his head as he swallows. No. I heard one of the volunteers say something about him calling in this morning to let them know he wouldn't be in today. Really? That's weird, Izuku says, digging into his food and talking around a mouthful. Normally, he would care more about table manners, but he didn't actually get a chance to eat anything before he passed out this morning, so he is absolutely starving. I assumed he was just in the back or something. He loves coming in on Sundays. Yeah, well, everyone needs a day off here and there. He'll probably be back next week. Toshi shrugs, taking another bite. Izuku doesn't bother responding, instead focusing on wolfing down as much food as he physically can. He is still shivering, though only a bit, which could honestly be from the cold walkover. His fatigue is mostly gone, now just leaving him a little drowsy but functional. His hunger, though, is still going strong. You feel up for patrol tonight? Toshi asks, but he only has to meet Izuku's eyes before he nods, already knowing the answer. Yeah, I figured you would be going out tonight no matter how you felt. Just don't die again. It was really hard to carry you all the way back. You're kinda heavy for someone so tiny. Izuku shoots Toshi a playful glare, but he can't argue with his friend. Izuku is on the short side and he knows he looks scrawny at first glance, but he is almost pure muscle and it makes sense that Toshi struggled to get him back to the garage. The arts district isn't exactly a short walk away. It usually takes Izuku a good 20 minutes, and that's with him sprinting in a straight shot across rooftops. Yeah, I'll be careful, Izuku says, taking another bite. I'm not planning on actually patrolling anyway. I just want to find Eraser. For as hungry as he is, Izuku's appetite all but disappears the second he thinks about Eraser, guilt gnawing away at him. If he had just been faster or smarter or something, he could have figured out a way to save Eraser and not get himself killed so that he was there to help fight. But he didn't. He left Eraser to fend for himself and now he's hurt or worse and it's all Izuku's fault. Leave it to Izuku to let down the first adult to ever care about him. The first adult who told him he could be a hero, that Heisa hero. Not to mention Eraser has been one of his favorite heroes since he was a little kid. And Izuku managed to F it up in just a few short months. Typical. Izuku forces himself to swallow the food in his mouth despite the nausea that is building in his gut. You ready to head out, Toshi? I want to get back and shower off the rest of this blood before patrol. Toshi shrugs and grabs his plate. Yeah, I guess so. He walks with Izuku to drop their trays off before ducking outside and heading toward the garage. It's kind of early to be getting ready for patrol, isn't it? It's only like, do you plan on taking a 3-hour-long shower? I'm leaving as soon as I can get ready. I'm not waiting until midnight. I know his patrol route, so I can start there before I go to our usual meeting spot. Izuku tugs up his hood as he walks, trying to block out the wind. He picks up his pace, eager to get back and prep for patrol. Toshi walks silently next to him, not bothering to bring up any of his concerns. They both know it would be best if he took a night off. They both know going out early is a risk. They both know that Izuku really doesn't care about any of that right now. As soon as Izuku steps onto his level of the parking garage, he grabs his vigilante costume and heads for the shower. There isn't that much blood left on him. Toshi must have wiped him off once he got him home, but there are still some smeared streaks across his torso and hands. Plus it feels like there might be some in his hair, however that managed to get there. The water is cold, but Izuku is more than used to it by now. After months of cold showers, he has practically forgotten what hot water feels like, and he doubts it would be very pleasant on his scars, so he doesn't miss it too much. Though the cold water after just coming in from the winter air is less than refreshing. Izuku just makes his movements as mechanical and efficient as possible so that he is clean of blood as quickly as he can. He towels off and changes into his costume, pulling his hair back and quickly smearing some black makeup around his eyes. It's not the most put together he's ever looked, but it's good enough and Izuku can't bring himself to wait any longer before getting out there to look for Eraser. Izuku walks back to his room to grab his mask and whip. I'm headed out. I should be back before sunrise, but don't expect me back by 3 like usual, he says as he clips his whip into place on his hip. Yeah, I figured. I'll stay up for as long as I can, but I have school tomorrow, so I might be asleep when you get back. Toshi manages a smile, though the concern is clear on his face. Whether it is concern for him or for Eraser, Izuku isn't sure. Probably both. Izuku just weakly returns the smile before leaving, heading back up the stairs and out onto the street. It's dark out already, thanks to the early setting winter sun, and Izuku quickly climbs up onto the nearest roof before taking off toward where Eraser usually patrols. Izuku knows that their routes used to overlap about an hour or two in and, based on the direction Eraser came from, the most likely starting point for the hero's patrol would be the swanky residential area across town, so he decides to start his search there. It's a busy area, with plenty of pedestrians still out at this time, though Izuku keeps himself out of sight, sticking to the middle of the rooftops so that no one can see him from the ground. People on the street level don't concern him right now, after all. His eyes strain as he looks out across the buildings, as if he could will a figure into existence. As if wishing hard enough will make the hero appear, unharmed, continuing on with his life. But of course, Izuku has never had the best track record with his wishes coming true. After over an hour of patrolling the area, he finally decides to move on, following what Izuku assumes would be Eraser's patrol route towards the arts district. The whole way over, Izuku scans the rooftops for any sign of life, for a glimpse of a capture weapon or a blur of black, but there is nothing. It's just Izuku up here. Izuku makes it to the meeting spot just before midnight, and the art gallery roof is empty. But he doesn't let himself worry too much yet. Eraser isn't always the first one here. The hero will be here in just a few minutes, Izuku is sure of it. He will get here and Izuku will apologize for leaving Eraser to finish the fight alone, and they will patrol just like they always do. Izuku sits down on the roof, pulling his knees up to his chest, and he waits. He waits for 5 minutes, because then it is midnight and Eraser will be here any second. He waits for 10 more minutes because sometimes he can be late. He waits for an hour because what if Eraser forgot about his patrol and he's just now on his way? He waits for 2 hours because he's waited this long, so he would feel stupid if he left now and missed Eraser. He waits for 3 hours because leaving means Eraser isn't coming. Izuku waits until his body is numb from the cold and the sun is just beginning to stain the horizon with hazy shades of orange and pink. I'm sorry. Izuku doesn't even realize he said it until the words register to his own ears. His next inhale is a shaky, tragic thing that has no choice but to turn into a sob upon its release. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen, I'm sorry. He buries his face in arms as he cries. Just come here already, please. I'm sorry. But sorry and please have never gotten Izuku anything in life but beatings and disappointment. So the sun rises and Eraser doesn't come. Sho, you've got to eat something, sweetheart. I'm not hungry. Shoyuta doesn't even look up at his husband, his gaze locked on his phone that sits in front of him on the bedside table. It's been 20 hours since Shoyuta sat in that alley cradling a too small body. 20 hours since Phoenix saved his life. 20 hours since Shoyuta watched the light fade in a child's eyes. 20 hours. And yet still no word on where he is. Zashi sighs from somewhere beside him before sitting down on the bed. I know Tsukachi said he would call if they found his body, but that doesn't mean you have to just sit here and wait the whole time, Sho. It's not healthy. Please just eat, take a shower, get some sleep. I promise I won't let you miss a call. I get Zash. I need to know they found him. He's all... Shuta's voice catches in his throat and he has to swallow down the lump that is beginning to form before he can continue. He's all alone right now. I know, honey. I know. Zashi's voice is soft and full of sincerity. But it might take a while to find him. You can't just be on standby until they do. You're right, I shouldn't just be sitting here, Shoyuta says bitterly, finally turning to face his husband. I should be out there looking for him. Sho, we talked about this, Zashi says, eyebrows drawn together in concern and pleading. Taking some time off right now is the right move. You need time to grieve before you get back out there. You wouldn't be able to fight your best right now, and it's not worth risking you getting hurt. Yeah, well, I wasn't grieving anyone that night, and yet I was still almost killed. That spear was meant for me, Zashi. It should have been me, not the kid. Shuta's mouth tugs down at the corners as he tries to keep from crying. It's my fault. You said it yourself, I was supposed to be someone the kid could rely on, someone he could trust. And yet he died saving. It's supposed to be the other way around. He was a hero, but I was supposed to be Hishiro. I was supposed to protect them and I couldn't. Oh, Sho, Zashi whispers and he pulls Shoyuta into a hug that is crushing and gentle all at once, and Shoyuta can't hold back the tears anymore. He clings to his husband's shirt with bandaged hands as Zashi whispers calming words and reassurances and, I love yous, but it doesn't do much to truly soothe him. Because there is still a dead child somewhere that Shoyuta couldn't save, that he couldn't even protect after he was dead. Zashi guides them to lie back, only letting go with one arm to pull the blankets up around them, before returning it to Shuta's back, tracing shapes across his skin. Shoyuta lets his eyes fall closed as he forces his breaths to return to normal, though the tears don't seem to slow down at all. He must have cried himself straight into exhaustion, because when he opens his eyes again, he is lying in bed as the sunrise starts to peek in through the blinds, tinting the room a golden hue. The right side of the bed is empty, but the sound of the coffee maker in the kitchen tells Shoyuta that his husband isn't too far away. He forces himself out of bed despite everything in him longing to pull the blankets higher to block out the light and just go back to sleep. To go back to unconsciousness where he doesn't have to acknowledge the harsh truths of reality. He grabs his phone and shuffles into the kitchen to find Zashi in a ratty band t-shirt and boxers, putting the finishing touches on a very extravagant cup of coffee, whipped cream piled high and caramel drizzle on top. The sight manages to put a small smile on Shuta's face even in the midst of everything. Shoyuta walks up to the half wall that separates the kitchen from the living room, leaning against it as he watches his husband work. The familiarity of the sight brings him some amount of comfort, because at least he can still count on being able to come home to the life that they have built for themselves. After a sprinkle of cinnamon on top, Zashi carefully picks up the cup and turns around, presumably to take it to Shoyuta in bed. He doesn't make it very far, though. As soon as he looks up, Zashi flinches and lets out a startled yelp, spilling a bit of the coffee on the floor. Oh my god, Sho, you scared the shit out of me, Zashi says, pressing a hand to his chest as he calms down. I didn't hear you get up. His words come out a little awkward and slurred, and it just makes Shoyuta smile a little more. Hearing Zashi speak in the morning before he puts his hearing aids in is a simple pleasure that Shoyuta has always treasured. His husband has always hated being without his hearing aids because he feels like he can't be aware of his surroundings to the degree that his hero training has taught him to be. He only takes them out when he is home with Shoyuta because it's the one place he feels safe enough to not worry about being able to hear. The gesture of trust has always meant a lot to Shoyuta. Shoyuta goes into the kitchen and takes the coffee out of Zashi's hands, carefully placing it on the counter before grabbing a towel and wiping up the mess on the floor. He stands, pressing a quick kiss to his husband's cheek. Sorry for sneaking up on you, Shoyuta signs before grabbing the coffee and heading into the living room, Zashi breaking off and going into their bedroom, returning a few seconds later as he adjusts his hearing aids. Thanks for the coffee. Zashi positively beams at the praise, as if Shoyuta doesn't thank him every time. I put extra love in it this morning. Figured you could use it, Zashi says as he plops down next to Shoyuta on the couch. Are you sure you don't want me to stay home with you today? I'm sure Nedzu would understand. Shoyuta shakes his head. No, there's no sense in you getting behind on work too. I'll be fine. Hell, I could go to work too. Zashi looks like he is about to protest, but Shoyuta beats him to it. But I know you won't let me. Besides, it's not like I'll be much use to my students today. Shoyuta is already itching to check his phone, to make sure that he didn't miss a notification or an update. If he went to work, he would barely be able to pay attention to the kids and he would likely just make it a free study day, which is what the sub will do anyway, so Shoyuta might as well be miserable at home in his sweatpants. Just relax today, get your mind off of it. Then when I get home tonight, we can go out and look for him together, okay? Zashi's smile is a little less bright now, sadness spoiling it a bit. I'll try, Shoyuta says, because he has never lied to Zashi and, I will, is a promise he knows he won't be able to keep. Placing a firm kiss on Shuta's temple, Zashi stands and heads off to their bedroom to get ready for work, leaving Shoyuta to stare down at the coffee in his hands. After years of making Shuta's coffee, Zashi has got it down to a science, even if that is the only thing he knows how to make. But Shoyuta can't bring himself to have more than a few sips because to his horror, it tastes good. He thought life would halt in its tracks the moment he held Phoenix's body. That his bed wouldn't be warm and inviting. That a kiss from his husband wouldn't spark a flare of contented happiness in his chest. That everything that was good in his life would never happen again because how could it? How is he allowed to be happy today when there is someone missing? Someone who deserves to still be here. But he slept well last night and woke up this morning feeling refreshed and he still smiled at his husband and his coffee tastes good. It seems impossible and almost disrespectful, and yet here this coffee is. Steaming hot and already melting the whipped cream on top and Shoyuta ice enjoying it. He stands and takes the cup to the kitchen, quietly pouring it down the sink. He can't stand to drink it, but he also doesn't want to hurt Zashi's feelings. He walks to their bedroom to find his husband putting the final touches on his hero costume, though his hair is still down. Zashi prefers to do his hair once he gets to the school so it doesn't get smashed down in the car. Almost ready? Shoyuta asks from the doorway. Just have to grab my bag and I'll head out. Zashi walks out past him to the front entryway, Shoyuta following behind. Zashi plucks his bag from the hook and grabs his keys from the dish. Stress-free activities only, Husband's orders. His tone is playful but Shoyuta knows he means it. I know, love. I'll try. And he really will try, but Shoyuta knows himself. As soon as Zashi is gone, the apartment feels too quiet and empty. Normally, Shoyuta loves these spells of silence. He wouldn't change a thing about his husband, but that doesn't mean that Shoyuta doesn't also appreciate a break from the intensity. But now, this silence feels oppressive and cold. It is allowing his thoughts to fill the vacancy and he can't wait another second to check his phone. Shoyuta hastily digs it out of his pocket and unlocks the screen, but there are, of course, no notifications to be found. No missed calls or unread texts. No notifications from the search engine alert he put up for news articles about a child's body being found. Nothing. Shoyuta sighs and puts the phone back in his pocket, walking to the couch and stretching out across it. 12 quickly makes his way over, jumping up and sitting on Shuta's stomach to beg for attention. Shoyuta gently scoots the cat off, making him jump back down. It's not that he has anything against the cats laying on him, it's just that it already feels like there is a crushing weight on his chest and he doesn't need the literal, physical weight of a cat on top of that. He tries to follow Zashi's request. He closes his eyes and takes deep breaths and attempts to take a nap, something he is usually very good at. He can usually fall asleep anywhere within seconds, but not today apparently. Because today Shuta's mind is out to get him and his thoughts are filled with could-haves and would-haves and should-haves. He presses the palms of his hands into his eyes as if that would be able to force away the images that fill his vision even when his eyes are shut. Tear-stained freckles and blood-tinged lips. Gods, if Shoyuta is this much of a wreck, what must the kid's family be going through? Shoyuta pauses, pulling his hands away from his eyes and staring up at the ceiling. Do the kid's parents even realize he is dead? They obviously know he is missing, but there is no way they could know that he was killed. The thought does nothing to quell the guilt that sits heavy in Shuta's chest. Shoyuta sits up and pulls out his phone again, this time to make a call. He taps the contact and brings the phone to his ear as he listens to it ring, picking at the bandages around his busted-up knuckles with his other hand. I told you I would call if we found him, Tsukachi says as soon as he picks up. He doesn't sound exasperated, but definitely tired. I know. I'm not calling to ask about that. Shoyuta runs a hand through his hair. I just had a thought. Have you gotten any missing persons reports that match the kid's description? It's been almost 36 hours now, surely his parents have reported him missing. They need to know what happened. Give me some credit, Eraser. I've checked that already and I made the rest of the department aware as well, so they will tell me if anyone else gets a report. Tsukachi sounds almost pitying and Shoyuta immediately feels like an idiot. Right, yeah, of course. Shoyuta fists his hand in his lap. He feels so useless. Years of hero experience go out the window when it's Shisuke. Tsukachi sighs. Look, I know this case means a lot to you, Eraser. For whatever reason, you really got attached to that vigilante, and don't think I didn't notice that we suddenly stopped getting arrests called in from him and your arrests went up. I know you were working with him and I don't know why you didn't arrest him, but it doesn't really matter anymore, I guess. It worked itself out. Tsukachi, choose your next words carefully, because it sounds to me like you are saying that a child being murdered isn't a big deal since it clears an issue off your plate, Shoyuta warns. You know I didn't mean it like that, Eraser. But he was a vigilante and you should have brought him in, but you didn't because you got attached. You're too close to this case. You need to take a step back and trust that I will let you know updates when you need to know them. Until then, just get some rest. Tsukachi doesn't even wait for him to respond before hanging up, and Shoyuta pulls the phone back to stare at the screen. It takes all of 3 seconds for him to process what just happened, and when he does, Shoyuta promptly hurls his phone at the other couch. He is officially sidelined. Told that this isn't his problem anymore. In anger, Shoyuta punches the arm of the couch and immediately regrets his decision when pain explodes across his torn-up knuckles. Knuckles that he injured while taking down the villains that murdered Phoenix. A parting gift and a constant reminder that he couldn't save the kid. He cradles his hand to his chest as a sob tears its way out. Not from the pain, or at least, not from the physical pain. He slides off the couch and onto the floor, knees pulled up to his chest as he cries. I'm sorry, kid, I'm so sorry, I tried. And hours later, when Zashi comes home from work to find Shoyuta still on the floor, he gathers Shoyuta into his arms without question and tells him about his day and how the students did in his absence. It doesn't fix anything and it certainly doesn't change anything, but at least the apartment isn't quiet anymore. Katsuki adjusts his grip on the school bag that had been slipping from his shoulder as he makes his way down the street. The bag has his journal in it, and with how busy the sidewalks are right now, he isn't taking any chances. He's not about to let some extra bump into him and bend the journal, or worse, make him drop it and then it gets stepped on. Really, he would much rather just head straight home. The way back to his house from school is much less busy and he then wouldn't have to worry about this. But he isn't going home right now. Right now, Katsuki is set on the unfamiliar route to Kirishima's house. They have been training together since back in August, usually about 3 or 4 times a week, but always either at the gym or out on a run. More often solely at the gym lately. Now that December is here and going out on a run in these temperatures sounds awful, even to someone who runs hot like Katsuki. It's been an adjustment to say the least, though not an unwelcome one. Katsuki is used to training alone, and for a long time, he preferred it that way. No one to slow him down, no one to bother him. Just him, a punching bag, and silence. But after everything, when the punching bags started feeling like victims and the silence left too much room for his negative thoughts and flashbacks to fill up, having someone to train with has become more and more appealing. Especially when that someone is Kirishima. Katsuki can't really describe it. Not that he's ever been particularly good at putting his thoughts and feelings into words, but this instance feels particularly foreign. It's just that having Kirishima with him has always felt comfortable, almost natural, and yet completely new and unfamiliar. Like trying on a pair of properly fitting shoes after being used to wearing ones that were too small. The new ones take some getting used to, but it's easy to tell straight away that they are the right fit. And Kirishima just feels like a right fit. He's loud, but he doesn't talk about stupid shit. It's always about training and doing his best, and Katsuki doesn't mind it. After all, those are the same things he cares about, even if he doesn't talk about them in the same way that Kirishima does. He also talks a lot about Crimson Riot, and Katsuki has found that he actually really enjoys that. Not the actual hero or even the facts and fight details that Kirishima spouts off. Those are kind of secondary to what Katsuki actually likes. What he really likes about it is that it reminds Katsuki of him. Of the way Faith called go on and on for hours about All Might or really any hero for as long as you let him. The white noise off him mumbling about heroes was the soundtrack of their friendship, incredibly short-lived that it was. Then, after their relationship went to shit, the mumbling remained, but it was more subdued. Hugh would cut himself off and muffle his words behind his hands so Katsuki wouldn't hear. Because Katsuki was awful. Katsuki taught him to reduce himself to a silent smudge at the back of the classroom. It had been years since Katsuki heard him ramble about heroes. So, whenever Kirishima launches into a full monologue about Crimson Riot's code of chivalrous behavior, Katsuki lets himself close his eyes and picture how excited would be to talk with Kirishima about it. Sometimes he even lets himself pretend that it's Shim talking. At first he felt guilty, using Kirishima as a way to soothe his pit of longing in his stomach. Like Kirishima would feel like a stand-in or a replacement of what Katsuki ruined. But Kirishima doesn't see it that way. It only took about a week of hearing Kirishima ramble about that stupid hero before Katsuki couldn't handle the guilt. They are out on a run and Kirishima is talking about some interview that Crimson Riot had done a long time ago and Katsuki is wondering if had ever seen that interview and suddenly Katsuki can't take it anymore. "Hey, I want to say something," Katsuki says, slowing to a stop on the running path. Kirishima stops a few steps ahead and turns to face Katsuki with a smile. "Yeah, Sherman. What's up?" Katsuki takes a deep breath. Partially because he is winded from the run, and partially to steel his nerves for what he is about to admit. "You remember how I said that you remind me of someone I used to know? The one who died?" Kirishima's smile fades as he realizes this conversation won't be something casual and lighthearted. "Yeah, of course I remember." Katsuki nods, staring down at his feet. "Well, every time you talk about heroes and cheat, I end up just imagining that it's him talking." He feels his cheeks heat up in shame, ready for Kirishima to yell at him, to storm off, to tell him he is a horrible person. "Oh gods! I'm sorry, man. Do you want me to stop?" Katsuki's head shoots up in confusion. "What? I should have asked earlier, man. I'm really sorry, I didn't even think about that," Kirishima says, bowing slightly and looking incredibly apologetic, and Katsuki has never been more confused. "Why are you apologizing?" "You should be mad at me," Katsuki says, completely at a loss. Now it is Kirishima's turn to look confused. "Why would I be mad at you?" "Because I'm using you." Katsuki is almost getting angry now. Why is Kirishima making him admit all of this out loud? "I'm treating you like a replacement or some sheet." "But you aren't." Kirishima tilts his head like a puppy might and Katsuki's anger fizzles out without much fight. "I'm the one who came to you. I came up to you at the gym, 'cause I thought you seemed strong and manly. I invited you to the mall, 'cause I wanted to help. I asked to keep training with you, 'cause you are a great training partner. If anything, I'm the one using you." Katsuki stares at him for a moment. "So then why did you apologize?" "You told me I reminded you of that kid weeks ago and it obviously has some painful memories there, but I didn't ask if you wanted me to stop talking about heroes. So I'm sorry if I kept making you think about unpleasant things while we were hanging out." "I'll stop now," Kirishima says, bowing again, but Katsuki grabs his shoulders to stop him. "You don't effing need to apologize and I'm not asking you to stop." Katsuki drops his hands to his sides and takes a step back. "It's nice to hear it again, the rambling about heroes." Kirishima breaks out into a blinding smile. "Then I'll keep talking, and you can keep thinking about that kid. And don't worry about me feeling like a replacement. I know I could never replace him." And that had been the end of that. Kirishima went right back to his discussion of the Crimson Riot interview, picking up his pace as he started to run again, and Katsuki found himself following right along. They haven't talked about them since then, not that Katsuki wants to. It's nice to have someone that he can be around and whatever they do doesn't have to revolve around what happened or what Katsuki did or how Katsuki is holding up. Which makes sense, considering that the only other people he ever talks to are his parents and Mori, and it's basically their jobs. He and Kirishima just train together and, when Kirishima isn't talking about being manly or chivalrous or Crimson Riot, they talk about applying to UA and being heroes. The kind of chic Katsuki has always liked talking about. Though, that's not the plan for today, hence why Katsuki is currently walking to the train station. Finals are coming up, and since UA is an exclusive school with the lowest acceptance rate nationwide, being top of your class is pretty much mandatory. So, Kirishima suggested a study session instead of a training session today. Katsuki wasn't thrilled with the idea of missing out on training, but he knows he needs to focus on school right now. After everything happened, the teachers gave him a little slack. But that grace PRD is long gone and Katsuki needs to nail these finals if he wants into UA. He pulls his bag close to his chest as he heads into the train station. Katsuki has never liked crowds, though it's not for any social anxiety reason. People bumping into him just really effing sees him off. He swipes his card at the gates and double-checks the address that Kirishima had texted him earlier. He isn't about to get on the wrong train and embarrass himself by making himself late. He makes his way through the station, heading towards his platform, when something catches his eye. Katsuki stills in front of the kiosk in question, staring at the specific item that made him stop. He buys it before he can second-guess himself, tucking it into his bag and hurrying on to make his train in time. The train ride is, thankfully, not too long. Kirishima doesn't live that far away, just enough that it makes walking inconvenient. Katsuki steps off the train and out onto the platform, making his way out of the station. The sidewalks here are much less crowded, much to Katsuki's relief. The train station is just a few blocks from Kirishima's address and the residential area has much less foot traffic. Katsuki follows the directions on his phone until he comes to a stop in front of a modest-looking house. Though, to be fair, most houses seem modest in comparison to his parents' house. He heads up the walkway and knocks on the front door, standing awkwardly as he waits for Kirishima to come answer it. It only takes a few seconds before the door is swung open and Katsuki sees someone who is decidedly not Kirishima. "Hello. And who might you be?" The woman standing in the doorway asks. Common sense would say that she is Kirishima's mom, but she doesn't look anything like him and it throws Katsuki off. She has curly brown hair that sits at about her shoulders and skin that is almost the same shade. Ugh, Katsuki stalls, mentally double-checking that this is the correct house. Before he can panic too much, Kirishima comes into view, gently shoving the woman out of the way. "Oh my god, Mom, I told you I had someone coming over. Just let him in." Kirishima smiles at Katsuki and beckons him in. "So Tatishi's mom. It's not like I was drilling him with questions, Aijiro," Kirishima's mother says, playfully rolling her eyes with a smile. "I just wanted to know his name. It's been so long since you've had a friend over." He is about to correct her. Katsuki isn't Kirishima's friend and he doubts Kirishima appreciates the implication. But Kirishima speaks before Katsuki gets the chance. "This is Bakugo Katsuki." "Bakugo, this is my mom," Kirishima says, already grabbing Katsuki's wrist and tugging him through the entryway. "Now can't you just leave to pick up Mama for your date night already? You were supposed to already be gone." Kirishima's mom presses a hand to her chest in mock hurt. "You mean you don't want me to meet your friend? Are you that embarrassed of your poor mom?" Kirishima huffs out a sigh, but he's smiling so Katsuki doesn't think he is actually annoyed. "Of course not, Mom. But Bakugo isn't really the chatty type and I figured he might appreciate just getting straight to studying like we planned." Fine, I'll leave you boys alone," she says, ruffling Kirishima's hair and messing up the normally very flat black strands, leaving them sticking up every which way. "There's some leftovers in the fridge if you want or you can order something. Me and Mama will be back late, but you can always text if you need something. Our date night isn't more important than me." Kirishima drawls at the same time as his mom, apparently used to her saying that. "I know, but we are just studying, we'll be fine. Go have fun." His mom smiles and presses a quick kiss to the top of Kirishima's head before grabbing her purse and coat as she heads out the door. "Love you," she calls, pausing in the doorway. "Love you too," Kirishima calls as his mom pulls the door shut and Katsuki just stands there, dumbfounded. Never in his life has he ever talked with his mother the way that Kirishima talked with his mom. Honestly, Katsuki didn't realize how aggressive he and his mom are until just now. But really, when he thinks about it for even just half a second, it makes perfect sense. You don't raise a ball of sunshine like Kirishima by yelling all the time. In truth, the thing that is stuck in Katsuki's head the most is the fact that Kirishima didn't try to correct his mom when she called Katsuki his friend. Surely Kirishima wanted to correct her. Because they aren't friends. Not that Katsuki wouldn't want to be his friend. Kirishima is a good training partner and pleasant company. Plus he never seems to get bothered when Katsuki snaps at him or does any of his usual abrasive behaviors. But he's probably just being nice, because Kirishima is a nice person. But Katsuki isn't. He wouldn't make a good friend. "Sorry about that," Kirishima says, snapping Katsuki out of his thoughts. "I thought she would be gone by now, but she couldn't find the dress she wanted to wear so she took forever to choose a new outfit and well, whatever. The point is, I tried to save you from that." "It's fine." Katsuki shrugs, slipping off his shoes and coat. "Your mom seems nice." "She is." Kirishima beams, walking down the hallway. "But I still figured you might appreciate your first visit here to be one without my mom's forcing you to answer a bunch of questions about yourself and school and everything. They can be kind of a lot." Katsuki doesn't answer. Mostly because Kirishima is right, his mom is kind of a lot. but also because Katsuki is surprised that Kirishima knew that Katsuki would hate answering questions about himself, and he purposefully planned Katsuki's arrival to avoid that. So instead of responding, he just follows closely behind Kirishima as he leads them up the stairs. "This is my room," Kirishima announces, pushing open a door at the top of the stairs. "We can study in here." Katsuki steps into the room and turns in a circle, looking around. It's cluttered, but not messy, a little tacky, and definitely sporting more than a few Crimson Riot posters. It's exactly what Katsuki would have assumed Kirishima's room looks like. You can sit wherever seems comfiest to study. I usually sit on the floor, so you can take the desk if you want. Kirishima grabs his own school bag from the desk chair and drops it on the floor before taking a seat next to it. Katsuki usually does all his schoolwork at his desk to help him stay focused, but when in Rome, or whatever the FING saying is, "Nah, it's fine. I'll just sit with you," Katsuki says, dropping down next to Kirishima. "Cool." Kirishima shoots Katsuki a smile before opening his bag. "What subject do you want to start with?" "My math final is first, but English is the subject I struggle with the most." Apparently, Kirishima decides to work on math first and he pulls out his notebook, setting straight to work. But Katsuki just sits there for a moment, still thinking about that stupid word. Friend. He hates how important that one stupid word is to him. If he had known that it would haunt him like this, maybe he would have chosen a different final goal for his list. But, of course, that had been the point, hadn't it? Choose something challenging, something that Katsuki would have to really work for to prove that he was changing, becoming someone better. Someone worthy of Sengi's name. It's easy for him to pretend that it doesn't bother him, the fact that he doesn't have a friend. Katsuki hasn't had a friend since he was 4, and it was his own choice, so of course he is fine not having a friend. At least, that's what he tells people when they ask. But then he sees old pictures of himself and him from when they were little and Katsuki can't help but wonder what he missed out on. What Katsuki made him miss out on? And then Kirishima's mom went and said that stupid ifang word and now Katsuki can't stop thinking about it. Katsuki takes out his own math notebook, but he really just stares at the page, his thoughts far too crowded to actually focus on the algebraic equation in front of him. He doesn't know how long he zones out for when he is jolted out of his thoughts by a hand smacking his bicep. Katsuki looks over to see Kirishima still smacking his arm repeatedly, though the other teen's eyes are looking down at his paper. "What the hell do you want?" Katsuki asks, grabbing Kirishima's wrist to make him stop smacking him. "I asked if you have a protractor. I broke mine the other day. Did you seriously not hear me ask? I thought you were just ignoring me as a joke. Dang, you must have been focused." Kirishima, lifting his eyebrows a bit, almost in disbelief. Yeah, I think I have one with me," Katsuki says, pulling his bag into his lap and digging through the outer pockets. His hand brushes against something plastic, and he thinks for a moment that it could be the protractor, but then he remembers what he picked up at the train station today. "Oh yeah, I got this for you." Katsuki pulls out the small keychain. It is Crimson Riot striking a hero pose with the words, "Manly is what you make it," underneath. It's tacky and stupid and Katsuki knew Kirishima would love it. It can be an early Christmas present or a really late birthday present or whatever. Kirishima takes the keychain from Katsuki, smiling like mad as he flips it over in his hands. "Bakugu, this is so cool. I love it." "Course you do. I don't get shitty gifts," Katsuki mumbles, only watching Kirishima out of the corner of his eye, as if not looking at him all the way will make this feel less embarrassing. "You know Bakugu, you are a really good friend," Kirishima says, still inspecting the keychain. Katsuki freezes, turning his head to fully look at Kirishima. "What did you say?" The words sound weak as they leave his mouth, but Katsuki doesn't bother to clear his throat or try and repeat them more firmly. "I said you're a really good friend, Bakugu," Kirishima says again, dropping his hands in his lap and ping his head to shoot Katsuki a bright-eyed smile. There are a lot of things going through Katsuki's head right now and just as many things he could say, but all he manages is, "I'm your friend." Kirishima keeps smiling, though it looks a little confused now. "Of course you are, dude." Katsuki blinks at him for a bit, his breaths picking up in an almost panicky sort of way. "But why?" "What do you mean why?" Kirishima looks genuinely confused now. "Why would you want me as your friend? I'm mean and rude and I swear all the FING time and I yell at you sometimes and sometimes I have to ditch you at the gym because I freak out about using my quirk. There's like a million effing reasons that you shouldn't want me as a friend." Katsuki balls his hands into fists, pressing them against the tops of his thighs. Kirishima hums and leans back against the bed. I mean, yeah, you do all those things. But you aren't mean, not really. You're just pointy. The hell does pointy mean? Katsuki forces his voice to be even, despite the way that his heart is pounding. I dunno. It's just the way that you are. Kirishima shrugs. All rough on the outside, and you almost never say anything nice, but that's okay, 'cause you show you care with the things you do. Like agreeing to train with me or coming here to help me study or, he says, picking up the keychain, giving gifts that you know I would like. Katsuki tries to take a deep breath but it gets stuck in his throat and he has to huff it all out and retry. So you really would want me for a friend? Katsuki has to swallow the lump in his throat before he can continue. I've changed enough that someone like you would want me for a friend. Changed? I don't feel like you've really changed at all, at least not for as long as I've known you. Plus, I'm not really sure what you mean by someone like me. I'm not anything special. But I like the person that you are. I'm really glad you're my friend. Make a friend, not just a lackey. Hey Kirishima? Katsuki says, his own words barely even registering in his ears. His head feels stuffed full of cotton and it's making him almost dizzy. Yeah dude. You want to take a walk with me? Katsuki stands and grabs his bag without waiting for Kirishima to answer. He knows his friend will come with him. The word sounds foreign, even in his own head. Yeah, I guess we can take a break. Kirishima stands and follows Katsuki out of the room. After a quick stop in the entryway to put on shoes and coats, they head out of the house. They walk in silence for a few blocks, Katsuki walking just a half step ahead to lead the way. They make it to the train station before Kirishima finally speaks up. So, where are we going? Kirishima doesn't sound like the answer will change his willingness to follow Katsuki. It's just a few stops away. It won't take too long, Katsuki says, standing on the train platform. Okay, Kirishima says, seemingly perfectly content with that as an answer as they step onto the train. They stand next to each other, both facing the window. It's not that Katsuki is trying to be secretive or keep Kirishima out of the loop. It's just that saying anything right now might make Katsuki cry, and he would rather drop dead than cry in public. Normally, he has no problem keeping his emotions in check, but there are too many different ones all coiled up in his chest right now and one wrong move might send them all spilling out. He is definitely happy, that is one that is pretty clear. He made a friend. A friend. He completed his list, even if it took him 8 months to do it. He's proud, but in a different, softer way than usual. Like he is proud of himself because he knows he is making other people proud. He's excited because he will get to tell Mori that he finished his list at their next appointment, and she will be proud and happy for him. But, sitting on top of all those emotions and squashing them down, is fear. Because this train is leading him somewhere he's been too scared to go until now. It's not that their destination is a terrifying place, even Katsuki's parents have managed to come a couple times without much difficulty. It's just that Katsuki is a coward. He always has been. The train slows to a halt at their stop and Katsuki nods his head to usher Kirishima off. Even though he's never actually been here before, Katsuki knows the way perfectly, having made it all the way up to the entrance several times before panicking and sprinting away. But this time, with his friend at his side, Katsuki only pauses at the entrance to turn to Kirishima. There's someone I'd like to introduce you to, Katsuki says, holding Kirishima's gaze with a determined spark. He's scared, more scared than he's been in a long time, but he isn't alone this time. Kirishima smiles back at him without breaking eye contact, though it's a sadder smile than the kind that usually rests on his face. I would love to meet him. Katsuki bobs his head, making up his mind. There's no turning back now. He turns to face the sign that hangs from the entrance gates. Mizudafu Municipal Cemetery. Taking a deep breath, Katsuki steps past the entrance, farther than he's ever made it before, and walks through the narrow paths between the graves. Though he's never been here before, his mother told him where the grave was, so Katsuki knows where to go. It would be hard to miss, even without instructions, given that it is part of a large collective grave for people who don't have anyone to take care of a family grave. And isn't that just another guilty dagger run straight through Katsuki's heart? Alone even in death. It's close to the back in a quiet, shaded part of the cemetery. It's nice. But the name etched into the stone in front of him makes Katsuki's knees give out and he crumples to the ground in front of it. He's pretty sure he is crying, but he is also pretty sure he isn't breathing. Everything feels like too much and numb at the same time. He feels a hand on his shoulder and he turns to see Kirishima kneeling next to him. He is watching Katsuki, not the grave, waiting patiently to be introduced. But he has a job to do. He turns back to the grave, bowing until his forehead is pressed to the ground. After all he has done, it seems like there should be a way to bow lower. Slowly, he lifts his head and letting out a shaky breath, he starts. Hi, Izuku.